This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. There is a chance. There are actors. The first day of 2016. National TV. This live broadcast platform, which is known as the garbage recycling station, has become extremely popular today. It once caused the server to freeze, and many small anchors, who were not popular, were forced to take off the broadcast. In the most popular channel, major anchors from the same platform such as HLD Wu Qilong, DS, and the first series of Chinese server Xiaomo rushed in to give gifts. Even popular anchors from other platforms, Douyu Gambling God Baboon, De Yunt, and John all the pigs in the flag came to give gifts. Before anyone arrived, gifts and barrages were already flooding the screen. Who has such popularity? No doubt. At present, the only person who has this kind of popularity in China, apart from a hot man, is that little fat guy. The rapidly scrolling barrage content in the live broadcast room has exposed the identity of this player. Crazy Puppy is awesome. Uzi along the wind. Crazy Puppy against the wind. Proud of Jane in desperate situation. Congratulations to the puppy for finally being out of trouble. I must work hard in QG. I must win the championship this time. Copy Ninja Sisika. Here uninvited. Please bring me high on. Promote civilization and establish new trends. 6324 rush forward. Is there really anyone who is a fan of esports giant baby? The barrage that fills the screen is mostly the speeches of ardent and true fans. Occasionally, the comments of some anti-fans are also submerged in the sea of barrage or arrested and died on the spot by the quick-eyed and quick-handed housing management. After a while, Uzi Jian proudly came to the camera, regarded by fans as the #1 AD in the LPL and even the world. The background in the camera is not at home, but in the training room of the QG team. Why Uzi, who was originally in the Dark Force OMG, was able to successfully transfer to QG has something to do with him being in national live broadcast. Just kidding. In addition to the name Dark Forces, OMG also has another good name, Esports Graveyard. You can come to OMG, but want to leave. A certain champion support fat man, who has actually retired for 7 to 8 years, but is still an active player, has the most say. Boss Ho still wants to leave after offending Yabbit. That is much more difficult than defeating the 18th bronze medalist from Shaolin Temple, who holds a folding stool. After experiencing the career low of S5's Galaxy Battleship OMG, Uzi used his live broadcast contract in exchange for his freedom. This is the reason why Uzi was able to leave the esports grave as he wished. After sitting down, Uzi looked at the lively live broadcast room and showed an honest smile. Wow! There are so many people! Thank you everyone for your gifts and your support. After a few simple interactions with the barrage, Uzi opened the League of Legends national server client and chose to start ranking. Since it was prime time in the evening, we didn't wait for too long and got into the game quickly. Although there has been news in the US server that in the future, ranks can pre-select positions in advance, but the national server has not been updated yet. So when entering, you usually have to look at the floor you are on to grab a position. The most classic thing is that 5L does not provide assistance. This phenomenon of jockeying for position will be much better at higher levels. After all, everyone wants to win. Uzi is a little unlucky and is in 4L, so he takes the initiative to type. Koreans are all monsters. Can 4L want an ADC? Package C? Woohoo Uzi, damn it. Puppy? Am I on TV? DOP4, Ban Xia Z. I am the king of Xinbao, Gue Gue. It's really the dog master. And there is Dopa. This handful of points just fell to the ground. So just pick it up. Seeing the compliments from passers-by and teammates, the smile on Uzi's face became even thicker. Even if there are many fans, they can't stop him from being the only two most popular players in the country. Who will be the most second-rate, stinky, and narcissistic player in this life? At your age, how can you be sought after by others without feeling arrogant? Koreans are all monsters, haha. Let's work together. Both sides quickly selected their lineups. Uzi is on the blue side, Titan in the top lane, Excavator in the jungle, Cards in the middle lane, Cannon plus Morgana in the bottom lane. Red side, Big Tree on the top lane, Jungle Blind Monk, Little Murloc on the middle lane, Policewoman plus Bullhead on the bottom lane. On the loading interface, Uzi habitually scanned everyone's IDs to see if there were any acquaintances besides Dopa. When he saw his own ID, he couldn't help but laugh. Specialize in killing superior dogs in one area. Haha. My top laner picked up an ID to play Raven and Sword Princess, but ended up taking out the top laner Fantasy God with his backhand. Uzi joked with a smile. The barrage was also ridiculing. It is recommended to apply for a job at EDG. What a guy playing Phantom God. This has already met EDG's standards for joining the team. It's so funny that you took the ID so hard and ended up playing like a pure J8. Right. Young man has a bright future. EDG's door is always open for you. At the same time, in a dark utility room, a young man looked at these familiar IDs and laughed out loud. Hey, Uzi. Dopa? It's a classic card to play against Murlocs. Right. The game ends when it hits the pawn? Then this is a sure thing. Li Hansheng licked his lips excitedly, showing a slavish smile. This portion is all at your mouth. Just open your mouth. To describe it a bit inflated. Tell me, why did Filong Chilian lose? Ding! It is detected that the game is started. The hero selected by the host is Deep Sea Titan. This hero is positioned as a tank to support, start a group, and bear injuries. The last system check is turned on. I hope the host will work hard. That's right. Li Hansheng obtained the system. But this system is very strange. There is still a test before it is officially opened. It requires Li Hansheng to use 2 different types of top lane heroes, warriors and tanks, and different game styles to win the game before it can be opened. Beautifully named. He must be trained into an all-round world champion top laner. So he cannot be partial to one subject. As long as you win this game, you can officially unlock the system. Make a name for yourself now. Go to TM's utility room. From now on, my buddy will sit in the absolute C seat in the training room. Puppy, if the system allows it, I can't wait to give you the 500 yuan I spent when I went out. And let you compensate me by the way. As soon as he entered the game, Li Hansheng typed out this line, preparing to show his attitude of getting high scores. But if you think about it carefully, wouldn't this make you look a little bit too licky? After all, licking a dog will lead to a good death. The internet also has memory. If he becomes a world champion in the future and is dug out by black fans as evidence, won't he lose face? After thinking about it, he chose to delete this sentence and went out directly after buying his going out clothes. It's just that the direction he walked was not to go up the road but straight down the road. The other side. Uzi didn't notice anything when he cut the screen and went out to watch the barrage. After helping the jungler to activate the red and went to the lane, he realized that his top laner Titan did not go to the top lane, but instead ran to the grass in his bottom lane and stood motionless. Put it on hold? Thinking of how everyone was interacting before. This Titan was the only one who didn't speak. Coupled with the strange behavior at the beginning, it was as if the DNA in Uzi's blood had awakened. Blurted out while pinging wildly. Actor? Isn't it right? There can be actors in this damn thing too? Chapter 2 has never had such a wonderful start. Is this Titan a stateless fan? Deliberately adopting a puppy mentality? The environment in the national server is really outrageous. Are the crews so blatant? The demolition team is ready. Curse this dog actor to death. The barrage exploded with Titans criticizing the actor's behavior. However, what happened next made everyone shut up. Both sides chose to help the jungler in the bottom lane, and the red team chose to go online in the direction of the river. So they did not realize that there was a Titan hidden in the grass closer to their side of the line. When the female police officer hit the minion twice with headshots and pressed forward, an anchor was suddenly thrown out from the grass next to it. The next second, the huge figure of the Titans came into view of the red team's bottom lane duo. The policewoman was directly hit by Q, and then was triggered by Titan's A and was passively pinned in place. Xiaopao immediately turned to W and jumped in the face. In order to cooperate with the policewoman in the oppression at the beginning, Nyoto and the policewoman were standing parallel to each other and did not stand together at all. At this time, he could only directly Q-dodge, interrupt the cannon's W to prevent the policewoman from being slowed down, and then sell himself come and help the policewoman run. W's forward small cannon was shot down in midair. After Titan's passive control ended, the policewoman immediately flashed to distance herself. Nyoto also consciously moved to block Morgana's shooting angle, but Morgana also decisively flashed across the line of troops. From an extremely tricky angle, the female policeman left it and set it on fire. The small cannon also flashed directly to keep up with the forceful output. The policewoman hurriedly handed in treatment, but because Morgana ignited the serious injury buff first, the first level treatment effect was negligible and then halved to almost nothing, and the health bar was cleared directly. First blood. Seeing that Titan's flat A was about to take the head, he just cancelled it with S and let Xiaopao take the head. Now Nyoto was embarrassed. After killing the policewoman, the cannon refreshed W and directly jumped in the face to slow down. Titan flashed over without using his skills, and used a flat A to trigger the passive and leave him behind. The scene reappeared again. When Titan could take the head with a single A, Titan cancelled the move again and gave the head to Xiaopao. Double kill. After killing the red team duo, Titan didn't even take the tolls and went straight to TP on the road. 2 heads were forced upon him at the beginning, which made someone smile crookedly. After quickly clearing the army line, he quickly pressed B to return to the city and prepare to update his equipment. On the way back to the city, he cut the screen again to take a look at the frenzied barges, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He raised his hands in a Hercules pose and shouted excitedly, "There has never been such a wonderful start. Just cheer for me! Cheer for me!" Maybe he was so excited that he stuttered in the end. The barrage is even more frenzied. As for the Titan, who was trolled as an actor and helped someone get his head, no one cares at this point. After TP returned to the road, Li Hansheng cut the screen and looked at the small cannon that took out his pickaxe after level 2 and went home, muttering in a low voice, "This one should be stable. Right. Uzi's 2 heads at the beginning imply that the opponent's base will explode in advance. Some people died in the first 2 minutes, but it took about 20 minutes to bury them." Next, good news came frequently in the bottom lane. Facts prove that the person who got the advantage at the beginning is indeed very powerful, and there is no hot man on the opponent's side in this round, so no one can target him at all. Soon the opponent's duo was beaten to a score of 0-3. In the middle, Dopa and Excavator also cooperated to catch the little Murloc, and Li Hansheng in the top lane steadily resisted the pressure. So what if I lose some experience? You, a big tree, still want to kill me? Titan? Why bother to embarrass the Phantom God? They can just Immortal Grip to increase their output. The overall situation is improving all the way. It is estimated that the opponent will not even last 20 minutes. And maybe the game will be over. Mr. Go, you can take the second red buff. It will snowball for you in the bottom lane. If you win, you will be given a friend status. I have been a Go fan for 10 years. Koreans are all monsters, haha. You're welcome then. The friend status is fine. Someone smiled and interacted with his fans in the game, while not forgetting to interact with the barrage. This Excavator is someone who can get high scores. The red buff should be given to the ADC as soon as possible. Hey, this Excavator has a wider road. If I were ranked as Go Yi, let alone the second one, I would be eager to give him the first red buff. I can't wait to give the 500 yuan at the beginning to Master Go. If the system allows it, I won't mind if Master Go makes me a soldier. Good guy. Brothers are all capable of scoring points. This is the face of a slave. Someone came to the jungle with a smile, ready to collect the fresh red buff, and then continue to suppress the opponent in the bottom lane. In fact, we haven't entered the team battle stage yet. Taking red now is just to increase the pressure on the line. But this jungler's attitude is very useful to someone. He returned to the lane, only to find that Titan, who was supposed to be on the top lane, ran to the bottom lane again at some point, and was in the grass on the bottom lane. It's Li Hansheng here again. In order to help the bottom lane, he lost experience before, so he is not level 6 yet. Therefore, he deliberately stuck a time point of reaching level 6 and returned to the city in front of the opponent's top laner. In this way, the opponent's top laner will not be as alert because he has not yet reached level 6, thus giving him a chance to gank other lanes. If you run down the road and get 6 experience points, and help someone catch a wave, you can basically win the game and successfully complete the system's tasks. Perfect. Because the army line was basically suppressed under the opponent's tower. The opponent's 2 bottom laners did not notice the arrival of the Titan at all. After gaining 3 soldier experience, Li Han was promoted to level 6. There was no one person or assistant to suppress them, so the policewoman and Yodo did not stand so far back. Li Hansheng in the grass keenly captured the moment when the policewoman moved forward to replenish the troops. Q takes action. The anchor flew out of the grass and accurately hit the policewoman. AW compensated for the control, and then directly turned on R and flashed to adjust his position, and knocked away the policewoman and the bullhead at the same time. The small cannon moved W forward and opened Q to produce explosive output. After killing the policewoman, W was refreshed. W jumped onto the bull's face again. Morgana Q added control and once again killed the opponent's bottom duo. This time Li Hansheng did not deliberately give up his head. To be honest, the heads of the 2 men on the opposite lane were worthless for a long time, and Xiaopao was not short of money for these 2 heads. As luck would have it, he actually got 2 kills with a draw. Directly double kill. He originally forced a loss to help the bottom lane gank the loss economy, which was slightly supplemented. After failing to gain a kill, someone's smiling face immediately fell down, and he stared at the screen without saying a word, obviously very unhappy. The anger in his heart reached its peak when he saw Titan use his skills to make up for 2 soldiers. Does K-Head still charge tolls? There seemed to be a sound in the void. Warn! Warn! Li Hansheng didn't deliberately grab troops, but he almost paid for Xiaorian. In both waves, he abandoned his troops to forcefully gank, which was equivalent to letting his own life fatten up the bottom lane. At this time, it wouldn't be too much to let the bottom lane give him some feedback. He still has to go on the road to face the big tree, and it doesn't matter if the equipment is too poor. After eating the soldiers, he remembered that God's temper was not very good. He was the leader and the soldier, so he had to quickly type and explain. I almost paid for Xiaorian. As a result, at the same time, Rambo hung when silent time ended. Is this person mentally ill? He just wants to take the head, but he still messes with my military line? He must be sick. Someone who was so angry started to rant directly. The last thing he could tolerate was the line being dirty. Not just verbally, but also in type. He didn't care how Li Hansheng explained it. Are you sick? Just grab the lead. But you are still a dirty soldier? Who is disgusting? If you are an actor, just show the don't mess with me attitude. It's really disgusting. Why is this like a powder keg, exploding so inexplicably? Li Hansheng directly typed and replied. Who is the actor? Didn't I tell you that I almost paid for the equipment? After a few soldiers, I am called an actor? Labor and management helped you create such a big advantage in the bottom lane. Why didn't you tell me? It's okay if he doesn't reply. Li Hansheng's reply will make someone even more angry, especially when he saw Li Hansheng saying that he had helped bring about the advantage in the bottom lane. He immediately laughed in anger. I need your help. Isn't choosing a pure bastard hero just waiting to get laid? I have such a huge advantage in the bot lane that I need your help. Do I need your help when I have an advantage in the lane? If you don't come, I won't go on as usual. Kill the opponent? When did I need help to kill the opponent's bottom lane? Li Hansheng laughed. Didn't he help create this advantage at the beginning? It's not his character to swallow his anger. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. Why not fight back? Ah. Yes. Yes. Void has a lane advantage. Right. Labor and management will help you with the loss at the beginning. Otherwise, how would you have such a big advantage? Silly dog actor. Just wait for your account to be banned. Your first live broadcast will be disgusted by a dog. It's really unlucky. You like evil people, right? Let's see how disgusting each other is. After saying these words, someone kept following Li Hansheng without hanging up. He probably remembered that today was his first day of live broadcasting. He would lose face if he hung up. But he was so disgusted that he simply chose such a messy way. Everyone else on the field was stunned. The excavator was the first to react. Titan, are you sick? If you want to gank, then gank. Why are you doing this with a soldier who is still a dirty puppy? You, a bastard hero, deserve the dirty ADC's soldiers? Specialize in killing superior dogs in one area. Licking dogs will not lead to a good death. A perfectly good game with a huge advantage is causing a quarrel just because of this? He didn't do anything after that. He just followed Li Hansheng. When Li Hansheng went on the road, he also went on the road and grabbed soldiers. When he saw someone coming to arrest Li Hansheng, he didn't help. He hid far away and stood out. How can we win if our biggest point is playing around on the court? Li Hansheng finally experienced what it felt like to open champagne at halftime. Chapter 3. My brother is also a systematic person. The blue side's advantage is basically concentrated on one person. If he plays blindly, his advantage is completely gone. And the small cannon is the core output in the blue team's lineup. Without the core output, it is impossible to beat 4-on-5. In the end, the game was lost. As soon as the game ended, someone directly called the team leader and manager of QG over. This person is definitely an actor. We must report this person and have his account blocked. Someone kept thinking. He directly played back the video of the previous game to the team leader and manager behind him. Then he clicked on WeGame to check Li Hansheng's record. 1 page of green. The heroes chosen by Titan before this round were all Sword Lady, Raven, and Captain's Operations and carry-type top laners. Look, I used to play Sword Lady and Raven. But when I met, I played Titan, and even deliberately hacked my head, dirty my army line, and disgusted me. Do you think this is not an actor? Someone's face was full of anger. He turned red and cursed. Who the L wants to train in the national server with this environment? Puppy, don't be angry. I will go and report to the official people. You can broadcast live first. QG's team manager quickly reassured. That's right. There are so many fans waiting to see you. Don't let an actor affect your mentality. The team leader also reassured. Someone still thought about it for a long time, and then started to continue the live broadcast. But judging from his stern face, he was not in a beautiful mood. The barrage was also coaxing him. Don't be angry, Mr. Dog. It's not worth it for that stupid dog. MD, where's the demolition team? Scold that stinky idiot to death. It's really disgusting. Brothers, the case has been solved. The top laner just now was an RNG player. Hack! Brothers, go blast RNG's Weibo. They must give an explanation. The content of the barrage also attracted someone's attention. When he saw the barrage saying that Li Hansheng was RNG's top laner, he couldn't help but sneered. RNG's top laner is this kind of rubbish? Fortunately, I didn't go to RNG. Otherwise, I would be like this. It's better to retire if you have a stupid dog as a teammate. Angry dog fans immediately rushed to RNG's official Weibo to complain. So much so that the people who run RNG's Weibo are confused. When did they get such high attention? Although they were reincarnated as members of the royal family, and claimed to have inherited the honor of the previous royal family, few fans acknowledged it. After all, the fans of royal family are basically someone's personal fans. If someone goes to OMG, no one will pay attention to royal family. The people from QG also contacted the people from RNG immediately to explain the matter. In RNG's training base, the new RNG team manager, San Xiao, is the fat San Xiao who likes to write diaries and EDG. After learning about this incident, third young master gritted his teeth angrily. This Li Hansheng! How dare he cause such a big trouble to the club? Didn't I repeatedly emphasize the need to maintain the club's image and rank? He is just trying to discredit the club. Li Hansheng still didn't know how fast things would turn out, because, after the game ended, he received a prompt from the system. Victory and defeat are common things in military affairs. It was detected that the host's advantageous situation was overturned due to off-site factors. It was determined that the test passed. Congratulations to the host for officially opening the system. The system is scanning and detecting generated data. Li Hansheng lowered his head and raised his head again, with a confused look on his face. Where is the scan that was promised? Why don't you feel anything? Could it be a fake system? After a while, the system beep sounded again. After the scan is completed, please do not complain about the system. This system aims to train the host into an all-round development of a legendary top laner. Legend level? The first reaction in Li Hansheng's mind was the only true legend of LOL. The Big Devil Faker. This year should be Faker's challenge for his third S-League trophy. It is also after this year that SKT led by Faker has become the only team in history to withstand the championship debuff and win the S-League championship again, creating his LOL the legendary status of the first person. Soon, Li Hansheng's attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Li Hansheng. Host attribute value. Version understanding, 100 points, akimbo and leaning back. What is the welfare of time travelers? Operational ability, 72 points, this is to let you pull the opponent, not to pull with the opponent. Development ability, 69 points, if you are obsessed with landing, you often ignore the toll collected by the jungler. Reflexes, 80 points, maybe higher if you can do less anti-aircraft operations. Average hand speed, 85 points, frequent practice of needlework and the experience of being single for 18 years have given you a pair of unicorn arms. Team fighting ability, 75 points, not that good. Not that bad. The gods will only appear in your dreams for the time being. Overall evaluation, C+. You can have a place in the professional arena, but it's just a place. Explanation. The evaluation criteria for each ability score. 60 is the average value of the strongest king player, and 70 is the average value of ordinary professional players. Every 100 points can increase the attribute value by 1 point. Above 70 attribute points, every 200 attribute points can increase the attribute value by 1 point. Above 80 attribute points, every 300 points can increase the attribute value by 1 point. Above 90 attribute points, every 500 points can increase the attribute value by 1 point. Attribute value. Special honor value is required for attribute points above 95. Special honor value can be obtained from League Championship, MSI Championship, S-Competition Championship, and Competition Area Selection Awards. Source of points, Region 1 King, Hanbok Master and above. 1 5 points will be awarded for each win. 5 10 points will be awarded for each win in the regular league. And 1 20 points will be awarded for each win in MSI and S games. Points. Current points, 100 points, a reward for novices. Li Hansheng couldn't help but grow up when he saw the end. Nah. You only gave 100 points. You are so generous. Also, why do you think the S and MSI games have 1 to 20 points? Faced with his complaints, the system did not respond. Instead, it reminded, although the system has determined that the task has been completed, the host is still requested to use tank heroes to win the next ranked game, because there will be teams in the wild card division in MSI and S. The system determines that the competition intensity of the teams in the wild card division is approximately equal to the match between the strongest kings. The corners of Li Hansheng's mouth twitched slightly. What the system said seemed to make sense. The level of the wild card competition in the S6 era was indeed not good. Although I feel very unhappy with this setting, I can't find any reason to refute it. But at least it has 100 points. Just give it a try. Li Hansheng tried to increase the development ability of 69 attribute points. Do not ask. Asking is a sign of obsessive-compulsive disorder. With a ding, his current points were cleared to 0. The development ability has changed from 69 to 70 points. His attribute value panel became as follows. Host, Li Hansheng. Host attribute value. Version understanding, 100 points, akimbo and leaning back. What is the welfare of time travelers? Operational ability, 72 points. This is to let you pull the opponent, not to pull with the opponent. Development ability, 70 points, at least after being charged by the jungler. You know how to kill a few waves of wild monsters to supplement your development. Reflexes, 80 points, maybe higher if you can do less anti-aircraft operations. Average hand speed, 85 points. Frequent practice of needlework and the experience of being single for 18 years have given you a pair of unicorn arms. Team fighting ability, 75 points, not that good. Not that bad. The gods will only appear in your dreams for the time being. Overall evaluation, C+. You can have a place in the professional arena. But it's just a place. Chapter 4 Enemies meet on a narrow road. But when they first meet Brother Shuizi, he is very clever. Hey, I can only take my time. Why do I feel like I'm playing a Three Kingdoms game? Li Hansheng curled his lips. Especially when I think that after reaching 95 attribute points, I still need to use the corresponding honor points to improve myself. But it's also, there is a huge difference between players who have won championships and those who have not, both technically and psychologically. It would be nonsense to want to reach full attributes without going through any baptism of honor. Looking on the bright side, at least my brother is now completely attributable. Compared with others who have ups and downs, I don't need to worry about the ups and downs of his status at all. The biggest advantage of the system attributing its own abilities lies in the ups and downs of its status. People are not machines. They are human beings and have ups and downs in their status. This may be due to interference from various factors such as physical, psychological, and external factors. No one can guarantee that he is in 100% condition. But Li Hansheng, who has been digitized, does not have to worry about this. He is 100% at any time. Of course, he also lost the possibility of an outbreak. But compared to a temporary outbreak, long-term stability is obviously better. When the full value is 100 points, does he need to explode? A steady performance can crush the opponent to death. Hey, let's continue ranking and try to get the average to 80 points before the spring split comes? Work harder. The luckier. It just happened to complete the task of the system just now. Li Hansheng clicked on the ranking again and entered the ranking queue directly. The advantage of prime time is that the queue is fast. And soon Li Hansheng entered the game again. As soon as you come in, someone will actively interact with you. Do you Jack Love, good brothers? I want an AD. Janshi TV, Xiang? Then Dad will help you reluctantly. If you need any help, just tell Dad. Do you Jack Love, hosts on enemy channels? Please respect yourself. Who are you? Janshi TV. Xiang, damn? Believe it or not, I will go in and drive straight away. Do you Jack Love, come on. Brother Xiang. I'm just joking with you. Huh? If Li Hansheng remembers correctly, these two IDs seem to be Jackie Love and Smart LWX, who will shine in the professional arena and become S8 and S9 world champions successively. One of them should be still working as a host in Douyu now, and the other should be playing LSBL in Dong Shusa's team Gluttony Saw. After an elegant and easygoing friendly interaction between the two, they immediately chose the bottom lane combination of Draven plus Thresh. Li Hansheng still chose Titan. And the midfielder chose Syndra plus Excavator. The opponent's lineup is top lane Stoneman, jungle Spider, mid lane Yasuo, bottom lane Lucian plus Karma. Both sides are very common heroes in the rank, except for the top lane of both sides. The style of painting seems a bit out of place compared with the other lanes. As soon as I entered the game, the chat interface became lively. Do you check love? It's broken. Uzi is on the opposite side, and the bottom lane seems to be broken. Zhangqi TV. Xiang, in the jungle. Uzi is on the opposite side. You know the bottom lane. Do you Jeklov? Xiang Bao. You are brave. Do you know what it means for Uzi to jungle on the opposite side? What are you implying? Zhangqi TV. Xiang, I didn't hint at anything. It's none of Xiang's business. Li Hansheng didn't expect that he would meet Uzi again in such a short period of time. Could this be a chance for revenge given by God? Hey, even if I can't kill you, I still want to discuss you. It was still a familiar position. After Li Hansheng bought the starting equipment, he directly controlled the Titan to go down the road instead of going to the jungle position. Do you Jeklov, buddy? What do you mean by this? Brother Shuizi obviously didn't understand why Li Hansheng ended up like this. Specialize in killing the superior dogs in the first area. If you can kill them later, you can kill them. If you can't, I'll help you with a wave of skills. Don't worry about me. Do you Jeklov? Damn it. Brother, you are the one who can get into the big score. Add a friend later. Zhangqi TV. Xiang, I would like to add one as a brother and friend. There is no other meaning. I just like to play games with selfless people. Li Hansheng actually didn't know if this trick was still useful. After all, he had just met Uzi. Uzi didn't seem to be prepared for his move at all. The duo of both sides still helps the jungler to open up first, and then returns to the lane. Judging from the position of the opponent's duo, it was obvious that they were not wary of the grass. Karma directly hit the long-range soldiers with an RQ, and Lucian also found the opportunity to use a Q to penetrate the long-range soldiers and consume Draven. The details of Lucian's landing, which is Brother Bath's signature, were not mentioned. There is no problem with their handling. With the powerful combination of Thresh plus Draven, you must seize the line rights at the first level. Otherwise you will have to be beaten under the tower. It's a pity that they missed this point about Li Hansheng. Find the right moment. Li Hansheng's Titan once again made a precise Q shot. The anchor directly hit Lucian, pulling him towards him, and then directly tied A to play passive. Thresh behind him flashed forward. At the same time, Karma actually handed over Flash. I don't know if it's because Uzi is so famous that the passers-by supports he meets want to sell themselves to protect him. This Karma wants to dodge Thresh's Q so that Lucian can dodge and escape. The problem is that Thresh didn't learn Q at all, but directly pulled both of them back with E, igniting and hanging on Lucian. Draven, who had already doubled his axes, directly output. Lucian's blood volume suddenly dropped a lot, and he directly DF flashed twice plus healed to widen the distance. Titan and Draven both flashed to pursue and compensate for the damage. First blood. This time there is no need to deliberately let it go. The damage of the double axe Draven is too terrifying, and he directly gets first blood. This time Karma was dumbfounded. How could he run away without flashing? Then comes double kill. Delavine directly scored a double kill. Do you Jeklov? Damn it. Cool. Brother, I promise you this one. I won't let you down. Li Hansheng smiled and said nothing, choosing to go straight to TP. At the same time, he did not forget to type in full screen. Specialized in killing superior dogs in Zone 1. Actor? That's it? In the live broadcast room of national TV. Uzi did not notice Li Hansheng's ID at first. He did not react until he was hit by Titan Q. After seeing Li Hansheng's full screen ridicule, he seemed to have been QQ by Galen, who used the armor-piercing bow. Silent and defensive. He filled up his negative energy, said nothing, and kept doing the hard work with a straight face. But he was facing Draven. Draven is the hero with the strongest snowball ability in the bottom lane, and his early damage ability is explosive. What's more, Draven starts with 2 kills? Do you understand the value of Jackie Love Draven? And Draven's support is Thresh. Thresh can advance and attack, retreat and defend, which puts a lot of pressure on him. If he makes a slight mistake in his position and is hit by Q, he will not die, but will be severely disabled. The entire game became a cathartic performance for Uzi's negative energy. Ouch. I'm so annoyed. Does this support know how to play? How can I replenish troops when he moves like this? The jungle is really outrageous. What's the point of having Stone Man and Yasuo help? How can we win if we don't help the bottom lane? I'm really annoyed. If this assistant doesn't know how to play, what's the use of choosing karma? The barrage in the live broadcast room also began to flip. Don't worry, puppy. We believe you can win. Hee hee. The giant baby is starting to be hot? If you criticize other actors, you will lose to them. Do you understand the value of the #1 Draven in the opposite country server? Bullshit. Draven is #1 in the national server and runner-up in the Puppy S competition. How about the J8 on the opposite side? Is second place considered an honor? He was already irritable. And when he glanced at the barrage, all kinds of negative fans came out to criticize him. And Uzi's mentality completely exploded. In this game, the bottom lane was directly cleared, thus losing the game. Li Hansheng successfully completed the system release task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for officially completing the system activation task. The rewards have been distributed in advance, so there are no rewards this time. Detect the host and win the first district champion game. And get 1 point. Are you kidding me? Li Hansheng is stupid. The 100 points for co-authorship are not given for free. But are they supposed to be rewards for this task? Isn't it random from 1 to 5? Is it really always random 1? How outrageous! After the game ended, Li Hansheng, Shui Zige, and De Chongming directly added friends. With multiple friends and multiple paths. Maybe we can be teammates in the future? It would be easier to walk on the road if it is wider. Chapter 5. What kind of champion is he? What kind of champion are you? Do you, Jack Love, good brother? Why don't you continue to play in duo queue? I think your titans are playing well, specializing in killing the superior dogs in the first zone. In fact, I am better at playing Sword Girl and Raven. I play Titan just to practice and expand my hero pool and play style. Do you, Jack Love? Professional players? Dude, you have a future. You can attack and defend. I hope you can change the top lane ecological environment of LPL in the future. Specialize in killing the superior dogs in the first area. I like to deal with people like you who speak honestly. But my style is relatively stable. And I prefer development to killing. Do you, Jack Love? No BB. Do you want a double Q? No wonder everyone says that Jackie Love has a great character. Apart from other things, he is really good at complimenting others. Li Hansheng smiled and prepared to line up with him. But the door of the utility room was forcefully pushed open. No. It's better to say it's a kick than a push. Li Hansheng turned his head and saw that the team manager, third young master, was coming. Could it be? Will he finally get out of the utility room and move into the training room representing the main players? He has been waiting for this day for too long. Can I finally become the team's main top laner that I've longed for? Can he finally make a comeback? After all, at the end of last month, another top laner of RNG, Ledme, had been transferred to RYL, the second team of the royal family of LSPL. Now, the only top laner in the RNG team is Li Hansheng. As for how Li Hansheng became RNG's top laner, forgot to introduce yourself. I, Li Hansheng, is a person who likes... Oh, sorry. I was in trouble. In fact, Li Hansheng participated in the official Professional Esports Club trainee program. At that time, he stood out among the group of trainees and was invited by RNG to join the team. At that time, RNG people promised that as long as Li Hansheng could play double kings in both the Chinese server and the Korean server, he would become the main top laner in the new season. Li Hansheng's Korean server account is already the strongest, and he is now competing on the national server. This is also the reason why he plays the national server these days, just to get his account score higher, specializing in killing the superior dogs in the first area. Good brother. The team has some things to deal with. Let's do 2 Qs next time. Anyway, I have time at any time. Do you, Jack Love? Okay. Let's get together again if we have a chance. After quickly replying to brother Shuizi, Li Hansheng stood up, smiled and was about to speak. But the third young master didn't give him a chance to speak. Walking in, he looked at Li Hansheng with an unhappy expression. His tone was stiff and questioning. Li Hansheng, as I usually tell you, you should pay attention to your words and deeds in the rank. Do you know that you represent the RNG club? No. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Third young master laughed angrily. Why do you want to play Uzi in rank? Fans even made trouble on the team's official Weibo. Li Hansheng felt confused and retorted. Where did I act? It's obviously Uzi's own mentality problem. So he was the one who hung up. Okay. You should say that an actor is an actor based on his behavior. Right? You are still quibbling. The third young master didn't want to hear Li Hansheng's explanation at all. What kind of honor do they have? What kind of honor do you have? What kind of popularity do they have? What kind of popularity do you have? Are you worthy of competing with them? Even if you didn't do anything wrong. Who will speak for you? With so many fans, wouldn't it be the team's reputation that would be damaged by making a fuss? Do you understand that your irrational behavior has seriously damaged the interests of the team? And also, has it affected the team's next development strategy? Don't you know that the team has been working hard to bring Uzi into the team? If you have this kind of conflict with him at this time, won't you destroy the relationship between the club and him? The more Li Hansheng listened, the more outrageous he became. Is this something a human being can say? He thought that the referees, the witnesses, the organizers, and all the other units were Uzi's people. But it turned out that not only that, but his teammates were also Uzi's people? So, what are you going to do about it? Li Hansheng finally figured it out, and the club planned to settle the matter. There is no punishment for you. Third young master shook his head. Li Hansheng was stunned. What was the reason for scolding him so openly? The next second, the third young master changed the subject. I just want to inform you about something. The club has negotiated personal treatment with Looper. In the new season, Looper will be the club's top laner. Considering Looper's strong strength, we don't think the club needs a substitute top laner. So you can pack up and leave, Li Hansheng said immediately. When I joined the team, the club promised me that as long as I play as the strongest king in both servers, I will be the main player. Hey, it's just a verbal promise. Who made the promise to you? Who do you go to? It's not me who made the promise. Third young master smiled. Besides, who is the strongest king? In the professional circle, if someone sweeps them away with a stick, who can make the promise? Isn't he the strongest king? Is this worthy of bragging? What kind of champion is Looper? What kind of champion are you? Do you understand the gap between you two? Li Hansheng finally understood. San Shao actually joined RNG later than him, replacing the previous manager position. Rather than saying that he left EDG on his own initiative, it would be better to say that he was kicked out by EDG. When he came to RNG, San Shao definitely wanted to prove himself. He wanted RNG to form an EDG team that could defeat the invincible domestic team, and at the same time cultivate some of his cronies. As a little transparent person introduced into the team by the former manager, he was naturally purged. To be precise, he was the target to scare the monkeys and establish his power. After all, to the team, he is indeed a dispensable and transparent person. Although the words are ugly, but it's really impossible to refute. What kind of champion is Looper? What kind of champion is he? Any team that chooses between the two will choose the former. Li Hansheng's face darkened. At this point, he had no choice. He has no idea of going to Gotham City to confront Batman yet. People already dislike you so much, but you still lick your cheek and want to stay? Which cheating time traveler would be so aggrieved? Okay. Then remember to prepare the liquidated damages for me. I will leave tomorrow. Li Hansheng sat down again with an expressionless face and ignored the third young master. Hey, look at your expression. Do you still want to say 30 years to Hedong? 30 years to Hishi? Don't bully young people into poverty? The third young master said sarcastically. It's a pity that your surname is neither Xiao nor Yi. The company's finance department will pay the remaining liquidated damages to your account. You can pack your things and get out tomorrow. After saying these words, the third young master turned around and left. Li Hansheng gritted his teeth with a gloomy expression. Sooner or later, he would find his place again. MD, I have this plugin in hand. You will regret it when the time comes. I don't believe that if I rank first in both servers, no team will contact me. Chapter 6: The First Step to Becoming a Legend. Li Hansheng was very angry, but he also knew very well that it was useless to be angry at this time. Instead of wasting your liver and sulking, it's better to explode your liver and boost your ranking. After taking a look at the friend list, he found that Ah Shui hadn't queued up yet. So Li Hansheng took the initiative to send him a message. Specialize in killing superior dogs in Area 1, HXD. I'm free. Can we line up together? Do you, Jacklove? Huh? Does your team deal with matters so quickly? Specializes in killing superior dogs in the first area. Forget it. Looper came to our team, and I was kicked. Do you, Jacklove? Do you, Jacklove? I can only say that your team chose to win now, but they lost the future. Seeing this, Li Hansheng had an idea in his mind. Coach, I also want to play Brother LOL with Ah Shui. Why is he so good at talking at such a young age? If he tried to comfort Li Hansheng by saying that the team has no vision, it would be too fake. Such words would only sound harsh. A world champion top laner and an unknown young player. If you do this multiple choice question 100 times, you will always choose the former. But he cleverly used a sentence to win the present and lose the future through team selection. This sentence makes people feel very comfortable. Specialize in killing superior dogs in one area. There is nothing wrong with this. To you, Jack Love, brother. Just now you said you were unavailable. So I made an appointment with someone else. So I can only do 2 Qs next time. Specialize in killing the superior dogs in the first area. It's okay. You can go ahead. After turning off the chat bar, Li Hansheng simply chose to queue directly. If it was said that the continuous ranking every day would make him feel a little boring. That's different now. Every ranking round will provide him with real points. Points represent attributes. As his attributes increase, he will continue to become stronger. After unlocking the system, only then did Li Hansheng truly feel the power of attribute digitization. If it were anyone else playing high-intensity ranked games all night long, his status would definitely have ups and downs. But his performance in every game was so stable that it exploded because his attributes had been completely digitized by the system. Whatever the attribute value is, that's what it is. And there won't be any changes. After playing more than a dozen ranked games, Li Hansheng stretched himself and made a weird cry uncontrollably. Good harvest. Randomly between 1 and 5. I played a wave of 13 to 2 and gained 40 points. On average, I won almost 3 points steadily for a win. If calculated according to this progress, you can accumulate more than 1,000 points in 1 month. Of course, he can't rank with such high intensity every day. But it's not bad. Taking a look at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Hansheng was going to pack his things, then go to the finance department to collect the money and leave. Interesting. Thinking of his crazy ranking behavior last night, Li Hansheng suddenly laughed. I was extremely angry and played a dozen ranked games in one night. How did the factory director manage 50 ranked games in one night? Li Hansheng was puzzled. This matter can only be regarded as 2 major unsolved mysteries of LPL. The other thing is what great thing Qi Jiang has done. When he came to the finance office, Li Hansheng didn't need to explain anything. The other party had already arranged everything. A total of 50,000 yuan was lost, which was not much. But it was enough to support Li Hansheng until he found a new home. After walking out of the team base, Li Hansheng found a hotel nearby. For the time being, he could only spend the next few days in the hotel. After putting away his luggage, Li Hansheng, who was getting sleepy, was ready to lie on the bed and have a good sleep. But a sudden ding made him jump into action. And he immediately became energetic. The system is now his greatest support and confidence. All disturbances must be paid attention to immediately. Ding! A new mission has been released. Host, please check it out. Mission, the first step to becoming a legend. If you want to become a legendary player, you must not only have the strength to become a legend, but also have the corresponding popularity. Every legendary player is full of controversy. Please host to get 500,000 popularity points within a week. Before becoming a legend, first let yourself have a certain degree of popularity. Task reward, 1,000 points and the opportunity to return to the LPL. A chance to return to the LPL? The temptation of this reward is too great. For Li Hansheng, he has no shortage of opportunities to join a professional team. He is the strongest player in both Chinese and Korean servers, and many professional teams are willing to invite him to join the team. But it is very likely that he will be invited to the second team. Nowadays, it is rare for LPL teams to directly find a high-ranking passerby to start in the first team. More often, they first get the second team to play in LSPL to adapt to the rhythm of the game, and at the same time observe whether they have the ability to play professionally. Talent. After all, some people are in the strongest king because there are only strongest kings in the highest rank. And some people are in the strongest king because they are at the level of the strongest king. League of Legends has been professional for several years. Teams already have a very scientific basis for selecting players. And professional teams should choose the former. Select the geniuses among the true geniuses. Li Hansheng also noticed the 1-week deadline. He looked at the time and saw that 1 week was the deadline for LPL teams to submit their team rosters to the L.AC Alliance. Obviously, this mission was triggered specifically for him. It is also in line with the system setting of cultivating him into a legendary top laner. Otherwise, how can he become a legendary top laner when he's not even a professional player? Because the reward of the mission is just enough to perfectly resolve the embarrassing situation that Li Hansheng cannot find his team now. 50W popularity value. If he was still in RNG, it would be easy to get him when playing against a popular team like EDG. Just perform brilliantly, and it's easy to gain fans and attention. Can be a problem. He is no longer from RNG. Now in 2016, Douyin and Kuaishou have not yet become popular. The only way to quickly gain popularity is through live streaming. It's too late for me to go live now. Right. Li Hansheng rubbed his chin. He doesn't know those big anchors, so he can't let them attract traffic to him. I know Brother Shuizi, so I can rub off on his popularity. But, although Brother Shuizi was quite popular at this time, it was not to the point where he could instantly gain 500,000 popularity points just through traffic. The system will not issue me such a task that I have absolutely no hope of completing. He is the host. Everything in the system revolves around him. Then the tasks issued must be within his ability. It may be somewhat difficult, but it's definitely not impossible. How to become popular within a week? Leaning on the bed, Li Hansheng bit his nails subconsciously. His mind began to race, thinking of ways to make himself angry. Sudden, he immediately turned over and sat up, slamming his thigh. Damn it! I actually forgot about this. I almost became a time traveler who was ashamed. Chapter 7. Thanks to RNG for the amazing assist. Time travelers and people at this point in time. Where is the biggest gap? It's cognition. In 2016, everyone is not so comprehensive about how to attract people. Li Hansheng is different. No wonder the system made a special mention of it. Legendary players are often controversial. The key to breaking the situation lies in the two words controversy. Maybe people don't understand it now, but Li Hansheng understands it. That is, anti-fans are also fans. Whether they are real fans or anti-fans, they can be regarded as one person's traffic. Is the high commercial value just because of the huge number of fans? No, 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 no. 1 pink and 10 black. Generally speaking, you often have as many negative fans as you have fans. And the number and group of negative fans may even be greater than your true fans. The combination of the two is your real popularity value. Brands and businesses don't care about the attributes of your fans, whether they are negative fans or true fans. As long as their focus is on you, then their investment in you will be worthwhile. Of course, the premise is that the source of your anti-fans cannot be that you have done something outrageous or outrageous. If someone turns a dark road just because they simply don't like you, or hate other people's mindless flattery of you, then it doesn't matter. As for whether too many negative fans will have any impact, just kidding. Li Hansheng doesn't always follow the black and red route. He just needs to continue to perform brilliantly in the professional arena, and even win the DMS championship on behalf of the LPL division, breaking the LCK's monopoly on the S championship. By that time, all negative fans and casual fans will have to become their true fans. With the system in place, is it difficult for Li Hansheng to achieve sustained high-profile performance? The most difficult thing in the eyes of others is the easiest thing to do for Li Hansheng. In the live broadcast industry, the first people to get traffic from black fans are the ones who understand that black fans are also popular. The names of two people immediately appeared in Li Hansheng's mind. 6324 Li Laoba was the most popular in OMG. When 59ES population was at its peak, he tortured Gogoing every time he broadcasted, as if the two of them had the hatred of killing their father and taking away their wives. As a result, a large number of 59E wanted to go to the live broadcast room to rush Li Laoba, but instead became the traffic of his live broadcast room. The other one had all the barrage in the live broadcast room criticizing him, the little brother of the king, especially the latter. In 2015 and 2016, when everyone mentioned King's younger brother, they looked down upon him and regarded him as a fool. This does not prevent the King's younger brother from getting an 8-digit live broadcast contract. Even those who regard him as a fool and follow the crowd and send comments to criticize him are actually his money-making tools. The essence of live broadcast is to watch the fun. And at this point in time, the fan loyalty of major anchors is not that high. Naturally, you will go to whichever live broadcast room you have fun to watch. What a coincidence. At other times, it might not be so easy for Li Hansheng to quickly accumulate popularity through black fans and black celebrities. But right now, Li Hansheng had just offended someone and was immediately blasted by his fans. If you do it properly, it's not very difficult to get 50W popularity value in a week. Let me just say, the system can't arrange impossible tasks for me for no reason. Li Hansheng couldn't wait to give himself a thumbs up for his wit. What a smart little guy. No wonder he can become a time traveler and a cheater. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not thinking about sleeping at this time, Li Hansheng put on his coat and left the hotel. Go to a nearby housing agency first, and ask them to help you find a good house quickly. The money will be easier. Anyway, as long as he completes the task, he can report to the team immediately, and he won't be able to spend much money by then. Then I went to the computer city to buy a computer and some live broadcast equipment, including sound cards, beauty cameras, and the like. With my good looks, there's no need to use a beauty camera. Right. Perhaps sensing Li Hansheng's hesitation, the boss of the computer city quickly promoted the product. Brother, you look like this, and you want to be an anchor. The boss promoted with a smile. You must have black technology like a beauty camera. Look at you. You are already as handsome as Eddie Peng and Daniel Wu. What about another one? The beauty camera is not allowed to press them to the ground and rub them. When the time comes, female fans from all walks of life will come to watch your live broadcast. Will your popularity increase? Yes. That makes sense. Li Hansheng nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter whether he is handsome or not. The main thing is that I like to do business with a boss like you who tells the truth. The three beauties of Douyu are comparable to the little fresh meatly thing under the beauty camera. With such a good foundation, why can't he go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Thank you for your patronage. Seeing Li Hansheng immediately agreed to take it, the boss rubbed his hands and showed the signature smile of a profiteer. And this time, the housing agency also called and said that he had found the house he wanted for Li Hansheng. He only needed to sign a contract and pay to move in immediately. Really, the ability is to be able to do whatever you want. The well-decorated room has all the water and electricity equipment, including network cables. Li Hansheng only needs to pack his bags and move in. I was busy installing all the computer equipment. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Call. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Li Hansheng breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing his work, his whole body suddenly relaxed, and he slumped down on the chair. I'm exhausted, but I can take a good rest. After sitting paralyzed for a moment, Li Hansheng sat up and took out his mobile phone. He wanted to go to places like the esports Louvre, the Hupu esports section, and Weibo to see if there was any news about yesterday's accusation that he was an actor. But when he just opened Weibo, what he saw was a message posted on RNG's official blog. After friendly consultation, the former M3 top laner and former world champion looper, Zhang Hengshuo, has ended his contract with the M3 team and officially joined the Royal Esports Club RNG team as a free agent. This is the official announcement that Looper has joined the team. And it was released today. Li Hansheng curled his lips. This is the card of the world champion. You don't need to look at the bottom to see the words of celebration from RNG fans. Can. Li Hansheng glanced casually, but saw comments like gloating about one's misfortune in the comments section. What's going on? He took a closer look at the bottom of this Weibo. Finally understand the reason. At the same time, we also want to announce another piece of news. The team's top laner noob, Li Hansheng, did not regulate his personal words and deeds in the rankings, which caused great damage to the club's image and also caused some controversy. In this regard, we have decided to cancel the contract with player Li Hansheng. Shows the club's determination to regulate players' daily words and deeds. This, obviously, he is criticizing himself and trying to please someone. But why could Li Hansheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, even wanting to smile? He was worried that what happened last night wasn't big enough and didn't attract enough attention. RNG is better. In time, he gave himself a god assist. Are you afraid that not enough dog fans know about this? Good. Very good. Very good. This is what San Xiao, who likes to keep diaries, indicated. Otherwise, the club would not deliberately issue such a grand statement when expelling a substitute player. Sudden. Li Hansheng felt that third young master was not that hateful. Even a little pretty? Chapter 8. Just traffic. We are professionals. Be an ordinary person. You were originally promised a main position, but you were kicked out just before the game started, and the official blog posted an announcement to disgust you. You must have been furious. But Li Hansheng is different. What's so disgusting about this? This brings him a lot of traffic. You deserve it. You can touch a puppy too? Puppy is a legendary player of the royal family. If RNG wants to inherit the name of the royal family, it must recognize Puppy's status. Otherwise, do they deserve to say that they are royal? Hey, it's a pity. When Puppy goes to QG, he still has to compete with HGI. He should have returned to RNG. That's right. RNG has a very strong lineup right now, and it's very suitable for Puppy to bring his talent back to RNG. Puppy plus Mata's bot lane? I can't imagine. Mata can win the championship with him. But together with Puppy, Can't we lead RNG to win 3 consecutive championships? Seeing these fans making all kinds of comments in the comment area, Li Hansheng just wanted to scream. He entered the system and took a look at the progress of the task. 7777/50W. Obviously, as the RNG official blog mentioned this matter again, last night's actor incident began to gradually ferment, and more dog fans continued to pay attention, which transformed into their own actual popularity. It seems that just knowing that this matter cannot be converted into popularity points, but that it requires continuous attention and even continuous comments like these people. Since RNG has given such a big gift, I feel a little embarrassed if I don't laugh at it. Li Hansheng thought for a moment and quickly figured out the traffic password that allowed him to quickly obtain black fans. Sleep. I haven't slept all night, and I have been busy all day today. This is no easier than being tortured by a rich woman with a rich woman's happy ball all night long. Even an 18-year-old boy can't stand it. The next day, Li Hansheng slept until almost noon before waking up. After ordering a takeaway and simply filling his stomach, he returned to his computer. Before the official launch, he still needs to use some other means to let more dog fans know about his launch. RNG's official announcement has an effect, but the effect will definitely not be too great. After all, most of the people who follow RNG's official blog are RNG's own fans. Even if there are occasional dog fans who pay attention, the number will not be too many. Find relevant Taobao stores. They spend a lot of money to let these internet trolls go to post bars, forums, Weibo and other places to promote their launch on Douyu. The keywords are former RNG top laner who played Uzi. This is just the first step. Later, Li Hansheng purchased about 30,000 popularity and barrage robots. Domestic live broadcast platforms are different from foreign ones. Foreign countries show the real number of live people in your live broadcast room, while in China, they are generally divided by popularity. Isn't there a funny thing? Someone calculated the approximate popularity value of the major live broadcast platforms during prime time, and came to the conclusion that the combined popularity of the major platforms is equivalent to more than half of the 14 people watching the live broadcast at night. Do you believe this data? Anyone who sees it will turn into Lu Yu and say a backhand. I don't believe it. Buying 30,000 popularity points should be within the acceptable range of Douyu. If you buy more, you will probably be warned by them. Li Hansheng is still a bit too conservative. It's not uncommon for a live broadcast room with a popularity of 20-30W to only have a few comments in half an hour. No matter what the situation is, I understand everything. After completing all these operations, Li Hansheng looked at the remaining balance on his bank card, which was only enough for him to eat takeout these days. Go! 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 Look at the actual results after tonight, and you will probably know whether I can complete the task within a week. At least from Li Hansheng's personal perspective. The trick of being black and popular and eating the traffic of black fans is absolutely feasible. After arranging all this, Li Hansheng specially went to the esports loo to have a look. Smashing it with real money does have an effect. There are already 2 posts on the homepage starting to set the pace. And the same is true on Hupu. The east wind has been borrowed, and he wants to make this fire burn brighter. It's a pity that it's only the fans of S6 who are offended. If it were the fans of S8, it can be easily completed in one day. But my nationality may not be guaranteed by then. If the S6 wants to hit the mark, it has to be the 7777. The popularity of LPL professional players is actually equated with the performance of their team. In the past 2 years of S5 and S6, EDG has swept the country. Even if the foreign war fails, the director is still the #1 player promoted by the LPL, and is extremely popular. It was just the outrageous performance on the S6 that made Tingjing choose to replace him. Many people don't know that in fact. In this year's S7, Tingjing was not promoting Uzi, but Xiaohu from the same team. It's S8's business to praise Uzi, especially after winning MSI. Tingjing's various operations have brought Uzi's popularity and traffic to its peak. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's start broadcasting. Li Hansheng came to Douyu to register an Anchor account, and it didn't take much time. I sent my room number and room link to the merchant on Taobao. Li Hansheng also started his own live broadcast. He thought for a while, and directly inserted the keywords into the title of his live broadcast room. The former RNG top laner noob, who was kicked off the team because he played Uzi. This is not a misfortune. Just let people know his identity. After all, Li Hansheng also took a special look. The day before yesterday, his Titan's K was dirty, causing Uzi to hang up and take a shower. In fact, it caused a huge backlash in related game forums. He wants the flow of dog fans to be just right. Guhiai's traffic flow should be matched even more. As long as there is traffic. Li Hanxing has no taboos. Anyway, he has already prepared the method to clear his name. What is this powder and that powder? When he wins the championship, it won't be a big deal. Because by that time, there will naturally be the largest number of champion fans to support him. It hasn't started broadcasting yet. And the live broadcast room just has a black screen. Li Hanxing had already seen several barrages passing by. Garbage Li Hanxing. Labor and management have to perform disco at the grave of Nima. Mix rice with Nima's ashes. And drive Nima's hearse to drift. My real name is Li Hanxing. The scum of esports. Get out of Douyu. MD. How dare a bad actor start a show? Who are you? Call me Go Yi. Send me your mobile phone number. And you can get 100 credit per person. Bamboo rats are on sale. Bamboo rats are on sale. 3 yuan each. 3 for 10 yuan. Seeing these familiar words floating by, Li Hanxing couldn't help but feel in a trance. As a time traveler, when he sees these air-specific products again, he can't help but sigh. Rice with ashes. Drifting hearses. Dancing on graves. Bamboo rat dealers. And issuing mobile phone numbers to recharge phone bills. These are all classic barrages from Douyu's early days. He carefully looked at the names of the accounts that posted the barrage. Now it seemed that most of them were barrage bots, with only a few live people. But it doesn't matter. It's only the afternoon now, and the real peak should be in the evening. Hey, let me see how big the fan traffic of S6 is. Li Hanxing chose to start broadcasting directly. Chapter 9. Putting aside the facts. You, Li Hanxing, are right. Just when Li Hanxing was about to start broadcasting, the major fan groups have also exploded. It was some dog fans who were diverted to Li Hanxing's live broadcast room who were talking about this matter in the fan group. Then human-to-human transmission began to occur. The speed of news diffusion increases exponentially, mainly because it seems that I went to play a training match today, and the broadcast was not started at night. So all the dog fans were in a state of homelessness. If you have nothing to do, you will naturally have free time to pay attention to other things, let alone closely related things. Can a person like this still broadcast live? They say that all TV is a garbage recycling station. I think Douyu is the biggest garbage recycling station. I laughed so hard. I played the role of a puppy, but was kicked out of the team. Now I am just a stinky dog who can only make some bad money through live broadcasts. Still want to rely on live broadcasting to make a comeback. Brothers, come with me to his live broadcast room and rush him. This stinky dog won't even have a chance to make money. Haha. This be Li Hanxing. Why do I think he is more suitable to work in the circus than to play professionally? He is just a clown. Go. 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 Brothers, go and attack him together. You must let others know the price of offending and insulting the puppy. That is, everyone should go to other groups and inform them. Li Hanxing must pay the price and let him know why the puppy is the world's #1 ADC. He is just a stinky dog that no team can find. It's hard for normal people to understand the thinking of fans. But what Li Hanxing wants at this time is for these people to keep thinking like fans. Thanks to the spontaneous publicity organized by fans, more and more dog fans know about this matter. Same. With so many dog fans discussing it, it naturally attracted a lot of passers-by and attracted a lot of attention from dog fans. More and more people knew about the matter between Li Hanxing and someone. The passerby fans simply wanted to watch the fun, while Gohei wanted to use Li Hanxing as a gunman and came over to watch Li Hanxing and the dog fans GYG. It would be terrifying if the traffic from the three parties converged. Even Douyu's top anchors also had barrage discussions in their live broadcast rooms. For example, Douyu Sancho, Diant, Urk, who specializes in harvesting the top brother, Timo, who has changed his head but has not completely changed it, even Douyu Sansa, and a hot woman with many sons in the host partition. There are people talking about this in the live broadcast room. It's a fight. It's a fight. It's really a fight with Li Hanxing. If you don't understand, just ask, who is Li Hanxing? Why do such giant babies have fans? Haha. I was at the scene that day, and I didn't think there was anything wrong with Li Hanxing. He was just a giant baby who had his head taken off. He took a few soldiers to take a shower and hung up after being unhappy. Did the puppy kill your own mother? The top laner's dirty AD troops, and K-Head can clean it up. The black puppy has to be dark enough. Right? Is it really embarrassing? Putting aside the facts, even if the puppy is wrong for hanging up, doesn't Li Hanxing the dirty soldier line and the K-head. Have no problem at all? Li Hansheng smiled crookedly as he watched the popularity of his live broadcast room rise rapidly. This barrage that fills the screen is even scarier than many live broadcast rooms that are moderately popular. It's a pity that 95% of the comments are about criticizing himself. Others may feel uncomfortable, but Li Hansheng doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. Li Hansheng, the scum of esports. Get out of Douyu. I'm just a stinky dog who was kicked out by RNG. How can I still have the nerve to broadcast live? Come on. Anchor. My real name support is for you to fight the giant baby to the end. Fans who are baiting dogs, please calm down. There is no guarantee whether your master will be able to play in the game this season. How can you still have the nerve to mock others? Good guy. How can this live broadcast room be more like a king's little brother than a king's little brother? It's so funny that even when the king's little brother comes, he has to accept defeat. It was as if Li Hansheng couldn't see the barrages spraying him. Instead, after coughing a few words, he smiled and said low like a normal person. Why? Can you hear me? Wow. I didn't expect so many good brothers came to support me on my first day of live broadcast. Thank you brothers for coming to support my live broadcast. Li Hansheng's operation. Those who trolled and those who didn't troll fell silent. Brothers? With the barrage all over the screen criticizing you. How could you still let the live broadcast go by like a normal person? When a normal person is being trolled like this, shouldn't they just get sulky, break through the defense, and then start confronting the barrage with explosive rhythm? Li Hansheng was so calm that it was outrageous. Dog fans are eager to see Li Hansheng's jokes and see his ugly behavior after breaking through the defense. As a result, Li Han's pressure did not break through at all. This gives them the feeling of punching cotton with all their strength. The more he behaves like this, the more unhappy those who type on keyboards and send barrages at him will become. Why are you acting like a normal person when I've been slandering you like this? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the faster I type on the keyboard. CNM? Are you SB? Who can tell that your father supports you? Isn't this guy out of his mind? Can't he understand elegant Chinese? Awesome. You really made me laugh. Brothers, don't mess up the formation. Keep spraying. Brothers, keep spraying. This SB is probably holding on. I want to see how long he can hold on before his mentality explodes. Li Hansheng's live broadcast is really relaxing. Other anchors have to rack their brains to design live broadcast effects to attract viewers to post comments. That's good for him. No need to do anything. No need to play games. Just sit in front of the computer and get countless comments. Certainly, it's not like he didn't speak at all. When you see that the number of barrages has decreased, that is when the dog fans are tired of spraying. Li Hansheng needs to speak up and add fuel to their fire. Are you guys tired of trolling me? Why don't you click follow or something first? If you want to troll me in the future, you can just come to my live broadcast room. Follow the live broadcast room and you won't get lost. Now that I think back to my behavior that day, I feel very guilty. My little K-head dirty behavior almost caused the puppy's mentality to collapse. I am guilty. If the puppy collapses, then it's a huge loss for LPL and a huge loss for Chinese sports. I almost ruined Chinese sports. So, everyone, hurry up and spray me more, so that I will feel less guilty. What he said seemed to be sincere, but looking at the mean look on Li Hansheng's face, he still wanted to laugh out loud from time to time. This really pissed off the dog fans. Are you kidding me about this? Brother, I'm hacking spraying you. Okay. It doesn't matter if you don't break the defense, but you still have this expression that makes you happier than winning 500W. What does it mean? Result: Li Hansheng hasn't broken through the defense yet. Those dog fans who were typing on keyboards and posting barrages were the first to break through the defense. Chapter 10. Are we too gentle? Or is he in his rebellious stage? Dog fans are really good at breaking defenses. They couldn't understand why Li Hansheng could still laugh. Very simple. Who among gamers has never trolled someone? When Li Hansheng gets angry while playing games, typing and trolling people in the game is no better than the content posted in these barrages. In the end, it's still a sentence. The mom on the internet does not refer to the mom in reality. It's just that when you are extremely angry and cannot directly punch you in person, you can only imagine an illusory existence. Don't look at the rude words online. But in reality, when meeting your mother inside, most of the normal reactions will be to say, "Hello, Aunt." In the final analysis, it is still a matter of mentality. In the face of many abuses, Li Hansheng still smiled and even expressed his sympathy for those who criticized him. Are you tired after spraying for so long? Do you want to get up and move around so that you have more energy to scold me next? It's impossible not to scold me. I almost ruined Puppy's career and almost ruined China esports. You can't just scold me so easily. It's best to mobilize more people to scold me. You must punish me, just scold him for being autistic. They seemed to be words of distress. But under such circumstances, Li Hanqing's words sounded so harsh in the ears of dog fans. In their eyes, all the words will be imagined. Li Hanqing said with contempt and disdain. That's it? Is this the dog fans' fighting ability? You can't even break through my buddy's defense. The yin and yang anger is often more maddening than the simple and crude trolling. Those Gohei and passerby fans who came to see the fun were also shocked. Looking at it made them all laugh. It was obvious that a large group of people were furious and wanted to break Li Hanqing's defense. However, Li Hanqing failed to break the defense. And the dog fans wanted to break the defense collectively. Even some less radical dog fans also sprayed and laughed, and couldn't help but post comments. Does this guy have a good attitude? Or is he really shameless? Are we too gentle? Or is this kid in his rebellious stage? How come he has been sprayed for so long and has no impact at all? He's just a stinky dog trying to impress people. The cloud is like this. Everyone, work hard and mobilize more people to spray this stinky dog to death. Doesn't he think we are not strong enough? Then let him see the fighting power of our dog fans. Hey, this guy is really cool. He's even tougher than the king's brother. If you go into the profession with this mentality, you might actually be able to make a name for yourself. Anchor, don't let us watch. Hold the rankings and let everyone see your strength. Li Hanqing is observing his popularity value in real time. On the taskbar. Originally it was 7777/50W. I've only just started broadcasting for more than half an hour. It has become 5W/50W. Which is too fast. If this matter continues to ferment, it is not impossible to directly break through the 100,000 popularity value tonight. Although there may not be such an increase in the future. But at least it shows that Li Hanqing's idea is not wrong. If you want to complete the system layout task of gaining 500,000 popularity points within a week, there is only one way to do it. That is to take the black and red route and eat the traffic of black fans, so as to achieve the purpose of completing the task. If it weren't for the reward for completing the task, Li Hanqing would not be happy to be criticized like this no matter how different his vision was from normal. It's not like you were born a bitch. Fortunately, he could always look accurately and find a few normal barrages among the abusive barrages on the screen. He immediately responded with a smile. The anchor is very capable. How high? These are normal barrages. And normal audiences are quite cooperative. Li Hanqing smiled and raised his hand above his head to gesture. It's as high as 3 or 4 stories. Having said that, he doesn't have much BB either. Opened his own game client directly. He couldn't play in the Korean server. Because after being kicked out of the team by RNG, his Korean super account was directly recycled by the people on the RNG side. So he could only use the national server account at present. Today I will show you the top branch of the national server. Fans of Puppy, don't run away. If I get Puppy again, you have to help Puppy and supervise me well. Don't make me unable to help but start the show again. Li Hanqing's provocation with such a playful smile resulted in more violent attacks and more violent barrage content from the dog fans. Anchor won't choose J8 Gangster Dashu or Titan again. Right. We don't want to see gangsters. In this barrage full of abuses, Li Hanqing admired himself for being able to accurately find 1 or 2 normal barrages mixed in and interact with them. Stop pretending. Let's show off. When the anchor takes out Sword Girl and Raven, you have to understand that the opponent's top laner will suffer. I'm not bragging that you let the 3 top laners in South Korea, Marin, Sumday, and Sem. It doesn't work. After bragging, Li Hanqing really started his ranking mode seriously. Of course, during the game, he did not forget to continue to stimulate the dog fans and let them keep posting barrages against him. At the same time, he also needs to taunt them to make them angrier and angrier, and then mobilize more people to send barrages to him, so that he can gain a steady stream of attention and popularity. After one night, after activating the system, Li Hanqing's strength has obviously been further improved. Such a wonderful operation, such as Massacre, succeeded in temporarily converting some passerby fans and original gangsters into the audience in his live broadcast room. Until 12 o'clock, Li Hanqing stretched his body, unscrewed the ice-cold Feijiai happy water on the side, and then took a big gulp. Quoll. He only drinks iced ones. Even in winter, Quoll without ice is like instant noodles without seasoning packets. Like discovering in the dead of night that a teacher's teaching video that has been treasured for many years has been deleted by mistake. The slight tingling sensation in the throat is the soul of happy water. I glanced at the progress in the taskbar again. 11W/50W. This has exceeded Li Hanqing's expectations. As long as there is no big decline in the future, he should be able to complete this task within a week. Gain the qualification to return to the professional team and compete in the LPL. Are you guys tired of spraying? You are welcome to add it to your favorites. I will broadcast live again at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone is welcome to come to the live broadcast room and spray me. You won't feel tired after spraying all night. Right. Isn't that the extent of your support for puppies? I suggest that if you are tired, you can also mobilize the true fans of the puppies around you to spray me. Spray me, the momentum must not stop. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that it was not me who was wrong, but the puppy? Whenever I see Li Hanqing's mean expression and his sinister tone, I feel disgusted. For the dog fans in the live broadcast room, the idea of giving up that just arose in their minds was immediately dismissed. Originally, they were really tired of scolding. As a result, when Li Hanqing said this, they were embarrassed to stop. If they really stopped, doesn't it mean that they don't support and like Uzi that much? This shows the benefit of Li Hanqing going out of his way to buy a barrage robot before the broadcast. Those real viewers who originally wanted to give up saw the barrage of trolling Li Hanqing passing by in the live broadcast room, and thought of so many like-minded friends who were still persisting. They simply gritted their teeth. Stick with me. This is a protracted war. They wanted to see when Li Hanqing would really break through the defense. Chapter 11. Not enough stamina. Brother Shuizi gives you warmth. The harder, the more fortunate. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is give yourself a pep talk. After washing, Li Hanqing stood in front of the sink and looked at himself in the mirror, stunned for a long time. MD! This is so annoying. If being handsome was a crime, I would have shot him immediately. Right. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Li Hanqing always feels that he is much more handsome just after taking a shower than before. After being narcissistic for a while, Li Hanqing returned to the dining table and enjoyed the takeaway lunch. High-end ingredients often require only simple cooking to produce delicious food. Just like the steaming bowl of malatang in front of Li Hanqing at this moment. Picking up your favorite tofu. The tender texture in your mouth is followed by the spicy and delicious flavor that stimulates your taste. Li Hanqing squinted his eyes and hummed a little tune. After eating pickles and rolled tofu, the emperor is no better than me. This is much more delicious than simple pickles rolled tofu. After finishing his meal and cleaning up briefly, Li Hanqing entered the system again to check his real-time popularity value. Before going to bed last night, it was 11W. But now, it has become 14W. This increase is quite amazing. It is estimated that when Li Hanqing was sleeping, the incident of being trolled during his live broadcast was posted online, causing more people who did not know the truth to learn about it. It turns out, even though S6 Tingjing is favoring Qi Jiang, and Uzi just suffered the biggest underestimation of his career during his OMG career last year, Uzi's popularity is still considerable. With the ID Uzi in the domestic League of Legends field, even those who don't know much about League of Legends will know who it is when they hear this ID. And as the incident slowly spreads, it is normal for Li Hanqing's popularity to continue to rise. He specially went to Station B to take a look. Many people recorded and uploaded the content of his live broadcast last night. The number of views and comments were exaggerated. Just ask if you don't understand? I haven't watched the barrage very much. As far as games are concerned, this anchor is very strong. Where is he stronger? The last strongest king is considered strong? You're laughing so hard. Isn't GSL brainless? You can kill pigs in the king's game and still chat and laugh with the barrage at the same time. Is this the level of an ordinary king? Don't be stupid. The keyboard warriors just don't want to get higher scores. As long as they want to. Isn't it possible for them to become the strongest king with their eyes closed? This kind of actor actually has a clean slate. Ha. I finally understand why the LPL has never been able to compete in the LCK. Having an audience like you is really the biggest sorrow of the LPL. I wonder if having a fan base like yours, GSL, is the biggest tragedy of the LPL? Li Hanqing plays the game well and captures it at a loss. He just wants to gain a few soldiers and uses 2 worthless heads to replenish equipment. Your family, the dog Gigi, hangs up to take a shower indiscriminately. Isn't this behavior 100 times more disgusting than that of an actor? Li Hanqing never imagined that someone would speak for him. No wonder they say one person is pink and the other is black. These people who speak for themselves are not necessarily their fans. And many of them even don't know who they are at all. They just objectively discuss the matter or are simply disgusted by the mindless behavior of dog fans. Afterwards, Li Hansheng briefly browsed major post bars, forums and other places, and found that there were indeed many people talking about this matter. Li Hansheng is indeed lucky. The main reason is that it is the end of the year and most students are already on vacation. Unfortunately, the LPL League has not officially started yet, and players who follow League of Legends are in a free period. If they don't play games every day, they can only boringly argue with people on the forum. Issues such as the division of historical status between Guangdong and Qinqiang. For example, putting aside his teammates, is Uzi's personal strength inferior to Imp? Piglet is AC***, who still remembers who he is. But the puppy still stands at the top of AD. Bang? It's just good luck that favored Faker and Marin. How can a mid to high puppy who is as strong as a puppy not win the championship? Brothers, calculate the time. Is it time for God's arrow to circle the earth and come back? But having such debates every day can make people feel bored. The sudden appearance of Li Hansheng gave these people something to do in their spare time. How great is it that Guhai and Gofan control each other while passers-by look at GYG? I still need to add more fuel today. Li Hansheng calculated that according to this progress, the system's tasks could be completed on the 4th to 5th day. At that time, he will say goodbye to Douyu for the time being. He wants to make a name for himself professionally. So how can he still stay in Douyu and be a little anchor who gets criticized? I still go to Taobao store. I guess you don't need to buy popularity today, but you definitely need to buy barrage robots. You should keep posting barrages to spray yourself over and over again. For those who come to the live broadcast room to troll themselves, it creates the illusion that there are many like-minded friends who are sticking together. And after dealing with these, Li Hansheng did not rush to live broadcast, but chose to play a few ranked games first. It's important to return to a professional team, but it's also important to improve your attributes. He is now completing tasks while accumulating more points, striving to increase his average attributes to 80 points before officially becoming a professional. After all, after 70 attribute points, you have to exchange 200 points for 1 point. After reaching 80, you will get 300 points. If you want to quickly improve your strength again, you have to earn points through professional competitions. It wasn't until almost 5 o'clock that Li Hansheng started the live broadcast again. Good guy. As soon as the live broadcast started, the number of scrolling bullets in the live broadcast room was already full. Li Hansheng showed a satisfied smile, and did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Good brothers, I'm here again! Please work hard and spray me today. Saying one sentence will result in even more violent spraying. The first 3 days were fine. But starting from the 4th day, Li Hansheng discovered something was wrong. At the end of the 3rd day, his popularity value stayed at 32W. But at 11 PM on the 4th day, his popularity was still at 37W, which meant that he had only increased by 5W on the 4th day. It would be okay if we can stabilize this increase in the next 3 days. But the problem is that there is a high probability that it will not be stable. And as the major teams have announced their official rosters one after another, the audience's attention has shifted back to the competition. Not to mention, in the final analysis, Li Hansheng's matter is not a big deal. Just a coincidence. There had just been an actor conflict with Uzi in the game, and the next day RNG issued a notice to expel Li Hansheng. Then Li Hansheng personally used some means to fuel the situation, which brought this matter to such a high level of attention. But that's all. It wasn't until the night of the 5th day that Li Hansheng's popularity had just exceeded 40W. In other words, the popularity value today is just around 30,000. The live broadcast room was not as lively as it was at the beginning. Li Hansheng couldn't help but frown when he looked at the basically unchanged popularity value. Those who had been persisting in the live broadcast room saw that Li Hansheng, who had always been smiling, finally changed his expression. I almost cried with excitement. Work harder, brothers. This stinky dog can't stand it anymore. I really thought this SB wasn't afraid of being sprayed. But now it seems like it's all just an act. Li Hansheng, labor and management are going to hire a song and dance troupe to dance at the grave of Dam. Then drive Manaturs to drift wildly. And finally raise the ashes of Dam. Do we really need to use that method? Li Hansheng also thought of this at the beginning. So he left an alternative route for himself. But he really didn't want to use that method until it was necessary. Just when he was hesitant, suddenly someone sent a message in the friends column. Do you, Jacklove, good brother? My brother is suffering from hemorrhoids tonight. Come and help him quickly. If there is a chance, he will definitely fight brothers with Anshui LOL. This wave of warmth is so timely. Chapter 12. Are you having trouble playing with your buddies? Ashui is considered a big anchor in Douyu's League of Legends section. The reason why his popularity has not increased is mainly because his live broadcast time is a bit erratic. And he has no intention of doing a good live broadcast. It feels like he is purely trying to complete the live broadcast duration task arranged by Douyu. But think about it the other way around. Even so, as long as he is willing to start broadcasting, so many people will watch it. It is also an intuitive way to reflect popularity. If you play in tandem with him, play seriously, and perform at a carry level, you should be able to attract a lot of popularity. Specializes in killing the superior dogs in the first area. Yes. Pull me. Good brother. Soon. Li Hansheng was in Ashui's queue. And then came to the YY channel. Ashui told him. Hey. Hey. Brother? Li Hansheng took the initiative to say hello. And then asked curiously. Why did you lose so miserably today? It's not like your style. He just took a look and saw that Ashui's record was basically negative. And the few games he won were difficult carries. When did the strength of the national server become so high? However, the top of the canyon has not yet appeared in the S6 period. District 1, the imperial capital of the domestic League of Legends, is indeed a representative of the highest level. Otherwise, a certain bug who ate Jace's bonus wouldn't be talking about being the first to win in S6 every day. Don't talk about it. It seems that the Korean server has stopped updating. Many professional players have returned to the Chinese server to play. It's very difficult to beat. Ashui complained. I just got a lesson from Deft. It's okay. Buddy, I'll take you flying. Li Hansheng laughed. Even if Marin comes, I'll beat you up. Then I'll lie down. Ashui also burst out laughing. At this time, many people from his live broadcast room may have come to Ashui's side. And many viewers from Ashui's side also came to his side. And the two sides were chatting with each other. Ashui joked. Brother, you are also awesome. Being criticized like this doesn't have any impact. Naturally, Li Hansheng would not let go of this opportunity to provoke those who criticized him. I can't help it. I almost let the puppy bear the blame for misunderstanding others. I am guilty. I almost ruined Huaxia Sports and let others criticize me. A spray is good too. No. Bro. Don't say that. I don't want to be criticized. Ashui didn't dare to take the issue and quickly changed the subject. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What is your name? Where are you from? After half a day of waiting in line, Ashui simply started chatting with Li Hansheng. Hey, doesn't your village have internet access? You don't even know my name. Li Hansheng was slightly surprised. For the League of Legends circle, his name Li Hansheng should be quite popular recently. Right. Damn. I really went back to my hometown a few days ago, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Ashui explained. Maybe there was a barrage that reminded him. But he realized it later and said, Oh, your name is Li Hansheng. Brother Hansheng. Brother Hansheng. Where are you from? Are you here to check your household registration? Li Hansheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother Hansheng? Don't worry. Wait a minute. Li Hansheng skillfully opened the music player and clicked on a familiar DJ song. Dude, he is a man with his own BGM. What do you want to ask? Ask again. Where are you from? Accompanied by the DJ's high-pitched music, Li Hansheng shook his legs and shook his head rhythmically. I'm from Huxiang Star City. Ashui was dumbfounded. The audience was also dumbfounded. Listen to this rhythmic and magical brainwashing melody plus the words spoken by Li Hansheng. Everyone in front of the screen subconsciously shook their legs. Even those who scolded him subconsciously paused for a few seconds when posting barrages. Ha ha. After being stunned for a moment, Ashui burst into laughter. It turns out we are old cousins. It turns out we are from Star City. No wonder you are so entertaining and talkative. You want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Li Hansheng also smiled. Live broadcast? Isn't it just for everyone to watch and laugh immediately? Li Hansheng's awkward behavior changed the atmosphere of the barrage in the live broadcast room a lot. It's broken. Brother Ming. What do I want to do in this live broadcast room? Gui! It's surprisingly exciting. Host. Can you do it again? I don't see that you, a stinky dog, is quite good at putting on a show. Brothers, what are you doing? Start spraying. If Li Han ascends to heaven, he will definitely ascend to heaven. Don't mess up the team. Keep spraying. Good job. Reward. Someone actually gave Li Hansheng a rocket. This really shocked Li Hansheng. Totally true love. Thanks to this brother for sending me the rocket. The game has begun. I will teach you this one seriously. Those brothers who spray me can also take a look if they want to learn. If they don't want to learn, just keep spraying to alleviate my sins. While talking, Li Hansheng and Ah Shui had already entered the selection interface. Very lucky. Li Hansheng is at 5L, and Ah Shui is at 4L. There will be no competition for seats in high segments. The lower the floor, the later you will get out. Fortunately, AD, in the top lane position, the advantage of playing late is much greater than playing first. But Li Hansheng is on the blue side. If the opponent's top laner is also 5L, that means he was countered. The rampant Silver Sword Lord, 2L, wants to be the mid laner czar, but he doesn't have the position to crash. Right? Futaha, anyway. 3L is the jungler, specialized in killing the superior dogs in the first area. 5L is the top laner. 4L is the AD. Can you assist 1L? Janchit Spuhin, 1L is a professional jungler, but can assist. Furuta, brother. Let me do it. I am in good condition today. The other party didn't reply right away, so he probably went to check up on Furuta's record. It took a few seconds for 1L to reply. Janchit Spuhin, okay. You go jungle. Is there anyone you want to ban or grab? I can help out first. This one's luck is really good. 4 of the 5 people got their positions. But Ah Shui may end up in jail in the bottom lane. In the top bottom lane game, the impact of support is too great. But considering that Ah Shui has never been very good at assisting, is this his fate? I took a look at his record. The support should be okay. It's really annoying. Why can't I meet professional support? Aguo started to complain. No way. The environment of the national server is like this. Those who are talented basically play C position. Who plays support? Top-notch high-scoring support is hard to come by. Then just pray that there won't be a professional bot lane combination on the opposite side. I believe in you. You can just beat ordinary people. Li Hansheng comforted with a smile. Li Hansheng also took the initiative to send a sentence. Specialized in killing the superior dogs in the first area, brothers. If you feel there is pressure on the lane, you can let me go first. I don't care. Just help me get the Sword Queen if I go first. No one responded. This is also caused by the special environment of the national server. Most of the high-ranking players in the national server are live broadcasters with unique skills. In the eyes of the unique skills brother, there is no version, no counter. Anyway, no matter what the situation, they will choose the hero they love. So it doesn't matter whether they will be countered or not. After my 1L team chose Titan, the opponent's 1 and 2L directly select Raven and Zed in seconds. Chapter 13 All-Star Game. The 3 major Ravens of Korean server. Raven. Zed? Just looking at the hero, it's really hard to guess who's on the other side. There are too many Raven players with top scores in the national server. But if you play Zed, there should be only one Zed who can appear in the top 50 strongest kings during this period. The robbery on the other side won't be Bao Sang. Right. Li Hansheng chuckled. There's a high probability that it's him. He's the only rob player in the top tier. Ah Shui and Li Hansheng had the same idea. There is no negative news about Bao Sang being played by that bad woman from 1998. He was not broken by the sentence in the video. Father with him or with me. His competitive state was at his peak. He actually accomplished the achievement of killing Faker alone. No one on Li Hansheng's side wanted to grab the hero. So he chose his hero according to the order of the floors at the beginning. The option returns to the blue side. 2. 3L directly showed the midfield combination of Czar plus Prince. And the opponent chose Easy plus Excavator. It was Li Hansheng and Ah Shui's turn to choose someone. Brother, I lost a lot of money today. I'm not in good condition. I'll choose a badass hero to play around with. You can take me to fly. Ah Shui said this, and immediately chose Han Bing. When League of Legends entered S6. In addition to the emergence of the ultimate talent system, the biggest change was the revision of the bottom lane. The changes in equipment and the adjustment of heroes directly caused the appearance rate of traditional critical strike shooters to be greatly reduced. Instead, there are shooters such as Han Bing, Jin, and Easy who focus on functional bottom lane. You've said so. Then I'll show you my signature, Li Hansheng said with a smile. On the road, women will fight women, and those with swords will fight with those with swords. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately locked the Wushwang Sword Princess. I long for worthy opponents. Familiar lines sounded. Fiona, holding a Western long sword and with a curvy figure, gave people a strong sense of oppression. Last year, GNG was still a hero that was almost impossible to appear in high divisions, and could only be used to torture people. The most classic one is Shiman Sword Girl, who can strike 5 swords per second, recruit 200 disciples, and contact my number 2. But since the heavy warrior version, Sword Princess was redone, the operability and upper limit of this hero have been greatly improved. This hero has also jumped from being a good player to a hero that can only be controlled by top laners. You, an actor bitch, can still play Sword Princess? No wonder you were kicked by RNG. If you don't practice playing the 3 Phantom Gods of Titan, Poppy, and Dashu, you are always worried about whether this bad swordswoman can become a professional? A top laner who doesn't know the 3 fantasy gods is not worthy of playing professionally in the LPL. Seeing Li Hansheng choose Sword Girl so confidently, the barrage in the live broadcast room began to ridicule again. However, Li Hansheng had no time to pay attention to them at this time. He was making final preparations for this game. In League of Legends during the S6 era, talents and runes were 2 independent systems, and both needed to be adjusted by oneself. Looking at the various types of runes embedded in the rune pages, Li Hansheng was quite touched, as it reminded him of the days when he worked so hard to save runes. During this period, jokes about being retaliated against by your ex-girlfriend and having all your runes melted occasionally appeared on the internet. In the S8 era, after the rune and talent systems are completely integrated, this kind of joke will completely become the tears of the times. Li Hansheng didn't deliberately prepare any special runes. He used standard general AD runes. Playing the passerby game itself is mainly about practice. There is no need to make it so formal. Some detailed rune fine-tuning will have to wait until the game. Red has 8 attack power plus 1 critical strike rune. Yellow has 9 armor. And blue has 6 cooldown reduction plus 3 mana regeneration. The magic resistance is basically useless against Raven. And the big essence has 3 attacks. Speed. It is Li Hansheng's personal habit to insert a critical strike rune into the rune page. This thing can give you just 1% critical hit when you go out. In the early stage of blood exchange or duel, once you are lucky enough to trigger a critical hit, the opponent will be overwhelmed. And the choice of talent. The national server is still in the preseason stage of S6. And the most powerful one in the new ultimate talent system is the one in the middle of the deception system, Thunder Lord's Decree. It is no exaggeration to say that in a basic game, 8 to 9 of 10 people will choose to bring this talent. The damage and CD of this talent on the US server have been, alright, weakened. But the Chinese server still has a lot of fun. But Li Hansheng did not choose this strong talent. Sword Princess is not suitable for this talent. And he did not choose the more popular War Zeal, but chose Immortal Grip in the defense system. The main hero, Sword Princess, does not rely on the damage increase brought by talent in the later stage. As long as she has equipment, Sword Princess will never lack damage. What Sword Princess needs is to be able to develop to the point where she has divine equipment. Facing a hero as flexible as Revan, it's unrealistic for you to fight him head-on. Use Immortal Grip to flexibly exchange blood for consumption, and also cooperate with passive to obtain a double blood return effect, giving you a stronger line reliance ability. He has recovery methods online, but Raven does not. This is his biggest advantage. As long as you make good use of this, the initiative in the lane will be in your own hands. Soon, you will enter the loading screen. The official matchup of the lineups of both sides has also been determined. On the road, Sword Girl versus Raven. Jungler, Prince versus Excavator. Middle, Zar versus Zed. Bottom lane, Ice plus Titan versus Bullhead plus Easy. At the same time, Li Hansheng also saw the ID of the other player. He didn't recognize most of them. But Zed's ID was indeed Bao Sang's howl new tearing heaven apart. Before Li Hansheng could speak, over there, Ashui shouted first. Holy shit! It's so hard to win this game. Against the All-Stars. The top laner is the Shy. The jungler seems to be the factory director. The middle laner is Bao Sang. And the AD seems to be Ma Ge. Shy? Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. At this point in time, the Shy is still officially an anchor in Wii, but he is already quite popular, and has the reputation of being one of the 3 major Ravens in the Korean server. The real opportunity for Chinese server players to get to know him was when the Shy made a tutorial video on how to farm Leopard Girl. It was level 4 in 3 minutes, which shocked everyone. Brother Ma is an old thief from Sima, and a former gangster we bar star. Factory director? Good guy. I feel comfortable on the road with this one. Li Hansheng gloated. Who doesn't know that my factory director never catches me? It seems that this guy can concentrate on landing. MD. I'm so hacking miserable. Ashui was in despair. Who doesn't know that the words, catching down, and catching down the lane, have almost been integrated into his blood, engraved into his DNA, and become an instinct for his game. AD players who are in the same team as the factory director will feel happy. But if they are opposite the factory director, on 100 ways to catch AD to death, the director will show it to you in minutes. It's okay. I will win this one. Li Hansheng consoled him. Brother, Shai is very powerful. I have encountered the top 3 ravens in Korean servers. They are much better than those raven brothers in China. This person's operation is very scary. Ashui reminded seriously. Don't underestimate him. Don't worry. Li Hansheng just smiled. He still doesn't know how powerful Feshi's operation is, single-handedly changing the entire LPL region's perception of top laners. Starting with him, top laners who can't play carry roles have almost disappeared in the entire LPL. It would be an understatement to say that he directly changed the LPL top lane ecology of domination. Parentheses, it was the Shai before I was addicted to long hands and short hands. And before I got sick. It just depends on how I operate it. It's just the top 3 ravens in the Korean server. I'm the best swordwoman in the world. Chapter 14 Sword Duel. Details changed. The gold content of this game is too high. It's really disgusting. I just want to get some points by messing around. But why is it so difficult? Ashui was still wailing. His own support was filling in. And he was facing 2 top professional players. Sima Old Thief plus Factory Director. It's simply the beginning of HL difficulty. For people like him whose prefix is Doyu. The contracts they sign basically include one clause. That is, the bonuses they receive are linked to their rankings. Although Ashui broadcasts Salted Fish live. But who can have trouble with money? It's great to win a game like this, isn't it? Li Hansheng was a little excited. This is all about popularity. When the director was in S6, he was the absolute top player in LPL. Since EDG established the team in 2014, it has won 3 LPL championships, and even defeated its powerful rival SKT at MSI in 2015 and won FMVP. Although EDG was eliminated in the S5 World Championship, and was beaten 4-0 by Fnatic, which was almost humiliating. The fans' firepower did not tilt towards the factory director. More fans are complaining about San Xiao, who loves to write a diary, and Jean Chuaning deft. The director is at best discouraged by the trolls. He chooses be barrel and dare not start a team, forcing General Pawn's card to flash to start a team. Now even Uzi can't compete with the director in terms of popularity. By defeating the factory director in rank, wouldn't he gain the popularity he needs most right now? MD! Isn't this the system digging a hole? I defeated the factory director. And then the factory director took a liking to me and recommended me to the team? It's really possible. Koro 1 and EDG have been unable to repair their relationship since they broke up last year. But they don't have a serious substitute top laner, so they can only reluctantly continue to use Koro 1. As for Mouse, he is still listed as a mid laner and has not been transferred to the top laner. Go to EDG? Li Hansheng is really curious. If he goes to EDG, will he be transformed by EDG into their shape? Or will EDG be forced to adapt to his own shape? Soon both sides entered the Summoner's Rift. Do you, Jacklove, director? Don't get in the bottom lane this time. Brother Ma and I are under a lot of pressure in the lane. Clear love, it depends on the situation. Futaha, director. Go to the bottom lane for military training. Don't come to the jungle to mess with me. Do you, Jacklove? Are you talking human language? As usual, everyone's chat channel will be very lively when this kind of all-star game starts. It seemed that the factory director and Ashui were old acquaintances. 2. Ashui has long been in the eyes of major professional teams. Almost all teams are thinking of inviting him, including EDG. Li Hansheng was naturally not far behind. He thought for a while, then smiled and tapped the keyboard. Specializes in killing superior dogs in Area 1, director. I am your fan. It is still the early days of S6. And this sentence is not lethal enough to the factory director. After all, the factory director has not yet experienced the fear of being kicked by his fan, the Brazilian monk. Compared to S5, I'm just a coward and don't dare to join a group. The director of S6 is truly a war criminal. Every mistake is a classic. The blind monk missed RQQ and hit a classic 43.96. He was beaten by the Brazilian fans from the wild card round. And the horse stepped on the flying arrow. Faced with Li Hansheng's interaction, the factory director did not remain silent and pretend to be cold, but responded. Clear love, happy face, come on. After a brief friendly exchange, both parties' attention returned to the game. Li Hansheng did not follow his teammates to cause trouble. What to do? There is a czar and a prince in the middle, and in the middle. Both of them are pure trash at first level. Fortunately, the other's fighting ability is actually average, and neither of them has the will to cause trouble. After a cursory glance at other situations, Li Hansheng returned to the road. He deliberately avoided the bushes and did not take the river. Instead, he took the longer route and walked on the line. Raven will definitely get stuck on Q and go online. And if the grass takes advantage of her, she will definitely lose money. Soon, as the troop swine went online, the two sides also officially met on the top road. Brothers, don't be too hasty when playing Raven at the beginning. The opponent will definitely get stuck on Q and go online. So we have to. Li Hansheng was teaching. The next second, halfway through his words, he took the lead. The reason is very simple. The flaw in Raven's body has been brushed directly under the character model, which is the front of Li Hansheng. Naturally, he will not miss this opportunity. A big factor in whether Sword Lady can take the first move is to see where the flaw is refreshed, so that it is not convenient for her to take the first move. Q Air Breaking Slash was the first to attack, piercing the flaw with a slender western sword in his hand to gain an acceleration effect. He didn't retreat, but forced himself to face Raven with a question mark. The entire live broadcast room was filled with question marks. You said you shouldn't be in a hurry, but ended up going up there yourself? Almost at the same time, Raven's counterattack also came very quickly. He played 2Q, Dance of Broken Wings, with his backhand, and skillfully added a flat A to each skill process to hit the extra damage of the passive, Rune Blade, which is commonly known as Lightspeed QA. Lightspeed QA is the essence and soul of Raven. At this time, Sword Girl also went around to his side and broke the second flaw. This time, the effect of Immortal Grip was also triggered, and the damage exploded. Just when GNG was about to make another basic attack, Raven directly released the third Q at an oblique angle, directly knocking it into the air plus interrupting GNG's flat A. Raven himself did not try to tie A, but decisively chose to retreat. After exchanging blood, Sword Princess made a little profit by relying on the double recovery effect of Flaw plus Immortal Grip. Li Hansheng narrowed his eyes and praised. The Shy is indeed one of the top 3 Ravens in the Korean server. The details of the blood exchange are really good. Is this still a boast? I'm wondering if Raven's Q was placed crookedly the third time, so he couldn't hit the Lightspeed QA? Does this deserve to be called the 3 great Ravens of Korean server? It's not as good as the black and white Ravens. It seems that Ruewon in the Korean server is really good. He is not even qualified to carry shoes for the Chinese server. It is indeed difficult to expect the silver and gold players in the barrage to understand this level of landing game. Li Hansheng immediately took the initiative to explain. It's not that Raven made a mistake. He can't draw the A after the third Q. If he cuts it with that knife, he may gain a little health on the surface, but then he will be slapped in my face. In terms of continuous combat ability at level 1, if so, I must be better than Raven. My Q skill CD was immediately restored just now, and I will be able to hit the third flaw when the time comes. Will Raven take the lead and fight me? Raven is not just pursuing Lightspeed QA. The third Q of this hero cannot be used just for output. Instead, like the Shy, he must cleverly use the knock-up effect of the third Q. After Li Hansheng explained it this way, players with a little bit of game understanding can probably understand what he means. If Raven wants to fight Sword Queen well, she must get to level 3, have 3 small skills, and use her powerful flexibility to exchange blood with Sword Queen. A head-on confrontation with the Sword Lady at level 1 is tantamount to courting death. When Li Hansheng took the lead at level 1, Shy managed to come back. Being able to exchange blood like this is enough to prove his power. The control of details and the psychological game are excellent. It's interesting. This pairing is the most interesting to play. Li Hansheng laughed. It's the most exciting to beat such a top player. After the skill entered CD, Deshi's distance was controlled very well, and there was no distance or opportunity for Li Hansheng to use his Q to gain blood. He is indeed a man who is good at long-handed top laners. The sense of control at this distance is really no worse than those of top ADC players. Chapter 15. A real man should kill alone 1v1. The two people on the road have been moving back and forth, trying to reach the extreme distance to pull each other and deceive each other's skills. When they saw the melee soldier with residual health, both of them stepped forward immediately. The audience thought that the two men would choose to replenish their troops, but in the end, both the Shy and Li Hansheng ignored the melee soldiers with residual health beside them. The Sword Girl directly abandoned the melee soldiers and hit Raven with a flat A, followed by a direct Q at a small angle, just piercing the flaw on Raven's right side. After gaining acceleration, Sword Princess immediately tried to distance herself from the opponent. This kind of AQ is also GNG's usual way of exchanging blood in the lane. And this kind of sidestepping Q can be regarded as a small skill of GNG. But it is extremely practical. Comparable to Raven's light speed QA. Raven directly uses Q to replenish troops. Each section of Raven's Q, Dance of Broken Wings, is a small-scale AoE damage. When it replenishes the minions, the AoE also touches the Sword Queen and triggers the passive Rune Blade. However, GNG used acceleration to open up a position, and Raven could only force a second stage of Q to catch up. He and GNG exchanged A, and then hit Q3 at an oblique angle to interrupt GNG's basic attack. Action. However, because Sword Queen's second basic attack triggered Grasp of Immortality and the blood recovery from the Q flaw at the beginning, Sword Queen's health volume still had an advantage, and Raven suffered a small loss. In Theshi's live broadcast room, he was habitually paralyzed. After 2 consecutive waves of blood transfusions failed, he could not help but frown slightly and muttered a few words. The translator in the live broadcast room ignored those few words. The meaning of Shiba is to translate the following words. The details of this sword woman are very strong, and her health is at a disadvantage. You have to be careful next time. Excuse me, Miss Translator. Can I fall in love with you? Don't think we can't hear those few lines of Shiba. The idea of Sword Lady be across the way looks familiar. Who is she? Li Hanxing also praised the shy brothers. Ruewen on the opposite side is really strong. You should be able to tell from the blood exchange just now. Right. Forget it. I guess you can't understand it either. I'll give you a key word to understand on your own. Attack distance. That's right. That's the attack distance. Sword Lady's attack range is 150 yards. But Raven only has 125 yards. Although it only has a range of 25 yards. Top players can use this 25-yard distance to do tricks. Li Hanxing originally wanted to use the longer range to draw first, and then use the edge Q to break the gap and cancel the basic attack and swing, and directly open the distance to get an AQ. If Raven is like him and wants to grab a basic attack first, then there is a high probability that before Raven can make a basic attack, Sword Princess will have already taken advantage of the range to hit AQ first and widen the distance. As a result, Raven started with Q, and then pursued with Q in the second stage, which gave Raven the capital to exchange blood. Although Raven still suffered a huge loss due to blood exchange. But compared to being raped by Sword Lady for nothing, at least Raven managed to stop her losses in time. Li Hanxing said this, and the barrage was not happy. Do you think that with my level and understanding of the game, I can understand everything through these 4 words? Anchor. Anchor. Are you too interested in the brothers who are doing the barrage? Nima, why don't you just be the Riddler with me? CNM, the Riddler must die. Brothers, this guy still hasn't been criticized enough. Let's start walking in a queue. Li Han ascended to heaven on the spot and was buried in the grave. When both sides reached level 2, Raven became even more wretched. Whether you learn W or E at level 2, Sword Queen has the ability to slow him down. Once she is stuck to Sword Queen, she will most likely be beaten up again, or even directly killed alone. If the opponent didn't give him a chance, there was nothing Li Hanxing could do. But he also gained a certain degree of line power. Looking at the time, it was almost 2 minutes and 50 seconds before he came to the river and lowered his focus. He did not foolishly focus on the river grass, but placed his eyes on the river near the big dragon pit and the triangular grass on the upper road. The opposite jungler is an excavator. If the excavator comes to gank, there are many routes. If he focuses on the grass in the river, then he will not know the situation on the other side of the triangular grass. The excavator can stand in the triangular grass and jam the wall E to come to him. If he is placed in the triangular grass, the excavator can directly E down from the Dalong pit and take a detour to gank. If the ward is placed like this, the excavator's path to gank can be blocked to the greatest extent. Although the factory director doesn't like to catch him, he still needs to be on guard. With the frequency of blood exchange between him and Shy in the early stage, any jungler who sees it will want to give it a try. The junglers of both sides are brushing from the bottom up. Now they have just finished getting the red buff and are deciding on their first wave of gank plans. The factory director glanced at the top lane. As a professional jungler, he maintained a good habit of cutting the screen. It's not as abnormal as Faker's, who cuts 10 times a second. But the frequency is still not low. The midfielder is the most important position to cut the screen, especially the jungler. You need to always observe the alignment situation of the 3 lanes to decide your subsequent gank plan. The factory director discovered from the beginning that the battle on the top lane was extremely fierce. And he also discovered through cutting the screen that Sword Princess went to the river to gain vision. So he didn't want to go there at all. The prince wanted to go on the road and give it a try. Furuta, brother. Has Raven done anything? Specialize in killing the superior dogs in the first area. It's done. Brother. Go to other roads. The audience was watching Li Hansheng's first-person perspective. And they didn't quite understand why Li Hansheng said that on purpose. Li Hansheng explained. On the road. You should play 1v1 solo kills. What's the point of calling the jungler? That being said, after both sides reach level 3, the initiative to exchange blood will change hands. Raven became very proactive. It started with a small QWA routine of no-injury blood exchange, and then immediately E plus second stage Q to open the distance, giving Li Hansheng no chance to fight back. No way. Raven's W skill, Soul Calming Roar, has almost no hand movement. If you want to watch the hand-raising movement and rely on reaction to control the W rebound, it is almost impossible. Even Faker, who claims to be able to physically sense the 5 ms delay gap, can't do it. He could only rely on prediction. But Li Hansheng didn't expect that the Shy would be so fierce. In this way, the Shy recovered a lot of health. Both of them had about half health. They both chose to knock off the blood bottles at the same time to recover. This is the way to go. It's all close combat. And the blood value will be full. Either you die or I die. Soon. Li Hansheng counterattacked. Because the flaw has been exposed on the front again. He directly sent Q to stab the flaw. And then directly A plus a piece of E. Using a piece of E to slow down Raven. Raven's reaction was also very fast. He still directly QWA'd and hit a backhand. And then immediately reversed E. While gaining the shield. He did not give the Sword Girl a chance to get behind him to break the gap. But because of being slowed down by Sword Queen's E, Raven couldn't distance herself. The two sides exchanged A again. But this time Sword Queen's flat A critical hit plus came with Immortal Grip, while Raven's I did a QA, which resulted in a slight loss. At this time, the deceleration effect disappeared, but Sword Princess still continued to pursue. If it had been before, Raven would have definitely knocked away Sword Girl in Q3, and then used the opportunity to pull away. But now the Shy doesn't dare, because Sword Princess is still holding her W in her hand. The animation effect of the third animation of Raven's Broken Wings dance is so obvious that it doesn't even require a professional player. A normal person's reaction can be blocked with W. After resisting GNG's flat A again, Raven did not fight back this time. Sword Princess froze on the spot because of this attack, and Raven took advantage of the situation to distance herself. Seeing the distance between the two sides widening, the Shy habitually used the third Q and smashed towards the back. Li Hansheng laughed when he saw this scene. Originally, he was already thinking about retreating and considering whether to jump over the tower and kill the Shy. Unexpectedly, the Shy actually took the initiative to give me a chance. At the moment when Raven's third stage Q jumped up high and hit the ground, buzz, Sword Princess instantly turned into a golden light and moved to Raven's side. The Western longsword in his hand was held across his chest in a blocking posture. W, Lawrence Heart-Sharp Knife. This is too sudden. So much so that the Shy didn't react at all. As the animation of Raven's Broken Wings dance fell, the Sword Princess was not knocked away. Instead, Raven was stunned in place by the reflection of the invisible sword energy, and the location where Sword Lady flashed was behind Raven. The sword energy reflected by W just pierced the flaw behind Raven, causing Raven's health to bottom out. Another flat A cut, continuing to lower Raven's blood volume. Then make a Q diagonally, pierce the flaw directly below plus hit the extra damage of Immortal Grip. Raven's health bar was instantly cleared. With a scream, it turned into a corpse on the ground. First blood. A blood. What am I talking about? A real man should kill 1v1 solo on the road. Call him a jungler? Do I need a jungler? Li Hansheng shouted excitedly. After various psychological games with a top laner like the Shy, the solo kill was completed. The sense of accomplishment brought by pure menu killing is so different. Cool is just one word. It's simply more exciting than carrying out an air defense mission. Chapter 16. 4 breaks in 1 second. Another solo kill. No one expected that the junglers on both sides had not even had time to make the first wave of gank attempts. Blood has already broken out on the road. But it's normal. The road is a life and death confrontation with full blood value. What the HL? Brother Hansheng, you're so awesome. different from the habits of many ADC players. Accusations may have played too much Draven, and he especially likes to fight in the early stage. Most ADC players basically don't switch screens, but focus on operations and replenishing troops. Accusations was different. He likes to cut the screen to observe the situation on the minimap, so as to judge in advance where a small-scale collision in the wild area may break out, and then support it as soon as possible, even abandoning the troop line when necessary. Gui, I thought you were bragging before, but now I'm really bragging. Calm down. Calm down. It's just a basic operation. Isn't it just a matter of skill? Li Hansheng responded in a cool and calm manner. If you don't show off after a solo kill, when are you going to show off? Although Li Hansheng said it was so easy. In fact, from the beginning of the landing to this wave of solo kills, the various psychological games between him and Shy, and the details of blood exchanges were terrible. Countless details were piled up to allow him to seize this opportunity for a solo kill. Such a wonderful single-kill operation made the barrage in Li Hansheng's live broadcast room more and more lively. Is this the top order that RNG doesn't want? Will RNG regret it? 30 years of Hedong. 30 years of Hashi. Hee hee. Look forward to the first-hand Anchor returning to the professional arena to beat RNG. Okay? Anchor. Stop pretending. Your last name is actually Xiao. Right. That's it? 10% off water bottles from the top 3 Korean server ribbons? Jonji TV. In Theshi's live broadcast room. Looking at the screen that had turned into black and white, the Shy, who was originally paralyzed, actually smiled after being single-killed. There was no forced explanation for being singled out, nor was there any incompetent rage. Shy just laughed a few times and then said a few words, and the translator girl translated in real time. The sword girl player on the opposite side is very strong, even in the Korean server. He should be among the top laners. He seized the only opportunity. It was a bit difficult for me to beat him next. The operation of this sword lady is really terrifying. Even though I am a veteran sword lady player, I may not be able to perform this operation. You are the king of S1 skateboard shoes. Right. The Sword Princess only revised the God Tiamwanba Sword Princess player last year. Huh? Is the Anchor really Korean? At this time, shouldn't he say that the excessive delay caused his own operational errors? It's unfair. Apply for a rematch. The idea of the top laner on the opposite side seems to be RNG's top laner. Professional player? It wouldn't be embarrassing for Shybao to lose to a professional player. I just like the humble attitude of the Shy, compared to those who insist on speaking harshly when being singled out. Can't they openly admit their mistakes or the other party's strength? After resurrecting, the Shy immediately chose to directly TP the minions back to the lane. Reduce the experience loss caused by death as much as possible. It doesn't matter if you have a slight economic disadvantage in the early stage of placing an order. As long as you don't lose the level, you will have a chance to come back. What's more, in order to make up for the disadvantage in the lane, the Shy bought another Dolan. The all-round attribute improvement brought by double Dolan, coupled with the fact that this is his strong period, is enough for him to not fall behind in the line after being single-killed, and still have the capital to exchange blood and compete with Li Hansheng. The good news is that he didn't lose much experience, and Li Hansheng, who came back from TP, had an extra pickaxe on him. From the perspective of attribute improvement, the combat power improvement brought by the 875 pickaxe is not as good as the 475 Dolan sword. After all, the pickaxe only adds attack power, while the Dolan sword adds an additional 80 health points in addition to attack power. 80 health points is equivalent to being able to resist a little more damage from normal attacks in the early stage, which can greatly increase the fault tolerance rate of the fight. The reason why he was anxious to buy 875 was simply because Li Hansheng was anxious to make Tiamat. Sword Princess is similar to Raven. With Tiamat, she can greatly increase her operating limit. After all, Tiamat can be integrated into skill combos, and can also be used to cancel the backswing of skills and basic attacks to enhance her own burst. And it can also bring the clearing ability that Sword Princess lacks most. Brothers who feel that their skills are average, don't learn how to dress up like me after killing the opponent alone, unless you think you have the skills of a host. Li Hansheng is still teaching seriously. The way I dress up actually gives the opponent a chance. Yes, actually the best choice is to buy another Dolan sword like him, and then buy an iron sword. In fact, there is another meaning that Li Hansheng did not explain clearly. If he also forcibly plays Shuang Dolan, the Shy will know that he can't fight, so he will naturally be a little timid. But at this time, he bought a pickaxe. which gave the Shy the possibility and opportunity to operate it. With Theshi's character, he would definitely try to operate it. The game League of Legends. When you have the idea of killing the opponent alone, it means that you also have to bear the risk of being counterkilled by the opponent's operation. This is conspiracy. Even if the Shy knew that Li Hansheng was seducing him and took the initiative, he would still take the bait. There is no counter or restraint relationship between Sword Princess and Raven. Whoever wins and who loses depends purely on the operation. He has already killed the Shy alone once. If the Shy does not try to operate back, the gap between the two will only slowly widen. After all, the Shy is not the kind of character who would rather do nothing than make mistakes. Really, when he saw Li Hansheng replenishing troops, the Shy saw the flaw in his back, and immediately took the initiative to Q to connect with A. This time, he did not use QWA's damage-free blood exchange combo. If you fix your own path for blood exchange, it will be predicted and cracked by Li Hansheng. A master must constantly change his moves so that the opponent cannot predict his next move. Sword Princess also immediately backhand directly A plus Q on the spot, and then A plus E to counterattack. Raven also played the second QA at the same time. Just when GNG's second E's critical hit equaled A, Raven directly hit the third Q, and Sword Girl immediately turned to W to block, and Li Hansheng also deliberately predicted to block sideways and downwards. As a result, Raven turned E upward and used the displacement to avoid the sword energy reflected by the Sword Princess. This time, it was Raven who made the profit through the blood exchange, because Sword Princess was unable to create a loophole. The two sides had already distanced themselves before Grasp of Immortality was triggered. It seems that he is indeed murderous towards me. The corners of Li Hansheng's mouth raised slightly. After taking a look at the experience bar, he concluded that the time for the Shy to take action was at level 6, because he has no flash. But Raven still has flash. The CD difference of the summoner's skills is where Raven can operate. In fact, this game was not only fierce on the top lane, but also fierce on the other two lanes. The prince attacked in the middle, and a second EQ rushed towards Zed. Zed used W to dodge it, but Gu Teo reacted quickly and dodged in the last time. A beautiful wave of EQ dodge knocked Zed away. The Tsar directly moved over with WEQ from a very long distance, commanding the sand soldiers to poke wildly, and dodge, but was killed by the Tsar after dodging and followed up with 2 rounds of flat A. And the factory director came to his favorite bottom lane. He first used E to drill into the lower half of the blue square in the Xiaolong pit, and then took a detour to the triangular grass. At this time, the bottom lane happens to be in a vacuum of vision. He got directly stuck in the wall and reached the rear. Tai Tang could only sell himself in exchange for the opportunity for Ashue's ice to run back into his own defense tower. But Ashue was still forced out of the flash. Once the ADC like Han Bing loses its flash, it is like a moving 300 pieces in the eyes of the excavator. MD! Did you agree not to arrest me? The factory director went too far. Ashue was a little depressed. It's okay. Just lie down now. If you say I'm going to see, I'm going to see. The exchange of blood on the road is still very intense. But Li Hansheng's response was pretty good, and he didn't let the Shy take too much advantage. Both sides maintained around half health, which was already the killing line for both sides. Only one chance left. It's almost level 6. The Shy took the lead and got into the online grass. He knew very well that there were no eyes in the online grass, so he could hide in it and quietly reach level 6, using flash to catch Li Hansheng off guard. Because of several waves of active blood exchanges, and the fact that Raven's Q and W both deal AoE damage, Raven is the faster lane pusher on the top lane. Therefore, even if he was killed once, Raven's experience bar was in sync with Sword Princess, along with the natural death of the soldier. There was a flash of golden light. The Shy and Li Hansheng reached level 6 at the same time, and there were more minions on the red side. It just so happened that the distance between Sword Lady and the grass was just at the extreme position. Raven reached the extreme edge of the grass. Directly start ER and flash W. Use the E skill to cancel the back swing of the R skill and move the only distance forward plus the flash distance just enough for Raven to come to Sword Princess and hand over W. Soul Calming Roar. Ha! Zheng! Raven's operation was very fast. For ordinary viewers, in almost a blink of an eye, Raven in the grass came to the Sword Queen's side. However, Li Hansheng was on guard for a long time, or he deliberately gave Raven the distance to attack him first. Hand over W, Lawrence Hard Eye Knife, with your backhand. The reflected sword energy directly stunned Raven, and then he used the R skill instantly. The next second, 4 flaws appeared next to Raven. Use level A to pierce the hole on the right side. Use acceleration to reach the top and open E to get the attack speed bonus to make the second cut. The animation after the flaw directly above had just been triggered. And Sword Princess directly used Q, breaking slash, to move to the lower left of Raven. Sword Princess Q's judgment range is very wide. It is obviously at the junction. But it automatically judges that the flaw on the right side has been destroyed. After breaking 3 flaws in a row, the Sword Princess moved half a step laterally, and then directly slashed out with a Immortal Grip and the second level E critical hit, and also broke the 4th flaw directly below. Really 4 breaks in 1 second. Raven, who was stunned on the spot, didn't have time to fight back, and the health bar above his head was instantly cleared. Turned into a corpse again. Chapter 17, Even Q can make Q crooked. This time, Ashui predicted the battle on the top lane in advance and shifted the camera to the top lane. I saw Sword Lady's ghostly figure shuttle back and forth, and all the flaws in Raven's 4 directions were broken. Ha ha, Brother Hansheng. Your operation is so smooth. Dove should ask you to be its spokesperson. Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment at first, and then he realized. You're also trying to be awkward with me. Right. Hee hee. Brother Hansheng is so strong. He's already lying down. Roll, roll, roll. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes, and then he still did not forget to teach the barrage. This time, I admit that I am gambling. At this time, he was very lucky that he was not too obsessed with rewarding himself and did not conduct air defense missions every day, which caused his reaction attribute value to stay at 85 points. If it had been someone with a slower reaction just now, it would have ended differently. Once again, he was single killed by his opponent. The Shy still showed his signature honest smile. This person has a good mentality. As you can tell by watching the Shy live broadcast, he is really enjoying the game, and his mentality will not be affected whether he wins or loses. The translation lady also translated in real time and synchronously. It's broken. I can't beat it at all now. I can only hope that my teammates will help me kill the Sword Lady once so that I can have a chance to operate. The Sword Lady opposite is really strong. The S6 season is far from the damage overflow version of later generations. The ability of all heroes to deal damage is not that good. The disadvantaged side will suffer from insufficient damage. It is not like the mythical equipment version. Obviously you have single killed the opponent 2 to 3 times in the line. But as long as you make one mistake and you are caught, it is still possible to be killed by the opponent alone. The barrage is constantly teasing. Excuse me? Can't the host afford a color screen at home? Show us a black and white screen every day. Right. Unfair. Unfair. The anchor is playing the game with a ping of 40. I suggest a rematch. That's what I like about Chung Lu. She has a really good attitude. Can you tell me who the sword woman opposite is? Promote civilization and establish new trends. 6324 rush forward. Returning to the line. In order to better rely on the line, the Shy purchased burning gems to further increase his blood volume. Not to mention that the burning gems can be synthesized into black cuts later, and can provide the cooldown reduction attribute that Raven needs most, which is cost-effective extremely high. What about Li Hansheng? Not only did he take out Tiamat, but he also took out the small wooden hammer directly, creating a virtual crushing of equipment. The Shy breathed a sigh of relief. If the Sword Lady comes out of Tiamat, she won't be able to control the line. If she just hides under the defense tower, she won't be unable to develop. This is also the reason why Li Hansheng is anxious to leave Tiamat first. Sword Princess is different from Raven. If it is Raven on the dominant side, because he is very flexible and has a shield. He has a powerful instant burst, so he can kill under the tower. Sword Queen's instant burst is not good. The blood exchange ability under the tower is also limited, and the special terrain under the defense tower will block Sword Queen's flaws. This level of equipment leadership is not enough to support him carrying the defense tower to kill the full-blooded Raven, unless he calls the Jungler. But Raven is no longer valuable, so it's not cost-effective to call the Jungler. Li Hansheng still misses the tap mechanism. If there is a tap, even if Raven's head is worthless, he can still get a lot of economic income by calling the Jungler to kill him and eat the tap. But now it's the early days of S6. Let alone Tappy. Even the mechanism of First Blood Tower bounty has not yet appeared. By making Tiamat, you have the right to push the line. After quickly pushing the lane, whether Li Hansheng roams to support his teammates or invades the jungle to eat the opponent's jungle economy, it is a good way to expand his own advantages. It's much more cost-effective than spending time with Ruiwen online. No matter how stubborn the Shy is, he will calm down after being killed twice. After a quick line clear, Li Hansheng controlled Sword Girl directly into the wild area. At this stage, he already has the capital for 1v2. The main reason is that the excavator from the S6 period has not been reworked. It is not a warrior positioning, but a pure tank hero who controls the map flow. The excavator's current ultimate move is still similar to a teleportation effect, teleporting himself to any tunnel left by the E skill. It's like the damage of one ultimate move is naturally missing, and the weapon is still a meat suit. What kind of damage can it do? If the opponent wants to catch him to death, he must use at least 3 people. He glanced at the minimap and happened to see Zed in the middle lane returning home with his remaining health, while the opponent's support was staying in the bottom lane. There is no way a third person will appear on the top lane. However, Li Hansheng didn't know that when he passed by the triangular grass on the top road, the jewelry left by the Shy saw his movement into the jungle. It happened that the factory director had just finished brushing his beloved F4. This seems like an opportunity. The factory director quickly sent a signal to GNG, who was eating a stone man, and then typed to signal his teammates. "Jia, come here and take care of Sword Princess," Bao Sang, who had just recovered, immediately typed a response. "Come right away." Raven is also quickly dealing with the minions on the line, preparing to cooperate with his teammates in encirclement and killing. Just as Zed was about to descend to the high ground, Excavator and Raven had completed the encirclement. Shui, who was far away in the bottom lane, directly controlled the eyes to release E across the entire map, exposing the entire field of vision wherever the falcon flew by. It also made Li Hansheng see the excavator hiding in the grass next to the red buff, separated by a wall. "Want to surround me?" Li Hansheng sneered. "Take the initiative immediately." The wall card inserted the eye at the extreme distance. I just inserted my accessory eye into the grass and gained the excavator's field of vision. As a result, a flaw was created on the excavator. I was very lucky. The flaw happened to be displayed on the left side of the excavator. Side. Directly use Q to cross the wall and stab the excavator to puncture the flaw. At the same time, the effect of Immortal Grip will be activated, and R, Unparalleled Challenge, will be activated instantly. The next second, there are 4 holes all around the excavator. Hack. The director's face changed drastically. He never expected that his carefully designed trap would be destroyed by Han Bing's casual E. But it's useless to complain. Now you should think about how to deal with it. But Sword Girl didn't give him any room to think. Level 8 breaks the flaw in the face, and after gaining acceleration, Sword Princess goes directly to the top, using the attack speed bonus given by the E skill to quickly slash out the second sword and put on the deceleration, followed by a second E critical hit ping 8 plus Tiamat. 2 consecutive bursts of damage once again lower the excavator's health. The excavator is very meaty, but it also depends on the situation. If Han Bing were to output this excavator, it would definitely take a long time to scrape. But what if it was Sword Lady? Feel sorry. There is no meat in Sword Girl's eyes. Anyway, the flaw is purely real damage. Even the excavator couldn't withstand the damage caused by 3 flaws in a row. Blood volume continues to decrease. However, the factory director did not dare to use W to hit Fei Jianji and interrupt his output. There is almost no difference between Excavator's W and Raven's third Q. The animation effect is particularly obvious, and normal people can react at the same speed. And he didn't dare to leave. From his current position, he could use the wall to block the gap directly below, preventing Sword Queen from hitting the blood recovery formation. Once she escapes, this flaw will be exposed, allowing Sword Lady to launch a blood recovery formation. I can't walk, and I can't operate. Can you just wait to die? Come quickly! The factory director could only keep sending signals to urge his teammates. Seeing that Raven was almost here, Zed was about to arrive as well. The factory director simply gritted his teeth. He decided to sell himself to help his teammates win this big head with a final bounty. He directly used E to move in the direction of the second tower on his home road. Sword Girl's Q happened to be refreshed, so she immediately used Q to follow up and pierce the third flaw in her ultimate move. Then the excavator flashed again, and GNG followed decisively. The excavator broke out of the ground with W and tried to fly forward. GNG immediately blocked the excavator with W and stunned the excavator in place. Then she moved directly underneath to break the fourth flaw and hit the blood recovery formation, killing the excavator at the same time. His W and flash are gone. Now I'll leave it to you. The factory director responded quickly. He deliberately seduced Sword Queen into a deeper position and forcibly replaced all of Sword Queen's skills, just to ensure that his teammates could kill steadily. Really? Raven arrived first. ER directly approaches with the second line. A Karka. A set of combos is smooth and smooth. He cancels the back swing of R. And the flat A starts with W to control. Quickly hits 2 stages of light speed QA. And then throws out R's 2 stages of killing damage. One set knocked out nearly 2/3 of Sword Girl's health. But Sword Girl stood on the blood recovery formation, and her health returned to about half of her health. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because the calamity has arrived. Sword Girl will never be able to withstand the calamity's explosion. Just when Raven's Q3 was about to be knocked away, Zed directly moved west to get close to this side quickly. I saw that Sword Princess made a Q at an oblique angle, allowing herself to hit the flaw on Raven's left side, and also avoided the knock-up range of Raven's Q3 to prevent herself from being knocked away. Then she used a small wooden hammer and a double attack to crush the flaw. The acceleration directly spread the 2 bodies apart. In the live broadcast room of DouYuTV's Bozy. Keep people. Keep people. Hey! Q3 knocks him away. I'm coming soon! When Bowsy saw Ruewen's Q3 empty, and Sword Girl taking advantage of the situation to move 2 positions apart, he immediately cursed. I'm CNM. You're the only one who has 3 major Ravens in the Korean server. You can even use Q to bend Q. So hit me with a hammer. The 2 of them could only watch the Sword Princess leave calmly. But they could only stand there helpless and furious. The dead factory director also sent several yellow question marks in succession to express his mood at the moment. Did he die in vain if he co-authored it? Can a cooked duck still fly? Chapter 18. Why does ADC dare to look at the top laner? The cooked duck flew away. The factory director was in a very uncomfortable mood at the moment. Recall that just now, he went out of his way to sell himself and lie to Sword Lady about his skills, which was equivalent to putting cake in the mouths of the 2 young masters Zed and Raven. In the end, the 2 gentlemen couldn't eat it? This is disgusting. It was like eating a lump of chocolate with a strong shit taste first, and then being force-fed a mouthful of chocolate like shit by his teammates. Whoa! Sray! The Shy also knew that he had made a huge mistake and quickly typed an apology. The most angry person was Bowsy. He abandoned at least 2 waves of soldiers in the middle to cooperate. But in the end, he didn't get anything. He was so angry that he kept cursing. It's really outrageous to think that this is the 3 major Ravens of the Korean server. Isn't that cheap? The Emperor's voice. The Emperor's wrath. The purest bad mouth. The most extreme enjoyment. Ah! I'm feeling comfortable. My boss is scolding me. It's obviously a simple coat. But why does it look like a prince when it's worn on Bao Bao? Hey! Bao Sang must have been the prince in my dreams in his previous life. The red side's midfielder was frustrated, and Li Hanqing's midfielder immediately punished the opponent. The Tsar and the prince came to the bottom lane together and played a classic 4-pack of 2 in the bottom lane. Titan's Q first forced out Easy C skill. Han Bing took the initiative to draw the bow and shoot an arrow, and the magic crystal arrow forced Easy to flash again. The Tsar came out from behind the tower, and a beautiful wave of WEQ3 Linkers drifting followed by our pushed Easy and the bullhead back. This time, Easy really didn't have any skills to avoid it, and Titan took advantage of the situation to lock Easy with his ultimate move. It didn't leave any room for maneuver for the other party at all. Titan's ultimate move is unsolvable for any ADC. You can either be directly knocked back and face the risk of being punched in the face, or you can huddle behind, and although you won't be hit in the face, you will also lose valuable output position and output opportunities. Both Easy and Yoda were killed, and a tower in the bottom lane was pushed away from most of its health. In the next few minutes, the prince kept circling the lower lane, and Oz Shui took advantage of the situation and demolished a tower in the lower lane. Brother Han Chung, I'll go to the top lane to push the tower. You can go to the bottom lane instead, Oz Shui suggested. Okay. Li Hansheng nodded. Raven is already dead and poses no threat to the ice protected by the Titans. As for Li Hansheng, he is already at level 10 and has a level 5 Quetzales, even if there is no cooldown reduction effect. As long as he can hit the enemy unit, the Q will only have a 3-second cooldown reduction. What's more, his talent rune has a 10% cooldown reduction. Plus the newly purchased Radiance provides 10%, which is 20%. This version of Radiance is worth 1260 and is upgraded with sapphires, so the attributes will be increased by blue. Also provides cooldown reduction. In other words, his Q only has a CD of more than 2 seconds. Now even 3 people from the opponent may not be able to catch him to death, considering that he was very smooth this time, and that the opponent did not have a particularly fleshy hero. Li Hansheng did not make a black cut, but chose 3 options. The 3 synthesis formulas of S6 have been changed. The yellow cross, one of the original 3 small parts, has been replaced by a bee stinger. Although the attack speed is increased more, the 3 original critical attributes are gone. In fact, this change does not have much impact on those heroes who rely on 3 items. Heroes such as Easy, Airplane, and Sword Girl do not rely on critical hits. Critical hits are useless attributes for them. On the contrary, they now provide higher attack speed is a positive improvement. Oh! One hero is injured. And that's Yasuo. Yasuo originally had 2 styles of equipment. One was Electric Knife plus Endless, and the other was Electric Knife plus 3 items. Li Hansheng likes the Electric Knife plus 3 items when playing Yasuo, because this set has more comprehensive attributes. The 3 items will also provide extra movement speed. And the frequency of Yasuo's skill release is very fast. And the passive of the 3 items can be refreshed repeatedly. Pity. After the 3 revisions, Yasuo can still be used, but it is not as smooth as before. The main reason is that if the second item is released, it will not be able to get 100% critical hit. If the third item is released, the cost performance is too low, and it is far inferior to directly. It is cost effective to switch to meat equipment to increase the fault tolerance rate. After all, as long as Yasuo can collect 100% critical hits, he will not lack damage. What he lacks is output opportunities. So he needs meaty equipment to increase the fault tolerance rate and make himself more standing. Li Hansheng changed lanes and came to the bottom lane. His original intention was to use Tiamat to quickly clear the line, then go to the jungle to grab the jungler, counter jungle or go to other lanes to support, and speed up the rhythm a little. But aren't the opponents Easy and Bullhead a little too arrogant? Easy relies on the fact that he has E in hand, which is very flexible and has the protection of Bullhead, and he actually doesn't let him clear troops? It has also been consumed by tying A plus W. The S6 version of Easy's W skill does not require the skill ping A to trigger. It can deal damage by simply releasing it at the character, but the damage can be ignored. Generally, Easy is used to stack passive layers or increase attack speed for teammates. No! How come you? An AD! Don't run away when you see my fat top laner! A bull's head can protect you! Li Hansheng smiled. This group of people still have not been educated by the myth version. The mythical version of the shooter can only be described as humble. Not to mention going up to draw A. He is not even qualified to take a look. Although it is not the mythical version now, it does not prevent Li Hansheng from deciding to teach Brother Ma a profound lesson. He waited patiently for the flaw to be refreshed below the Easy, which was in front of him. Seized the moment when Easy steps forward to level A and consumes himself into a state of stiffness. The Sword Girl stepped forward and directly handed Q, breaking slash, and the Western long sword resigned forward. Kung! Penetrate flaws and gain acceleration. Then just open R to get extra acceleration to chase Easy. Nyoto reacted quickly, directly W trying to pin the Sword Princess away, and Easy also directly turned E to distance herself. But Easy's E only has a displacement distance of 475 yards, while Sword Princess W's reflected sword energy has a full 700 yards. W successfully blocked the bullheaded W, and the reflected sword energy pinned Easy in place, and the sword energy also pierced the flaw under Easy. This bullhead is actually a detail. He knew that his W would be blocked by Sword Lady's W. So instead of stupidly using the second WQ combo, he split the W and Q. Nyoto quickly handed Q and tried to knock Sword Girl away. However, Nyoto's Q is not a smooth control, but has an animation of hammering the ground with both fists. It must be knocked away after the Nyoto's hooves touch the ground. This is enough to make Sword Girl flash out. Buzz! The Sword Princess turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot, approaching the left side of Easy. Directly level A plus E plus Tiamat and quickly strike out with 3 swords. Then directly move Q at an oblique angle to the upper right corner of Easy to eliminate the flaw again. After being hit with 4 flaws, the health bar of the full-blooded Easy was directly cleared, and he immediately lay on the ground and turned into a corpse. Almost instantly. This time Nyoto was also dumbfounded. W and Q are all in the CD. This version of Nyoto's E has not been revised yet. It is a skill that is actively released to restore blood to teammates. The ultimate move is also in the CD. What can a cute calf do against the murderous GNG? The long western sword in Sword Girl's hand seemed to turn into a knife and fork. Let's cut beef on the spot. Double kill. Double kill. So, wouldn't it be good for the ADC who hasn't flashed to just go back to the tower and replenish troops when he sees Tianfei's top laner? Why do you have to pretend to be with me? Li Hansheng joked. Brother Hansheng, look at me! Look at me! I'm going to kill you too! Ah Shui suddenly shouted. Li Hansheng cut the screen to take a look. It turned out that Raven, who was the shy, saw Titan going to the river to get a vision. And Ah Shui's ice position was very pretentious. So I chose to give it a try. The shy didn't have many BBs. So he flashed directly to Ah Shui's face, and fired a set of bursts. However, this time he was too thin. And he did not kill Ah Shui instantly. Instead, Ah Shui's backhand locked him in place. And then he flashed away. At this time, Titan came to support with a Q connected to A, and played 2 stages of control. After turning on the Q skill, Han Bing started the slowdown. Pull and walk mode. Raven, who had all the skill CDs, could only be pulled to death. Collapse? The rhythm of the red side is completely broken. Awesome! Wenbo! Li Hansheng was not stingy with his praise. I would like to call you the world's #1 ADC. Ha ha. If we are each other, then you are the best top laner in the world. Ah Shui, in turn, was a rainbow fart. The two started talking about this business. I can't even stand the barrage. Don't be disgusted with me. Are you the only one who deserves to be called the best in the world? Why are you still complimenting each other? Can you please give me a little face? But let me tell you, there is indeed a swordsman with this skill. Xia Shui, what's the point of having a great rank? Are you just a small anchor? If you have the guts, just go to the professional arena and make a name for yourself. Even if the red side has 2 professional players, Factory Director plus Mongu, there is nothing they can do in the face of the collapse situation. If it is a professional arena, they can also use various operations to recover their disadvantages through the tacit understanding and tactical literacy among professional players. But who will run the ranking bureau with you? Especially in the ranking environment of the national server. It is basically a matter of killing from beginning to end. It depends on who can kill faster and have the equipment advantage earlier. Seeing that the opponent gave up resistance, Li Hansheng and others did not deliberately torture the opponent and chose to quickly push the tower. In the end, we directly won this ranking victory. Brothers, let me ask you if you can show off your sword skills. At the moment when the base crystal was about to explode, Li Hansheng quickly used Alt plus F4 to exit the game in seconds, highlighting each one in one go. In the entire live broadcast room, except for a few barrages who were still scolding him. All are 666. Chapter 19, A Real Dragon Alive? It's just the dog that took Jess's bonus. Gui Gui. Brother Hansheng, your sword skills are too strong. You really killed the shy like a pig. Even though the game was over, Ah Shui still felt that it was outrageous. He originally just thought that Li Hansheng was willing to be a dog for the bottom lane, and the gangsters had a good time on the top lane. So he wanted to find Li Hansheng to detoxify in the double queue. Who would have thought that Li Hansheng could be so fierce? It was so fierce that it directly killed the shy in the opposite line. I have a lot of powerful heroes. Li Hansheng laughed. It's no exaggeration to say that my brother's ADC is also pretty good. If you had said this before, I wouldn't have believed it. But now I definitely believe it. Ah Shui also had an attitude of trying to get ahead. Whatever daddy says is what he says. Absolutely no refutation. Li Hansheng just smiled and shook his head. This was really not a joke. He was proficient in top laner Lucien, top laner skateboard shoes, and top laner Vien. But in the S6 version, he can't use these heroes on the top lane. Why has the shy gradually become terminally ill since S9? And is addicted to long hands and unable to extricate himself? Are you really mad? No. It's the version. Since the introduction of the tappy mechanism in S9, League of Legends has become a game where the outcome of the early laning determines the outcome of the game. Because of the existence of tappy, you have more ways to snowball in the landing phase. And a defense tower has 1400 economy with all tappy plus bounty. Coupled with your landing suppression, you can almost hit 2000 based on the above economic gap. This gap is enough for you to carry out single point blasting and use your equipment advantage to affect the outcome of team battles. In this version, the extreme line pressure of the long hand shows its advantage. S6 does not meet this condition. You choose Lucian on the top lane and press the opposing top laner Titan, Big Tree, and Poppy for $30 to $40 in the lane. What's the use? Without Tappy to expand the landing advantage, it would be impossible to roll the snowball. $30 to $40 is only about 1,000 yuan in economic terms. Giving you Lucian is nothing more than an extra vampire scepter. As far as the stats and line reliance abilities of these tanks in the S6 version are concerned, it doesn't matter if they fall behind in replenishment, as long as my level is not behind. Instead, If they find a wave of opportunities to cooperate with the jungle to catch you to death, then your whole game will be basically ruined. Although the Shy after S9 is known as the easiest to catch in the world, its damage is basically full, and its equipment is not far behind. The fundamentals that support him playing like this are because lion suppression can make up for the losses caused by being caught to death through the economy of eating Tappy. Even if Tappy eats a lot, you will still be in the lead if you die once. It comes down to it. The current version is not very suitable for frequent longhand laners. It is okay to survive occasionally in the rank. In the game, the lineup must be carefully designed and used as a black technology. There is no possibility of becoming a regular choice for the team. Go. Keep going! Ashui obviously tasted the sweetness of lying down and wanted to lie down a few more times. Li Hansheng himself wanted to attract traffic from his live broadcast room, so naturally he would not refuse. Say it again. Now let Ashui see more of his own strength. Maybe in the future Ashui will choose to fight his brother LOL because he has seen how strong he is? Okay, let's go! Li Hansheng accepted the invitation with a smile. He was pleasantly surprised to find that after the last show, the barrage content in the live broadcast room became much more normal, although there are still people scolding him. Compared to the overwhelming abuse in the past few days, there are still people discussing the content of the game normally, which forms a certain degree of contrast. Take another look at your popularity value. It's actually already reaching the 42W mark. He estimated that there were people in the live broadcast rooms of people like the factory director and the Shy who were diverted by him. Very good. This allows Li Hansheng to be sure that he will complete the tasks issued by the system on the 7th day or earlier. And he just showed off his skills and rank and gained so many fans. If he performed brilliantly in the professional arena, or even won several championships, who would criticize him? Zheng! There was a sound of metal colliding. The two got into the queue again. Li Hansheng and Ashui are still at 4 or 5L this time. And they are really lucky. Brothers, just pick out any top lane hero you want to see. I will choose the hero with the most picks. Li Hansheng shook his neck and stretched. He and Ashui both reached their positions. But this time, they moved from the blue side to the red side. Raven! 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 Say the important thing Raven 3 times. Frowning. Lava Beast. I want to see the hybrid beast. Doesn't this help the whole top laner Yasuo to cheer up everyone? Let's play Teemo. But the anchor may not be able to play this hero? Dog's head. Is the rice cake delicious? Knock on it. It's delicious. There are all kinds of heroes in the barrage. There are all kinds of heroes. And some people even want to see Li Hansheng play top lane Mundo. If you don't understand, just ask, is the hero Mundo's live broadcast entertaining? But it's normal. Just like some people like black stockings. Some people like white stockings. And some people like weird colors. Everyone has different sexual preferences. Maybe Mondo has hit the mark for some people. After both sides finished banning each other, they started selecting people. At this time, Ashui suddenly said a reminder. The top laner on the opposite side seems to be a dazzling dog. There are people in my live broadcast room who are always doing it. How long? A real dragon alive? Li Hansheng joked with a smile. Hey! Ashui smiled and reminded. He is quite strong. But you can defeat the Shy in a lane. So there is no problem in defeating him. The dazzling dog in S6 is indeed the pinnacle of his personal competitive state. After all, the story of the first king of S6 made Li Hansheng's ears tingle. But everyone knows the specific situation. Show off the dog? He's just a stinky dog that took advantage of Jess's bonus. Really? The opponent's 3L. Picked Jace instantly. Li Hansheng laughed when he saw this scene. Brothers, have you seen Jace? Today I will teach you a move to deal with Jace. As long as you learn it, you can beat Jace. Li Hansheng can be said to have aroused the audience's curiosity to the extreme. The next second, he directly locked the hero he wanted to choose. For a hero who can defeat Jace, the answer is obvious. Holy Lance Ranger. Lucian. Very unfortunate. Beating Jace is one of the few situations in this version where heroes, like Lucian, can be used on the road to deal with it. Huh? Ashui was dumbfounded. Brother, are you sure this hero can walk? Don't worry. Just fight as you like. Just watch and study hard and it'll be fine. Li Hansheng didn't explain too much. Not everyone can be a time traveler like him and have a vision beyond the current version. After all, the solo lane Lucian's playstyle will not be developed until S7. At MSI, she as solo laner Lucian killed Faker's Snake Girl, which completely made the solo laner Lucian's playstyle popular. As for the S6, even if the shooting range is cut to 500 yards. In everyone's perception, Lucian is still a hero that only appears in the bottom lane. The lineups of both sides are: top lane, Jace vs Lucian. Jungler, Blindson vs Wine Barrel. Mid lane, Syndra vs Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Jin plus Japanese Girl vs plus Karma. Chapter 20, Dazzling Dog, Bu Xiang 1 is spicy. Speaking of weakening the word, Dalmate players will definitely come out and cry miserably, because that XX is too strong. Let us weaken Dalmate. But are you really worse off? Lucian is definitely worse than Sword Girl. Since logging into S4, Lucian has quickly occupied a place in the bottom lane with his thick and long, transparent holy light, knocking out a series of female shooter heroes, and even giving the male gun, the representative hero of the bottom lane macho in the past. He was forced to become his lower choice. The fundamental reason for the redesign of the S6 male gun now is because Riot feels that the male gun and Lucian have overlapping positions, and they are both explosive shooters who rely on skills, perhaps to protect female heroes. Lu Xi's security department skills have been weakened, including passive skills, and even the range has been weakened. No matter how miserable your sword sister is, can she be worse than Lucian? Looking at every time Lucian is weakened, it is almost all related to distance. The firing range has been reduced from the initial 550 yards to 500 yards. The release distance of the Q skill has been cut from 570 yards to the same range as 500 yards. The penetration distance of Q has been cut from 1100 yards to 900 yards. 1400 yards reduced to 1100 yards. Riot seems to be focusing on Lucian's strengths of being a black man to carry out targeted weakening. Li Hansheng specifically checked the version update and found that the range of the current version of Q and R has not been weakened. R's range will be weakened in version 6.4, and Q's range will be weakened in version 6.11. The two weakenings are mainly due to the fact that S6 Lucian was developed into a dilapidated plus black cut special effects flow item, abandoning the traditional critical hit Lucian. But it doesn't matter if he's nerfed or not. Anyway, Lucian beating Jace is like a father beating his son. A hard-on counter relationship. Lucian can still walk on the road? Is the anchor inflated? Although Xiaoxian is a dog. You, Li Hansheng, are not a good person either. It's okay to show off a dog's strength. Are you underestimating him? Halong. Halong. A real dragon alive. Faced with the barrage's doubts, Li Hansheng did not argue with him. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Ah. Yes. Yes. Everyone is right. I am inflated. Let's watch the showman kill the anchor later. This yin and yang tone once again caused everyone to burst into laughter. For viewers who have been on the internet all year round, they really won't think anything of it if you come directly to the genealogy package. Who among those who play games has never lost their mother? But you can't do it with your yin and yang. How to quickly let both enemy and friendly players break their defenses. You just have to hit a question mark when they make a mistake, which can immediately make their mentality explode and completely break their defense. Douyu TV. Last. Xian's live broadcast room. Lucian? Is he an actor on the other side of the road? Xian smiled disdainfully. You have to know that when Brother Long takes out Jace, the game is over. It's outrageous to say. The hero Jace once brought a dark history to the LPL that was unbearable to look back on. The 4 PDDs in one shot in the S3 All-Star game is a classic that will be handed down from generation to generation. Then the hero was slashed by an explosion, and then fell into the same embarrassing situation as the old version of Rise. Obviously he is still very strong. The old version of Rise with a magic machine gun is really strong and outrageous. Just wear a meat suit and just use the keyboard with a brainless face. But no one is playing in rank. And the same goes for Jace. At this time, Jace clearly had the body of a warrior and an assassin with super powerful numerical monsters. But no one played him. It wasn't until S7, when Khan became the world's #1 top laner with Jace and LZ, that more and more people paid attention to this hero. Even later, the new generation of top laners in the LPL were too embarrassed to come out to play professionally if they didn't know how to play Jace. Both sides quickly entered the game. Li Hansheng is still a universal AD rune, and his talent is War Zeal. In fact, he can also choose Thunderlord's Decree, depending on his personal preference. What a pity. This version only has one Cloud Explorer. Li Hansheng secretly regretted it. Dolanjian went out and walked directly to the line. In a duel between longhand top laners, seizing the line of sight in the grass is the key to determining the outcome of the line. Not to mention, Li Hansheng is also good at Jace. He knows it. When Jace walks up, he usually hides in the grass, and uses the switch form to get an enhanced flat A and steal an AQA in advance. Because the first shot of the cannon mode can reduce the opponent's armor. This set can basically steadily earn 1/3 of the blood. If the other person is timid, distance yourself. If you encounter someone who is stubborn, just switch to the Warhammer form Q and go there. A set of skills can do it. Basically half health. At level 1, you can use skills to knock out half of the opponent's health. How terrifying is this number of heroes worth? Li Hansheng would naturally be wary of this. And he did not forget to teach. When fighting Jace, you must grab the field of vision in the grass. Especially at level 1. Be careful of being attacked by him in the grass. After quickly arriving on the line, Li Hansheng took the lead to seize the middle line of grass. And then eyed the line of grass near the blue side in advance. But did not see Jace. In fact, Xiango wanted the cat to seduce him in the grass. Only, because Li Hansheng was on the red side this time, Xiango ran to the triangular grass on the top row to block him. He did not expect that Li Hansheng actually came online directly. After waiting for a long time, no sign of Lucian was found. Xiango cursed. Lucian, the person opposite, is really cowardly. It seems that he was intimidated by Brother Long's aura. It's okay. Brother Long is not shy about taking advantage of others through such sneaky means. Seeing that the troop line was about to arrive, Xiango ran directly to the return line. Not seeing Li Hansheng's figure, Xiango was wary and walked deliberately close to the wall, taking a long detour to the grass on the line close to him. But he never expected that Li Hansheng had already inserted jewelry into it. The card is at the limit distance. Li Hansheng directly draws A, and then Q and then connects. Xiango's reaction was also very quick. He also drew an A with his backhand and then counterattacked with a Q. Anyone who has played Jace knows this. Although Jace's first basic attack after switching to cannon form will have special effects, the attack speed will also be a little slower than the normal basic attack. And there will be a squatting movement, which looks particularly constipated. And if Jace's Q is not strengthened by the E skill, its flying speed is also very slow, and the explosion range is not large. Jace's AQ was enough time for Lucian to finish the AQ. Li Hansheng even used a clever little move to avoid Jace's Q, and immediately retreated to create distance. It's like saying that Jace only hit him once in the whole process, causing him to lose a trace of blood. But he actually knocked out nearly 1/3 of Jace's health. He was hit hard when he came up. Xiango immediately broke his defense and started to curse angrily. Ouch! This person is so shady! On the road! Real men should have a 1v1 fight face to face. What kind of hero is he who plays shady? Chapter 21. Why are you moving the grave in this flash? Brothers? Why is there a dog barking in the live broadcast room? Hee hee. You didn't cheat on anyone. But if you cheated on someone, is it unfair? Stop spraying hot. If you keep spraying, Xiaoxian will hang up again. If I cheat on you, I'm awesome. And if you cheat on me, you'll have to be Sima. Right. Xiango is really the fairest fish in the world. Where's Brother Long? Do you really think of yourself as a real dragon? He's just a stinky dog that likes to bark. Faced with the ridicule of the barrage, Xiango retorted fiercely. Isn't it just that he was tricked? Brother Long still beat the opponent to death. Xiango plans to make serious operations to restore his decline. But the landing situation seemed to be beyond his imagination. Lucian stood in the crowd of minions, using Q, penetrating holy light, to shoot at him from various tricky angles, giving him everything he wanted. He had no chance to fight back. After being hit 3 times, Xiango couldn't help but start barking again. Unfair! Unfair! The person holding a gun on the other side is playing with high technology with me. How can I beat him? Full screen? It was sent out. I wonder if Jace plays with cannons. Isn't this thing more advanced than a gun? Is it time for the fun-loving dog barking stage again? That's right. After all, the anchor only knows how to beat women with long hands and high-tech cold weapons. But he missed one move. The opponent is a black man. Black lives are more valuable than white lives. So it's normal that the anchor can't beat him. Indeed. After all, black lives matter. How could a stinky white man named Jace beat a noble black grandpa like Lucian? On the other hand, the atmosphere in Li Hansheng's live broadcast room was completely opposite. Li Hansheng was almost consuming Jace with a smile while explaining to the audience in the live broadcast room. Jace's Q cannot penetrate soldiers. Our Q can penetrate soldiers casually. As long as the angle is good, it can be easily without damage. Blood transfusion. Lucian beat Jace in all aspects. Take the blood exchange in the lane as an example. Jace's Q will be blocked by the army line. As long as you hide behind the army line, Jace has no way to cross the army line and consume it. Lucian's Q has a full range of 1,100 yards. As long as the release time is correct, it can waste blood. Besides, the most important point in Jace's fight is that the Q-enhanced cannon must hit. And with Lucian holding the E skill in hand, he is almost certain to dodge Jace's bursts. And Lucian's own bursts are not inferior to Jace's. So when Lucian beats Jace, from a landing perspective, it's almost like a father beating a son. Jace's blood volume immediately became unbearable when he kept eating Q. And Lucian managed to push the lane and consume blood correctly. The initiative to grab 2 was also in Lucian's hands. And Jace was very passive. But what surprised Li Hansheng was that he clearly had the line rights and could level up to 2 at any time. But instead of retreating, Xiango actively switched to the Warhammer form and transformed into melee combat. What does it mean? The jungler is coming? Even if the jungler Lee Sin on the blue side uses level 2 red to catch him, it's not at this point in time. There's no way the blind monk can come in blue and forcefully catch him. Right. He casually clicked on the melee soldier with remaining blood. And with a flash of golden light, he was upgraded to level 2 in seconds. Just when Li Hansheng was about to take the initiative to suppress the blood exchange, Jess moved first instead. Jace directly handed over Q, Leap of the Sky. The target was not Lucian, but the minion on the side. Jace's Warhammer Q was an AoE damage and also caused slowdown. Lucian's position was just right to take damage and be slowed down. The next second, a bald head with a blue buff emerged from the grass in the river. What the HL? Li Hansheng was shocked. Is it really possible to catch 2 levels of TM blue? Isn't this too outrageous? The blind monk is also very decisive. Directly flash to close the distance. Connect A to Q. Hang Tian wave on Li Hansheng. And then connect to AE to instantly deal the damage of Thunder Lord. Li Hansheng quickly turned EE slide to open up the distance. The blind monk immediately followed up with the second stage Q and landed to tie A. This blind monk player is still very detailed. He deliberately left the second stage E useless and waited until Li Hansheng turned E. Then turned to the second stage of E to slow down, so that even if he doesn't have the red buff, he still has the slowing effect. At the same time, behind him, Jace directly switched back to the cannon form, using the acceleration effect to quickly catch up, and connected with 2 rounds of flat A, which also dealt the burst damage of Thunder Lord. Lucian, who was originally full of health, was hit by a set of fire, and his health suddenly dropped to less than 1/3. But the good news is that the slowing effect of the blind monk's second stage E has ended, and Li Hansheng has been running back without looking back, while Jace and the blind monk will have a pause in the level A, so that they are separated by a certain distance between each other. Distance. But almost at the same time, Blind Sin and Jace reached a tacit understanding. They both stopped and followed Lucian towards the defense tower. Obviously, Blind Sin is waiting for the next QCD. Where's Jace? Jace is waiting for the CD of Blind Sin Q. Lucian still has flash in his hand. Blind Sin and Jace both know this. So their idea is very simple. Blind Sin uses Q to force Lucian to flash, and then Jace can directly dodge a Q to compensate for the damage. So Jace is not anxious to use Q to compensate for the damage at the beginning. In fact, Jace can also flash to force Lucian to cross-flash, and then let the blind monk take the Q. But that would give Lucian an opportunity to operate. Blind Sin's Q is not a directional skill, and can guarantee a 100% hit. What if you are shown off? 2 flashes were exchanged for 1 flash. And before he could get the head, the jungler also exposed his position. This dog be Lucian is dead. I said it! Jesus can't save him even if he comes! Xiango is already furious. Li Hansheng ran away all the way, and was about to run back to his defense tower. The blind monk's Q skill CD had also improved. The blind monk directly threw his Q, and the Tianyin wave flew forward. Both Xiango and the blind monk thought that Li Hansheng knew how to dodge and hide, and Xiango was already ready to use dodge. Result? Boom! Tianyin wave actually hit Lucian's body. Aw? His reaction is slower than my grandma's. Is this person opposite me a lot of planes? Is this kind of reaction comparable to that of the strongest king? Xiango immediately began to taunt him in a weird way. He also took advantage of the situation and stopped the pursuit, thinking of going back to take the troops. In his opinion, the blind monk was sure to get the kill, so there was no need for him to waste his flash to kill the dead head. And the blind monk obviously didn't expect Lucian to react so slowly, so that he stood there stunned for a second, and then kicked him with his second Q. The moment the blind monk flew close to Lucian. Buzz! Lucian suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Is this flashing to move his own grave? Or is he flashing to celebrate his own death? Xiango laughed when he saw this. However, the expected kill screen did not appear. Lucian is still in a state of residual health, and the killing damage of the blind monk's second stage Q seems to have been confiscated by the void. Lucian, who narrowly escaped death, turned around and fired a flat A followed by Q, transparent holy light, followed by 2 basic attacks, which combined with the output of the defense tower further reduced the blind monk's health. The blood volume of the blind monk is not healthy. In order to quickly reach the second level, the blind monk brushes the blue alone and learns Q at the first level, without W shield and lifesteal. The blind monk's brushing in the jungle is still quite painful. What's more, different CJ wild monsters in the wild area of S6 have different effects, and the only way to restore the status is to use the CJ red buff. Now the blind monk was dumbfounded. He has no W, no flash, and is still in a state of residual health. How can he run? First blood. The blood bar of the blind monk is cleared, and the first blood is given directly. At this time, Xiango wanted to come back to make up for the damage. But because Li Hansheng had selected the talent, Dangerous Game, it had the same effect as Triumph. When he killed or assisted, he would get a certain amount of blood recovery. Now Lucian's blood volume has returned to a safe state. He has missed the best chance to kill Lucian. Chapter 22, I would rather make a mistake than do nothing. Question mark. Is the anchor open? It's boring to have a rank and open something. This is okay too? Xiango didn't lose unjustly. How can a dog like him compare to a person playing with high technology? Xiao Tu is not cheating. How can you say that the anchor is cheating? Can Flash really avoid blinds and Q second damage? I always thought it was a joke. Looking at the hopeless appearance of these people in the barrage, Li Hansheng just wanted to scream. This time, he did admit that he was gambling. If he had just used E plus Flash to create a distance from the opponent at the beginning, the opponent would not pursue him at all. The reason why he keeps holding the Flash to leave an ambiguous distance for the opponent is to seduce him. He wants to lure the blind monk into the tower, and then use dodge to dodge the damage of the second stage Q to kill the blind monk. In addition to extremely powerful reflexes, this operation also requires a little bit of luck. Luck is also part of strength. Just like God said, when you encounter an opportunity that can be operated, you must try to operate it. Otherwise, if there is an opportunity to operate in the future, you will have lost the courage to operate. Putting aside some of God's shortcomings, from this point of view alone, there is nothing wrong with what God says. Especially professional players. Why not take action when you encounter an opportunity that can be used? I think about everything. Be steady. But in the end, I become a coward. I am so cowardly that I don't dare to start a team when playing with wine barrels. I am so cowardly that I dare not start a team with others as a jungler. I am so cowardly that I don't dare to fight CJ to grab the Baron with others. I am so cowardly that I play the output result, and the little tiger comes out first. 3P set. Li Hansheng thought about this seemingly stable behavior. Isn't it just a pure J8 gangster? Don't ask for merit, but ask for no faults. But in competitive games, it would be the biggest mistake if you don't make meritorious deeds. Compared to me who would rather do nothing than make a mistake, Li Hansheng prefers that I would rather make a mistake but not do anything and wait to die. It is better to die standing than to live on your knees. Calm down. Calm down. It's just basic operations. Li Hansheng waved his hand. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? Faced with a screen full of, Li Hansheng also gave the audience some popular science. After all, in the S6 era, operations like flashing to avoid the damage of the blind monk's second stage Q were not common, and many people didn't know the principle. Everyone thinks that the damage of the blind monk's second stage Q is locked, but in fact it is not, Li Hansheng said eloquently. The blind monk's second stage Q actually has a landing attack action the moment it approaches you. You only have to need to flash out the moment he approaches you to avoid harm. Of course, I don't recommend you to try it easily. Otherwise you will easily become a flash mover. After all, not everyone can have such an abnormal reaction speed like my buddy. Right. Gui. Brother Hansheng. You are too strong. Dodge and dodge blind monk's second stage Q. I have customized it many times, and can only succeed 1 to 2 times out of 10 times. Ashui also helped Li Hansheng pretend to be a dick, and explain the difficulty of this operation with his own experience. Coach, I want to play Brother LOL with Ashui. On the road to showing off, How could we miss such a qualified player? After returning home, he had just enough money to buy 2 iron swords. So Li Hansheng chose to teleport directly to Jace's face. Now Xian Go really can't stand it anymore. Predicting the time when Lucian would land, he directly launched his Q-enhanced cannon, switched to W-cutting Warhammer form, crossed the accelerator gate, and rushed over. The reinforced cannon hit Li Hansheng firmly in the face. But just when Jace Warhammer rushed over with Q, Leap of the Sky, Lucian directly handed E, Sliding Step, widening the distance while avoiding the damage and slowdown of Jace's Q skill. The first time he hit level A, he connected with the Q point. And because the Q skill subsequently penetrated the artillery cart and melee minions with residual health, Lucian was upgraded to level 3 in seconds. And his backhand was a W point. A set of skills knocked out half of Jace's health with a backhand. And since Jace was hung up with W, Lucian could continue to draw A to gain himself an acceleration effect. Jace couldn't run away at all, and could only be chased A all the time. He was helplessly forced to hand over the flash to distance himself. Have you learned it, brothers? Li Hansheng said with a smile. This is also a point where Lucian restrains Jace. Even if you are hit by his Q-enhanced cannon, it doesn't matter. Yuri can dodge his Q skill in the form of a Warhammer. Jace, if this hero wants to win in a battle for blood, all his skills must hit. And even if a skill is avoided, the damage will be insufficient. It's hard for the dazzling dog. Originally, the line power was in Li Hansheng's hands. The wave of blind monks coming to help with gank did not change the position of the line. He originally wanted to control the line and develop, but was forced to flash. What's worse, now he has accumulated nearly 3 waves of soldiers, and is about to enter the tower. Although he still has nearly 40% of his health. But with so many troop lines, what if the opponent's jungler attempts to overrun the tower? If I go back, I won't have enough money to buy equipment. This is equivalent to saying that this TP can only be used to supplement status. MD! If this wine barrel comes to Brother Yulong's tower, he will be like Sima. Xiango also wanted to bet. He bet that the wine barrel went wild. After all, if the blind monk can catch the blue at level 2, as long as the jungler with a normal IQ will most likely directly counter the red. In this way, there is a high probability that the wine barrel is currently in the jungle or farming in the jungle. Obviously, Xiango made the right bet. After the troops entered the tower, the wine barrel did not come out of the triangular grass behind the first tower on the upper road. But he couldn't laugh because Lucian was walking towards his face. Is this Lucian kidding me? I have 40% health, and you want to kill me? The next second, Lucian made a move to raise his hand. Xiango was so frightened that he immediately backhanded with a flat A followed by QE to strengthen the bombardment, intending to forcefully switch to Lucian. Result? The moment Li Hansheng raised his hand, he lightly pressed the S key to cancel the basic attack, and then turned around to avoid Jace's Q-enhanced cannon. This time Xiango was dumbfounded. Although the reinforced cannon was empty, his basic attack fell on Li Hansheng. There were nearly 3 waves of red soldiers under the tower, and they immediately locked onto him. Hack! Isn't this guy mean? Is he playing tricks on me? Xiango only reacted belatedly. This is actually a very common trick in the top lane. When the soldiers enter the tower, they deliberately deceive the opponent A and let their own soldiers focus on the opponent. The damage of the minions in the early stage is quite considerable, especially now that there is an artillery soldier. Jace's blood volume immediately dropped below level 4. At this moment, Lucian then continued to take action. Click W, click Q, click E, and complete a set of combos in one go. In the eyes of the audience, all they could see was Lucian's constant dots. Jace, who had a third of his health, had just switched to the Warhammer form, and was instantly killed under the tower before he even had time to turn Q. It became a corpse, while Lucian on the side evacuated the defense tower gracefully and calmly. Chapter 23 Jungle Gap. Medium Speed Push. MD! Why does the anchor's Lucian look so silky smooth? There's a puppy S4 on the road, and it smells like a cannon in seconds. Isn't it just W? Dot. Q. Dot. E. Dot? Why is the damage I deal so slow? Is the anchor cheating? This damn thing does so much damage in 1 second? Even though they already knew that Jace would die, the audience was still amazed by Li Hansheng's smooth operation. Judge whether a Lucian is playing well or not. You can see it at one point. That's the speed of the combo. This is a practical little trick from Lucian. The effect of Lucian's passive, Holy Light Silver Bullet, is that every time Lucian releases a skill, his next basic attack will be fired twice. To put it simply, every time Lucian triggers his passive, He will definitely be able to fire 2 basic attacks next. What many players don't understand is that in Lucian's passive, after the first bullet is shot, the second bullet will automatically follow. You don't need to wait stupidly for the second bullet to be shot before connecting skills. You only need to connect to the next skill immediately after the first bullet is shot, and you can deal all the damage in 1 second, giving Lucian an instant burst ability comparable to that of an assassin hero. You are a top laner, but you are so good at marksmanship? Doesn't this mean that the cook doesn't read the recipe, but instead like Sun Tzu's Art of War? So, brothers, if you encounter Jace on the top lane again, you don't need me to teach you which hero to choose to fight. Right, Li Hansheng said with a chuckle. In fact, this time it was not only smooth for him on the road, but also smooth for other roads. In the final analysis, it was a series of chain reactions caused by the blind monk forcibly catching him at 2 levels and being counterkilled. Li Hansheng's wine barrel saw the blind monk showing up on the top lane, and immediately went to oppose the red on the opposite side, and then took advantage of the situation to come to the bottom lane. Jin plus Sun Girl have no line power at all against Easy plus Karma. Kalma alone can suppress Jin plus Sun Girl. By the time the wine barrel arrived, Ashui and his auxiliary had already forced their troops into the tower, even though the opponent was prepared to have a field of view in the triangular grass. But the wine barrel was directly killed from the grass behind the stone man, facing Jin and Hiko under the tower. The wine barrel didn't have much BB, so he drank wine in advance with W. Then he flashed and leveled with A, followed by Q, aiming directly at Jin. Karma made an RQ, and Easy also directly E jumped in the face, and then AQW. All skills were thrown. Jin was instantly defeated. Although Hidon controlled the barrel, there was no one to compensate for the damage. Moreover, this version of support does not have the talent, Aftershock. And even, Power of the Colossus, requires S7. It will appear that most of the hard assistants in S6 can only choose Stone Contract. The Japanese girl's body was relatively strong, but she couldn't withstand the beatings of the 3 of them, and died in battle. Double kill. Ashui was lucky enough to score a double kill. Strong. Wenba. Hee hee. Just average. Not as good as Brother Han Sheng. The two were in the rhythm of complimenting each other's business, chatting and laughing, and established enough advantages in the early stage. Again, some people are in the strongest king because the highest limit of the division is the strongest king. But some people are in the strongest king because their strength is limited to this. Li Hansheng and Ashui obviously have levels beyond the strongest kings. The ranking environment in the national server is like this. Each other is very murderous. If a wave of mistakes is snowballed by the other party, it will be difficult to turn around again. Then here comes the problem. In the canyon, which road is easiest for snowballs to roll? No doubt. It's time to hit the road. After Jace was single killed, there was really nothing he could do against the two-headed Lucian. He was already at a disadvantage in the lane. And now that he was still lagging behind, it was difficult to stay in the lane. It's not because Lucian used the various tricky angles of his minions to reveal his Q, 3-body holy light. When the bloodline dropped, Lucian became even more arrogant and chose to forcefully output directly with his E-face. However, Jace didn't dare to fight back. With his health greatly reduced, wouldn't it be a gift if you forcefully fight back? Soon, Jace was beaten home again. At just over 5 minutes into the game, the last hit gap between the two top laners had already widened to more than 20 knives. This is thanks to Jace's long-range form and the ability to use skills to replenish troops. If this were a close combat, the difference in last-ditch damage would probably be even greater. After taking a look at his experience and economy, Li Hansheng pushed his troops into the tower and chose to return directly to the city. He combined 2 iron swords into one of the broken pieces, Bilgewater Scimitar, and then bought a pair of straw sandals and 2 attack speed daggers. The number of bullets in the S6 version of Lucian's ultimate move is linked to the attack speed. The faster the attack speed, the more bullets fired by the ultimate move and the higher the damage. Back on the line, the effect of Li Hansheng's previous forceful push into the tower was reflected. As soon as the troop line enters the tower, it will be reset to the middle position. This gave him enough distance to kill Jace. If Xiango continues to be greedy for soldiers, he will die. Li Hansheng issued a death notice to the players in advance. Jess had already lost nearly 3 waves of experience in the previous death tower. Li Hansheng had 2 more heads in hand, leading Jess by a full level. When Jace had just reached level 5, Li Hansheng was already reaching level 6. Seeing that he was online, but Jace still didn't leave, Li Hansheng chose to take action directly. Directly use E, sliding step, to move forward to gain distance. After firing 2 shots, He immediately connected with Q and used the build water scimitar to actively release it at Jace to slow him down. And then threw W out. The AoE damage of the two skills Q and W killed the two remaining health minions next to Jace, allowing Lucian to level up by 6 seconds. Li Hansheng showed his super fast hand speed after being single for 18 years. And he was able to master his ultimate skill in seconds. Hey, brothers, have you seen it? Lucian's combo is so simple. E dot, then Q dot, then W dot, and then open R click click click. After the baptism of the Holy Spear was activated, silver-white bullets sprayed out from the two guns in Lucian's hands like raindrops. Lucian's W hit Jace first, and the bullets from Lucian's R skill can continuously refresh the movement speed provided by W. And Jace himself was slowed down by the active effect of the Bilgewater Scimitar. One goes down, and the other goes up. No matter how Jace moves, he can't get out of the range of Lucian's ultimate move. Xiango switched forms, and wanted to interrupt with E in the Warhammer form. But Li Hansheng used the continuous acceleration effect to pull repeatedly, keeping the distance between the two at an ambiguous position. Not too close to give Jace a chance to interrupt his ultimate move, but not too far away to make it impossible for him to follow up. The content presented in the screen. Jace stood there like a headless fly, swaying back and forth, and finally took full damage from Lucian's ultimate move. A corpse on the ground again. Hey, it's no exaggeration to say that Xiango still owes me at least 500 HP for this wave, Li Hansheng joked. After all, when Jace died, his ultimate was still firing. In Xiango's live broadcast room, the barrage began to ridicule wildly. That's it? Is this the level of a dog? Hee hee. Brother Long? Brother Biao. Your Jace can't do it either. Brother Long's Jace is so strong, and yet he's beaten. Everyone should understand what hero he should buy. You all misunderstood that Brother Long is hot. Brother Long is just trying to create a show to entertain the public. If your skills are half as tough as your mouth, you won't be killed twice in a row. The furious Xiango was ridiculed by the barrage and directly broke his defense. Ouch. I don't even know what you are barking at. If this blind monkey didn't come up and give a head to the other side, how could I be so hard to beat? This clearly shows that the jungler took my rhythm in the early stage and made it impossible for me to play. In a rage, he typed directly on the screen. Jungle gap. Speed and mid-range push. Without giving anyone a chance to interact with you. Just Alt plus F4 to exit the game in seconds. Anyway, it's just the preseason of S6. So winning or losing doesn't mean much. His account itself is the strongest king, and he has no shortage of hidden points. If you lose, you lose. It's better than continuing to be killed like a clown. Chapter 24 Ashui, you. It's my god. Maybe he felt like he looked like a clown by forcefully retreating like this. After Xiango quit, he went to WeGame to check Li Hansheng's records. Looking at the results, the good guy almost always has a green page, and occasionally loses 1 or 2 games. But the overall winning rate is estimated to be above 90%. Damn it. Is this person a pervert? Is he really going to do it? Xiango said in disbelief. Isn't this winning rate too scary? It happened that at this time, there were barrages in his live broadcast room frantically checking Li Hansheng's identity. Why has Douyu, a live streaming platform, always been the #1 platform? A big reason is that many users of Douyu are fans of the platform rather than individual fans of a certain anchor. Fans of the platform will hang out in various live broadcast rooms, so it is easy for Douyu anchors to get out of the circle and make memes. On the contrary, many anchors have left Douyu, and their popularity has been deteriorating because there is no one to help them create news. There are many people in the Schwango live broadcast room who have also watched Li Hansheng's live broadcast, even when the selection was first made. The audience who came to Li Hansheng's live broadcast room to report the news came directly from the Schwango live broadcast room. For these people, it is normal operation to open the live broadcast rooms of 4 to 5 anchors at the same time and watch them back and forth. It is really a high-intensity viewing of live broadcasts. Li Hansheng? Is that the top laner who played Uzi and was kicked off by RNG? Xiango was stunned for a moment. But this guy reacted very quickly and immediately found a reason for himself. No wonder I can't beat him. Is it embarrassing for a host to lose to a professional player? It's not embarrassing. Just like when I went to play ADC and lost to Uzi. When I played jungle, I was pigged by the factory manager. And when I played mid lane, I was killed by Faker. It's embarrassing. Really? It's not a shame. Question mark. A person who has never played a single LPL game deserves to be called a professional player. right? According to the law of conservation of energy. If a dazzling dog's mouth is so hard, it's probably quite soft underneath. You're laughing so hard. If you can't beat me, you'll make excuses. Right? Is the anchor's ping too high, and it's affecting your performance? You could have killed professional players alone. Right? I suggest you rematch. The other side. Li Hansheng did not expect that Xian Go would be out of the game after being single-killed twice by him. And the person on the other side did not choose to resist. They were already at a disadvantage. And now they were even less able to fight with one less player. Moreover, this was only a preseason game. For them, the strongest kings who had no shortage of hidden points. Winning or losing really didn't matter. Gui, Brother Hansheng. It's too easy to get points with you. Isn't it? Shui obviously didn't expect that it would be so easy and comfortable to get points in 2 games in a row. The way to win is that Li Hansheng blasts a single point on the top lane, which is commonly known as clearing the top lane. It's just SOSO. In fact, if you have the skills, it'll be fine. Li Hansheng pretended when he got the chance. It turns out we are all disabled. Woo. That's right. As long as you have the hands. It's a pity that I don't. It turns out that the only difference between me and the anchor is a pair of sound limbs. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Why don't I admit that I have a prosthetic leg? The audience was hit by an inexplicable AoE. But you couldn't refute it. After 2 consecutive victories, Li Hansheng has entered the top 10 in the ranking of the strongest kings in the national server. Shui obviously also tasted the sweetness, and once again invited Li Hansheng. Brother Hansheng. Go. Continue to go to Dafan. You and I will kill each other randomly. I will be responsible for the knocking, and you will be responsible for the killing. Hey, Shui is also a person who can get high marks. The two started their ranking journey again and won consecutively. Mainly, I had good luck tonight. Almost all of them were normal teammates. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 inappropriate teammates. Because Li Hansheng had a big enough advantage on the road, he forced them to lie down and win. Li Hansheng has played through all the carry top laners available in this version of Sword Girl, Raven, Jez, Captain, and Nose Ho. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt Li Hansheng's powerful hero pool and powerful personal abilities up close. Most of the people who originally wanted to criticize him were impressed by his powerful personal abilities, and started discussing instead. Hey, will RNG regret it? MD, I am the top laner of the World Looper Championship. But Brother Hansheng is just a small anchor. How could he regret it? Ha. How old is Looper? How old is Brother Hansheng? Jack is right. RNG is short-sighted and chose the present, but lost the future. The problem is that they may not win now. RNG's ADC is too bad. I'm more curious. If Brother Hansheng returns to the professional arena in the future and wins against RNG, will RNG's face be swollen? Xiao Hansheng went to the 3-year appointment to fight against RNG. The audience, who are afraid of the world being in chaos, have begun to look forward to this scene happening. And some are even looking forward to Li Hansheng and Uzi meeting in the professional arena. Won't the rhythm explode by then? People who have fun just like to watch fun. As for what the rhythm will be, they don't care. Brother Hansheng, you are so fierce, Shui boasted. It's not like I haven't played professionally on the road before. How can you be so fierce? Who is not a professional top laner? Li Hansheng smiled. Yes. Shui nodded. In the past, he usually broadcast live until 10 to 11 o'clock. But tonight, he lost himself in the winning streak with Li Hansheng. It's past 2 a.m. now. After looking at my record of 1 green page, I almost won every hand. Isn't it more comfortable than playing Draven by yourself before? Especially his ranking of the strongest king has also reached the top 10. And Li Hansheng has reached the top 3. For Shui, this is all real money. Every time you move up 1 rank, you will receive more bonuses from Douyu. Brother Hansheng, you? You are my god! Shui made this out of nowhere, and Li Hansheng was stunned. Brother, I'm not a coward. If you have a special hobby, I suggest you find someone else. ? Shui quickly retorted. I'm not a one either. Brother Hansheng, please don't make trouble. I'm a man and I like women. Coincidentally, so am I, Li Hansheng said with a smile. Hey, Brother Hansheng, add me on WeChat. We'll chat on WeChat later, and I'll start talking. What a coincidence. Let's make some fun together, Li Hansheng suddenly said seriously. Brothers, I'll give you a whole job and transform into a living person. Come on. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hansheng cut off the live broadcast source of OBS. And the live broadcast room instantly turned into a black screen. The audience is still looking forward to the full content. Is this the result? That's it? CNN? Are we too gentle? Or are you rebellious again? Hurry up and start broadcasting for me. Hack! GDX. If it starts broadcasting tomorrow, I will definitely blast you. Brothers, remember to come to the live broadcast room tomorrow and spray this shit together. Chapter 25: The Seven Wolves of Ionia. Downstreaming at the speed of light is naturally a skill that every anchor must master. Li Hansheng is naturally no exception. After the broadcast, he took a special look at the progress of his mission. 44W/50W. Obviously tonight, professional players such as Shui and Crash Factory Director have attracted a lot of viewers to themselves, which has turned into substantial popularity. Moreover, if those video up owners who edit videos for secondary creation work hard, such as Qi Xiaodian, who was very popular during the S6 period, and publish a video estimate, Li Hansheng will be able to complete this task of returning to the professional arena tomorrow. When the time comes, my buddy will be able to return to the LPL. Let this group of top laners in S6, who like to play Seema's gangster top lane, feel the fear of being dominated by my buddy. Naturally, Li Hansheng has always wanted to return to the professional arena. He has already been reborn and has a system. Why shouldn't he compete for the highest honor? After stretching, Li Hansheng stood up and came to the window. There was light snow falling outside the window. He opened the window and saw a gust of cold wind blowing in front of him, bringing a few snowflakes to fall on his face. The cool taste made him sober. Would you like to have a little barbecue to celebrate? Considering how little money he had left, a small barbecue was already a sky-high price for Li Hansheng. Just when he was hesitating, his phone suddenly vibrated several times. He saw that someone was adding him as a friend. This person was Shui, a classic 2D character avatar. Who is not that old 2D character? Li Hansheng passed it immediately. Before he could send a message, Shui took the initiative to send him a message. Brother Hansheng, let's continue to take care of our brothers tomorrow. Li Hansheng closed the window to block out the cold air outside, turned around and lay down beside the bed. Oh, it's okay. But it may not be okay in a few days, and I have to continue looking for a team. Do you want to continue playing professionally? You don't talk nonsense? You don't want to become famous professionally? Hey, I'm not old enough. Otherwise, I would have joined the team long ago. Shui became famous very early in the high division of the first zone, and teams have long been eyeing him, especially the wealthy domestic teams, who have been paying close attention to him. It's just that Shui's age is a problem. After all, the league has express regulations that you must be 17 years or older to play in the game. If you are not old enough, you can also find a team first and register your name in advance. No. I have to observe too. I can't just invite me to some lousy team and I'll go. Right. At least it has to be a championship competitive team. And the players on the team have to be recognized by me. Seeing this passage, Li Hansheng thought of another characteristic of Shui. Stable beyond age. This is not something a minor under 18 can say. Looking back, Shui is really the template for an esports male protagonist in all aspects. He is young and mature, and won the world championship at a young age. Except for the occasional laziness that caused his status to fluctuate, he can be regarded as a high-quality idol in other aspects. While almost all esports players have problems in their private lives, Shui has so much traffic, but he can't find any problems in his private life. Even people on Dubon can't find any stain on his private life. They can only say that his private life is really too clean. Then which teams do you recognize? Li Hansheng asked curiously. Looking at it now, RNG or IG? Not even EDG? The factory director is a bit timid in foreign wars, but RNG's Mr. Gui is very brave and dares to start a team. In fact, what I want to go to the most is IG. Rookie is really fierce. Only with such a person as a teammate can I win the S championship. Qualifications. Oh, after today, there is one more person I recognize. Who? You? Hee hee. I like your style very much. Just charge forward together. Take life and death lightly. And do it if you don't accept it. Oops. Is the character of a reckless man who wants to deal damage even if the co-author is dead come with him from the beginning? It's just that during the experience on IG, because of having top rookie and the shy behind the scenes. Ah Shui's characteristics in this aspect were further amplified. Let's get down to business. If you want to join a professional team, I can help you recommend it. I have friends in all the major professional teams. With your ability, it will be easy to join the team. Could it be that the opportunity mentioned by the system to return to the professional team was introduced by Ah Shui? But Li Hansheng changed his mind. That's not right either. Now that the task has not been completed, there is no reason to issue rewards in advance. Forget it. It's too pointless to find one by yourself. Those teams have to take the initiative to come to me. Then I will become important. Otherwise, if they find me and give me a position in the second team, will I still play LSPL? It's okay. When the time comes, you can find a team with me. Let's find a team together. Why don't we take off immediately? The first LPLS championship is counting on us. Is this an invitation from Brother LOL? Li Hansheng smiled. Okay. It's up to us to save LPL. By the way, tell me your queue number, and I'll introduce you to a few buddies. Li Hansheng entered a series of numbers to Jackie Love. And after a while, he heard the sound of cough coming from the computer. It's Ah Shui's friend application. After the application is approved, without waiting too long, he pulled Li Hansheng into a group. The group name is Seven Wolves of Ionia. This name is like thunder to Li Hansheng. It was a small gaming group, but several world champions came out of it. This is something that fans later talked about. Li Hansheng took a brief look at Zhangqi TV. Xiang, Prince of Online dating Beidwiffen. Wudon Sandler Jungler. Mibming. The actual number of people in the group now exceeds the number of people who originally founded the group. Also normal. Well, the circle is slowly expanding. The most famous person in the group now is undoubtedly MLXG, who is serving as the main jungler in the RNG team. Oh, that's Li Hansheng's former teammate. Although Li Hansheng didn't meet him a few times when they were teammates. Why did Li Hansheng basically stay in the utility room where he was kept? But don't you have much interaction with the members of the team who are like nobles? As for other Ming, LWX, and LQS, they are still competing in LSPL. It's a pity that there is no if/degree at everyone. Brothers are coming out to pick up the guests. Mibming, Yuwenba. Can you please stop the dogs from barking at night? I suggest you change the group's name to 7 Dogs instead of 7 Wolves. Oh no. There are more than 7 now. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Sure Siming. If your father doesn't beat you for 2 days, you will be rebellious. Right? Zhangqi TV. Xiang, Gui. Yuwenba. Did you really bring in the big daddy on the road? You bitch must have scored a lot of points today. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. That's right. It's so great to win without any hesitation. Dad and I will kill each other randomly on the road? Mibming, you are responsible for Gaga. Big Daddy kills randomly. Right? Zhangqi TV. Katanda, ouch. You guys are so annoying. People are listening to music. Can you please stop barking? Oops. The familiar IDs are just one after another. Li Hansheng smiled and took the initiative to type. Brother is just a legend. Hello brothers. Newbie report. We will have the opportunity to double queue together in the future. =. Chapter 26 Mission accomplished. Opportunity to return to LPL. The sudden appearance of Li Hansheng broke the lively scene of friendly competition between these people for custody of each other. After all, to them, Li Hansheng is a pure stranger. Although they often bump into each other in high-level segments. If they don't deliberately get to know each other, they are just familiar strangers at most. In the sudden silence, Li Hansheng touched his nose in embarrassment. Fortunately, Ah Shui did not disappoint him. As soon as he noticed something was wrong in the atmosphere, Ah Shui took the initiative to help Li Hansheng out of the situation, and gave him a message so that he could integrate into the atmosphere. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. What? Are you all shocked by the domineering look of the eldest father I just recognized? I don't care. First, Big Daddy has to get points in double queue with me. You all have to stand back a little. I found this, and I have priority. Mibming, bastard. You know how to bastard. I think you will become a bastard sooner or later. Zhangqi TV. Xiang, that's right. Yuwenba. In order to prevent you from falling down, I suggest you to go up the score with me tomorrow. That is just a legend. Dad? What do you think? Brother is just a legend, huh? I usually use my eyes to see. Otherwise how can I see? The chat column paused again, followed by various laughing emoticons scrolling. It was obvious that everyone was amused by Li Hansheng. Friendship between men may sometimes only require a knowing smile when looking at each other. The threshold for a group of young people who are not old enough to be friends with each other on the internet is too low. A few compliments to each other can be a catalyst. Miming, people who are good at playing games are so humorous. Like me and Big Daddy? Which of you is in favor, and who is against? Zhangqi TV. Xiang, sure Saming. Can you please give me some facial expressions? Next time. Line up opposite me, and see if I don't break your legs. It's a pity that there is no if/degree, even so. Are you worthy of being compared to the road dad I'm looking for? Zhangqi TV. Katanda, Daddy. I'm telling you a joke. Playing games with mentally retarded people every day will make you mentally retarded. Just ignore them. Come and add us as a friend. And then talk about it. Watching them quarreling with each other reminded Li Hansheng of the usual scenes of laughing and joking with his classmates in junior high and high school. The purest relationship is a relationship without mixed interests. When you get a little older, even if you want to, it will be difficult to find good friends who can compete with each other for custody rights and talk to each other when they have nothing to do. However, Li Hansheng suddenly felt something was wrong as he watched. These people were obviously led astray by Ashui, and they were one big daddy at a time. This reminded him of a baggage from listening to Duyun Club crosstalk. If Guidi Gang becomes the emperor, will Yu Qian and Gao Feng fight over who is the eldest prince and who is the second prince? Thinking of this, Li Hansheng couldn't help but laugh like a pig, and then stop the quarrel among the group of people with one sentence. Brother is just a legend, what then? You are all my good sons. Since you are both princes, there is no need to fight over who is the best. Dad still loves you. This time they were collectively stunned again, and it took them a long time to realize what Li Hansheng meant. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Hack. W. Sandy. Rolling. The treacherous son still wants to kill his father? Zhangqi TV. Xiang, who the H.L. wants to be your son? I am Winba's forever father. Miming? I am angry. The mission will be completed tomorrow. LPL. My brothers are back again. During the chat just now, his popularity increased by nearly 10,000. With only the last 50,000 popularity points left, he could successfully complete the system's tasks. Thinking about when I first received the mission, I immediately thought of taking the black and red route to quickly become famous. Li Hansheng wanted to give him a thumbs up for his wit. After drying his body and blow-drying his hair, Li Hansheng lay back on the bed, picked up his phone and found that there was really no movement in the group. He smiled and tapped the screen of his phone dexterously with his long fingers. Brother is just a legend, I declare. Today's late-night champion is me. After saying this, Li Hansheng plugged in the phone to charge and simply took a rest. Up. You win, Ba. Don't be afraid. We can definitely control the opponent. Brother Hansheng. I'll die if you hack me. Come on. This was an ongoing fierce ranking game. About 20 minutes into the game, teammates were fighting in the jungle and were seized by the opponent, causing the middle and junglers to die directly. The opponent decisively rushes the dragon. With Li Hansheng's 9 heads in hand, Ruiwen naturally wanted to take action. Directly greet Ashui's Easy and Yodo to go to Dalong Pit together. Ashui first used his ultimate move to sweep everyone on the opposite side, but his old habit relapsed. The auxiliary bull's head hadn't charged yet, so he hit the E face first to deal damage. The Titan on the opposite side directly Q, leveled A and then R, and was instantly knocked to the spot without even making a move. But this gave Li Hansheng a good opportunity. Nyoto on the side also identified this opportunity, and the high-level assistant's ability to seize opportunities is certainly unparalleled. Nyoto directly dodged WQ, using the Titan at the front as a springboard. He rushed into the dragon pit and knocked away the 3 opponents. This is the moment when Titan stepped forward and tried to stop Li Hansheng from entering the field. It was already too late. Buzz. A Q+ flash went directly into the dragon pit and came to the faces of the 3 opponents who were knocked away. YRW Hydra Kraka. The speed is so fast that the entire combo moves smoothly without any stiffness or lag. Soon enough, the audience only saw the animation of Raven flashing, and then watched a series of crazy operations, and the health bars of the 3 opponents were instantly cleared. In particular, the shock wave of the second stage of Raven's ultimate move, Draw Slash, is obviously thrown out first, but it does not take effect until the full damage is dealt, maximizing the killing damage of Draw Slash. And Li Hansheng also stole a sword, because after the Hydra actively used it, it would automatically connect to a normal attack without a preset. And in fact, It could steal an extra basic attack damage. The opponent's 3 ADCs in the middle and jungle were instantly defeated. The top laner and Titan with residual health are obviously no match for Raven. Final pentakill. Li Hanxing scored a wave of 5 kills. And Yodo also carried the hatred of the dragon in every detail, preventing the dragon from recovering its health. A wave of 5 kills of Canadian dragons completely reversed the situation for Li Hanxing. All the words scrolling across the screen are 6,666. And Ah Shui shouting like a pig. So strong! Brother Hanxing! You are worthy of my certified road dad! And at this time, Li Hanxing took a look at the popularity value. Chapter 27 Reward. J8 is really outrageous. I have watched too many live broadcasts of Brother Ruiwen's unique skills. There are not many people who are as smooth and silky as Brother Hanxing. Ruiwen's lightspeed QA is just the basics. The powerful Ruiwen pays more attention to the timing of entry. Brother Hanxing's timing of entry is too bad. Brothers, who still remembers why we came to this live broadcast room in the first place? You tell the puppy, I can't go back. Brother Hanxing is too fierce. Brain learned. Hands, useless. The operation of pentakill will naturally cause a burst of barrages to fly past in the live broadcast room. Li Hanxing quite enjoyed this feeling. Being sought after by others and cheered by thousands of people. Professional players may not necessarily earn more than anchors. But the spiritual satisfaction of the honors earned by professional players is not something that simple money can buy. You can't buy flowers and heartfelt applause from the audience with money. Simply another big win. In the settlement interface, Li Hanxing's score has been hit to 1642 points. The second place player is Ah Shui, who has been in duo queue with him for the past 2 days. Ah Shui's account score is 1,426 points. The third place is passerby King Dopa. He only has 1,392 points. Even if Li Hanxing stops playing now, he is unlikely to be surpassed in a short time. Neither can Ah Shui. After all, in the S6 version, ADC's carry ability has dropped significantly, and it is still difficult to win consecutively and score points. Brother Hanxing, keep go-go, Ah Shui urged. Wide the gap with Dopa. The top 2 in the national server must be the 2 of us. How can a Korean be the king? Li Hanxing did not respond immediately. He thought for a while. Wenbo, I have something to do here first. Let's get here first today. Wow, it feels so uncomfortable. Brother Hanxing. Ah Shui was obviously in high spirits, but Li Hanxing was disappointed. Isn't this the same as I just took off my pants and you deleted the expansion pack? Question mark. Stop. This is not a car going to kindergarten at all. Winball is also the god of mountain racing in Qiuming. DDDD. There are few pedestrians on Qiuming Mountain, and there are often drivers riding high and low. Today, the lanes are still there, and the old drivers are nowhere to be seen. MD. Winball's GDX. Labor and management are opening up. And if they don't agree, GHS? Li Hanxing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, It's the 21st century, and there are still people who don't know how to find teaching materials from action film teachers? Isn't this just a matter of skill? But, Wenba, it's okay to just brush up on your craft once in a while. This stuff is not addictive. Go, 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 Ah Shui said angrily. You go, I tell you. This time I am not happy. I am angry. If you don't give me a skin, this matter will never end. Li Hanxing shook his head dumbfounded. Give it. I'll give it. I'll moisturize it first. After that, he performed another wave of light speed downloading for the audience. Another one that fills the screen? After exiting the live broadcast, Li Hanxing's mind was filled with tasks and rewards, and he quickly entered the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The rewards are being distributed. Please pay attention to check them. Hurry up! Li Hanxing's system points surged by 1,000 points. From the original 312 points, it has become 1,362 points. These 312 points are his accumulation of ranking games this week, which is almost an average of about 10 rankings a day. He has won a lot of MVPs, so his average score is almost 4 points or more. I took a look at my properties panel. Host, Li Hanxing. Host attribute value. Version understanding, 100 points, akimbo and leaning back. What is the welfare of time travelers? Operational ability, 72 points. This is to let you pull the opponent, not to pull with the opponent. Development ability, 70 points, at least after being charged by the jungler. You know how to kill a few waves of wild monsters to supplement your development. Reflexes, 80 points, maybe higher if you can do less anti-aircraft operations. Average hand speed, 85 points. Frequent practice of needlework and the experience of being single for 18 years have given you a pair of unicorn arms. Team fighting ability, 75 points, not that good. Not that bad. The gods will only appear in your dreams for the time being. Overall evaluation, C+. You can have a place in the professional arena. But it's just a place. If you have more than 70 attribute points, you need 200 points to exchange for 1 attribute value. Now that you have obtained the qualification to return to the LPL, let's use up the points before returning to the LPL. If you are stronger, you will be able to perform more brilliantly in the trial training of joining the team, thereby gaining a higher tactical status. 1362 points. That is, you can have 6 attribute points. Li Hansheng rubbed his chin, thinking about a strategy to add points. In fact, it is not a good thing to rashly add points before officially joining the team. He needs to decide the direction of adding points based on the overall strength of the team he joins. For example, if he joins an already strong team like EDG, then he will definitely give priority to adding team fighting capabilities and strive to perform better in team fights. But if you join the bottom team, then you have to give priority to improving your landing ability, because your teammates can't rely on them. You have to break through at a single point on the top lane to gain a huge advantage, and then drive your teammates. Even if it doesn't work, then just push 41 points without thinking, and no team fight ability is needed. Hey, no, even if you go to EDG, you have to give priority to increasing your landing strength. After all, the factory director never catches you. Forget it. You can add points at any time anyway. Let's wait until the information about joining the team is confirmed before considering it. However, Li Hansheng waited eagerly for a long time, but did not see the remaining rewards being distributed. System? What about the promised opportunity to return to the LPL? You actually gave me a reward. Host, please wait patiently. This reward will be issued within 24 hours. Host, please pay attention to all messages contacting you at any time. ? Li Hansheng was dumbfounded. Is this what is called caring in chaos? Thinking about it, the literal expression is an opportunity to return to the LPL, and it will not be available immediately. Then I'll do it with a hammer. Li Hansheng simply restarted the broadcast immediately to gain more points before the opportunity came. The interval between the next broadcast and the next broadcast is only 2 to 3 minutes. The audience in the live broadcast room has not finished yet. I saw another scene in the live broadcast room, Li Hansheng said with a smile. Hello, brothers. I'm back again. Ignoring the barrage, Li Hansheng sent Ashui another message in the game. Specializes in killing the superior dogs in the first area. Winba. Pull me quickly. I'm back again. Ashui pulled him into the queue again, and the two boarded YY voice again. Ashui spoke directly and teased in an ambiguous tone. Brother Hansheng, you are not very good. It seems that you are not durable. It will be over in less than 3 minutes. Chapter 28 Top Team. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of rapid footsteps. And then, the door was pushed open. What catches the eye is the huge team logo hanging in the center of the wall. Purple gold background. 1 letter and 1 number. M3. This team name, in turn, is We. The predecessor of M3 is We.A. The second team of We Team. Because Riot issued new regulations at the end of 2014. A club is not allowed to have 2 teams in the top league at the same time. The one most affected by this rule is actually the Korean LCK, which directly led to the merger of LCK teams and caused a large number of high-quality players to lose their main positions and leave the LCK. The most famous one is the Samsung 10. The LPL side was actually fine. It seemed that only one club, We, was injured. In the LPL league at that time, only the first and second teams of We were in the top league. Therefore, We.A directly changed the team name to M3, and the boss changed from the original Shanghai Emperor to Renhuang Sky. But looking at the team name and the relationship between Sky, We and Shanghai Emperor, it is clear that the two teams are essentially the same. The relationship has not changed. As for the memory M3 has left for people, there is nothing better than it. The ugliest bot lane combination in the LPL. Magu SMLZ plus Guy D Lovic, and Ju Jushan Niru, who made Magu autistic. The one-handed knife girl plus Pan Sin support made SMLZ completely embark on the road of facial paralysis and autism. Besides, there is also the champion top laner of the Samsung 10 Suns, Looper, who took away Li Hanqing's position. And the other one is Dade, the great emperor of spring. The jungler also has a problem. Including Candy, a prostitute. No. Candy's current nickname is simply Son of the Dragon. Looking at the M3 lineup alone. Looper, Candy, Dade, SMLZ, Lovic/Shiniruo. Except for the poor support position. The other 4 positions are all top-notch. But there is just no chemical reaction. So the results are not ideal. This is the base that the team rented before. If you don't like it, you can find another place by yourself. Xiaoshu, the original leader of M3, pointed to the room and talked. There were 2 men beside him, one of whom was tall and thin and looked quite polite, and the other was about the same. The 2 exchanged a few words in a low voice. The leading man took the initiative and asked, "As I told you before, have you dealt with the team members that should be left behind and the team members that should be dealt with?" "Well, except for SMLZ and Looper, who transferred a long time ago, and Guidi and Shiniruo, who you said you wanted to get rid of. Everyone else is here." Xiaoshu nodded, then smiled. "What? Do you want to bring some of your 2,144 people?" "Brother Hao." 2,144. Brother Hao. These 2 key words revealed the identity of the tall and thin man in front of him. That is Guo Hao, the manager of the TS team, who will be known as the world's loudest and leak-picking kid in the future. 2144 has nothing to do with me anymore. Now I work for other people. I can't do favoritism for personal gain. Guo Hao shook his head. It's not a good feeling to leave the team that we originally worked so hard for. But he also doesn't want to miss the opportunity to play in the top league. After all, this is his dream. Hey, you are backed by a top company like Toba. And they still have this little money? Are the members of 2,144 not expensive? Xiaoshu obviously didn't believe it. Toba wants to enter the esports industry. But although they are optimistic about the traffic of the esports industry, they don't know exactly how much traffic the team can bring. So the amount of capital injection is currently limited. After buying your team's quota, I don't have much remaining funds. I have to spend the money in useful places. Otherwise, the team will be relegated in the first season after buying it. Then I am a failure as a manager. Right. Hey, tell me who your target is. The little beast looked curious. Business secrets. Guo Hao smiled mysteriously. The little beast also realized that he had made a mistake, and did not ask any more questions. He just continued to show them around, and then emphasized. The rent is due soon. If you want to continue to renew the lease, you must pay the rent and water and electricity quickly. Let's see how much money I have left after the transfer is completed. Guo Hao waved his hand. Okay, since you think it's okay, let's sign a contract, and then go to the L.AC League to go through the procedures and report. By the way, if you want to transfer, you have to hurry up. There are only the last few days of the transfer period. Time! The LPL is about to start, and there is not much time left for your team to adjust. Xiaoshu also kindly reminded. This M3 can almost be said to have been dismantled, leaving only the midfielder. And there is still a question mark whether this midfielder will eventually appear in Guo Hao's starting list. The LPL is not just about finding the 5 strongest passers-by and forming a team. There are several dimensions of difference between professional competitions and ranking rounds. Most of the time, the passerby kings in the ranks are not accustomed to playing in professional competitions. The group left the team base, contacted people from the L.AC Alliance to report, and changed the team name from M3 to Top. Why so quickly? Joke. The L.AC Alliance itself was spearheaded by the boss of Wii. Can Guo Hao be more efficient in doing business with Wii? The whole process was completed easily. Before leaving, Xiaoshu reminded, we are quite optimistic about Candy. If you are short on money, you can consider selling Candy to us. The price will definitely be fair. Okay. Guo Hao waved his hand. After sending the little beast away, Guo Hao returned to the hotel with his assistant. He was actually quite tired after a busy day. But when he thought that the team could not even make up the starting 5, he had to brace himself to cheer himself up. I walked to the bathroom and rubbed my face with cold water to make myself more energetic. Returning to the bedside, Guo Hao said, have you communicated with LGD yet? We talked about it, but they refused to sell Imp separately. They said that if we want Imp, we must bundle it with God's contract, and we also have to add a mid laner to them. They seem to be interested in Dade. I really don't understand LGD. Do they want to play this season or not? Are they saying they want to play? They also intend to sell Imp and even regard God's contract as a garbage contract. Are they saying they don't want to play? They are paying such a high price. Marin was introduced. Guihao rubbed his brow with a headache. He just simply wants to imp. Guihao's team building idea is very simple. He plans to copy and imitate EDG. Don't talk about whether foreign wars will bring you down. You must first dominate the country and let the sponsors behind you see real traffic, so that you can have more additional investment to introduce better players. So, what is EDG's team building idea? A super top-level ADC, plus 4 tool players, to build tactics around the ADC. This trick has been tried and tested in China. Now in the LPL market, the only one who meets this condition and has the opportunity to operate is Imp. Guihao really wants players of the same level as Uzi and Death. But will his club let them go? Obviously not. But LGD's current conditions have been announced. Should they accept it? Chapter 29. All that's missing is top laner and support. Without giving Guihao much time to think, there was a knock on the door outside the room. The assistant stood up and opened the door. And another tall, thin man walked in from the outside. Xiao Bai, you're finally here. Guihao quickly stood up and greeted the man in front of him with a smile. Xiao Bai, BSYY, White Crescent Moon. The captain of Hawaii Spider in the ancient times of LPL has now transformed into a head coach. His biggest resume as a coach should be leading LGD in S4 and S5. Pity. Because White Crescent couldn't bear other people's interference in its tactical design and lineup BP. It chose to break up with LGD directly. People who have not paid attention to LPL in the past may not understand this. This will involve another LPL team. The VG team. The personal relationship between the LGD and VG teams is very good. Mainly because the two teams have personal relationships in the Dota 2 circle. And the personal relationship with the LOL branch has also become close. The LOL branches of the two clubs are neighbors to each other. Moreover, VG bought Mata plus Dandy last year. 2 engine players who are regarded as Samsung White. While LGD bought Imp, who is also Samsung White. Deepening this relationship, the two clubs recognized each other's coaching ability. After all, he was the one who created the unrivaled Samsung White team. It is this resume that makes the price of him very expensive. After all, during this period, except for EDG, few teams in the LPL paid attention to the role of the coaching staff. They all regarded the coaches as just takeaways. So the wages they paid were naturally not high. Where to go? When VG and LGD were combined, they simply shared half of the salary between them, allowing them to directly coach the two clubs. It's just that the contract report submitted to the L.AC Alliance was done by the VG club. So will represent the VG team on stage. But he will also be responsible for LGD's training game review and pre-game BP discussion. In the beginning, White Crescent Moon was the one who led LGD all the way out of LSPL. LGD just asked to give him advice for White Crescent Moon to refer to. However, they lost to EDG 2-3 in the spring finals. LGD's management felt that there was something wrong with the coaching staff. So they asked White Crescent to have less of their own ideas and listen more to Um's opinions. This immediately annoyed White Crescent Moon. Such behavior obviously showed distrust in his coaching ability. So he resigned directly. Everyone knows what happened next. After Bayuya resigned, LGD found Chris again. It was the Chris who helped the 3 ugly Doyumen close the door and prevented them from being beaten to death. But even a head coach with a little bit of pursuit and arrogance will not accept the decision of LGD management. Chris resigned in anger not long after he joined the team. He even announced on Weibo that VG and LGD shared him as the head coach, which made everyone famous. In the end, in order to avoid suspicion, did not go to the S5 World Championship with LGD. As a result, LGD could only temporarily use Firefox, who was an analyst, as a coach. The result is that LGD became a complete joke in S5. Reverse Q. Don't ban Iron Man. Fireman will make steel. One World Championship brought LGD, which had a promising future, to its knees. The talented domestic mid-laner god lost his confidence amidst the overwhelming scolding. And Imp felt that he was being played by his teammates. He began to doubt his life, and even started drinking. Pyle became the god of death. And TBQ was even labeled as a match fixer, mainly facing the AP lineup. The operation of Blue Shield is really unclear. Either it was a fake match, or the cold burned out my brain. Brother How, you are really good. You were looking for me to coach in LSPL before. How long have you been directly upgraded to LPL? Bayuya said with a chuckle. Everything in the world is unpredictable. A big intestine wraps a small intestine. Guihao waved his hand. You are here just in time. Regarding the team's lineup, you are a professional. Come and give me some advice. We bought M3's quota. The only ones left in the team now are Dade and Kindi. Both the top laner and the bottom lane need to buy people. However, according to your suggestion, we talked with LGD. They are willing to sell Imp, but they require us to. It must be taken over with God's contract as well. Guo Hao briefly explained the current situation to Bai Yueya. Huh? Bai Yueya is indeed someone who has been in LGD. He immediately understood what LGD was thinking. They want daddy. Right. Why do you say that? Guo Hao asked. Sister Ruru has her own ideas and has excellent relevant professional knowledge. Why is he willing to sell Imp? It's very simple. First of all, Imp doesn't want to stay in LGD. S5's blow to an arrogant player like him, it was too big for him. And his self-confidence dropped severely, which affected his condition. I also heard that he had recently started to indulge in alcoholism. Drinking alcohol can cause irreversible damage to people's reaction nerves. The ADC position is all about reaction speed. It is no exaggeration to say that if Imp continues to perform like this, it will definitely be useless. It is a real waste. LGD spent a lot of money to buy Marin, obviously to focus on the top lane. In this case, Imp seems to be useless. After all, Imp also needs resources. And if the two foreign players are one in the top lane and the other in the bottom lane, they will not be able to compete with each other at all. There is no linkage. One is FMVP from last year's S5, and the other is Imp who is in decline and drinking too much. LGD will definitely choose the former. If you want to help the top lane, the mid laner and jungler are particularly important. LGD bought a new jungler, and there is no supplement in the mid lane. The S5 World Championship also dealt a big blow to Xiaowei. He was also in the same situation as Imp. He was in bad shape. So LGD should want Dade to replace Xiaowei with two Korean players, one in the middle and one in the top, so that they can maximize the role of Marin. And from the perspective of the S6 version changes, the shooter is reworked and the equipment is revised, which is to reduce the importance of the ADC. Considering the version factors, LGD does not want the so-called super ADC. The main thing is to get rid of Imp's super big contract. Just find an obedient and suitable young man for P-While to take care of. Dade didn't perform well in M3 last year. LGD can use this to lower the price. Bai Yueya's eloquent analysis immediately made Guo Hao enlightened. I couldn't help but have a different view on Ruru. A female figure. No wonder Ruru is known as the queen mother of esports. Her business ability is indeed stronger than most men. And her ideas for building a team are also very clear. According to the White Crescent Moon, this operation of LGD can directly get rid of the burden of two super large contracts of Imp plus God, and optimize the lineup to the greatest extent based on the current version. At the same time, it can also ensure that the value of Marin, an S-race FMVP player, can be maximized. It can be said that one stone kills two birds with one stone. Then according to this statement, didn't we accept two garbage contracts? Guo Hao asked. Then we didn't lose blood? No. Bai Yueya shook his head. My relationship with Xiaowei and Imp is not bad, and I know them well. These two people are both geniuses. Geniuses are arrogant. If they continue to stay in LGD, they will only show off. Rotten. If they can change the environment and let them start over, as long as they can correct their attitude, they will be able to find their best form sooner or later. The version is indeed not suitable for ADCs to perform. But how can an ADC player of Imp's level be restricted by the version? You can't see it at ordinary times. But at critical times, the gap between Super ADC and ordinary ADC will be particularly obvious. We are a newly formed team, and we need experienced players like this to serve as the cornerstone of the team. Otherwise, it will be difficult to lead the team with all newcomers. Bai Yueya explained. Then you mean that if we agree to LGD's conditions, we will directly achieve a win-win situation? Absolutely. Bai Yueya nodded. If it doesn't work, I can communicate with Xiaowei and Imp in private first to see if they are willing to come and if they want to change the environment and start over. Okay. You should contact us now. We don't have much time left. Guo Hao nodded. Okay. If Kindi can stay, he has great potential and good strength. What about the top order and support? I have to tell you first. If we take the contracts of God and Imp, our budget will not be enough. The top order and support can only be bought cheaply. Guo Hao reminded helplessly. After all, it's still money. It's okay. The Super ADC can promote the growth of new assistants. As for the top laner, you can go to the National Server King to find that kind of young player. Bai Yueya waved his hand indifferently. As long as the overall lineup is built, I am confident to lead the team to the playoffs in the first season. After the run-in is complete, I am even confident to fight for the league championship and S-level qualifications. Good. Guo Hao gritted his teeth and said, then we will split up. Chapter 30 Trial Invitation. Same day, the L.AC Alliance immediately issued an announcement. The M3 team changed its name to the top team. But this news did not attract too many people's attention. Bai Yueya made full use of her connections and immediately contacted Imp and God, asked them out, and expressed her intention to come. Imp and God were not very interested at first. If it weren't for White Crescent's face, they would probably refuse on the spot. Are you kidding me? They really want a change of environment. But they don't want to go to a new team with all the personnel. Right? It's better to stay in LGD. At least this year's LGD lineup looks good. Marin has also been introduced to the top lane position, which can be seen as a targeted upgrade for the S5 League Championship lineup. But at this time Guo Hao came. Bai Yueya didn't know exactly what happened. He only knew that Guo Hao made an okay gesture to him. Is this a success? Shall I go? Brother Hao, are you too fierce? What on earth did you say that made them agree? Hey, I just rely on this mouth to make a living. What else can I say? Just draw a big picture. Guo Hao smiled, and then patted Bai Yueya on the shoulder. Now that the two core positions of mid lane and ADC are settled, Kendi heard that the club wanted to introduce Imp and God, and was willing to stay. He refused W's invitation, and then only plays top order in support. Actually, I have two candidates for support, Bai Yueya said. One is Ming from the MGB team, and the other is Lameo from the Royal team. Both of them are in the secondary league. They shouldn't be expensive. You can go and consult. Guo Hao looked troubled. His original intention was to find passers-by directly as support in top order, so as to save a transfer fee. What? Are you having trouble? No. Guo Hao gritted his teeth. I'll ask right away. As for the top laner, White Crescent Moon also gave his own opinion. Go to Ionia and look for it. Invite a few more high-ranking people to try out, and pick the most suitable one. Okay. But let's settle the transfer between Imp and God first. Guo Hao rubbed his brows in distress. He has to carefully calculate the club's funds, and cannot ignore operating costs just to buy people. If you want to run an LPL-level professional team, the player's contract salary is only part of it. Another part is the salary of the staff, coaching team, operations public relations department, cafeteria antes, among which the coaching team is divided into training team and data analysis team. These human costs require money, not to mention the cost of renting a house and bandwidth. Players must go to the Korean server for daily training, in order to create a good training environment for the players. At least there should be no lag in the Korean server. Right. Then do you want to open a dedicated line for Korean servers? These costs are all real. Guo Hao now wanted to break a steel coin into two pieces and spend it. Both Imp and God's salaries start at 7 figures, and Kendi's contract renewal is close to 7 figures. The only thing that can comfort him now is the assistant and top order will definitely need to find new people, and the wages of the new people will not be too high. During the S6 period, League of Legends had not yet become a league. Even the salaries of most players in the LPL were around 10,000 yuan. It was not that they did not earn a salary of several thousand yuan, but most of them were newcomers. The significant increase in the income of LPL players will only occur after S7 starts the alliance. If you calculate it, with the reputation of Imp and God, if they renew their contracts under the same circumstances as S8, they will not be able to get a 7-digit contract. At least, it has to be an 8-figure contract. If you are really short of money, after the team lineup is determined, you can go directly to the platform to package and sell the team's live broadcast contract. This should get you a lot of money back. Bai Yueya suggested. The live streaming platform during the S6 era still had a serious bubble. There are still many behaviors such as poaching people with sky-high contracts. Let's talk about it then. Guo Hao waved his hand. Deal with the matters at hand first. Then you go find the top order, and I will be responsible for contacting the support. Time is very tight for Guo Hao. It is approaching the end of the transfer period, and their hastily formed team will not have much time to adjust before they have to play in the LPL. If you can confirm the roster one day early, you can buy the team one more day of running in time. Also on the same day, Guo Hao and LGD negotiated the details of the transfer, and both parties also went to the L.AC League to formally report the players' contracts. Both clubs issued an announcement together, involving popular players like God, Imp, and popular clubs like LGD. This announcement is not going unnoticed. It immediately attracted a lot of heated discussion. What the H.L.? Who is this top? Is he so rich? I'm so ridiculous. Is this the second VG? Spend the most money and get the most beatings? Is there anyone who still wants these two colored pins, Imp and God? Imp is okay. Isn't God the #1 Tang sect in Heavenly Sword? When will you come back to play LOL again? LGD can look forward to a good move in the new season. The mid to upper linkage between Dade and Marin. LGD is making a lot of money. Okay. After getting rid of 2 garbage contracts, you can still trust the Emperor of Spring. This incident also reached the ears of Li Hansheng, who was live broadcasting. The popularity of his live broadcast room is getting higher and higher. Even if he doesn't pay attention, there will be viewers who will pay attention to this matter. This top team is a bit interesting. God and Imp. Are they going to act as spoilers for the LPL? Oshue joked with interest. Imp is indeed very powerful. I encountered it when I played in the Korean server. He gave me the landing pressure feels stronger than Uzi and Dept. Bold. Li Hansheng quickly stopped Oshue's dangerous behavior. Don't praise him or step on him. Honor aside, Imp's personal strength may not be much better than that of a puppy. Hey. Oshue smiled directly. You, the biggest blackhead, actually said such a thing? Damn you. When did I hack Uzi? Li Hansheng retorted angrily. You have to be lucky that it's S6 now. What does this have to do with whether it is S6? If this were an S8, if you dared to say such things, your nationality would be confiscated on the spot. Without continuing the topic, Li Hansheng took the initiative to open the web page and browse the official blog of the top team. He was really curious now. How come the top team that only appeared in S8 appeared in S6? Could it be that his time traveling caused chaos in the world line? Isn't it? Just as he was pondering this matter, someone in the friends column of the League of Legends client sent him a message. The opponent's ID is, Top Club is recruiting powerful top laners. Top Club recruits powerful top laners. Brother, do you want to continue playing professionally? You can come to our team for a trial training. We will cover food, accommodation and round-trip tickets. The other party may have felt that what he said was not detailed enough. Seeing that Li Hansheng didn't reply for a long time, he emphasized his identity again. Top Club is recruiting powerful top laners. I am God. Not a liar. Do you want to give it a try? Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Could it be? Is this the reward of the system? An opportunity to return to the LPL? Chapter 31 has initially grasped the essence of pulling. The long-awaited opportunity. Isn't this coming? Now think about the previous transfer news about Top. Imp. God. With these 2 core C-position base players. Plus him. Li Hansheng even felt that this top team could directly play 3 core tactics like the peak IG of S8. Although the reputation of these 2 people is not very good. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng, how can he not know? To be honest, God is just a scapegoat. The overall failure of S5 LPL made the audience need an outlet to vent their emotions. And God became the target for the audience to vent their dissatisfaction. But if you want to talk about God's dish, it's pure nonsense. God is someone who can keep up with Rookie in the landing. Even God, who has gone downhill in S7, can still educate the amateur knight in the middle lane duel. Specializes in killing the superior dogs in the first area. Yes, I am in the Magic City. Send me the address, and I can go for trial training tomorrow. Top Club is recruiting powerful top laners. Okay. You add me on WeChat, and we will discuss it in detail. Watching the conversation between the two, Donmu was also shocked. Damn it! Brother Hansheng is going to return to the professional arena? Gui gui! I'm really looking forward to Brother Hansheng beating those LPL bastard top laners. Are anchors finally going to become professional and make a name for themselves? Top's predecessor was M3. RNG bought Looper and kicked out Brother Hansheng. Isn't this a proper grudge match? 30 years of Hedong. 30 years of Hushi. RNG. Xiao Hansheng, will return to LPL today to compete with you. Don't be disgusted with me. Will this stinky dog still have a chance to play in the LPL? Oshua obviously also found out about this through the barrage. He was slightly surprised and said, Hack, Brother Hansheng. Top wants you to play top lane? Trial training? It's just a trial training. Li Hansheng chuckled. Brother, I won't accompany you in duo queue today. I have to contact the other party to prepare for tomorrow's trial training. Okay, go ahead. Come on. Oshue gave a heartfelt blessing. Li Hansheng directly downloaded the broadcast at the speed of light. Things like this cannot be discussed in detail publicly during the live broadcast. He has to contact God or the people in the top club privately. The two parties briefly communicated for a few words and agreed on a time to meet tomorrow. Only then did Li Hanqing's anxious heart fall. The system is really powerful. It was said that within 24 hours, someone really contacted me within 24 hours. Sitting back in front of the computer, the group portraits of the 7 wolves of Ionia in the lower left corner were beating and flashing. Li Hanqing clicked on it and saw that Ah Shui was blowing his pussy crazily. It's a pity that there is no if/degree, bro. You better have a vision. If you find a big daddy at random, you will be the first person in this group to compete in the LPL. You all should learn from it. Zhanqi TV. Xiang, WTF? Real or fake? Brother Han Sheng will join the LPL directly? I'm jealous. Bei Duofen. Prince of online dating. Brother Han Sheng was originally the top laner of RNG. But he was robbed of his position. He has experienced ups and downs in the past half-month. Alas, life is really unpredictable. And the big intestine wraps up the small intestine. Zhanqi TV. Katanda, in case you don't know. Here's a little trivia. I was the first person in this group to come into contact with the LPL. If I hadn't been young enough, I would have played in the LPL a long time ago. Zhanqi TV. Xiang, then you still haven't played in the LPL? What are you bragging about? Zhanqi TV. Katanda, idiot. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Go away. Miming, which team contacted Brother Han Sheng? It's a pity that there is no if/degree, it's the new team top. Han Sheng brother, who God came to contact personally. Miming, WTF? Top also contacted me and asked me to try out too. It's a pity that there is no if/degree? Damn it. Real or fake? Such a coincidence? Li Hanqing was stunned when he saw what Ming said. Top actually contacted Ming? If this is true, then wouldn't the top lineup be myself, Candy, God, Imp and Ming? This lineup seems a bit strong? Even though Ming is still in his infancy, he has the talent and potential. It is inevitable that he will grow rapidly under the leadership of Imp. The top ADC can allow talented supports to grow quickly. For example, last year's Mako, such as S7's Ming, both quickly grew into the backbone of the team next to the top ADC. If this lineup is true, Li Hanqing feels that he is fully capable of competing with SKT, which is known as the most invincible in S6. Brother is just a legend. I will give you news after I finish the trial training tomorrow. Finished? Li Hanqing directly quit the group chat and started his solo queue journey. Tonight, he planned to stay up all night to collect points and try to improve his attributes again before going to top for trial training. Tired? At the age of 18. Even if you perform several air defense operations in one day, you will not feel tired even if you stay up all night. At the same time, the training room of the top team, Bai Yueyao and Guo Hao were standing behind God. While God was using WeGame to browse Li Hanqing's recent game records, almost all of them were wins. Occasionally, a defeat was due to the collapse of his teammates. But Li Hanqing's personal data was fine. Are you sure you want to find him? Guo Hao still wanted to imitate EDG's successful model. See Li Hanqing's pages of Sword Girl, Captain, and Ruiwen. I can't help but have some headaches. What about the big tree? What about Titan? Where's Bobby? You should play one of the 3 fantasy gods in the top lane. How can you learn EDG if you don't play the 3 fantasy gods in the top lane? Such a person will definitely be expelled as soon as he goes to EDG. Is he worthy of playing top lane in EDG if he doesn't play 3 fantasy gods? Why don't such a strong young player look for him? Bai Yueyao retorted. For young players, operation is the most important thing. As for things at the conscious level, they can be accumulated through continuous competition. But operation is pure talent. Ask away. His talent is already very strong. But if he meets Rookie, does he get a headache? In terms of landing, Song Yijin is a monster, and ordinary people can't compare with him. God gave his own evaluation. It can make an arrogant god give such an evaluation. Rookie is the only one, and even Faker can't enjoy it. Treatment. When looking for players, you need to find players with strong lanes. Only with lanes can you follow up. Imp also gave his own opinion. This guy is obviously a strong operator. Both Sword Girl and Raven are so smooth at playing. You know how to kill a few waves of wild monsters to supplement your development. Reflexes, 80 points, maybe higher if you can do less anti-aircraft operations. Average hand speed, 85 points. Frequent practice of needlework and the experience of being single for 18 years have given you a pair of unicorn arms. Team fighting ability, 75 points, not that good. Not that bad. The gods will only appear in your dreams for the time being. Comprehensive evaluation, B-. You already have the capital to establish yourself in the professional arena. And you are only one step away from being a league superstar. Come on. Seonian. Chapter 32, is your swordswoman called FMVP? Li Hanqing's current average of 6 attributes has exceeded 80. There is no way. When I understand the version, it directly raises the average value by 100. Just above the average of 80. The system's evaluation is that he is only one step away from being a league superstar. Then Li Hanqing estimates that when the average reaches 85, he will become a league superstar. When the average is 90, he will be a world-famous superstar. As for the average of 95, it should be a player from a team who has entered the finals of the S competition. It can only be achieved after the state of explosive seed appears. And in the end, the hexagons were filled directly. And all were 100? There is also Li Hanqing in the world who can reach that level of invincibility. Who told him to hold the system in his hands, and he was a loser. Those factors that restrict ordinary people simply don't exist in Guabi's eyes. It was almost time to arrive at the appointed time. Li Hanqing quickly got up and took a shower to refresh himself. Then he took a black down jacket from his suitcase and put it on before walking out of the hotel. He stopped a taxi directly. As soon as he got in, Li Hanqing reported his address. Master, go to the Pearl River Creative Center. In fact, this is the famous Lingsha Road. This area is a gathering place for the sports industry specially created by the city. As an upstart in the competitive field, the esports industry also attracts considerable attention. In addition to LPL teams such as EDG, IM, and Snake, there are also teams like Activision Blizzard and the Banana Project, led by Principal Wang to host this year's LPL, is also nearby. When Li Hanqing got out of the car, he saw the office building of Activision Blizzard in the distance. And not far away, there was a large EDG team logo with white letters on a black background hanging on the glass wall in front of it. In the future, the 3 heroes of Lingsha Road will become the 4 heroes of Lingsha Road? Anyone who comes to Lingsha Road to play around will lose a layer of skin. Right. Li Hanqing smiled. He followed the house numbers one by one and finally found the base of the top team. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with EDG's luxuriously decorated office building, the location of the top team's base is a little more remote. And it seems that the entire building is not rented. Only 3 floors of it are rented. Even the team logo hanging on the glass wall is a bit smaller than other people's. Is this really the top team backed by Taobao Group? Could it be that the changes in the world line not only caused Top to appear earlier, but also made Taobao company less wealthy? After all, it's a regular LPL team. It just allows me to play games. I don't need a bicycle at this time. Li Hanqing comforted himself, pushed open the glass door and walked in. Good guy? There was no one at the front desk. And the entire lobby was empty. As if the decoration hadn't been completed yet. He could only take out his mobile phone and call God directly. Not long after, the patter of footsteps was heard, and a man in a suit walked down the stairs. He explained, apologetically. Sorry. The club has just been established. The base has not been completely renovated, and many staff are still being recruited. Are you Li Hanqing? My name is Guahao, and I am your manager and team leader. Hello, Brother Hao. Li Hanqing nodded to him, and then asked, when will we have a trial training? You go to the training room with me first, and we'll explain it in detail there. Guahao led him to the second floor. The decoration on the second floor had been completed, and it looked quite decent. The space in the training room is also quite large. In addition to the computers used by the players, there is an oversized white screen and projector in the corner, and there is a blackboard next to it. It is obviously used for post-match review. Small but complete. Obviously the top players had just woken up. Imp, God, and Kindy were all bleary-eyed, and their hair was as messy as a chicken coop. These are star players that I could only see through broadcast cameras in my previous life. Now it appears in front of him alive. Li Hanqing thought he would be very excited. But actually he was not. In the past, he was an ordinary person who looked up to these star players from the perspective of a fan. But now, he is a bastard. Someone who will surpass these people in the future. There is no fan perspective and admiration. It's about looking at each other in the same status. Just like seeing your friends. It's no big deal. This is Li Hanqing who is here for trial training. They are Imp, Away and Candy. That is by Yueya, the coach of our team. They nodded to each other as a greeting. Li Hansheng asked curiously, "When will we start trial training?" "Well," Guihao explained with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face, "we have to wait for a while, because the auxiliary players we invited for trial training are still on the way. If they don't arrive, we won't be able to get together." People from scrims. Li Hansheng was stunned when he heard the news. Just expose it. Expressions of old man. Subway. Mobile phone.jpg. Are you kidding me? Forget it that the base has not been decorated yet. And now we don't even have the people together? Isn't this really just a joke? No way. The team was formed relatively late, Guihao said helplessly. I'll ask you to wait a moment. By the way, did you have a meal when you came over? Why don't you have a meal with us? It just so happens that I ordered takeout. This is fine. Li Hansheng didn't eat before going out, and he felt a little hungry when he felt his stomach. As for whether eating will lead to poor condition and slow reaction during the trial training later? Joke? Do you understand the value of digitizing capabilities? All of Li Hansheng's attribute indicators have been digitized by the system. If the response attribute is 80, it will always be 80. There will be no slow response due to cerebral ischemia caused by eating something. He can let go. After having lunch, Li Hansheng also chatted with God and the others. After all, there is a high probability that they will be teammates in the future, so there is nothing wrong with getting familiar with them in advance. Didn't have to wait long. Guihao's cell phone rang again, and he hung up and walked directly out the door. The assistant is here. Let's get ready to start the trial training. Not a moment. Guihao led the two people to the training room. Li Hansheng knew both of them. One is Ming, who is also in 7 Wolves of Ionia. As for the other one, he was stunned for a moment, then realized, isn't this Lemao? Ming and Lemao also greeted everyone one by one, and then Ming took the initiative to come to Li Hansheng's side. Gui, Brother Hansheng, do you look like this offline? You are 1.8 meters tall and have such good looks. Ming looked like a fangirl in the rice circle, looking up and down at Li Hansheng. The most important thing was he even said, it's not inferior to WE's Mystic. What? Li Hansheng took 2 steps back warily, subconsciously protecting his back. Why does this kid look more and more obscene the more he laughs? Something's wrong. Something is really wrong. I compliment you on how handsome you are. What's your expression? You don't think I'm a coquettish person, do you? Ming looked like he was wronged. Stop it! Please stop your crazy behavior. The most important thing today is the training match. That's right, Brother Hansheng. If we play against LGD, the person facing you will be S5 World Championship FMEP player Marin. Don't worry. I will try my best to roam the top lane to help you build an advantage. Ming also stopped smiling and changed. Gotta get serious. It's okay. Li Hansheng smiled and shook his head. I also want to know what the FMVP level of S5 is. At this time, White Crescent Moon came over. Let Ming play the first one. Lemao, watch from behind with me. Okay. Lemao nodded. He is older than Li Hansheng and has worked hard in society early. Therefore, he is very experienced in dealing with people and does not rush to express himself like a young man. It is still beneficial to observe your competitors first. Let me tell you briefly, Bai Yueya said. LGD's current lineup is top laner Marin, jungler Imi/U, mid laner Dave, and bottom laner PYLNY4. Jungle U is a newcomer they discovered, and Y4 was also discovered by them from the RNG youth training team. Shall we create a custom room? Li Hansheng. Sure, Ming. You two quickly get used to the peripherals. Several people worked together, and Li Hansheng and Ming briefly debugged it. In fact, it was the placement of peripherals and the DPI adjustment of the mouse. Then he entered the custom room created by God. Chapter 33, Who Said Bobik Sword Princess? Soon both parties entered the room and entered the BP screen. The bans on both sides were very casual. They did not deliberately target the bans, nor did they ban the strong heroes in the version. The main purpose of the training match is to train the troops, to see if they can handle some powerful heroes, and to release some heroes that they dare not use in the main game to see the effect. After all, if you can handle a hero that no one else can handle, then you will gain a huge advantage in the BP stage. The main reason why LGD dared to let Tetsuo go in the S5 World Championship was because their skateboard shoes plus Fireman's bottom lane did beat Tetsuo in the training match. Top is on the blue side, so you can choose the hero first. Li Hansheng. First use your most confident hero to face Marin, Bai Yueya said. He may be afraid that he will have to face the S5 FMVP as soon as he comes to trial training. and that Li Hansheng will be under a lot of pressure. So try to allow Li Hansheng to play freely. Do you want to counter? This way you can perform better. No need. Li Hansheng shook his head confidently and refused. Give me sword lady, and I will go on the road and kill her directly. Okay. Bai Yueya nodded, indicating that he would figure it out. Bai Yueya is also a domestic coach with rich coaching experience. He did not deliberately designate Li Hansheng to play a certain hero, since Li Hansheng's main focus is landing operations. He also wants to see how powerful Li Hansheng's landing operations are. If you can gain an advantage through personal operations even when facing Marin, then he would have to reevaluate Li Hansheng. After all, the team's tactical position is achieved through its own hard power. The training room of the LGD club. Xinghuan, the guy on the other side of the road is provoking you. At this time, the coach of the LGD team was none other than Hart, one of the 10 members of Samsung. He joked in Korean. When you come to the LPL in the new season, you have to be prepared. Everyone wants to challenge you as FMVP to make yourself famous. Everyone knows that you are the core of our tactics. Marin pursed his lips and smiled. Brother, do you think I'm afraid of these brats? It stands to reason that Marin graduated from college before playing professionally. He is actually quite old. But he is also an elderly player. Date on the side also reminded. There are many unique talents in the LPL. They specialize in a certain hero. You still have to be cautious. Yeah. Marin thought for a moment and smiled. Then I'll take Poppy. The hero Poppy was reworked in version 5.24 and logged into the Chinese server in mid-December. After the rework, he went from being unpopular before to becoming the new favorite in the top lane. He is as famous as the 3 fantasy gods of the Big Tree and Titan. After the redesign, Poppy's damage is so high that it's difficult to understand. And it's also too fleshy to understand. And he can defeat rush heroes like Sword Princess with his W. Li Hansheng felt that the main reason why Bobby became stronger was the change in weapons. Originally, the old version of Poppy held a small wooden hammer that looked useless in combat. After being reworked, it immediately turned into a big hammer that was taller than a man. Finally, the lineups of both sides were determined. Top road, Sword Girl versus Poppy. Jungler, Excavator versus Leopard Girl. Mid lane, Ice Girl versus Victor. Bottom lane, Skateboard Shoes plus Bullhead versus Jin plus Titan. It can be seen from the lineup selected by LGD that in the new season, they will reduce the proportion of resources in the bottom lane in tactics and let the upper, middle and jungle carry the game as much as possible. As for the top lineup, the others are all strong choices in the current version. But Li Hansheng's Sword Queen seems so out of place. This is mainly because the hero Sword Queen has too strong aura of rank in the national server, although it shined in the S5 World Championship. But then the various numerical values were weakened. Among them, Li Hansheng feels that the biggest weakening is that the Giant Hydra and Greedy Hydra cannot be switched for free. Originally, Sword Princess could play the Giant Hydra first to gain more health points and increase fault tolerance. And in the later stages, she could transform into the Greedy Hydra for free to increase her operating limit. But now this gameplay has been banned by Riot. Enter the game. At the beginning, Li Hansheng did not follow his teammates, and it was unlikely that the lineups of both sides could fight as a first-level team. Candy, tell me the opponent's jungle path later. Okay. Candy nodded. If you want to suppress people, try to suppress them. I can be the first wave. Simply communicate with the jungler. Li Hansheng turned his attention to online. He controlled Sword Girl directly to the grass on the line near the red side. Poppy at level 1 can't defeat Sword Queen. On the contrary, Sword Queen must make good use of her strength at level 1 to exchange blood and lower Poppy's blood volume. As soon as the soldier line came up, Li Hansheng took the lead with Soldier A, and even deliberately used his passive to consume his distance for Bobby. Wait until Poppy is ready to pick up the passive shield. He queued directly forward, piercing the flaw just below Poppy, and then used acceleration to forcefully block Poppy's position and prevent the opponent from picking up the shield. Then a flat A backhand triggers Immortal Grip. Poppy's backhand is also a plus Q at this time. But Sword Girl uses A to get out of the range of Poppy Q's skill and avoid the second damage of Poppy Q, and then continue to compete with Bo. Even if he knocks off the only red medicine on his body, he still has to fight forcefully. Is this person crazy? Marin quickly took drugs and retreated to distance himself. The two sides exchanged blood for a 50-50 situation, both at about half health. Sword Lady retreated and escaped into the grass to get rid of the hatred of the minions. Marin simply couldn't understand why Li Hansheng wanted to exchange blood with him against the army line at level 1. Does the excavator need to be caught at 2 levels? But the time is not right. And how to catch people at the 2 levels of the excavator. The excavator that does not learn Q will not be harmed at all. After arriving at 2 levels, Sword Girl, who was the first to grab 2, moved forward with Q again, triggering the immortality to suppress Poppy's health. However, Poppy also passively triggered immortality with a backhand shot. And Poppy did not retreat, but moved forward. Because Poppy has reached level 2 too. Level 2 Poppy has W. But she's not afraid of you, Sword Lady. Li Hansheng was not in a hurry, but patiently waited for the CD of the Q skill, and also waited for Poppy's passive shield to disappear. He deliberately adjusted his position, so that he was at the edge of the ultimate casting range of Sword Queen's Q skill, which gave Marin enough reaction time. Really? When I saw the Sword Lady not far away striking through the air again, Marin instinctively activated W, steadfast style, in an attempt to knock Sword Princess down. But almost as soon as he pressed W, Marin regretted it. Because, when Sword Princess released Q, she also released W, Lawrence I Sword. Zheng! Blocked successfully. The Sword Lady was not knocked away. Instead, Poppy was stunned in place by the reflected sword energy. The reflected sword energy just pierced the flaw that had just been created on Poppy's left side. Use the accelerating Sword Queen to quickly close the distance between each other, and cut down with another immortal flat A. Poppy's health continued to drop. But Sword Princess herself was also focused on by the minions. Huh? Marin raised an eyebrow. After the dizziness ended, he fought and retreated. He was not in a hurry to distance himself, but was facing off against Sword Princess. Poppy's W will provide 10% of armor and magic resistance for Poppy. This effect will double when the blood volume drops by 40%. This is why Poppy looked at the yuppie with very low health and actual flesh. Moreover, a new flaw has been refreshed on the right side of Bobby. He can definitely use this flaw to block the wall behind him. It's still the best. Marin chuckled, seeing that he is about to merge with the wall, completely blocking his flaws. But I only saw the moment when Sword Ji Ping A raised her hand. Buzz! It turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared from the place. Then appeared behind Poppy. I removed the flaw on his right side. Marin's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. The damage caused by Sword Queen's flaw is real damage, and has nothing to do with the amount of your armor. Poppy's blood volume continued to be depressed, turning into blood. Buzz! Marin quickly handed over and flashed to distance himself, and ran towards the bottom of the tower. Sword Girl just chased after her. 2 seconds later, cut through the air, pierced the flaw directly below Poppy plus become immortal. Bobby's health bar was immediately cleared. First blood. Single kill. Chapter 34. What's wrong with social media? First blood. When the first blood kill prompt sounded in everyone's headphones, the expressions of the players on both sides were surprisingly consistent, and they all subconsciously looked sideways at their top laners with confused expressions. The same expression, but different moods. Human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same. What the LGD players were thinking was, what the H.L. Was he killed alone? People here at top are thinking, what the H.L. Is this a solo kill? Just one word. But the meaning is vastly different. Sensing the gazes of his teammates, Marin could only smile awkwardly but not politely, and shook his head slightly. A flash. The Sword Queen's proficiency on the opposite side is terrifying. There are only a handful of Sword Queen players who can do this move. A flashes. High-level skills belonging to Sword Queen usually appear in solo kills during the landing phase. The principle is very simple, because the damage of the basic attack is determined after the attack action is completed. So the moment the Sword Girl performs the basic attack action, she adjusts her position by flashing to create an unexpected effect. After the rework of S5, Sword Princess has become a popular hero on the top lane. More and more people are studying how to fight Sword Princess, and they have come to the same conclusion, which is to use terrain and walls to block gaps, and to avoid giving up Sword Princess in battles. If GA makes a flaw, his chances of winning will be even greater, especially after Sword Queen activates R. Sword Queen A will not refresh new flaws until the 4 flaws provided by her ultimate move are broken. Therefore, the wall will prevent Sword Queen A from returning to the blood formation and unable to use the flaws to create high damage. Amount of real damage. Correspondingly, Sword Princess players will also think about how to deal with it. The ultimate solution is a flash. In the S12 season before Li Hansheng traveled through time, every player who was proficient in Sword Princess knew this trick, even if the opponent's rank was silver. But at this point in S6, Only top Sword Princess players could do it. Marin admitted that she was somewhat careless. Can only say. Li Hansheng, a young man with no martial ethics, came to deceive and sneak attack his 25-year-old veteran comrade. Calm down! Calm down! Don't do anything stupid. Brothers, just hit the public screen on the awesome, and that's it. Li Hansheng has developed a habit of doing live broadcasts these days, and he habitually brags after making wonderful moves. Only later did I remember that there was no live broadcast, and I was in a training match. But, as long as he is not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. Behind them, Bai Yueyao and Guahao looked at each other, and Bai Yueyao added a comment on his notebook. He seems to have some kind of social badass. He has a cheerful personality, and can easily become the leader of the team's atmosphere group. But what was the operation just now? Bai Yueyao was also curious, but he also knew that he couldn't disturb Li Hansheng now, and planned to ask again later. He can now confirm that Li Hansheng's Lang ability is indeed very strong, but his ranking aura is also very strong, because Li Hansheng's operation is always thinking about killing the opponent alone. After replenishing equipment, TP returned to the line. Li Hansheng still played very aggressively. When he found an opportunity, he had to exchange blood with Poppy, and because of being shown off by Li Hansheng, Marin now doesn't dare to have sex with W, and has directly lost the initiative. Candy, come on, and do a counter crouch. I change my blood so frequently, and the leopard girl on the other side will probably come to catch me. Okay. Hearing this conversation, Bai Yueyao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He has seen too many scenes where jungle kings come to professional teams to train. Most of them will not care about the position of the opponent's jungler once they get the upper hand during the landing phase. They will only think about going for a solo kill, especially when they have an advantage. Later, the condition became more serious. This does not mean that these passerby kings will not guess the position of the opponent's jungler, but it is a matter of habit. In the ranked game, everyone is not so rigorous in playing. The three lines will exchange blood as soon as they come up, creating opportunities to kill the opponent alone. There are many gank options for the jungler. After all, for the jungler, it is best to exchange blood online, when both sides have residual health. The success rate of gank is high, so in the ranking game, there will be some unconventional jungle routes of level 2 capture, level 2 capture, and level 2 capture. In this case, in the pub game, you can bet that the opponent's jungler is not available and go to other lanes to gank. But it is very dangerous to gamble like this in the professional arena, because the frequency of blood exchanges in the professional arena is extremely low. This is also the reason why many jungle kings in the jungle can rank and catch people as easily as drinking water. But in the professional arena, they turn into brushes and can only play with wild monsters in the jungle. One is that the wards in the professional game are sufficient, and the field of view information is sufficient. The other is that the frequency of blood exchange is too low, giving no chance for gank. In this training match, both sides are quite restrained in the middle and lower lanes. Li Hansheng's frequent blood exchanges and line pressing behavior in the top lane are undoubtedly very unusual. It is like giving himself a knife in the sea to let the smell of blood spread out. The jungler smells the smell of blood just coming. Moreover, LGD will definitely practice tactics around the top lane in training matches, and the jungler will definitely revolve around the top lane. This is the conclusion Li Hansheng came to based on the underlying logic of the jungler in the game and his understanding of the opponent's situation. Half a minute later, Leopard Girl arrived on the road. Poppy directly used E to hit Sword Princess to get close to her face, then directly hit AQ twice to deal damage, and then turned on W to use acceleration to move close to Sword Princess. Sword Girl does not flash and cannot use Q to move. Leopard Girl's Q hit rate will be greatly improved. Call out. Leopard Girl predicted her Q from a long distance, and her spear just hit Sword Girl accurately. Immediately, Leopard Girl used E to give Bobby a mouthful of milk, then switched to beast form and used W to fly toward Sword Princess. The moment Leopard Girl approached Sword Princess, Buzz, the excavator lurking in the grass, flashed over and used his W to emerge from the ground, perfectly interrupting the Leopard Girl's W and knocking it away. He activated his Q and struck 3 times with his claws quickly to fill up his anger. At this time, the duration of Poppy's W has long expired. Sword Queen stabbed the flaw behind Leopard Girl with a backhand Q. Immediately, AE quickly made up for the 2 swords and adjusted its position to the refresh point of the next flaw. The angry excavator directly handed E to deal high real damage, coupled with the critical hit damage of Sword Queen's second stage E plus the true damage of the flaw. Leopard Girl can be instantly defeated. The double buffs on Leopard Girl were transferred to Sword Girl. Poppy on the side saw that the situation was not good, and immediately retreated to keep a distance, while Excavator and Sword Girl, who had no follow-up skills to stay behind, did not pursue them. So strong! Brother Han Sheng! Ming did not forget to compliment him. It's nothing to brag about beating Ma Datu in landing. When I go to the World Championships and beat them, you can brag about my landing prowess again. Li Hansheng immediately started bragging. But there's nothing wrong with what he said. The three top laners in LCK are Marin, Someday and Sem. Only Marin is not good at landing. Marin's operation can only be said to be quite satisfactory. What he excels at is the level of consciousness, such as his understanding of the line of troops and his control of the situation when leading alone. Therefore, what he needs is a team with smooth communication, strong tactical execution, and a team that can maximize his ability at the conscious level, such as SKT and S5. Like LGD, expecting him to defeat the opponent in the lane and then carry the team is really difficult for him. He doesn't have that ability, and he is not this type of player. Moreover, there are barriers to team communication, which is definitely a fatal limitation for players like him. Winnow fell into a near-collapse situation at the start. In the middle of LGD's lineup is Victor, a typical Earthbound spirit hero who can set the pace far from the bottom lane. It's unrealistic to expect the bottom lane to step up and drive the team's rhythm in the early stages. The next step is very simple. God found an opportunity to join the top lane and once again cooperated with Li Hansheng to kill Marin. On the bottom lane, Imp and Ming directly played a line kill. LGD ushered in a collapse across the board. The game was only a little over 10 minutes old when the word GG was printed on the public screen. Seeing this, Li Hansheng and others chose to quit the game directly with a tacit understanding. In order to keep the training game confidential, crystals will not be thrown away. Generally, after the disadvantage is relatively large, or the disadvantaged party no longer wants to play, GG will be played, and both parties will exit the game together, so that no game record will be left. After the game, God quickly created a custom game. This time it was Lemeo's turn, and Ming had to go to the back and be a spectator. Bai Yueya and Guihao kept expressionless and didn't say anything in particular. This made Ming a little uneasy, so he could only come up behind Li Hansheng with a little restraint and whispered, Brother Hansheng, come on! If you operate so fiercely, you can definitely stay. You did a good job with the first shot. Don't worry too much. Li Hansheng comforted him with a smile. After the two sides changed sides, they immediately started the second training match. Chapter 35, Backhand Poppy will blow you away. After finishing the ban, Bai Yueya, who had been silently observing, suddenly said to Li Hansheng, Are you going to play with me when you go on the road? 3 illusion gods? Right. Okay. Get me Poppy. Li Hansheng smiled brightly. I'll teach FMEP how to play Poppy. Is this the confidence gained from the previous solo kill? For professional players, having confidence is a good thing. Self-confidence is the basis for players to complete a series of wonderful operations on the court. Is it just pure confidence? Or is it too conceited? Have to observe again. Okay. Whatever you want. White Crescent nodded. Li Hansheng locked the hammer-shaped cannon without saying a word. Even if this is just a training match. In the second game after defeating the opponent, use the hero that was single-killed by you in the previous game. Whether you did it on purpose or not. The provocation of this behavior is very obvious. LGD training room. After seeing Top show off his Poppy, the new jungler you smiled and joked. Does the opponent want to teach him a forehand and backhand? Does he think he can beat Brother Qinghuan? No one responded. He looked left and right at his teammates, then back at the coach, and subconsciously shrank his neck. It seems like you said something wrong? Although Marin can't understand Chinese, he can understand Li Hansheng's behavior. He showed his trademark tight-lipped smile again. Doesn't it mean that LPL's top lane is very low in confrontation, and each other chooses a big tree or titan to use, Grasp of the Immortal, to increase damage and health? Why is the painting style of the top laner on the opposite side completely different? I have never seen such a fierce player in rank. Like a wild beast staring at its prey, trying to attack all the time. Don't worry about Qinghuan. What do you want to play with this time? Hart patted his shoulder and consoled him. After thinking for a moment, Marin's eyes gradually became sharp, and he said seriously, I want to get the Sword Princess. This, Hart was a little embarrassed. He could see that Marin was a little overwhelmed by the other party's provocative behavior. His thinking in this situation was not rational. As a Korean head coach, He instinctively hates such decisions made in anger. But he has to think about Marin. He came to LGD with the title of FMVP at a huge price, but was defeated by an unknown newcomer in the training match. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to Marin's status in the team. You must know that PYL, the team's meritorious and captain, was very dissatisfied with the club forcibly sending away his good friend Gav and good partner Imp in order to establish Marin's strategic core position. If the strength shown by Marin cannot convince the public, he will easily be isolated. The damage to the team's morale will affect the record. If the record is not good, where can he, a rookie head coach, find a job? Okay, take it then. Hart decided to let Marin use Sword Princess to save the situation, and specifically told Jungler you, take this one more and go to the road to look for opportunities. The lineups of both sides were confirmed again. Top road, Sword Girl versus Poppy. Jungler, Kindred versus Male Spear. Middle lane, Ice Girl versus Lulu. Bottom lane, Jin plus Thresh vs Wheel Mom plus Karma. Be careful. Poppy brings thunder on the other side. The first time he entered the game, Dade took the initiative to remind Marin. The two parties still did not design any first-level team routines and went online normally. Only, Li Hansheng went online with the small soldiers. He followed the 3 long-range soldiers and stood on the grass far away from the line. At level 1, Poppy can't beat the Sword Girl at all, so she can only cowardly release the line and use her passive to consume it. Marin took the initiative in the lane as soon as he came up. But Marin always felt a little strange. The last fight made him know that his opponent was very powerful, but he didn't know why. Compared with the previous Sword Girl, this Poppy's operation is much rougher, especially when it comes to distance control. Poppy often makes mistakes in his positioning, and he seizes the opportunity to severely consume several waves of blood, especially at level 2. Poppy, who was learning E, actually took the initiative to hit him in the face, even though he connected with AQ and unleashed a thunderous explosion. But she was also chased by Sword Queen's backhand QE 3 times and hit her several times. Poppy's health was immediately reduced to about half of his health. Originally, according to Hart's instructions, Xianju wanted to come to the top lane to take care of him more. But when he saw the position of the troops on the top lane getting closer and closer, he immediately gave up the idea of going to the top lane, and then was able to farm with peace of mind. Marin realized that his army line at this time might be a bit dangerous, and thought of quickly pushing the line into the tower to reset the army line. Little did he know, the sickle of death was already on his neck. Li Hansheng deliberately used passive A to kill a soldier in front of Marin, letting Marin know that he was not passive. After patiently standing there and waiting for a few seconds after the passive shield disappeared, he took a look at his experience bar and the Sword Queen's current position. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He's dead. Everyone behind him was stunned. Poppy was only half healthy, and Sword Queen still had 2/3 of her health. Do you think Sword Queen is going to die? Before anyone could react, Li Hansheng took the lead. It was still he who hit Sword Girl first and pushed Sword Girl into the pile of soldiers. Marin suddenly looked like a black man with a question mark on his face. He had the advantage of the military line, and Poppy took the initiative to come over. Isn't this looking for death? Looking at the time, it is impossible for the male gun to come to the top lane for a gank at this time. Is it really just a pure swordsman with unique skills? And Bobby plays very green? The flaw happened to be right on her face. Sword Girl backhanded an AE and slashed twice quickly to break the flaw. Then she used another knife to level her with a double E critical hit. And then she predictably handed over Q to go to the refresh point of the next flaw. At the same time, Poppy also directly draws A and then connects to Q. After the 3 stages of damage took effect, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. This is the animation effect of Thunder Lord's Decree. Marin didn't think anything of it at first, but then he realized something was wrong. Because Thunder Lord's Decree is AoE magic damage, and Poppy's Q is also AoE damage. It's true that Poppy's E pushed him into a pile of minions before, but all the minions around him were with residual health. Poppy's Q plus Thunder. 2 waves of AoE damage directly killed 5 remaining soldiers. A flash of golden light. Upgrade directly. But Poppy reaches level 3 first. Sheepa! Marin finally realized that he had been tricked by Li Hansheng. But there was no turning back. Li Hansheng quickly learned W, steadfast style in seconds, and then activated W. A golden round protective shield appeared around Poppy. And it happened that Sword Princess Q was automatically released at this time. Duine. The Sword Princess, who had just tried to move, was knocked down by the protective shield. The terrible thing is that Sword Queen Q is interrupted and cannot get the cooldown reduction effect. The remaining energy wave from Poppy's Q skill at Sword Princess's feet also exploded at this time, causing a second wave of damage. In other words, in this short period of time, Sword Princess took multiple damage from Poppy's E, W, flat A, full Q, and Thunder. Sword Princess, who was originally leading the health bar, suddenly dropped to the same level as Poppy. Both sides had just over a third of their health. Flash away? No. Marin feels that he still has room to operate. After all, he has a line advantage. And more blue soldiers are gathering fire Poppy. After the dizziness was over, he also returned the favor. A wave of beautiful A flashes came behind Poppy, further reducing Poppy's blood volume, and at the same time using Flaw plus Immortality to increase his own blood volume. Then use the acceleration effect to walk while predicting an advance to the refresh point of the next flaw. Good luck. After breaking through the vulnerability on the right side of Poppy, the next vulnerability appears directly below Poppy. This means that Sword Princess doesn't need to go too far to break the next flaw. Your calculation was indeed accurate, but you ignored the damage of the minions and overestimated your own damage. Just when the Sword Girl walked directly under Poppy, she was about to raise her knife and lower Poppy's health to the lowest level, and then kill him. However, Poppy backhanded an A-level shot, which landed on a minion with residual health not far away. This level A-level shot had a passive effect. The shield that should have randomly fallen to the ground actually bounced back to the ground after killing the minion. Bobby has a thick shield on him. That's right. This is the effect of Poppy's passive, Steel Ambassador. Once the passive directly kills an enemy unit, Poppy does not need to pick up the shield, but directly obtains the shield provided by the passive. Sword Queen's flat A fell, breaking the flaw, but it had no effect because the shield value offset the real damage caused by the flaw. Poppy used the shield to still fight against Sword Lady. The blood volume of the two people continues to drop. The last moment, the bloodthirsty Bobby Ping immediately connected with Q after his shot, and then flashed away with a buzz. After Sword Girl took damage from AQ, her health bar was cleared directly, and she became a corpse on the ground. First blood broke out again on the top lane. But this time the roles were reversed. But the winner remained the same. It's still Li Hansheng. Chapter 36. It seems we have found a treasure? After Poppy flashed to distance himself, the attacks from the long-range minions also followed. There were 4 attacks in total, which reduced Poppy's health to less than 40 points. Li Hansheng squeezed his blood volume to the limit. Strong! Brother Hansheng! Ming was standing behind Li Hansheng. He was watching Li Hansheng's operations throughout the process. The detail flash card is level A. Otherwise it will probably be replaced by Sword Princess. The reason why Li Hansheng's AQ's damage was clearly enough to kill Sword Queen, but he still handed over the flash, was because Sword Queen's last move to level A was blocked. The moment Sword Queen started to level A, the flash opened, thus causing Sword Queen to lose attack the target. Otherwise, he would not be able to accept the various calculations he had made with Bala, and the result was that the two sides exchanged heads. But it's a pity. Ming is not a professional top laner. Although he has been standing behind Li Hansheng, he did not notice how much preparation Li Hansheng had made in order to create this wave of solo kill opportunities. Shouldn't there be a wave of all? Body! Get up! Stand up! Li Hansheng said half-jokingly. That's it for FMEP? 10% off water bottles? Bai Yueya didn't know whether she should cry or laugh at this moment. 2 training games use different heroes to complete the forehand and backhand education of Marin, which is enough to prove Li Hansheng's strength in the line. He understands everything. But who can tell him why he needs to bring Thunderlord's Decree with him when playing Poppy? This is unscientific. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yueya recorded another sentence in his notebook. It is expected to become the ceiling of the operational top laner. It's not like White Crescent has never brought players like Li Hansheng before. Not to mention, in the S4 period, LGD's top laner was the Little Star, who was known as the best Raven in the national server. He directly took out Raven in the game and killed the opponent. They were both top laners, and they also relied on operations. But Bai Yueya always felt that the Little Star at that time was far less impactful than the impact that Li Hansheng's landing operations had on him now. Maybe it's because the opponents we face are different. Little Xingxing faced those domestic bastard top laners at that time, while Li Hansheng faced Marin, a man who could overpower Faker. I don't know if it's because I was really taught the forehand and backhand on the road. LGD didn't play very rigorously, but made frequent mistakes. First, Kindred invaded to get the mark and was discovered by the field of vision. He was directly caught and killed by the top two junglers. And then, there was another line kill in the bottom lane. The operational level of Lameo in the S6 period has not yet declined to the level that was suspected of match fixing in the S12 period. The landing level is definitely above the standard. Imp already had resentment towards the club LGD. Even if it was just a training match, he still had the attitude of playing in the main match, directly defeating the bottom lane matchup twice in a row. After all, Y4 is just a newcomer, and it would not be enough to face a world-class ADC player like Imp. Still just over 10 minutes old, LGD directly played GG on the public screen, and both parties exited the game in perfect agreement. LGD's training room. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. LGD's goal was to win the championship, but they were beaten violently by a team that had just been formed temporarily. This was obviously a bit unjustifiable. However, Marin's mentality was quite good. He took the initiative to communicate with Hart. "Brother, do you have the video of the training match just now? Can you give it to me? I want to review the top lane matchup and learn the opponent's top lane playstyle. I should it will allow me to adapt to the rhythm of LPL faster." "No problem." Hart nodded, and then comforted. "This is just a training match. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The opponent's ranking style, gambling style will definitely not work in the main game." "I know." Marin nodded. "Mainly, the opponent's understanding of Poppy is also good, which just allows me to master this hero faster." A true master always has the heart of a disciple, although his skills are not that good, and he is still too old. The reason why Marin is able to surpass Faker and win the FMVP of S5 is because he constantly forces himself to learn and evolve, instead of resting on your laurels and living in the past forever. At the same time, Top is also conducting post-training and game summaries. Bayueya asked straight to the point. "Hansheng, are you playing tank hero this season with Thunder?" "No." Li Hansheng shook his head and explained. "In the training match, you are mainly testing my operation level. Then I will try my best to kill Marin alone to prove my operation. If we really play in the game, I will definitely choose Immortal. It's not like one or two less rigorous training matches. Can you still see what's going on in my consciousness?" White Crescent was immediately speechless. There is nothing wrong with what Li Hansheng said. The two positions of Nosuk may be able to show your basic game understanding and control of the game rhythm when you roam and gank. There are three positions: top laner, mid laner, and ADC. The rigid assessment criterion for joining the team is operation. If you can't even stabilize the lane, how can you talk about support, roaming, teamfighting, and pulling? "Okay." Bayueya nodded. "You three have performed quite well. Let's go to the hotel to stay one night today. We will give you a reply as soon as possible tomorrow. We also need to study the videos of these two training matches. Don't worry. We will arrange a hotel for you." Guahao on the side quickly added, "We will be responsible for the expenses." Li Hansheng did not refuse. Now that the registration time for the team roster is getting closer, Top does not have much room for choice. And since he performed so well, the other team had no reason not to invite him to the team. As for support, both Lameo and Ming performed well, and there is a high probability that they will stay. Li Hansheng and other three people left first. Guahao sent the three of them to a taxi before turning back to the base. If nothing else, this kind of attention-grabbing behavior makes people feel very comfortable. When Guahao returned to the team's training room, Bayueya had brought God and others to watch the video of the training match just recorded. The main thing is to fix the perspective on the top road. Although Bayueya is a former professional player, he rarely plays ranked games after becoming a coach. For these detailed operations, you still have to ask God for their opinions. "Xiaowei, what do you think of Li Hansheng's skill level?" Bayueya asked. "Judging from these two games, Marin was overwhelmed in the lane." God chuckled. "But the main reason is that Marin doesn't know him well, and he's not very proficient in the hero Poppy. So I gave him opportunities to operate. However, he can seize these opportunities and see many opportunities, especially his second wave Bobby. In fact, he has been preparing for a solo kill since the exchange of blood. This person's landing is really detailed. Hey, I can see it. I want to play solo with him. Where are you, Candy?" White Crescent Moon turned her head and asked again. The situation seen in different locations is different. God sees more details of the lane, while Candy, as a jungler, sees things at the conscious level. His army line is very well controlled. Every time I want to go to the road, the army line is always in the most comfortable position, and I see him playing fiercely. But in fact, he is always wary of the opponent's jungler. It's not like that. A brainless person. How to describe it? There's something rough, but there's something fine. He made with Xiandao beat Smeb in the shy. And they were strong in the lane. Would did not want the big tree to be in the top lane, but the sword lady to be in the top lane. Imp also gave his own evaluation. After summarizing the feedback from the three people, Bai Yueyao and Guahao looked at each other. You mean we seem to have found a treasure? Guahao looked in disbelief. For such a potential newcomer, RNG actually said they don't want it. It seems that Looper's charm is too great. At the moment, yes. But it remains to be seen whether he can adapt to the game. But at this stage, we probably can't find a more suitable top laner than him. Bai Yueyao nodded. And after experiencing the S5 World Championship, I think you should also understand that the EDG mode is only suitable for domestic abusers. When encountering a strong team with a top laner, the EDG mode can easily be pushed and pulled to death by 41 points. Guahao was stunned for a moment. His initial idea was just to learn the EDG model, achieve certain results in the country first, and let the head office invest more in slowly improving the lineup before envisioning better results. Why are you starting to think about the World Championship before you even have the lineup together? What's the difference between being a man without dreams and being a salty fish? Besides, isn't our lineup very bad? Any team with top C positions like Away and Imp cannot have expectations for their performance only in China. Right? Of course we have to take a longer-term view. White Crescent Moon said eloquently. Okay. Guahao immediately decided. It's up to him to get on the road. Chapter 37 I will return to LPL. The other side. Li Hansheng and the other three did not go back to the hotel directly. Instead, I went to find a KFC nearby and sat down to chat and reminisce about old times. It's outrageous to say. Lemao is from the second team of RNG, but he has never met Li Hansheng. It's normal. Although Li Hansheng was basically abandoned in the utility room in the RNG team. He was at the first team training base from the first moment he joined the team. Brother Hansheng, you are too powerful. You are much better than the top laner in my team. Ming sighed sincerely, then sighed silently, with a sad face. Hey, my performance just now was a bit bad. Maybe I still have to go back and play LSPL in despair. Maybe recalling the scene just now. Ming scratched his head in annoyance. I should have performed better. I obviously have more than this strength. But I don't know why. I'm too nervous and a little timid when fighting. I can't wait to do it. Give yourself a slap in the face. Mao on the side opened his mouth, and then sighed silently. Although they were in a competitive relationship, he still reached out and patted Ming's shoulder. You have just started working in the profession. It's already great that you can perform so well. And you are still young. Both of them obviously felt that their performance was not good enough. But Li Hansheng obviously didn't think so. He picked up a piece of egg tart and stuffed it into his mouth. The aroma of milk, eggs and cream suddenly intertwined and filled his mouth. He took 2 sips of Phasia happy water in a leisurely manner. You don't actually need to worry. Li Hansheng chuckled. I just checked and found that there are only 2 days left until the deadline for the transfer period. So there is not much time left for top. And it's just like when you buy clothes. After shopping around, if the price/performance ratio is similar, you will most likely go back to the first store to buy it. When Li Hansheng was a child, he went shopping for clothes with his mother. His mother liked to compare products with 3 stores and found that there was no difference in price. She would always go back to the first store to buy. This is probably because the first company already has a preconceived concept subconsciously. I hope that's the case. Ming sighed. In the final analysis, the main reason why the two of them were so unsure was that Li Hansheng played so well. Compared with Li Hansheng's performance in educating Marin on his forehand and backhand, the two of them felt that they did not perform at their best. Eat a piece of egg tart. It's quite delicious. Li Hansheng smiled and stuffed a piece of egg tart for each of them, then leaned back, adjusted to a more lazy sitting position, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Everyone in September Wolves of Ionia knows that he and Ming are on trial. So the group is very lively now, and they are very concerned about the results of their trial. Brother is just a legend. Brother killed Ma Datu in the training match. Zhangqi TV. Xiang. Brother Hansheng also imitated you in Boz Zhangko? Zhangqi TV. Katanda, Yes. We often kill Mr. Dai and Sister Ko in training matches, as well as Uzi and Doomsday. Ming, it's true. 2 games. GNG and Bobby. Brother Hansheng directly teaches the forehand and backhand. With Ming's testimony, everyone in the group was shocked. A person is like a famous tree. In the S5 Global Finals, there is no doubt that Marin is a more dazzling person than Faker. Li Hanqing actually beat Marin violently. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Heck, Brother Han Sheng is so strong. Sure, Siming. Are you just lucky? I can form a team with Brother Han Sheng just after playing UPL. MD. If I go to play professionally, I will also play Brother LOL with Brother Han Sheng. Ming, huh? Now that your live streaming contract is easily worth millions, are you willing to suffer the hardships of your career? There's nothing wrong with what Ming said. The S6 period is still at the peak of the bubble in the live broadcast industry. A popular anchor like Ah Shui can easily earn an annual salary of several million, even if he is often lazy. If we really fixed the live broadcast time like Wukai, we would live broadcast with high intensity every day. With Ah Shui's popularity, an annual salary of tens of millions is not a problem. Can it be professional? Nowadays, the annual salary of even the top professional players is only a few million. The monthly salary of ordinary professional players is generally 1-3W. And some newcomers even receive less than 1W. This huge gap in income is a test of human nature in Chiguagua. This is also an important reason for the talent gap of domestic LPL players. I worked hard to play professionally, but even if I didn't perform well, I would get criticized. And I still earn very little. I go live streaming and place orders, and I make a lot of money easily. Why should I become a professional? This situation was completely reversed after the LPL became a league. Players' remuneration was greatly improved, and the bubble burst in the live broadcast industry. As a time traveler, Li Hanqing naturally knew that Ah Shui would eventually become a professional. But this decision must be made by Ah Shui himself. Others have no right to interfere in other people's lives. After chatting for a while, the three of them returned to the hotel, and Guihao called Li Hanqing at night. Hanqing, we have a result here. You are welcome to join top. Do you need to consider it yourself? Or are there other teams contacting you? Guihao was very straight to the point and directly stated his intention. No. Just contact me. Li Hanqing smiled. When he looked up, he saw Ming and Lumeo looking at him eagerly, with envy in their eyes. He immediately asked, where are the assistants? Where are Shi Siming and Brother Hao? What's going on with them? Brother Hao refers to Meo. His original name is Wan Mingho. After hearing these words, the two of them seemed to be petrified on the spot, not daring to move, and looked at Li Hanqing with breathless concentration. On the other side of the phone, Guihao did not hesitate and said immediately, we have done some research here and feel that both of them have potential. Imp is quite satisfied with him, so both of them can stay, but they have to compete for positions. You can ask them. If they don't mind competing for the job, I can come to the base with you tomorrow and let's discuss the contract benefits in detail. Okay. Li Hanqing nodded and hung up the phone, looking at the expressions of Ming and Lumeo. He couldn't help but want to tease each other. He deliberately looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak, and even sighed softly. When the two of them saw this, their hearts suddenly became cold and they immediately withered. Brother Hao just told me. Li Hanqing deliberately showed off. Brother Hanqing, just tell me. I already know the result. Ming said with a frown. Yes, Brother Hanqing. I will continue to return to LSBL if the worst happens. Lumeo may be a little older and has a more stable mentality. Brother Hao. Seeing the subtle changes in their expressions, Li Hanqing could no longer hold back his laughter. Brother Hao said that you both passed the assessment, but you have to compete for the position. So let me ask you, are you willing to compete for the position? Ming and Lumeo were stunned at first, and they looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. At the same time, he stood up and approached Li Hanqing step by step. Hey, I just teased you. Is this necessary? Why? Yao Ling, please help me. Chapter 38. If you want attention, come to me. The next afternoon, Li Hanqing and others returned to Top's team base again. It was only one day later, but the decoration progress of the front desk on the first floor seemed to have been installed as a speed changer. The decoration was basically completed, and only some corners were left, and then cleaning was enough. Seeing Li Hanqing and the others coming, Guihao, who was originally doing something, also put aside his work and took the initiative to ask, how is it? Have you all thought about it? Li Hanqing, Ming and Lumeo looked at each other and nodded. We are all willing to join. Hearing this, Guihao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai Yueya and others next to him also smiled. In this way, The team's lineup was finally successfully formed. In that case, you can go to the office with me to discuss the contract details. Guihao brought the three of them to his office. He picked up the contract that had been drawn up long ago from the table and handed it to the three of them respectively. You can sit down and take a closer look. If you know someone who understands the contract, you can also ask. Guihao smiled. In case you sign a black slave contract with us, it will be too late to regret it. After that, he walked to the door again and asked, What do you three want to drink? Soda? Milk tea? Give me milk tea. Then I want milk tea too. Me too. Not long after, Guihao brought 3 bottles of Assam milk tea and put them on the coffee table. He also explained in passing, I will put a drink cabinet in the training room. You can just grab whatever you want to drink during training. I will have people replenish the supplies regularly. So if you like some snacks, you can tell me. Although they are all worthless gadgets, the thoughtfulness makes people very comfortable. Li Hansheng took a cursory glance at the contract. In fact, he didn't understand anything. But he had a system. The system checked it for him and found no problems. As for the salary issue, Li Hansheng also took a special look at it. The monthly salary is 1W4. He took another look at the contracts of Ming and Meo. The monthly salary of the two of them was exactly 1W, which was more than what they got in LSPL. The signing fees of the three of them were all 3W. The contract term is 1 year, which actually lasts until the beginning of the winter transfer period of S6. Contracts in the esports circle are basically signed once a year, taking into account factors such as version and player status. Teams must create a more flexible space for lineup adjustments. This salary, Li Hansheng said. What? Do you think it's too little? Guihao said with some embarrassment. It's not that I'm not willing to give more. This is already within the scope of the team's budget. It's the highest treatment I can give. If I give more, it won't be enough for Ming and Meo. Transfer fee. No. Li Hansheng shook his head. 1W4? He did some mental math, and it seemed like 2,800 by 5? Thinking of this, he smiled. The three of them signed the contract immediately, and Guihao took the contract back with a smile. Welcome to join the top team. From this moment on, it indicates that Li Hansheng has officially become the starting top laner in LPL. Just at the same time, after testing, the host identity has become the starting top order in the LPL league. Hereby, you will be rewarded with 3,000 points and a buff, energetic. Your fatigue will accumulate more slowly, and you only need to spend a small amount of sleep to eliminate the accumulated fatigue in your body. Fatigue. Is there such a surprise? Even if it's 3,000 points, you'll also be rewarded with a buff? Seeing the description of this buff, Li Hansheng's first reaction was Doined. As someone who has followed Doin's live broadcast, he knew very well that Doined really didn't need to sleep. The night before yesterday, the live broadcast was until 4 to 5 a.m., and the next day at 11 a.m. came to live broadcast again at 12 o'clock. To be honest, with this buff, Li Hansheng will get more training time, and even if he encounters 2 high-intensity BO5s in one day, he will have enough energy to deal with the game, instead of running out of energy or failing in the middle of the game. After finishing a BO10, it will be immediately useless. He will become a veritable esports Iron Man. I just don't know if this buff is serious or not, and whether it can be useful in other ways. After signing the contract, Guihao immediately took the contract and went to the people of the L.AC Alliance to apply for registration. Immediately afterwards, I personally used PS software to Photoshop the heads of Li Hansheng, Ming and Meo onto the promotional poster shot by God and others. Li Hansheng was stunned by this. He couldn't be so poor. Right? Guihao sighed. I can't help it. I can save a little bit. Although he went to copy the previous announcement with ease, he logged into the official blog of the top team and posted a new announcement. After pleasant communication between the two parties, we are happy to announce that top laner Li Hansheng ID Noob, auxiliary player Shi Ming ID Ming, and Zui Mingho ID Meo will join the top esports club from now on League of Legends branch. Let's start a new journey together. Noob player. Under the announcement, there were 3 photos that Guihao had just taken wearing top team uniforms. After the official announcement, the prefix top will be added to the IDs of Li Hansheng and others. This announcement also attracted a lot of heated discussions. After all, these 2 players have Imp and God, and they still have a certain degree of popularity. It is normal for them to be paid attention to. Huh? Top? Are you planning to form the Avengers? The upper, middle and lower teams were all kicked out by the original club. The Avengers have really hit the mark. Gui. This lineup is pretty good. Li Hansheng? Isn't he the #1 in the national server right now? Brother Hansheng. You're so strong. So you went to the trial training for top? Interesting. The match between RNG and top was full of feuds on the road. RNG kicked off Li Hansheng for Looper. And then M3 bought Li Hansheng back? That night, both Ming and Lemao ran back to their original teams to pack their personal luggage. Li Hansheng stayed in top's base. He couldn't play a training match without everyone. And he couldn't play games before his computer was installed. So he just started chatting with Guahao. Brother Hao, I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. Isn't our club's parent company Tobua? Tobua is so rich. Why do you act so careless? The head office only gives this small budget. Guahao sighed. The head office is optimistic about the influence of esports among young people. But they are not sure how much revenue it can bring. So it is only a tentative investment at this stage. It's okay. You guys should perform well. As long as you can achieve good results and let more people pay attention to our team and follow Tobua. Then the head office will definitely continue to invest in the future. And your salary will also be improved as a whole. No. Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Then asked, the head office only wants traffic and attention. Right? Yes. Investing in LPL teams is mainly for advertising and expanding one's popularity among young people. So we have to achieve results. Let the team's reputation increase. There was nothing wrong with Guahao's thinking. Li Hansheng smiled. Want traffic? Want popularity? Who says you have to achieve good results in the league? Although good results can attract a large number of fans, the results are too slow. Another way can also attract a lot of traffic and attention. That's it, Li Hansheng said. You go and package our team's live broadcast contract and sell it to Douyu. You can make a slight concession in terms of the amount. But you must put forward a condition. What? Negotiate with Douyu and ask their head anchor of the League of Legends section to cooperate with us in live broadcasting to improve the effect. This can attract attention and traffic. Guahao was a little confused. And even God and others on the side were also a little confused. Hey, have you forgotten how I became famous in the live broadcast industry in a short period of time? I'm good at everything. Just cooperate with me when the time comes. I'll keep it safe so that the head office can see the attention our team has brought to him. Degree and flow. Li Hansheng assured Guahao with all his heart. He dared not say anything else. But when it comes to live streaming, he really hasn't been afraid of anyone. Chapter 39 touches the ceiling of top lane operations. Chapter 39 touches the ceiling of top lane operations. Guahao was obviously convinced by Li Hansheng. No way. Top Club is really out of money now. As members of the coaching staff, members of the operations and public relations department, as well as people from the front desk and cafeteria ants joined the team one after another. Buying computers for Li Hansheng and others, and setting up the Korean server line were all a huge expense. It seems that players' salaries account for the majority of team operations. But these are one-time expenses. In fact, daily ongoing expenses also account for a large proportion. The most important thing is that neither Lemao nor Ming comes for free. Both of them have contracts with other teams in the LSBL. And Guahao has to pay the transfer fee. Lemao, fortunately, he is not taken seriously by the royal family, so he can get it done very cheaply. But Ming is different. He is younger than Lemao, and the MGB team he is in, has now been renamed as the owner of the YM team. And the former IG's meritorious top laner PBD is quite optimistic about him. Guahao squeezed out the last of the club's liquidity before buying Ming's contract. It is obviously unrealistic to expect esports clubs to make their own profits and losses these days. And capital injections from the parent company cannot be expected for the time being. Fortunately, the team's overall live broadcast contract package price is pretty good. After all, there are 2-star players, God and Imp. At the same time, Li Hansheng's previous short live broadcast has gathered a lot of popularity. People in the Douyu live broadcasting contracting department felt that Li Hansheng was very talented in live broadcasting. In addition, the bubble in the live broadcast industry is still very serious at this stage. And the contract price is quite high. According to the contract, the club takes 20% of the revenue from the live broadcast contract, which allows Guahao to have active funds on hand to maintain the normal operation of the club. In fact, there were other platforms that offered a slightly higher price, but at Li Hansheng's suggestion, Guahao finally chose Douyu. Very simple. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng knows very well that at this point in time, Douyu is the well-deserved leader in the live broadcast industry. Other platforms rely on popular anchors to attract viewers. Only Douyu has platform fans. Platform fans will not follow the anchors, but will always stay on the platform. And Douyu has the ability to create memes. The memes that are popular in the esports circle basically come from Douyu. If a team wants to gain attention, it must be in Douyu. Tiger fangs, pandas, battle flags, Dragon balls. Everyone is just rotten fish and shrimp. Save! From now on, everyone should save a little more every day in the club. Standing in the training room, Guihao emphasized again and again that he took out an unfinished bottle of drink from the trash can. If I find anyone wasting drinks in the future, I will be responsible for replenishing the drink. Also, the food in the cafeteria every day cannot be wasted. The club must put an end to all waste. Hey. Everyone was a little uncomfortable seeing Guihao in this iron rooster posture. Li Hansheng looked at the half-full bottle of Feijia happy water he had left. He had opened it for a long time, and it was probably out of steam. So it definitely didn't taste right. But he still chose to drink it slowly. The smell. The unsparkled happy water is so bad that even dogs won't be willing to drink it. Do I scold myself? Gone. Li Hansheng felt inexplicably unhappy and urged. Quickly! Sure Siming, hurry up and get on the number. Otherwise I won't wait for you. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's coming! The seats in the top team's training room are not divided according to location. It is purely based on the personal wishes of the players. Ming chose to sit next to Li Hansheng instead of his partner Imp. After returning to the professional team, Top naturally went to find people from the L.AC Alliance to apply for a super account in the Korean server. After reaching the top of the national server and opening up a gap of nearly 200 points with the second-placed Oppa, Li Hansheng chose to go directly to the Korean server to score points. But until then, he decided to use the 3,000 points given by the system first. It just so happens that when you reach 80 attribute points or more, you have to exchange 300 points for some attribute points, which can be exchanged for 10 attribute points. Li Hansheng continued to focus on operational ability. Now his attribute panel has undergone huge changes. Host, Li Hansheng, enjoying the energetic buff. Host attribute value. Version understanding, 100 points, akimbo and leaning back. What is the welfare of time travelers? Operational ability, 90 points, you have slightly touched the ceiling of top lane operation. Maybe with your fingertips? Development ability, 70 points, at least after being charged by the jungler. You know how to kill a few waves of wild monsters to supplement your development. Reflexes, 80 points, maybe higher if you can do less anti-aircraft operations. Average hand speed, 85 points. Frequent practice of needlework and the experience of being single for 18 years have given you a pair of unicorn arms. Team fighting ability, 75 points, not that good. Not that bad. The gods will only appear in your dreams for the time being. Comprehensive evaluation, B. Although your abilities are uneven and you have obvious shortcomings, it does not prevent you from becoming a top lane star in the league. There is nothing wrong with the system's evaluation. His attributes are indeed not balanced. And his team fighting ability and development ability are indeed a bit stretched compared to his operational ability. But it doesn't matter. First, he strengthened his landing ability, which was enough to make him invincible in rank. And then he racked up points in rank like crazy to improve his shortcomings. With his current operating ability, it is no exaggeration to say that he can easily defeat any top laner in the rank. Perhaps only top players such as Someday, Sam, Looper, Marin, Flander, and Nishai can compete with Li Hansheng. Although he had taught Marin on both forehand and backhand in previous training matches, Li Hansheng was not really arrogant enough to think that he could control Marin at will. After all, he still took advantage of the other party's lack of understanding of him. If Marin knew that he was operating so fiercely, he would not be easily fooled, and his playing style would change accordingly. Moreover, Marin is still practicing burpees and is not that proficient in using burpees. In short, the violent beatings in training matches are caused by many factors. As for mastering new and reworked heroes, this is also Li Hansheng's second advantage, besides his attributes being digitized and his status will no longer fluctuate from now on. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng is aware of future version changes, as well as the various operations and landing skills of those reworked heroes. Others may need 100, 200, or 300 mechanical and repeated rank training to master a hero. Li Hansheng can use it immediately, and he is proficient in it. Otherwise, this version understands 100 points as a joke? No way. Before who asked him to time travel? The Douyin and game live streaming industries were too developed. Any unpopular hero will have a unique skill guy who will teach you all the skills of these heroes in videos. Before time traveling, Li Hansheng may have only mastered theoretical knowledge and did not have the strength to complete practical operations. The most typical one is Raven's light speed QA. He doesn't have that hand speed or ability. But now the system gives him the ability to complete practical operations. Chapter 40 The King of Esports. After Li Hansheng completed adding points, Ming finally logged into his Korean server account. Both of them were newly acquired super numbers, so they had to start from the positioning match. In order to quickly gain points, they chose to play in duo queue, mainly Ming. Although there will be many game environments for auxiliary players in the Korean server, scoring at low levels is still not as fast as directly killing them in a single line. The higher the tier, the better the gaming experience for auxiliary players. Ming obviously wanted to hug Li Hansheng's thigh and quickly get rid of the low segment. Their names are also very direct, Top Ming and Top Nim. Then the two-row journey started directly. The hidden score of the super number is very high. Even in the positioning match, the opponents it encounters are at least the players who got started last season. But for Li Hansheng, whose operational ability has increased to 90 points and is close to touching the ceiling of top road operations, it's all just a cloud. What's more, there is a Ming who keeps wandering up the road? Anyway, Ming will only say one sentence in every game. AD can pick easy? Let the passerby AD choose an easy to mix in the bottom lane. And he will choose a bullhead, a Japanese girl, and a Titan to take turns going up the lane to help Li Hansheng build an advantage as much as possible. The two of them started at around 7 o'clock and spent less than 4 hours to win 10 consecutive games in the positioning competition and directly position themselves to Platinum 1. Then he started a winning streak all the way and jumped all the way. This is the advantage of the super number. The hidden score is very high. As long as he advances to the diamond level, he will jump directly to the level. On the first day, he will hit it directly with a 100% winning rate. Dan E. from Hanbok. Huh? Finally got it! Brother Hansheng, you are too strong! Ming stretched his body and let out a slavish laugh. This is really a win all the way. The key lies in Li Hansheng killing the opponent on the top lane. It's not bad. The people I meet are pretty good. Li Hansheng shook his head, and then asked, do you want to continue? Are you still going on? Ming was dumbfounded. It's already past 3 o'clock in the morning. Aren't you tired after playing all night? Everyone else in the training room has gone to rest, but only 2 of them are still fighting. But Li Hansheng still wants to continue. Before the league officially starts, the players will not stay up that late. After all, they all want to have a good rest. Generally, only during the long LPL league schedule, players will maintain their ranking until 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning every day. Then you go and rest. I'll play 2 more games. Li Hansheng didn't force it, but started solo queue on his own. You are such a monster. Ming really couldn't understand where Li Hansheng had so much energy. He immediately turned off the game, got up and walked outside. Only Li Hansheng was left fighting alone in the entire training room. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Crescent was woken up by a splash of urine. His room was not far from the training room. He saw that the door of the training room was still open and the lights were on inside. He thought the players forgot to turn off the lights when they left. But when he walked to the door, he heard the crackling sound of keyboards inside. When he looked around, he saw Li Hansheng's attentive profile. So hard, he muttered in a low voice. The white crescent moon did not disturb Li Hansheng. For coaches, it is a good thing for players to be self-disciplined and work hard. Having such people in the team can serve as a good positive guide and will unknowingly influence teammates to work hard together. Why is EDG recognized as the best team in building team culture? Isn't it just because the factory director himself is a very hard-working person? If his teammates don't train hard, he will keep staring at you and make you hairy until he sees you training. This is someone who once worked hard in the world. This was said by the bald assistant who was teammates with the factory director in the All-Star game. Deft is also a training freak. The 2 core members of the team are both training freaks. So the rest of the team just follows suit and become training freaks. Bai Yueya hopes that under the leadership of Li Hansheng, other team members will also work hard together. The top professional arena is so cruel. In the LCK, players like SKE train for more than 14 hours a day on average. When people like Bang work hard, their training time is more than 16 hours a day. In comparison, the training intensity in the LPL during this period is really low, and the average practice duration is in single digits. Therefore, the gap between LPL and LCK during this period is really all round. not just lagging behind in one aspect. Call! It was another easy and happy victory. As soon as the settlement panel came out, Li Hansheng took a look and found that his super account was already the strongest king in the Korean server with 514 points. His 3 days of intense ranking were not in vain. But as the ranks got higher and higher, and the opponents he faced became stronger and stronger, his 100% winning rate was naturally unable to be maintained. But so far, he still maintains a winning rate of 73%. What? The winning rate is ridiculous? Then Li Hansheng will tell you the story of the Cuz 97% winning rate excavator digging through the Korean server. Li Hansheng mainly suffered in terms of position. No matter how the version changes, the 2 rhythm positions of mid and jungle are always the best positions to gain points. In terms of driving the team's rhythm, top lane still suffers too much. MD! If I had been in the midfield or hadn't wasted time positioning on the first day, my score would have been higher now. Li Hansheng was still a little dissatisfied. Brother Gui Hansheng, you really don't need to rest? Ming on the side was afraid that Li Hansheng would die suddenly one day. In the past 3 days, the whole team felt that Li Hansheng was ranking all the time. Does it feel like you're on rank 24 hours a day? It's not that exaggerated. With the energetic buff, Li Hansheng can eliminate his fatigue for the day by sleeping almost 4 to 5 hours a day. That's right. Hansheng, it's really important to get higher points, but you don't want to go all out. Right. God also came over. Don't you die suddenly from overwork in training before the official competition starts. Even Bai Yueya didn't have the excitement of the first day, and dissuaded him with a worried look. Hansheng, you still have to balance work and rest. You should train hard, but you can't work too hard. Li Hansheng curled his lips, put on the posture of an old professor teaching others, and tried to maintain a serious face. How can you sleep? At your age and at this stage. Can you sleep? Are you promising? Everyone in the training room fell silent. It seemed that he was really depressed by Li Hansheng's words. The next second, Li Hansheng broke the awkward atmosphere by laughing and joking. I know my body well. So don't worry. But I work so hard. I don't ask you to roll like me, but you have to work at least 2/3 as hard as me. Right? After hearing this, God, who was watching a 2-dimensional anime, silently opened the Korean game client. And Kindi also silently put down his phone and looked up at the computer screen again. The white crescent moon silently gave Li Hansheng a thumbs up. After taking a short rest, Li Hansheng was not in a hurry to score. Instead, he found Wahao. Brother Hao, I'm going to set up a dual server first place. Can you ask the people in the operations department if they can use this to attract some popularity to the team? That's for sure. Dual server first is a great gimmick in itself. As long as it is properly promoted, it can bring a lot of attention to top. Okay. Li Hansheng nodded. I will continue to score points. Hansheng. Guahao quickly stopped him. Pay attention to your health, and don't push yourself too hard. You can attract attention to the team step by step. Although I don't have much money now, I'm not too poor to open the pot. Don't worry. I know my own body very well. Li Hansheng chuckled and waved his hand, then turned and left. 4 days later. That is, it took a week. Li Hansheng finally surpassed the original #1 Cuz in the Korean server and successfully topped the Korean server with 1309 points. However, his overall winning rate also dropped a lot, falling to 67%. The first moment on the summit, the lady from the top operations department immediately responded with, the first volume king of esports circle? The super new top laner climbed to the top of the Korean server in 7 days from scratch, as the title, and started marketing like crazy on the internet. It attracted a lot of attention instantly. Chapter 41 The most hypnotic thing in the esports circle. Since the Koreans started from S3, they have dominated the S Championship, which symbolizes the highest honor. For 3 consecutive years, Korean server is regarded as the most valuable server. After all, there are many professional players there, and the competition for the top spot in the Korean server is extremely fierce. After all, there is currently no hope of defeating the Korean team in official competitions. Then we can only settle for the next best thing and find some opportunities in the rank. As long as the news of a Chinese reaching the top of the Korean server comes out, it will attract a lot of heated discussions. No. Guahao deliberately sought connections from the parent company and hired a top-level operations lady from the entertainment company to immediately spread the news that Li Hansheng had ascended to the top of the Korean server. Even below the screenshot of his Korean server, he also added several photos of Li Hansheng's daily life. Achievements are used to attract male fans. And photos of daily life are used to attract female fans. The male fans are here to maintain the attention the team needs, while the female fans are responsible for consumption to support part of the club's financial problems. Killing two birds with one stone. Top's official blog immediately attracted many fans to leave messages. What the HL? #1 in the Korean server in 7 days? Isn't that too strong? Is there really such a strong top laner among Chinese people? Top is really a treasure. MD. Such a strong carry top laner. If you force him to play Fantasy God, be careful, I will spray you. Wow. Oh. Brother Han Sheng has finally made a name for himself. It's just the preseason. Other professional players are playing dumb at this time. I'm thinking, isn't it just stealing the chicken to get first place? There is no gold content. Hanza is here to see mom off again? The spring split is about to begin. And you told me that all professional players are just messing around in the rankings? What is Han Bak? What is Hans? I don't understand. But Noob is so handsome. Quiz K's. Jime. We found a treasured esports boy. Come and pay homage to his face as is so great and must go to bed early yet. Not only on Weibo, where esports fans gather, the esports Louvre in Tiaba was also hotly discussed. If you don't understand, just ask. What do you think of Top? A new top laner who has reached the top of the Korean server? Look, labor and capital use their left eye to see, their right eye to see, their PI to see. How else can they see? My evaluation is, it's not worth mentioning. It's just a preseason game. I guess the Korean dads are busy playing training games. Don't be disgusted with me. Is there anyone who licks the domestic top laner? Didn't this person have a grudge against the bathing dog? He was kicked by RNG. And then he turned around and went to top. Although a bathing dog is not a human being, it is not a good thing for this Li Han Sheng to eat black powder traffic. It is a classic GYG. The reviews are mixed, but the goal of Top has been achieved. Just like how Li Han Sheng used the traffic from black fans during his live broadcast to complete system tasks. What Top wants now is attention and traffic to the team's parent company, Tabwa, so that Tabwa can see the terrifying traffic in the esports circle and increase investment. For capital, does he care what kind of fan you are? Yes. You get what you pay for. Guihao browsed major esports-related webpages, and the number of Top appearances obviously skyrocketed. He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the operation of this kind of thing must be left to people from entertainment companies, and professional things are left to professionals. Someone will handle it. Hey, brother Hao, you wait until the league starts, and then we officially start the live broadcast. Then I will help you with your work. Li Han Sheng waved his hand. Also, haven't the coaching staff arrived yet? Several other people responsible for data collection and analysis have already arrived in Shanghai. Only Huahu and Guba, who you and Xiaobai recommended together, are left. The other two Korean coaches are still in the process of applying for visas. We can't blame Guihao for crying out of poverty. There are really too many places to spend money. It cost a lot of money to buy 2 auxiliaries. The disastrous defeat of S5 also made people in the circle reach a consensus that the coaching staff must be professional. Having a professional coaching staff can improve the team in almost all aspects. Therefore, Top also spends a lot of money on investment in the coaching staff. Bai Yuei used his personal connections to invite Firefox, whom he had worked with before, while Li Han Sheng recommended Dog8, who is now an analyst at EDG's second team ED. These are all Chinese coaches with good abilities in his memory. As for the Korean coach, he is mainly responsible for the team's military line operations. As a time traveler, Li Han Sheng is very aware of Bai Yuei's 2 biggest flaws. First, in key rounds, they especially like to use soft and pulling lineups, which greatly reduces the team's fault tolerance rate in key rounds. Second, the teams he coaches are not good at operating. A typical example is TES, which always has a huge advantage in the first 15 minutes. Every time. As soon as the landing period ends, all the economic advantages of operating are lost. Therefore, 2 Korean coaches who understand operations must be deployed to assist him. In this way, isn't it just compressing Top's already tight financial budget to the extreme? The good news is, after all the hard work, the team's framework has been officially established and everything is on track. Brother Hao, did you call me here just to talk about this? Li Han Sheng asked. No, I just remind you that training should be moderate. Your recent training time has seriously exceeded the standard. You are young, but I can't stop you from doing this. Guihao persuaded you earnestly. Han Sheng, stop it! Okay. Okay. I know. Li Hansheng smiled and nodded. If nothing happens, I will continue to train for rank. Guo Hao shook his head dumbfounded. Who would believe it? The whole team is actually begging one player not to train too hard. It sounds magical. Li Hansheng will naturally not stop his crazy training. Seeing that the competition is approaching, he will naturally try every means to improve his strength. The system evaluates him as a top star in the league. But this is far from enough. This top lineup is already good. But if the championship is the goal, then it needs to become stronger. In the next 2 days, Li Hansheng's training was suspended, because the whole team needs to go out and cooperate with LPL officials to shoot the new season promotional video and posters. The official focus is on the League King EDG and RNG, which is destined to become the league's upstart this year. The two teams basically split most of the publicity shots. In the top team, God and Imp are the only two people who have individual shots. Li Hansheng, Kendi, Ming, and Lemao are only shown in the group shot. MD! Look at this girl. She is also 18 years old. She has already won the league championship and the world championship. How can the gap be so big? Ming looked at Mako, who was filming with envy in his eyes. Li Hansheng patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. He was the league champion and world champion at the age of 17. Why can't you also be the league champion and world champion at the age of 18? And he is also the more important S-level champion. Hopefully, Ming is still just a newcomer to the profession. So how dare he think about winning the S competition? For him, it is satisfying to be a stable starter in the LPL. After the filming is completed, the time for player contract registration has officially ended. All major teams have begun to announce their team rosters as the S6 spring split approaches. The top team also announced the official roster of their team as soon as possible. General manager and team leader, Guo Hao. Head coach by Yue Ya. Top order, Noob. Jungler, Kendi. Middle, God. Bottom lane, Imp. Auxiliary, Lemao. Ming. Although it has the LGDCC that made a big splash last year. After the disastrous failure of S5, the reputation of God and Imp has plummeted. And no one is optimistic about this newly formed top. The focus is still on EDG, the unrivaled king of the league. General Pawn will be out indefinitely due to a back injury. In the spring split, EDG's mid lane will be supported by Beam and Athena. There is also RNG, a new player in the league. On the basis of retaining the S5 lineup, it has introduced two former champions, Mata and Looper. In addition, it is natural to introduce the QG team with Uzi, and the Snake team with the talented domestic top laner Flander. IG also announced that the former ADC player Kid will transform into a jungler in the new season. From now on, there will be a father in the family tree of esports Yuan Shao. Fans are also looking forward to the Dark Force OMG, which eliminated Uzi and introduced SMLZ to re-establish Cool as the core of the team. Although VG lost Mana, they introduced champion mid laner Monkey Easy Hoon. His midfielder combination with 3 Dandy is also worth looking forward to. The spring game of S6 is worth looking forward to. Officials also took advantage of the situation and released the promotional video online. Li Hansheng viewed this video immediately. MD! Sooner or later, I will be the one standing in the C position. Let's not talk about this for now. Ming on the side pushed Li Hansheng's arm. Brother Hansheng, let me recommend a video to you. Looking at the video link sent by Ming on QQ, Li Hansheng clicked on it directly. Click in to see the result? It's actually JY's instructional video about redoing Poppy. ? Ming immediately explained. Brother Hao and the others said that you have been working too hard recently. So I asked me to find a way to persuade you to take a good rest. I think about it. JY's video is probably the most hypnotic I've ever seen. Just watch it carefully. Watch it for 3 minutes. And you will fall asleep immediately after keeping it. Chapter 42 Working Overtime? If you want to say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Maybe after nearly half a month, I found that there was really nothing wrong with Li Hansheng's body. There are still nearly 16 hours of training every day, but there is no sign of fatigue at all. After all, the spirit in a person's eyes cannot be faked. From then on, there is a legend about Li Hansheng's Liver Emperor circulating in the top base. As the spring split approaches, with the arrival of Dog8, Firefox and 2 other Korean coaches, the number of Top's daily training matches has skyrocketed. This interrupted Li Hansheng's plan to gain points and increase his attributes. But later he discovered that although the training game would force him to quit the game, the system would still reward points according to normal games. So it didn't matter. Hack! Why is the opponent's mid laner here? Where are my teammates? Save me! Gone! Away! You are so greedy for soldiers. Aren't you? Why is Ice Girl slower in supporting than Lulu? In the training room, one person, Li Hanxing, could be heard yelling and screaming. The next second, he simply left his hands on the keyboard and looked helplessly at the computer screen that had turned gray. Immediately, he turned his head and looked at God, his master, with a look that could not be hidden if he wanted to stab someone. God tried his best to explain. I'm not a greedy soldier. You know clearly that people are going to arrest you. So what else are you doing? Can't you just go onto the turtle tower? Then why does Lulu only have 48 knives? But you have 60 knives? I have good basic skills. And even a weakling can make up for the last hit without any state. So why blame me? It's not like I held down his hand to stop him from finishing up. Is this your excuse for greedy soldiers and no support? I'm not greedy for soldiers. But you have no backup. I pressed his knife. But you have no backup. Li Hanxing fully explained that the essence of human beings is repeaters. God was unable to say anything in response to him. In the end, he could only blush and retort hesitantly. Replenishing troops cannot be considered greedy. Things in the middle lane can be as this considered greedy? Then, there was a person muttering in a low voice. And others could only hear a rough idea. Something like the artillery truck was seducing me. Something like I moved first but saw the troops coming. Something like I didn't expect that the other side didn't want it. Last hit or something like that. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. And Li Hanxing couldn't help but laugh out loud. And immediately complained, You have such a tough mouth. I guess I will still be able to open your mouth after I send you to the crematorium for cremation. Go away. God rolled his eyes fiercely. Isn't it because I didn't support you in the first wave? Don't force me to do anything. Just wait for me to get up and carry you, and you will be done. The members of the coaching staff behind him heard this daily conversation. And their subconscious actions were highly consistent. They all held their foreheads and shook their heads, then looked at each other, and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. As bystanders, they naturally know whose problem it is. Both of them have big problems. Li Hanxing always thinks about 1v2 or even 1v3 to show off his counterattack, while God has a habit of greedy soldiers. Although he clearly has the right to lane, the opponent's middle lane starts to roam first every time. MD, I agreed to let you eat my jungle area, and let me eat the opposite jungle area. I invaded. Where is the support from my teammates? Kendi also cursed and complained. Have to. The coaching staff closed their eyes in despair again. There is another question. It can be regarded as a chain reaction of God greedy for soldiers. God is not only greedy for soldiers, but also TM is the mid laner in the triangle. The soldier line. F4. And the three wolves go back and forth. Doesn't this squeeze the development space of Kendi? Kendi can only invade. The top lane is fine. But the mid laner is an earthbound spirit. And Kendi's invasion in most cases is a high-risk behavior. Looking at it this way, only the bottom lane is the most reassuring. Whether Imp is partnered with Lemao or Ming, he can steadily suppress the opponent in the lane. But this season, the bottom lane's carrying ability is plummeted. And the bottom lane's influence on the early game situation is limited. You still have to count on the top, middle and jungle to support the team in the early and midterm, and the bottom lane and others to take over the team battle in the later stage. Although there were many situations, in the end the opponent played GG, and top won the training match. Bai Yueyao clapped her hands and signaled the players to come over, then took out her notebook and started asking questions. Li Hanxing, you won't die if you give in to the other side. But you know that someone on the other side is trying to scare you. What's wrong? Away. How many times have I told you about your greedy soldiers? And Xiang Renjie, can you communicate with your online teammates before you invade? Only after confirming the situation can you invade? Sure, Siming. You can be more bold and don't be afraid of making mistakes. Training matches are for you to try and make mistakes. Lemao, you have to focus more on landing. And don't roam blindly. Many of your roams are ineffective, and instead ruin the landing advantage accumulated in the early stage of the bottom lane. These are all problems summarized by the coaching staff and exposed these days. But they have never been solved. I can only impose strict rules on you. Bai Yueyao put on a serious look. Li Hanxing, if you waste your life again, train for an extra hour. Xiao Wei, if you want to be greedy again, train for an extra hour. Xiang Renjie, you too? Hearing this, everyone was a little depressed. This extra training time was not included in the normal training time, but had to be made up during private rest time. Who wants their rest time to be occupied by work? Only one person, Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Is there such a good thing? If you want to work overtime, I won't be sleepy anymore. Everyone was also stunned. And then the coaching staff realized that Li Hansheng didn't need to train more. You must know that for fear of something happening to him, the club forcibly ordered him to train for a maximum of 16 hours a day. Now it's fine. Li Hansheng can continue to be an eagle in an open and honest manner. Change your punishment. If you die wasting time, your daily training time will be reduced by 1 hour. Bai Yueya quickly changed his words. No. Li Hansheng was dumbfounded. This is not fair. I want to train. You can't deprive me of the qualification to train. Top's coaching staff really can't do anything about Li Hansheng. Other players are trying their best to avoid training. But this guy is so eager to train 24 hours a day. No one would believe this. Okay. Stop talking so much and get ready to see how the groups are going. Bai Yueya waved his hand. Everyone immediately gathered in front of the large screen that was usually used for review. The rules of the 2016 LPL Spring Split have been released. The 12 teams will be divided into 2 groups, A and B. They will play double rounds within the group and single rounds across groups. The 12 teams will be divided into team pools based on the results of the S5 Summer Split. The number 1 seed pool is naturally last year's champions and runners-up LGD and EDG. Secondly, QG, Snake, VG and IG who reached the second half of the playoffs were placed in the second seed pool. In the third seed pool, the remaining teams that have not been relegated are We, OMG, RNG and Top. Top inherits the original M3 quota. The fourth seed pool is the newly promoted teams of LSBL, EPA and HYG. In fact, this division is not fair at all. After a winter transfer period, the strength of each major team has increased and decreased. For example, how can the real strength of RNG with MLXG, Midu, Mata and Looper be in the third seed pool? But that's the rule. The final drawing of lots and grouping ceremony ended. Group A, LGD, QG, IG, Snake, Top and EPA. Group B, EDG, We, RNG, OMG and HYG. Seeing this grouping situation, Li Hansheng felt quite regretful. MD, let RNG run away. Why are they not in Group A? So I can get revenge twice in the spring split. Hey, it's okay. Isn't QG here? Ming said with a smile. You can choose to win against QG. Absolutely. After the grouping situation comes out. The next day, the spring split schedule has also been announced. When Li Hansheng saw this schedule, he immediately frowned. The spring split schedule is divided into 3 parts. First, there is the first cycle of confrontation within the same group. Then, there is cross-group confrontation. And then, there is another round of competition within the same group. And the spring split ends. Because the Spring Festival falls in February. The competitions will be fully booked for the rest of January. Li Hansheng understands the truth. Why was the game between Top and QG placed in the last round of the first round of competition? Do you really regard this game as an appetizer before the Spring Festival Gala? Chapter 43 Rookie and his 4 real-life teammates. As soon as the schedule is announced, it means that the main game of the spring split is getting closer. The top team has also become busier. Fortunately, the players only need to practice step by step. The really busy people are the coaching staff. They need to understand the opponent they are about to face in advance. Watch the opponent's recent game videos, and through repeated mechanical observations, try to find out the game habits of players in different positions, the heroes they are good at, and the game style. These seemingly boring things can actually bring huge improvements to your team. In the same way, this is also the reason why official competition and rank are completely 2 dimensions. No one in rank will study your every move, even down to the timing of your ward placement and the details of your landing. The career path is so cruel. Victory is the only criterion for measuring everything. If you can't win, if you can't be the only winner on the field, then your results are unqualified. No one will sympathize with the loser. Unless you are Teacher Defay of S7. The schedule of the spring split is roughly an intergroup confrontation between Group A and Group B every day. The first game of the opening match was Group B's EDG versus RNG, which was a hot topic. In the direct confrontation between the League King and the League's upstart, will EDG defend the League King's throne? Or will RNG kick EDG off the throne? And to what extent the addition of Mana and Looper will improve this young RNG is also a point that fans are most concerned about. As the opening game of S6, it can be said that the topic, attention and expectations are all full. As for the other game in Group A, it stands to reason that it should be the number 1 seed LGD facing off against a strong enemy in the group, staging a strong dialogue. Maybe the officials are afraid that 2 consecutive high-intensity confrontations in one day will make the audience too excited? The game arrangement after the opening game is Top versus IG. In fact, there is absolutely reason to suspect that it may be because we and IG are not in the same group, so they are unable to attend the opening game. Otherwise, Li Hansheng felt that the opening game might be we playing IG again. After all, in the spring and summer opening games of S4 and S5, we played IG. However, in the summer opening game of S6 this year, there was a sudden change of players, at least in the eyes of the audience. Compared with RNG versus EDG, Top versus IG is incomparable in terms of entertainment and topicality. These are things that viewers think about. As a professional player, the only thing Li Hansheng wants to do is to defeat his opponent and become the winner. The night before the fight, Bai Yueya called everyone together. The thick notebook in his hand was the result of the hard work of the coaching staff these days. I'll first announce the starting lineup for tomorrow's game against IG. He scanned the crowd. In fact, there is no suspense. The only suspense is how to choose between the 2 assistants Lemao and Ming. Ming and Lemao were both very nervous, like candidates waiting for their results. Bai Yueya looked at the 2 of them, then pointed at Lemao. You will start tomorrow. Ming will be the substitute. Lemao was immediately overjoyed, while Ming couldn't hide the disappointment on his face, and there was no light in his eyes. Li Hansheng could only pat him on the shoulder comfortingly. Although he was more familiar with the 2 people in 7 Wolves of Ionia, personally, Li Hansheng had no right to interfere with the decision of the coaching staff. After announcing the list, White Crescent explained some tactical aspects. The IG of S6 is not strong. Last year, Rookie still had Kakao to share the pressure. This year, Kakao left, making Rookie directly become the director of the orphanage, which is the plus version of HL difficulty. At this time, the situation between Rookie and Bilson in North America can be called another me in the world. The aliases of TSM and IG are also Bilson and his 4 true eyes. Rookie and his 4 true eyes. There is only one way for this IG to win. Rookie explodes C. Ordinary C will not work. It must be explosive C. So the way to deal with this IG is very simple. Just kill Rookie. After explaining the tactical matters, Li Hansheng and others returned to their seats to continue training. As soon as I sat down, I saw the QQ group in the lower right corner making a lot of noise. It's a pity that there is no F/degree, at just as a legend at Topming. How about it? Is there any problem with doing IG tomorrow? Zhangji TV. Xiang. Tomorrow, you can see the first LPL match between Ming and brother Han Sheng. Zhangji TV. Katanda, did you ignore Mr. Nabe? This is the opening match. Brother is just a legend. It's definitely okay to do IG. But Ming is a substitute. You comfort him. It's a pity that there is no F/degree. Brother Han Sheng? Is your coach okay? Ming is so fierce, and not allowed to start? Everyone immediately went to comfort Ming, without saying anything about the relationship between them. Li Hansheng also said a few words of comfort. Ming actually doesn't have any big problems. He's just a little disappointed. When he joined Top, he knew he would face competition. Lemao had been in the LSBL for a year after all, and he had no competition experience at all, both emotionally and rationally. Lemao has the priority to play. After several ranking training sessions, Li Hansheng got up to do some activities, and was ready to chat with Gav and Kindi. As a time traveler, he knows one thing very well. Going out on the road isn't about fighting and killing. It's about being human and understanding the world. How to become a qualified carry top laner. Very simple. Turn the top lane into a 3-man lane. No. A 4-man lane. If necessary. A 5-man lane is not impossible. He must spend a certain amount of training time to connect with his teammates. As soon as he walked out of the training room, he smelled a scent wafting from the bedroom. He smelled the fragrance and walked all the way to the door of the bedroom. This was the bedroom of Gav and Kindi, who lived in the same room. Li Hansheng and Ming are in the same room. And Imp and Lemao are in the same room. This is the current allocation method of top rooms. He opened the door and saw Kindi and God sitting on the bed. One on the left and one on the right, with a large bag of kebabs placed on the small table in the middle. Only then did he remember that God had asked if anyone wanted to come with him when he asked for a midnight snack. But he had refused at that time. But now that I see the grilled skewers in front of me, why does my appetite suddenly come up? Feeling his growling stomach, Li Hansheng quickly walked to God's bed and sat down next to him. He directly picked up a skewer of steaming beef and took a bite. Yes! Li Hansheng closed his eyes slightly, savoring the taste of beef in his mouth, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. This tastes really good. You guys should try it quickly. God looked confused. Why didn't you say you didn't want to eat? The plan can't keep up with the changes. Li Hansheng smiled and ate a few more skewers of beef, and then picked up a skewer of grilled chicken wings. I originally wanted to have a chat with you, to save my brother's face in the game tomorrow. Come and gank more. Reverse squat. No problem. Kendi waved his hand. No matter what, Dad still loves you. Yes, Daddy loves you too. God echoed and laughed out loud. A man's happiness is that simple. As long as he wins custody rights. The imagined scene of Li Hansheng getting angry and retorting did not appear. Instead, there were fewer and fewer kebabs on the table. Seeing the two people staring at each other, Li Hansheng said in a nonchalant manner, Eat. It will get cold if you don't eat. Why are you being polite to me? God was immediately dumbfounded. Li Hansheng was such a shameless thing. He was obviously just eating and drinking, and his tone of voice made it seem as if he had ordered the kebabs. Whoa! Li Hansheng. You shameless thing. Hack. Xiang Renjie. You started too. Right. You should save some for me. Seeing that the kebabs were getting less and less, God also hurriedly started eating. But he ate the least. Li Hansheng wiped his mouth with satisfaction and touched his slightly bulging belly. Not bad. Not bad. Remember to call me next time if this happens. Go. 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 God became angrier the more he looked at him, pushing him to leave quickly. Hey. Hey. Away. Don't you know how to recognize good people? Li Hansheng was immediately unhappy. I'm helping you. God laughed angrily. Tell me, what are you helping me with? With your lifestyle. Are you in poor health? If you lack exercise and eat late-night snacks, will you get diabetes? Will having diabetes affect your fighting ability as a man? What if you find a girlfriend in the future? The result will be 3 if you can't hold on for even a second. What dignity do you have? The trigger may have been an ordinary late-night snack. Look at me! Your best teammate, knowing that there will be such an ending, chooses to step forward to help you bear the risk of diabetes in 3 seconds. MD, the more you talk, the more angry you are. You say whether you should let me knock one. Looking at Li Hansheng in front of him, his voice got louder and more confident as he spoke. God was stunned. How can you still explain it like this? But he felt like there was nothing wrong? Should I really give Li Hansheng a kiss? Chapter 40 for the first experience of career. Get up and remember to pack your team uniforms, and don't wear them wrong. Otherwise you will be fined. Guihao knocked on the team members' doors one by one, waking up all the players who were still sleeping, and also reminded Li Hansheng, Ming and LV male recruits from the 3 leagues some precautions. It didn't take long for the team members to come out of the room one after another. The temperature in the Magic City was not high in January, and it was very cold even wearing the jackets of the spring team uniforms. So everyone wears a down jacket. If you are hungry, eat something first. Auntie has cooked porridge, steamed buns, and steamed wheat for you. But remember not to eat too much. Just give it a little cushion. Guihao was like an old mother, giving detailed instructions without omitting anything. Esports players will not eat before a game because if they eat too much, all the blood will be concentrated in the stomach to digest the food, which will cause cerebral ischemia and directly affect your reaction speed. It is also true that the first thing a professional team does after finishing a game is always to go out for a dinner. Certainly, if you are unlucky and encounter the team in front of you playing 3 bladder games in a row, and you play 3 bladder games yourself, the taste will probably be the most delicious in the world if I throw a steamed bun at you. So Li Hansheng can sometimes understand that some teams suddenly lose the game due to a sudden wave of dementia, operations and a stalemate. Maybe they simply can't bear the hunger and want to eat. After simply drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge and eating 3 steamed buns, Li Hansheng went to the training room and put all his peripheral equipment in his bag. Officials will also provide peripherals on site, but most players will choose to bring their own. After all, such mysterious things as the field can really affect your on-site operations. Then the group of people went downstairs, and the bus was already parked outside the base gate. After getting in the car, Li Hansheng didn't really want to talk, so he put on his headphones and leaned against the window, closed his eyes to relax, and asked Jay Cho to give him a private intracranial concert. But at this time, Guihao sat next to him and motioned for him to take off his headphones.
Is something wrong? Li Hansheng. We are also newcomers. Shi Senning and Zui Mingho are so nervous. Why don't you feel anything at all?
Guihao nuzzled at him, and Li Hansheng understood immediately. He looked sideways, and saw that both Ming and Lemao looked a little nervous. Guihao wanted him to liven up the atmosphere.
Hey!
When will he have to work part-time as the team's atmosphere team?
Brother Hao, you can be the atmosphere team, but you have to pay extra.
Guihao rolled his eyes.
Sell me, and see how much money you can get. Look at your buckle.
Li Hansheng waved his hand.
Watch me take action.
He stood up and sat next to Ming. Nudged him with his elbow.
Sure, Ming. Zui Jiahao. Let me tell you some gossip I got about IG. Do you want to listen?
Upon hearing the gossip, everyone around him became energetic and looked at Li Hansheng.
Do you know why kids suddenly switched to jungle this season? Isn't it because his S5 Jinx face touching the grass is too outrageous?
Kendi curled his lips and complained.
I think 443 ZN is even more outrageous.
Ming also said.
No. 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 No.
Li Hansheng smiled mysteriously.
I heard from others that when we played in the World Championship in Paris last year, kids sat down in the training room on the computer that Benji had used, and found the jungle secrets left by Benji on it, which contains Benji's achievements in fighting for so many years. But the whole text only has 4 words.
The atmosphere has been heightened. And Lemao also looked at him eagerly, curiously asking,
What 4 words? These 4 words mean that the middle is the father.
Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed like pigs.
Brother Hansheng, why is it 4 characters? It can't be 5 characters? Are you implying that 5 characters won't work? MD, you GDX is always making up stories. No wonder so many people love to watch your live broadcast. With such eloquence, what kind of professional player do you think you are? Why don't you go to Tianjin to apprentice with Witty Gang?
Everyone was chattering, and the atmosphere on the entire bus suddenly became lively. How could there be any tension at all? Guihao secretly gave Li Hansheng a thumbs up. He wanted to praise his decision to keep Li Hansheng. What does it mean to be the best manager in them? The LPL Summer Games will be held on the 3rd floor of the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center, and the bus will arrive outside the venue soon. Guihao specifically reminded,
Please pay attention to your image. There will be club fans and official photographers outside. Huh? Brother Hao, do we still have fans in our club?
Li Hansheng asked a heartbreaking question. Guihao's face darkened, and he glared at him.
If there are no fans, there will be official photographers. Hey, you're kidding.
Li Hansheng waved his hand, and when he was about to get out of the car, he quickly pointed his cell phone at himself and adjusted his helmet. After organizing everything, he picked up his backpack and got off the car with his teammates. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw an official not far away pointing a camera at me and taking pictures. In fact, it's not as serious as Li Hansheng said. God and Imp still have some fan base, but several other people are transparent, including Li Hansheng himself. But he is not in a hurry. Fans only have to play a few good games. What surprised Li Hansheng was that several female fans came over and wanted to take photos with him. However, these female fans were not top fans yet, judging from the things they were holding in their hands. They should be fans of EDG. There is no way around it. In this society that values appearance, Li Hansheng is doomed to die. After taking photos with these female fans, Li Hansheng quickened his pace and followed his teammates into the venue. When Guihao saw this scene, he rubbed his chin subconsciously.
The people in the operations department are right. Hansheng is our club's golden sign to attract female fans. We must find a way to carry out more operational activities around him. Otherwise, we won't be able to compete.
It was really embarrassing when no one cheered for us.
Hey, Bai Yueya just smiled. He was only responsible for the club's performance. As for operations, he didn't need to worry about it. Entering the venue, everyone went directly to the room with the top team logo. When I opened the door, I saw that the overall style was similar to that of a training room, except that there was no computer inside. But there was a TV. The TV is responsible for broadcasting the live game in the front office. At the same time, the real-time voice communication content of the players can also be heard in the backstage. Not a moment. Staff members came in and took Li Hansheng and others to put on makeup. Actually, Top's overall appearance is solely supported by Li Hansheng. Imp and Ming both belong to the cute style, and there are many female fans of this style. In fact, these are all operational methods learned from Korea. In the S3 and S4 periods, The LPL did not put makeup on players at all. So in the game videos at that time, most of the players had acne on their faces, and their skin was in bad condition. Because the LCK has rich experience in esports events, it knows how to treat players as stars, regardless of flame or watch. They are all pretty boys comparable to celebrities. Therefore, starting from S5, the LPL will also put makeup on players before going on stage to compete. Only in this way can we attract more female fans. And because as more and more esports girls join the esports scene, the problem of fandom gradually becomes more serious. No way. Who makes male fans have insufficient spending power? In the eyes of capital, male fans are not considered human beings? Wait until Li Hansheng and others come back. The competition between EDG and RNG has officially begun. But EDG doesn't seem to be very official. It's normal for General Pond to have a back injury and not be on the show. But the factory director wasn't on the show either. It was the eldest prince, AI Loli, who was on the show. AI Loli was popular in the high-end passerby game in the early days. And at a young age, she occupied 3 of the 50 king spots. EDG also recruited the team immediately. But compared with his performance and rank, his career is quite average and even terrible. Not surprising either. RNG easily defeated EDG, which was short of major generals. 2-0. Okay, it's our turn to play. Everyone, get ready. Bai Yueya stood up and led the team members out of the room to the stage. Li Hanxing took a deep breath, and then took firm steps with firm eyes. LPL. I'm here. Chapter 45. Top lane confrontation with complete elements. Coming from the backstage to the stage, the feeling is immediately different. Because Li Hanxing and the others were playing their second game today, the auditorium was already filled with a dense crowd. Fans of EDG and RNG did not leave. Most of them chose to stay and continue watching the second game. It was worth it no matter what. Fair. In front of the stage, MLXG, the jungler of the winning team RNG in the last game, was being interviewed, which occasionally attracted screams from RNG fans at the scene. Loudly, what are you doing standing still? Kendi urged. Hurry up and debug the machine. We don't have much time left. Li Hansheng woke up from a dream and hurriedly came to his seat. The players' competition seats are facing the audience, and the players have to divide the seats according to their own positions. The top laners of both sides are arranged in the order of seating closest to the edge of the stage. MD, is this an official complaint about top laner being an orphan? After Li Hansheng complained, he took out his peripherals from his backpack. When they went to put on makeup, Guihao also sent their peripherals for official testing, mainly to prevent anyone from acting as a U-disc god of war. Compared with being in the training room, the scene is like a different environment. The official game monitors are all 24 inches. So the club's computer screens are also this size. Only headphones are provided by the official. Players cannot bring their own. After adjusting the gaming chair to a comfortable angle, Li Hansheng held the mouse and shook it and found that there was no problem. He looked back and saw that there were several young ladies standing behind him. Kendi explained to him. The person in black is the referee. He is responsible for supervising us during the game. As a friendly reminder, don't use swear words when you are having fun. You will be fined. Don't ask me why I know this. Hey, how much fine did you pay? Li Hansheng gloated. Go. Don't rub salt into my wounds. Kendi rolled his eyes, and then went on to introduce other things to him. Among the 5 people on the field, only Li Hansheng has no experience in professional games. Although Mayo is a newcomer to the LPL, he has played professionally in the LSPL for a year, and is already familiar with these things. You open the client on the desktop. This is an official private server. You can make points and gold coins at will. You can prepare 20 different sets of rune pages. You can use any out-of-print skins you want. This also reflects that the LPL is becoming more and more professional, officially building private servers. The servers can be set up directly at the competition site, so that players can compete in a single-digit delay environment. Don't think that changing the delay from more than 20 to single digits has no impact. The simplest ones, such as Jiayue's RQ combo, must be in a single-digit delay environment to increase the success rate, including the second stage of dodge to avoid the blind monk. Q damage also has a higher success rate in an environment with lower latency. A good game environment is the basis for players to perform wonderful operations. Li Hansheng bought 20 rune pages without saying anything, and then ran to the store and bought all the runes he could buy. You have to buy it even if you don't need it. I just want to use one set and leave the other 19 sets to look at. Oh, just for fun. Even as a time traveler,
Li Hanxing has never enjoyed the freedom of runes before. People who have never experienced saving money to buy runes will not understand the pain. It is really too expensive. After all, Li Hanxing is still carefully adjusting each rune page. For warriors and tanks, the runes for different types of heroes in the line are also different.
Every player's machine has been debugged and no problems have been found.
Right?
The voice of the referee girl suddenly came from the earphones. And it was quite pleasant. Everyone responded.
No problem. Let's go into the room.
A familiar sound effect sounded. And Li Hanxing saw a game invitation prompt appearing above the friend bar of the client. After accepting the invitation, you will enter the custom room named PB_LPL_top_IG_game 1.1. This is quite novel for Li Hanxing, who is coming into contact with professional competition for the first time.
Why is the room called this thing?
Li Hanxing asked curiously.
It's very troublesome to explain. You just need to know that this is a convenient operation for the official to record. The people in the audience are the OB, the on-site producer, and the referee. These have nothing to do with us. Just play the game well. Ouch.
Li Hanxing took a glance and found that it was exactly what can be said. There are a total of 6 accounts in the spectator seats. OB1-4. Lip producer, live producer, and head ref, referee. In the past, he was just a spectator and rarely noticed these. Now that he has become a professional player, he finds it a bit interesting.
Even
Imp was already typing and chatting with Rookie opposite. God was also chatting with the opposite gesture. Li Hanxing was not familiar with the people at IG, so he just silently thought about countermeasures. Playing this as 6IG is really not stressful. The nicknamed Rookie and his 4 real-life teammates by fans perfectly illustrates the dilemma IG is facing at the moment. There is only one way for IG to win. Rookie kills faster than his teammates. It's fight against ordinary teams. The top mid laner is God. Although God is slightly inferior to Rookie in the lane, he won't be directly killed by Rookie. If Rookie is killed, IG has no chance of winning. Li Hanxing's opponent on the road is one of IG's former genius twins, a lady from the capital, who is known as playing robbery with her left hand and playing disc with her right hand. Since losing the competition to start in the middle lane with Rookie, he has chosen to switch to the top lane. The result is that in the S5 World Championship, he was able to chase after him on the road, and Huni gained undeserved evaluation and attention. Huni is able to become famous all over the world. He should really give a big shout out to EDG and GG. It would not be too much to set up a memorial tablet. Half of his tens of millions of dollars are due to EDG and half to his posture. Mingming is famous for his operation in the middle lane. But once he gets on the road, his operation is very rough. At least in front of the top laner. His operation can only be described as rough. Li Hanxing didn't know whether he had benefited from the low professionalism and low overall strength of League of Legends in the early days, or it's because the mid laner switched to the top lane and he couldn't adapt to the change in playing style. After all, there is still a big gap between the playing styles of the mid laner and the top laner. However, he thinks it's the former. After all, she moved to Snake to play mid lane, and his performance is still very good. However, his posture is the kind of person who likes to show off. Facing a newcomer like himself, he would probably want to play tricks with him. Right.
Interesting. I relied on this trick to gain the first wave of popularity in the arena. Thank you Xianghua for accepting our interview. We also congratulate RNG again for winning the spring split. In the next game, IG is an old acquaintance of ours, and Top is a new team in the league. But we are very familiar with their players. Yes, the names Imp, Kendi, and God are certainly familiar to everyone. And their new assistant has also played in the second team of the LSBL Royal Family. As for their top laner Noob, he has also played for the Royal Family. He recently successfully played in the Royal Family. He topped the list in both the Chinese server and the Korean server, which caused a lot of heated discussion. He had some conflicts with the puppies in the rank before, and everyone must be aware of these things. And according to rumors, I heard that Top is in training matches, and the top laner often kills the opponent. This rookie player is definitely the focus of today's attention. Are the rumors about training matches true?
IG's lineup has also been adjusted to some extent. Haishan has transformed into a jungler to replace Kakao who left the team. IG has introduced high-scoring passer by ADC player time to start with a brand new lineup.
The 3 commentators for the opening game are the Haya brothers and their partner Chongmao. All 3 have been with the LPL since its inception and are seniors. So they are basically 3 fixed partners on such important occasions. The 3 of them were very familiar with the current situation of both sides of the competition. And even the situation of a pure newcomer like Li Hansheng was well understood. The commentators brought up old things again, and the barrage naturally started to get excited.
This stinky little dog can still compete in the LPL? No wonder the LPL can't win the LCK. Is GSL anxious to death? That's right. After all, everyone has been named the starter. But the noble bathing dog is still playing as a substitute for his former substitute in QG. You're laughing so hard. You're just messing around. And you end up being your own substitute. GSL should pay more attention to whether your master can play in the game. Slaying on the road? Is it so fierce? Brother Han Sheng is so strong. Crush these bastards and show them what a carry top laner is. Ah, Noob is so handsome. I must give Amway to my Jaimais.
The audience was also talking to each other in low voices. But the players who were wearing headphones to isolate themselves from the world would not notice the noise. With a crisp sound in the earphones, the custom room directly entered the recruitment mode, which is the BP screen. Li Hansheng took a deep breath, suppressed his restless emotions, and tried to face the first game of his career with a calm attitude, because there will be a double round robin in the group. The red and blue sides are officially arranged. Anyway, both sides have the opportunity to take the lead in the blue side. This time Top is on the blue side, and IG is on the red side. The BP system of S6 has not been revised yet. The number of bans has not been increased. And BP has not been divided into 2 rounds. That is, both sides initially have 3 ban spots. And then, they ban each other's heroes in turn. And then select players in a snake-like manner. The blue side has the advantage of grabbing. And the red side has the advantage of countering.
Ban female guns!
The white crescent moon behind him spoke. And Li Hansheng, who was in charge of banning as the top laner at 1L, immediately banned him. In the S6 preseason version, a large-scale redesign was carried out for shooter heroes and shooter equipment. The female gun is the beneficiary of the version. In the preseason version, the female gun's ultimate move has been strengthened and can trigger critical strikes. In addition, the current version's strongest, Thunder Lord's Decree, in the new talent system is very suitable for the female gun. The female gunner can directly trigger Thunder with just 1 E, maxing out the landing strength and teamfight strength. The female gun hero has always been regarded as a bad indicator of the bottom lane. When the female gun becomes popular in the version, it means the decline of the ADC. A strong hero in the version is equivalent to the answer in the version, and can make up for the gap in personal ability in landing. White Crescent definitely doesn't want IG to get this stupid hero to forcefully smooth out the strength gap between the 2 sides. IG backhandedly banned Ryze. During the S5 period, Ryze underwent a rework. From the beginning, he was positioned as a brainless fattened spell machine gun with a face-rolling keyboard and became a true output mage. At the beginning, no one could find the real gameplay. It was not until the S5 World Championship, when Faker used Ryze's 3 consecutive penalty moves to instantly kill Pawn's card, that the world could see the horror of this hero. Ryze has experienced weakening after the World Championship, but the passive, arcane specialization mechanism that can refresh skills is there. And this is where the strength of this hero lies. Top has banned Leopard Girl again. There is nothing to say about this. The strength of Leopard Girl in the early S6 can only be described as a supermodel. Anyone who has watched the Shy Leopard Girl's jungle training video will understand. The second banned position of IG is for skateboard shoes. I am very afraid of Imp skate shoes. If it is on the blue side, IG will definitely not ban. IG's new ADC is sometimes called the first in the national server. Skateboarding shoes. And Rain, the god of rain who succeeded him, is known as the #1 skateboarding shoe in Korea. The strength of S5 and S6 skateboard shoes in the past 2 years is comparable to that of Aphelios. And like Aphelios, it has lifted many players to a position they should not be in.
The bans on both sides are very targeted.
Miller smiled.
But IG is sure not to give some respect to the top laners. I looked at the ranking records, and the new players Sword Girl, Raven, and Captain are all very showy. Haha. Ranking kills randomly. But that's not necessarily the case in the professional arena.
Watanabe chuckled.
Normal people should target the top, middle and lower players first. Right.
The 3 quotas are indeed a bit tight for professional teams, especially like the S5 World Championship. When there are monsters in the version, it will have a great impact on the red side, resulting in an imbalance in the winning rates of the red and blue rooms. This also led to the S7, the reason for changing the BP stage. The last ban of top was given to Aircraft. In the preseason version, Aircraft underwent a small-scale redesign. Mainly passive skills. Originally, the aircraft's passive was 10% of the normal attack damage converted into real damage. Now the real damage is cancelled, and the normal attack damage is half physical and half magic damage. Moreover, the plane will now get an explosive pack every 5 minutes. After picking up the explosive pack, it will strengthen the W skill, fly further, have a strong body, and the damage will be terrible. It is so scary that Rambo will cry after watching it. This change allows the aircraft to change from a shooter in the bottom lane to a mid-lane option. It also has a super late carry ability that was not available before. This kind of 1v5 hero cannot be given to Rookie. The last banned position of IG was given to Ice Girl. The intention of this banned person is very obvious.
It seems Rookie is going to take the Enchantress.
Li Hansheng chuckled.
Isn't it easy to guess IG's BP?
This IG's BP is equivalent to directly showing their cards in the Landlord game, clearly telling the opponent that Rookie is their king, and they must fight around the king.
What can I do? They don't spend any money to recruit them.
Bai Yueya shrugged.
Let's grab the bull's head.
Nyoto is the well-deserved first support brother, not because it fits well with the talent of Thunder. In order to seek stability in the game, he usually chooses Stone Contract. Mainly Nyotos are skill, which can now provide 70% damage reduction at all levels. This means that during the duration of Nyoto's ultimate move, the own team has 2 top laners to act as the front row, and the team's fault tolerance rate is directly maximized. While Nyoto's the WQ second company is also a perfect means of forcing a group start. IG took down Poppy with a backhand, and then grabbed the mail gun. The mail gun is the hero that has been redesigned the most in the preseason version. Except for E and W. All other skills have been redone, and he has jumped from a macho guy in the bottom lane to the new overlord of the jungle.
I failed to get the bull head, but I got the popular heroes in the jungle and top lane positions in the first version. IG did not lose in BP in the first 2 hands,
but top backhand locked the Excavator and Lucian.
Wow! The pressure in the lower half of IG is so great!
Huawei exclaimed.
This is a rhythm that will destroy the line directly.
Judging from the combination alone, the top 3 heroes in the top are indeed full of pressure in the lower half. However, IG took out GNG and Easy with their backhand, which was equivalent to swinging Poppy to the auxiliary position.
Oh my god!
Chong Mao also exclaimed.
IG's BP move is a god's move. Top has been completely taken into account. Bobby's perfect sky, Lucian, Bullhead and Excavator. Easy's self-protection ability, they are very strong. So it may not be easy for top to break through from the bottom lane.
Bai Yueya was also stunned.
Hey, play this trick with me. Han Sheng, are you confident in defeating the Sword Queen on the opposite side? That's necessary.
Li Hansheng smiled scornfully.
Playing swordsman in front of labor and management. Do you know what Li Min's swordplay means? Hey, you shameless thing. I was wondering. Isn't that just a trick?
Kendi complained with a smile.
That's right. I am the Sword Princess, and I am invincible in the world. If you act like a Sword Princess in front of me, isn't that just like Li Min's swordplay? Okay. Let's not make trouble for now.
Bai Yueya interrupted the 2 of them.
Rookie is definitely going to take the Enchantress. So Huawei will sacrifice you to take Lulu. As for Han Sheng, what hero do you want to use to fight Sword Girl?
Li Hansheng thought for a while, then showed a bright smile.
Bring me Jace.
The first game of his career. Men fight women. Long hands fight short hands. High-tech cold weapons. All the elements are present. Be a thief. Feel the suppressive power of a top-level top laner. Bai Yueya thought for a moment. IG's lineup lacked the ability to force open. Selecting Jace to enhance the team's poke ability is also a good choice. And the lineup must focus on the early and midterm. Jace is a standard early and midterm hero, which can further strengthen the lineup in the early stage. Overall offensiveness.
Then Jace.
Top finally revealed Lulu and Jess.
Hey, it seems that the top laners of both sides want to steal the show,
Miller said with a smile.
Jace versus Sword Girl. Is this a top lane matchup that our LPL viewers can see?
Official complaints are the most deadly.
Gui. Cover your ID. I thought it was LCK's someday playing Sem. Is the LPL about to change? Are the 3 fantasy gods finally gone? Hey, if nothing else, just focus on this confidence, Jace. I'm paying attention to this noob. The content of the game produced by such a lineup is interesting. Finally, we don't have to watch Dashu and Bobby scraping each other.
IG here? The gesture was laughing wildly.
The boss said that this guy on the other side will definitely want to show off to me when he sees me playing Sword Girl. Boy god. Why don't you go on the road to train him? Let him know what LPL level confrontation is. LPL, it's not like playing house and rank. Why don't you just hold on? I'll help Lao Song. Lao Song has the advantage, and we'll win for sure.
Kid's attitude was very obvious. It was impossible to go up. He only had eyes for the middle lane and rookie.
MD! Or not a brother,
he complained with dissatisfaction.
Now you come to the military training and go on the road. I will carry. How can old Song defeat Gao Dui so easily? It is obviously more cost-effective to help me. You're talking nonsense. Lao Song can just beat up Gao Dui in the lane,
Kid quickly retorted.
Okay. Stop talking. I will take care of it.
And IG's last move was just as expected. Even though they knew that Lulu would be countered, they still forced the Enchantress out. No way. There are not many heroes who can both perform C and lead the rhythm. And Enchantress is the perfect choice. This is also the most difficult part for IG at the BP level. The team's lineup determines that they can only go to black in one way. In the end, the lineups of both sides were determined. Top is on the blue side, and IG is on the red side. On the road, Jace versus Sword Lady. Jungler, Excavator versus Male Gun. Middle lane, Lulu versus Enchantress. Bottom lane, Lucian plus Nyoto versus Poppy plus Easy.
Just treat this as a normal rank round.
Bai Yueyao pinched Li Hanqing's shoulder.
Xiang Renjie, you can take more care of the top lane. Everyone must remember to communicate more. And feed back more information to teammates. We will assure win.
After the explanation, Bai Yeye took off her headphones and turned back to the background. There were waves of cheers and cheers at the scene. But the momentum was far less powerful than that between RNG and EDG. Chapter 46, Thief Attitude. Is this hanging person open? While the game is still in the loading interface, Li Hanqing hurriedly entered the system interface. In the past half-month, he had been ranking day and night, and finally gained nearly 1,600 points. The main reason is that after the score goes up, it takes too long to start a ranking game. So Li Hanqing sees that he has a lot of training time. But the actual number of ranking games is limited. If he hadn't spent so much time, he would have accumulated even fewer points. It's not like he hasn't thought about trying to find loopholes in the system to increase points at low levels. The result is that when playing at low levels, the system doesn't calculate points at all, and he can only play large numbers honestly. After thinking for a moment, Li Hanqing decided to continue to strengthen his landing ability. But now the attribute value of his operational ability has reached 90 points, which is enough for the league alone. What he needs now is to make up for other aspects. After much deliberation, he spends 1,500 points to exchange for 5 points of attribute value above 80, all of which are allocated to his average hand speed. As a result, his current panel properties are like this. Host, Li Hanqing, enjoying the energetic buff. Host attribute value. Version understanding, 100 points, akimbo and leaning back. What is the welfare of time travelers? Operational ability, 90 points, you have slightly touched the ceiling of top lane operation. Maybe with your fingertips? Development ability, 70 points, at least after being charged by the jungler. You know how to kill a few waves of wild monsters to supplement your development. Reflexes, 80 points, maybe higher if you can do less anti-aircraft operations. Average hand speed, 90 points, Canyon Pianist. Esports Beethoven is you. Team fighting ability, 75 points, not that good. Not that bad. The gods will only appear in your dreams for the time being. Overall evaluation, B+. Although your abilities are uneven and have obvious shortcomings, your excellent landing ability is enough to dominate the top lane of the league.
Yes, the system evaluation has been upgraded from B to B+, and the subsequent comments have also changed. I guess if I purely look at the landing ability now, I would conservatively estimate that it should be in the top 3.
Li Hanqing was still thinking secretly. The game has entered Summoner's Rift. I quickly bought the entry equipment, Corrosion Potion, and then quickly followed my teammates to go out and take a position in the jungle. IG's lineup has almost no control. Only Enchantress E counts. However, Enchantress E has a delay effect, and it is impossible for Enchantress to learn E at level 1. When the hero is countered, if the hero learns the wrong skill, the result will be a landing match. It will collapse immediately, even if the operator of Enchantress is rookie. However, Top's lineup has mediocre first-level team capabilities, and they don't want to invade.
I'm not playing a first-level group anyway. Brother Hao, please put your wards on the route for me.
Li Hanqing sent a signal to the grass near the red square on the upper route, instructing Lameo to insert his wards there.
Then go to the opposite jungle area. Kenny, you can open the jungle by yourself.
Imp controlled Lucian to walk down the triangle grass into the river and walk towards the opponent's blue buff. EZ, Poppy, and Male Gun all have no ability to keep people. And Imp is not afraid of being left behind when doing wards.
Okay, Lowly, you go on the road and lower your health control line a little. I'll help you catch a wave at level 3. It's your first game after all, so you can experience the feeling of a father's love like a mountain.
Kenny got the chance. Try to take advantage. But he didn't expect that Li Hansheng was a wolf slayer. With a set of 7 injury punches in his backhand, he glanced sideways at him, and then said lightly,
I have no father and no grandfather.
This wave of 7 injury fists completely confused Kenny.
Ha ha. Lowly, you are such a bastard.
God laughed like a pig. With this hilarious atmosphere, those who didn't know better thought they were playing in a ranking match. How could you tell it was like playing in the LPL main game? Imp swaggered into the blue buff area in front of the opponent. After inserting a sight, he turned and left gracefully. The sight just captured the information that the Male Gun was opening in the blue zone. This also made the top team clear about the Male Gun's opening. To brush the wild route. Brush from bottom to top. Omeo followed Li Hansheng's signal and ran to the top lane to insert a trinket into the grass. Then returned to the city to join Imp on the bottom lane. This behavior directly aroused the curiosity of the commentators.
Omeo actually put his precious jewelry in the grass on the road? What kind of sister is this?
Wawa was very confused. You must know that in the S6 preseason version update, the reconnaissance guard, commonly known as the false eye, was directly deleted. Now in the early stage, you could only rely on free jewelry eyes to control the field of vision. But the jewelry eyes have CDs, so the early jewelry eyes are particularly valuable.
I don't understand. Even if you want to protect the road, you should cut into the river. Right. And Top doesn't think that the Male Gunman will be caught in 2 levels. Right.
Changmao also joked.
Why do I feel like Principal Wang's recharge is in place? I can't help it. Principal Wang really gave me too much spicy food. How can Top be the Riddler? Is this assistant out of his mind? Jiangzi has wasted the accessory eye. And the bottom lane is wrong?
It is normal to not understand the importance of this ward position based on the current game. After all, the current trend in LPL is still to abandon the support and go on the road. The lane position of the top laner is very important, as it directly determines the landing situation of both sides in the first 2 levels. Take the landing situation in the top lane of this game as an example. Li Hansheng is Jace's long hand and Sword Queen's short hand. If Sword Queen wants to gain experience in the early stage, she will inevitably hide in the grass on the line. If Li Hansheng wants to go forward and drive him away, if you rush into the grass without a field of vision, doesn't that mean you take the initiative to get close to the Sword Lady? At full health, facing A at level 1, Sword Lady is completely worthy of Jace. After all, what Jace is better at is using foreplay such as level A and small skills to consume you. After lowering the blood volume and entering the killing line, a wave of climax will take you away. How could a man who hacked hard without any thought from the very beginning be a match for a bad woman like GNG? Appropriate foreplay can maximize your chances of winning. If this is the case, either she is acquiescing to Sword Lady hanging in the grass to gain experience, and the early suppression effect of long hands and short hands will not be reflected, and the golden period of oppression in the first few levels will be missed, allowing the opponent to spend his most vulnerable period. Either Li Hansheng wards himself, then he won't be able to ward in the river to protect himself, and the chance of being ganked will be greatly increased. On the contrary, if the top lane is short-handed and long-handed, then the auxiliary grass on the line will have a protective effect. Using long hands to defeat short hands is nothing more than using the range to draw the level A, but the level A will attract the hatred of the minions. Long hands are basically squishy, and the damage of the minions in the early stage cannot be ignored. If you forcefully resist the soldier A, it is very likely that you will end up with it. The amount of blood will be even worse. The best way is to repeatedly go in and out of the bush to draw away the aggro of the minions. If your teammates help you arrange eye positions in the bush in advance, this trick will not work. The longhand player will not be able to suppress it excessively, thus ensuring the short-term advantage. The player in hand can safely capture the first 2 waves of minions. Li Hansheng must pursue early landing suppression, and his teammates must release this landing goal. At 1 minute and 50 seconds, the soldiers of both sides met on the upper road. Sword Girl followed the last long-range soldier and leaned down deliberately to prevent Li Hansheng from stealing from the grass. However, Li Hansheng didn't have that idea. Instead, he walked out of the grass in a swagger, with a flaw in the front. and his posture was quite lucky.
Now let's see how you can suppress me. You idiot.
His posture was ecstatic, which gave him the opportunity to turn his back on the guests. Whether the sword lady has the initiative at level 1 depends on how well she brushes her flaws. But what surprised him was that Li Hansheng didn't seem to care about the refreshed position of the flaw at all, but continued to press forward.
MD, don't you treat me like a human being?
He didn't hesitate in his attitude, and immediately took the initiative to greet him. The flaw was in the front. Jess walked up to his soldier again. Why did he dare to be so arrogant? Jace squatted down and fired the first shot after switching forms, which had the armor-breaking effect. Sword Girl takes a step forward and hands Q directly. I have also played Jason's stance, and I know that Jace will definitely use the AQA combo to consume him at level 1. Whether it is a flat A or AQ skill, Jace will stand still, which gives him a chance to get close. However, after drawing A, Jace immediately retreated and hid in the bushes to get rid of the aggro of the minions, and at the same time avoid Sword Queen's Q.
What the HL?
The posture was immediately dumbfounded. Li Hansheng acted so unconventionally. His face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he felt uncomfortable now. Q failed to hit the enemy target and entered a CD that lasted for more than 10 seconds. How could he still fight in the lane? Li Hansheng chuckled. This is the charm of pulling. Jess's cannon form has a full range of 500 yards, while the range of Sword Queen's Q skill, Breaking Slash, is only 400 yards. Even if Sword Queen takes 2 steps forward when he is constipated and flat, it will only be 50 yards closer to death. The distance is still 50 yards.
It's not that easy to leave now.
Li Hansheng would not easily let go of this opportunity to beat the drowned dog. Sword Girl could not get close without Q. He immediately turned around and fired a flat A, followed by taking a step forward. Flat A again, and then Q. 3 shots tied A and 1 Q. The subsequent 2 shots tied A and Q all enjoyed the effect of the armor break buff, which directly took away 1/3 of Sword Queen's HP. On the other hand, Jace didn't lose a drop of blood, just a loss of mana.
Gone! Is this be open? How come my little soldier is like a dead man and doesn't A him?
The posture was dumbfounded again. He was beaten so severely that the 3 ranged soldiers of his family were as if they were blind. The melee soldiers were too far away and out of the hatred range, so they didn't say anything. They just stood next to your ranged soldiers and moved their hands. Are you pretending to be blind? Li Hansheng was not greedy, so he turned back to replenish his troops. He always made the last move to replenish his troops, so that the red side's troop line consumption rate would be slightly faster than his own troop line, thus forming a slow push line. The posture was in a difficult situation. Seeing that 3 melee soldiers were about to die, he forced himself to move forward in order to gain experience. As a result, the scene reappeared again. Jace's shot was level A at a precise distance. The 3 ranged soldiers of his own once again ignored Jace's attack like blind men. As a result, he was hit twice by Jace in vain. But Jace did not suffer any loss of status.
Hack! Why?
His posture completely broke his defense. How could he play with it?
What's wrong?
Kid asked curiously. But when he saw that Attitude level 1 had lost nearly half a tube of blood, while Jace was still at full health, he was completely dumbfounded.
What are you doing? Attitude? I also want to know what I'm doing,
Shiji complained.
I even suspect that the other side is opening. Why should he A me? But my minion can't A him? Has the aggro mechanism of the minion changed? No.
Kid shook his head.
Just wait for me and Lao Song to help you. Don't even think about fighting the opponent.
Kid didn't see the whole process and just took the gesture as an excuse to excuse himself from being oppressed. As both Geminis, he still understands the tough-talking character very well. As the second wave of minions came online, Stan's QCD also improved again. He thought he could finally go forward and smell the minions. Right? However, when he just walked forward, Jace also walked out of the grass, repeating the previous scene, directly reaching the limit and drawing a first. This time, the red side 6 ranged soldiers still ignored Changwei, who was beating Laifu in front of them. Instead, they unilaterally beat Jace, the Sword Queen. This time, the Sword Girl learned her lesson and did not make a rash Q. Instead, she walked back, and then suddenly turned around. But Jess kept exactly the same pace as him. He walked back, and Jess followed suit and walked forward. He turned around. Jace also turned around, and was stuck at the most uncomfortable distance, where he could see, but couldn't touch. This time, the OB perspective just switched to the top lane, and saw Jace unilaterally beating the sword girl.
Eh?
Miller was also surprised.
Why doesn't the Red Soldier's hatred transfer to Jace? I don't know. Is it out of the range of hatred?
Wawa guessed.
How is it possible? Jace is so close to the Red Party's long-range military station.
Changmao immediately retorted. But none of the three people could explain why. Even the all-powerful Brother Dong in the barrage and the keyboard warriors were silent this time.
Isn't this noob turned on? After all, a certain anchor said that Xiaotu is not a loser. Check. Check strictly. Be sure to check Noob's mouse and host. More than half a year has passed, and my attitude is still the same. I'm such a loser. I was beaten like a dog by a newcomer. Dog, how presumptuous are you? Who are you insulting? Where are the great gods? Where are the brothers who understand? Please explain.
Looking at the extremely uncomfortable sword girl, Li Hansheng wanted to laugh. With his understanding of various landing skills, postures were simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The operations he repeated were actually blocking the minions and drawing A, which was a way of blocking the aggro of the minions. The moment the minion raises his hand to draw A, you also raise your hand to draw A. At this time, you attack the enemy hero and will not attract the hatred of the minion. It can be simply understood that the minions will enter a charging state at the moment of attack. In this state, they will temporarily lose the ability to lock on the hatred target, and will only regain locking when the charging is completed and the next draw is completed. The ability to hate a target. Everyone in S6 is still in the exploratory stage of this game, and many detailed operations have not been discovered. Not to mention the posture. Most professional players at this stage will probably be fooled as soon as they see this wave of operations. Of course, if they were given some time, they would probably be able to quickly figure out the principle. But at the moment when they were in the middle of a game and were being crazily tortured, they obviously couldn't calm down and figure out the principle of this operation. This technique is particularly effective when using long hands to suppress short hands on the road, and can maximize the suppression effect. The director obviously discovered this, and simply fixed the camera on the top lane, wanting to watch Jace's operations for a while. Anyway, the other lanes are not available now, and the junglers of both sides are still in the process of clearing the jungle in the first round. Jace once again retreated into the grass to slowly replenish his troops, while Sword Lady could only be blocked in the back and paced back and forth. Just when Sword Girl took 2 steps forward and tried to gain experience again, with a flaw in front of him, Jace walked directly forward and still shot with a flat A, since he had switched forms before. This flat A once again had the armor-breaking buff. This time, Jace did not fight with Sword Queen. After leveling A, he ignored the distance between the two parties and walked forward again to hit a level A. But at this time, Sword Queen no longer dared to come over with Q, because Jace was about to level up by 2. Run! Don't look back. But at this time, Jace's third flat A shot was followed by a Q skill. At the same time, a golden light flashed on Jace's head, and he was upgraded to level 2 in seconds. The increase in level has brought an all-round improvement to Jace's attributes. The last 2 hits, A and Q, both enjoyed the bonus of the armor break buff. Sword Queen's HP dropped quickly, and this time she was directly hit by Jace's Storm Rider Surge effect. Jace's movement speed increased sharply, and he once again closed the distance between them. Furthermore, it was only then discovered that Jace had learned W instead of E at level 2. At this time, Jace, who had closed the distance, immediately connected to W after leveling A, with extremely smooth movement. Used the A method to hit Jace's AW combo. His blood volume was further reduced. He quickly handed over Q to distance himself. At this time, Jace immediately switched forms and gained speed again. In League of Legends, the deceleration effect takes the maximum value, while the acceleration effect will have a superimposed effect. Although this effect will be diluted, it is enough for Jace to quickly catch up with the Sword Queen. In the form of a Warhammer, Jace handed over Q, Sky Leap, at the extreme distance and opened W, Lightning Field, in the air. And suddenly a yellow lightning magnetic field surrounded him. Buzz, not daring to gamble, Sword Princess turned into a golden light and disappeared. She used Flash to avoid Jess Q in the form of a Warhammer. She ran back to the tower with residual health and took drugs to slowly recover. Seeing this scene, the audience and commentators took a deep breath. This, Jace's operation highlights the word smooth. Enjoying the silky smoothness like dove. The most important thing is that the Sword Lady is about to be beaten to death. But Jace is still close to full health. If it weren't for the sudden concentration of fire by the soldiers, Jace would probably still have full health now. So back to the original question. Why didn't the red side's minions just not hit Jace before? Everyone dislikes Sisterly. Chapter 47 are all newcomers monsters now.
The posture is in a very dangerous situation now.
Miller frowned subconsciously.
The main reason is that the blood volume is very ambiguous.
Cha Mao also expressed his opinion. The sword girl with remaining blood under the tower knocked off the only red medicine on her body. This posture is the normal Dolan sword plus red medicine when going out. And the talent selection is War Zeal. Even if he selects Secret Reserve in his talent, the red elixirs on his body will be automatically upgraded to biscuits. And the biscuits can provide an additional 20 points of health and 10 mana recovery effects on top of the red elixirs. But it is still a drop in the bucket. Sword Queen's blood volume can be restored to nearly 40%. The more embarrassing thing is that Sword Girl has no experience. And the third wave of minions with cannons is about to come online. By then, Jace will be level 3 versus level 1. What is even more terrifying is that a huge wave of slow push lines are coming here. Come over here. Even if the kid wants to help, it's useless. With the help of nearly 2 waves of minions, level 3 Jace is fully capable of operating a level 1 sword lady plus a level 3 male gun. Moreover, there is a high probability that the excavator is on the way. Jumping over the tower to kill a level 1 sword woman is just like eating. He began to regret his attitude. How he wished that time could go back to the moment when they first faced each other. He would definitely not pretend to be cool with Li Hansheng, and would just wait for the experience. But it was too late. The good news is that he had gained most of the experience before. It is estimated that he still needs about 3 soldiers to upgrade to level 2. With W, he has the ability to protect himself under the tower. He patiently stood under the tower, and waited for his health to slowly increase. He was also waiting for Li Hansheng to push the line. After all, the speed of the line of soldiers was beginning to increase at this moment. And the 4th wave of minions would probably enter the tower when they came online. When the time comes, the red side's minions will be blocked under the defense tower, which will instead form a natural human wall for Sword Queen, which can help block Jace's frontal bombardment. Everything is as expected. The child Yushin has also completed F4, and is getting the red buff. He will be on the road soon to relieve his landing pressure. At least it can ensure that he will not be killed by the tower.
MD, I'll let you be proud of this guy in the early stage. I won't kill you until I reach level 6.
Gigi secretly gritted his teeth and decided to be a tortoise first. Level 6 is the moment when he overturns his own turtle SH. L. The soldiers finally entered the tower. Just as he predicted, the 4th wave of soldiers from the red side had just reached the first tower on the top road. At least 2 waves of soldiers from the blue side rushed into the defense tower in an instant. The posture is not in a hurry to step forward to replenish troops. It doesn't matter if you lose a few last-minute hits in the early stage. The main task now is to steadily gain the experience of these 3 waves of troops. The first iron rule for top lane and landing is that the level must not fall behind. At this time. But he saw Li Hansheng in the form of a cannon actively walking towards his face. Fortunately, the defense tower happened to kill the artillery soldier at this time. He instantly used his backhand Q to kill a minion with residual health. In a flash of golden light, he was upgraded to level 2. Possessing got the W skill.
It's okay.
The posture finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really felt the murderous aura shown by Li Hansheng just now. Now that he has W, and his health is still very healthy, Li Hansheng should not dare to take action. The most important thing is that there are his minions under the tower. He always stands behind the minions. This can ensure that Jace's enhanced cannon cannot hit him. As long as he does not take the enhanced cannon damage, Jace's damage is not enough to kill him. Just when the posture was thankful that he survived, Jess takes action. At the moment when the defense tower fired A, Jess, who was in the cannon form, shot at first. Since he had switched forms before, this flat A came with a 10% armor breaking effect. Almost at the moment Ping A took action, Jace immediately took Q to cancel the basic attack and then shook it, and immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared from the place. The next second, the position where Jace appeared was just past the human wall of soldiers under the red square tower, almost touching the face of the Sword Queen. And the effect of the E skill, Gate of Acceleration, had already appeared under Jace's feet. And the electromagnetic force of the Q skill had appeared. The cannon went directly over the accelerator gate to form a strengthened cannon and hit Sword Princess in the face.
F***CK!
This sudden outburst left no room for reaction. By the time he reacted, he had already received a solid blow. And he quickly pointed a W with his backhand at Jace. But Jace didn't rush to take action after turning on W. Instead, he switched directly to the Warhammer form, and used the acceleration effect to move laterally, to avoid the sword energy reflected from the Sword Queen to avoid being slowed down. Then Aqua instantly kills Sword Princess and activates the Storm Knight Surge effect, gaining huge acceleration and calmly evacuating from the defense tower. Here, Li Hanqing's details are drawn to the fullest. The biggest explosion in Jace's Warhammer form is to steal an extra A when face to face. Because Q, Leap of the Sky, can directly cancel the basic attack and backswing. After this attack, Sword Girl even owed him at least 200 health points. First blood. A blood. There was a certain delay in the live broadcast. When the audience saw this wave of operations, Li Hanqing had already walked out of the defense tower. There was an uproar immediately. For LPL viewers who have been numbed by the fighting scenes of Dashu, Titan and Bobby all year round, Li Hanqing's operation brought them a great shock. Can you still play like this on the road?
Oh my god!
The doll started yelling again.
What kind of operation is this? I can't see clearly at all. I just saw Jace flashing up. And then Sword Lady left her blood and waited for death.
Chamao also said that he didn't understand.
This can only be done with the help of replay footage. The main reason is that the operation of the hero Jace is a bit beyond our common sense. I really don't understand.
Miller, who has the best understanding of the game among the three, also kept shaking his head. The director's reaction was very quick, and he immediately showed the replay footage of the kill. And he repeatedly whipped the corpse in slow motion. Only then did everyone see clearly Li Hanqing's operation. He first tied A, then flashed Q and E to catch Sword Girl off guard. Behind her, Sword Girl was waiting for death. The moment the enhanced cannon damage came out, Sword Girl's fate was already doomed. Jace has always been able to Q dodge. The best way to use Q flash and E is when the opponent flashes or the opponent is hiding behind the minion. Because when there are flashes or hiding behind soldiers, people will instinctively relax. At this time, Jace's Q flash E can play its due role. When this wave of operations comes out, it is almost impossible for you to rely on temporary reactions to operate, even if it is impossible for the top teacher Defei to come.
Atlassian, the dog comes quickly and learns how to play with Jess. Compared, the unique skills of Jace such as Xian Dog and Nanling Flower God are really far behind. Jiangzi? Jace can still play with Jiangzi? Gui. It seems like there really is something to be the number one on both servers. It feels like it's completely different from the operations of other top laners in the LPL. Is it possible that after PDD, Going, and Flander, China will have another carry-type top order? In this operation, Xiao Shuai, such a strong top laner, was kicked out of the team. Do you regret RNG? Stance S5 plays like B and can still be a starter. IG's team is really hopeless. It's another day of feeling sorry for Song Yijin. The posture is really amazing. Can this guy be killed alone?
When the kill prompt sounded, the voices in the top team also became noisy.
What the HL? What the HL? Is this the strength of being number one on both servers?
Kendi was so excited that he screamed.
You killed me solo before I even got on the road. How awesome is that? Okay. Loudly, can I lie down on this one?
God said with a smile.
Oh. Han Sheng. So strong.
Imp also shouted excitedly. These three people with experience in the competition tried their best to encourage Li Hanqing. They all knew that newcomers in the competition should be encouraged as long as they perform well. The most important thing for a newcomer is self-confidence. As long as self-confidence is established, subsequent performance will tend to be stable. What's more, Li Hanqing's single kill operation is indeed wonderful. But Li Hanqing did not lose himself in the loud noises. He retreated directly after leaving the defense tower, originally thinking of going home to update his equipment. But he saw that Kendi's position at this time was a little higher in Dalong Pit. He asked,
Is the specific order of the opposite men's gun clear? Lon Kai, you have cleared the toad, and you will most likely go the full route.
Kendi immediately replied, Thanks to the accessory I placed by Imp at the beginning. Top accurately knows that the male gun has used blue buff and marsh frog at the beginning. This can confirm that the male gun is not taking the speed 3 route of blue buff, 3 wolves, and red buff. Instead, prepare to clear the entire jungle area from bottom to top. Kendi's move is a normal 3-speed route, with 2 buff monsters and a group of 3 wolves.
Come with me and see if I can get a wave of male guns.
Li Hanqing immediately cancelled his return to the city and ran to the river to join the excavator. The two entered IG's wild area from the triangle grass on the top road, and then followed the wall to the grass next to the stone man, because GNG was suppressed when she came up. Li Hansheng could be sure that there was no IG vision in the entire upper half of the area to capture the information of the two invasions. The stone man is still there, which means the male gunman has not arrived here.
Oh? Are Kendi and Noob planning an ambush? Are they planning to kill Sword Queen again while she's resurrected?
The doll said in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the male gunman who finished the red buff moved directly into the stone man pit with an sliding step.
No! Their target is the boy's gun!
Miller exclaimed. IG didn't have any vision information at all. And Kid didn't know that there were two people staring at him eagerly in the grass beside him. He was still talking to Ziji while he was clearing the jungle.
Shihao, there is no need to rush to decide the outcome with Jess on the other side. Hold on tight first and wait for Lao Song to see us.
After all, he is a professional ADC, at least when it comes to playing A in the wild. Kid's operations are quite smooth. The excavator, who was originally about to flash his head, looked at the male gunman who took the initiative to walk to the grass unprepared, and his mouth was crooked with a smile.
Stay still first. I'll go to the middle to help. Damn! Why is the opposite side here?
Halfway through Kid's words, he found that his screen turned red, and the figures of two strong men appeared in the grass. Before entering the grass, Li Hansheng switched forms in great detail, allowing himself to get stuck in the first basic attack of the cannon form. He took the lead with his A to get the armor-piercing buff, and then used his QE to strengthen the cannon. The excavator took advantage of the situation and directly knocked it away with W. He fired Q and A 3 times to accumulate red rage. Then, when he was full of anger, he directly handed E to create a terrifying reality. Harm.
Double buff. Double buff. Give it to me.
Li Hansheng shouted quickly.
You eat. You eat. Whoever eats the head will get C.
Kendi didn't deliberately try to grab the head. If he really wanted to grab the head, he would keep E instead of rushing to use E to make an explosion. After Jace turned on his W, he immediately switched to the Warhammer form. A Quai. Even though the male gun had full layers of pure man at the moment, his armor was very high and almost at full status. Facing the ultra-explosive combination punches from Excavator and Jess, he couldn't withstand them either. Most importantly, the jungle area has not been revised in the S6 season. The CJ effect of the jungler will have different effects according to the different monsters, instead of directly restoring blood. In this version, the CJ Stoneman will get a buff that stuns the monsters after 4 attacks. It directly causes fixed damage to the defense tower. CJ Big Bird gains the effect of True Sight Potion. And CJ 3 Wolves will have a wolf spirit appear to help patrol the field of view, which is like an enhanced version of Skateboard Shoe W Sentinel. Because as long as someone enters the wild area, the wolf spirit will automatically alarm and lock the intrusion in the player's route. CJ Toad will get an effect similar to anti-damage armor. The CJ Blue buff will directly restore part of the blue buff, and the CJ Red buff will restore part of the blood volume. The male gun was in the air, and it was instantly turned into a corpse before it even hit the ground. The double buffs also turned into dots of green light and poured into Jace's body. The secret? Buff transfer technique. Kid was completely dumbfounded. He was about to speak, but instead he took the lead and fired.
Wow! Kid! You give these buffs to the opponent! How can I fight? Can't you be more careful in the wild? You've completely sent it on the road. I really can only wait for you to carry me. I am in a bad state anyway.
Kid feels wrong. I didn't even say anything to you. It was obviously due to his poor position in the top lane that the opponent had the opportunity to invade the jungle. How did the blame fall on him?
Top's wave of invasion is a bit spiritual, and IG has no defense at all.
Chanmao praised.
It is obviously a brand new team, but it behaves extremely sophisticated. This is a good thing. Our LPL league needs a constant influx of fresh blood to close the gap with the LCK.
Miller smiled.
Top start is indeed perfect, but we can't draw conclusions prematurely. Let's take a look again. Indeed, new teams generally have no problem landing. The main reason is that after the landing is over, they don't know how to operate. However, Top has experienced players like God and Imp on the team, so it shouldn't be a problem. Right.
Wawa followed.
The IG team is really hopeless, except for Sonny Jean in the middle. Every one of the other 4 players is a freshman. Why hasn't a guy like Kid retired yet? IG wants Rookie to become the second pawn. Right. His waist was immediately broken. Rookie, let's go! No matter how much money Principal One gives, we won't be angry with you. I also think that instead of being cheated in IG, it's better to go to EDG. Isn't EDG currently lacking a mid laner?
With 2 human heads in hand, Li Hansheng was lucky enough to take down the big stone man when he shot the male gun. Go home with a huge sum of money. He directly took out the serrated dagger, and then bought a pair of straw sandals to increase his pulling ability.
It's a pity that the brutal power has been deleted.
Li Hansheng regretted again. In the 5.22 version, the artifact of brutal power was directly deleted. A comparison will make it clear. The price of brutal power is 1337, and it has attack power, fixed armor penetration, and cooldown reduction. The current serrated dagger worth 1100 only has attack power and fixed armor penetration. It is equivalent to Riot evenly distributing the attributes of brutal power to the serrated dagger and Caulfield's war hammer. The former is attack power plus armor piercing, and the latter is attack power plus cooldown reduction. The combined price of the two is 2,200. But the price attribute is almost the same as the brutal power of 1337. This economic account alone makes it clear how exaggerated the price-performance ratio of brutal power is. Direct TP return line. When she was just killed in battle, Sword Princess only had one soldier in total, which could not replenish her equipment at all. It was still a Dolan sword, but with an additional 150 compound potion.
Hey, the Lang torture is really starting now.
Li Hansheng took a look at the situation of the military line and suddenly showed a bright smile. He experienced the joy of showing off the teacher's torture of others. In Chapter 48, both the middle and upper lanes are vampires. How should we fight in the jungle? The posture is really uncomfortable. The equipment is lagging behind. The level is lagging behind. And Li Hansheng also got double buffs. These are all things that give him a headache. The biggest headache is the military line. The basic principle of the troop line is very simple. As long as the troop line enters the tower, then the troop line will definitely experience a wave of reset. That is, the gathering point of the soldiers on both sides will return to the middle point of the top lane. Previously, Li Hansheng accumulated a huge wave of slow-pushing lines into the tower. At this time, the top line of troops is about to be reset. Due to his posture, he was single-killed under the tower, and there were too many creeps accumulated in the slow-push line. This leads to an embarrassing situation. That is, the red side's minions have extra survival. At the point where the soldier lines converge, the blue side has 3 ranged soldiers and 3 melee soldiers, while the red side has 3 more soldiers in addition to a complete wave of soldiers. Ranged soldiers with different health levels. If this situation occurs, without human interference, a slow push line belonging to the red side will be formed. If his posture has an advantage at this time, he will make a lot of money from this slow push line, because he can directly call his teammates to force the tower. The question is it worthy for a swordswoman who was single-killed in the lane and a male gunner who was captured and killed by an invasion to jump over the tower and kill the fat Jays? Slowly pushing the line is a line that is beneficial to the dominant side. But once the disadvantaged side pushes the line slowly against itself, it will undoubtedly be a nightmare. As long as Jace controls the line next, his posture will completely lose the opportunity to develop. It just so happens that he is a swordwoman and has no AoE skills, so he cannot forcefully push the lane into the tower. In this case, the way to crack it is to shake people. There is no shame in going against the wind. As a top laner, although his posture and awareness are average, he will become the most important move for a top laner. The secret? Call the Wildfather Dafa.
My child! My child! Please save me! If you don't help me deal with the military line, I will be completely destroyed.
Shizi called for help in a hurry. Kid didn't even think about it, and his backhand was a BNK triple. It can't be saved. There's no way to save it. Just wait to die. He is really hopeless. His way to clear the wild monsters at the beginning of this game is from bottom to top. The S6 version of the wild monsters refreshes in groups of 100 seconds. The demon swamp frog and 3 wolves in the bottom lane have been refreshed. After resurrecting, Kid must give priority to dealing with the wild monsters in the wild area. Being caught and killed by the invasion originally affected his jungle farming and development rhythm. If he were to forcefully ignore the wild monsters and go to the top to help clear the line at this time, the kid's own development would only get worse. Moreover, Kendi is not dead. If the male gun appears on the top lane at the time when the monsters in the lower half of the area should be dealt with, Kendi will enter the jungle to fight against the jungle without saying a word. Paying so much price is just to help sword ladies solve the problem. And the payment and reward are completely disproportionate. Certainly, if Rookie is on the top lane, the kid won't have so many thoughts in his mind. No matter what monsters or development, it's not as important as letting Rookie develop well.
Tisk!
Miller smacked his lips.
I feel uncomfortable looking at this sword lady. Not to mention replenishing troops. I can't even use my experience. No. The jungler is still in the lower half, and there is no one to help him. The snowball effect on the top lane will become more and more obvious. Changmao continued. I guess it helps the superior ones, but not the inferior ones. Even if the male gunner goes to the top lane, he can't reverse it.
Wawa shook his head and said,
Instead of hoping to reverse the disadvantage of the top lane, IG should think about how to open up the situation from the middle and bottom lanes. Especially the middle lane. We have to free Rookie's Enchantress. Only he can carry the rhythm of IG.
Easier said than done? On the road, they tried all kinds of tricks and deliberately betrayed themselves. They just wanted Li Hansheng to use the enhanced cannon. As long as Jess was willing to use AoE skills, he would not be able to control the lane. But how could Li Hansheng be fooled? When Sword Lady comes up, he will draw A, or he can use W to chase A. Q can also be used, but he will never throw away powerful artillery. In short, he must control the line of troops in this position. He is already at level 5, while Sword Princess is still at level 3, and her last hit count has been stretched to more than 20. Sword Princess is still able to do single-digit last hits. Whenever the posture tried to move a little closer, Li Hansheng would press forward and shout with a smile. Don't eat! Don't eat! Experience the joy of showing off your teacher. In the end, he was forced to do nothing. So he left the road completely, turned around and ran to the Stone Man to wait for the Stone Man to refresh. He won't be able to develop if he continues to stay online. So he might as well fight jungle monsters. Li Hansheng didn't care about that much, and didn't even bother to give feedback. What could a level 3 swordwoman do? He can safely control the line. In this version without tower skin and first blood tower bounty mechanism, lane control is the most effective way to snowball on the road. If you rashly push the lane into the tower, the opponent can directly queue up with the defense tower, and the turtles can gain experience under the tower. IG is having a hard time on the top lane, and the middle and bottom lanes are equally uncomfortable. In the middle, Lulu is a counter when beating the Enchantress. The basic damage values of Lulu's Q and E skills in S6 are not weakened, and the damage is very high. She won't be able to defeat the Enchantress at all when changing blood pressure. God left LGD to prove himself again, and he was even more focused when facing his strong opponent Rookie. In this case, Rookie faces great pressure on the line, and has to guard against gank from the Excavator. Not to mention the bottom lane. The combination of Easy plus Poppy highlights that Easy has no control, no damage, and is always under the tower. Easy's landing ability without line rights will be greatly reduced. At this time, IG faces a huge disadvantage that makes all 3 lanes uncomfortable. However, the jungler is still a male gunner. The male gunner is a hero who ensures his own development rather than driving the rhythm to help his teammates gank online to establish an advantage. You can let him be a dirty soldier in the lane. But if he can't suck the blood of the lane, but will be sucked by the lane, then what's the point of choosing the hero of the male gun? This is determined by the characteristics of IG's lineup. Their lineup lacks stable first-hand control, and their ability to naturally seize opportunities and cooperate with gank is not that strong. In disadvantageous situations, their lineup flaws are infinitely magnified. Is the child god finally going to gank in the middle? Enchantress W moves forward. First Q and then E. Oh, it's a pity that Enchantress's chain missed. Miller's tone was slightly regretful, but he was surprised the next second. He shouted, Does the male gun flash W and slow down? Lulu is forced to cross-dodge. The male gun is replaced by Lulu's flash, which is okay. At least by the time it reaches level 6, IG will have a chance to break through in the middle. After all, Lulu has no displacement. If there is no flash, the Enchantress can WR double step on the face, and then E after reaching 6. Or W can step on the face, and then double chain. And then the male gun can add a little damage to kill. In the end, IG has to rely on Rookie. The hero Enchantress must get the head in the early stage. If there is no head to supplement the economy but steady development, it will be a bit difficult to clear the troops. Urgent to return to urgent. But it is useless. Imp, I'm going to take a walk on the road. Be careful. After observing the situation on the field, Lemao decided to go for a walk. It is difficult for Easy and Poppy to pose a threat to Lucian. Even if the male gun comes, Lucian can still move away with Flash and E. The opponent's bottom lane is cowering under the tower. There is no point in him continuing to accompany the opponent in the bottom lane. It is better to roam and speed up the overall rhythm. However, before leaving, he still arranged the vision in the triangular grass. rivergrass, and grass behind the red buff in the bottom lane to ensure that there was enough vision to protect the safety of him. And the soldier line in the bottom lane was also in a relatively safe position before he left.
Han Sheng, jump over the tower and kill.
Lameo started communicating in advance, sending signals to the sword woman under the tower.
Okay, come on.
Li Hansheng nodded.
Xiang Renjie and away. Stay on the upper road. The male gun will most likely be in the upper half.
Originally still controlling the line, he began to take the initiative to clear the line with Soldier A, seeing the scene. He was so excited that he almost cried. Finally TM can take advantage of the enemy. He hadn't smelled the line of soldiers for more than 2 minutes. And his last hit was still in single digits. In less than 6 minutes, Jess, who had gained 2 kills, was already the first person in the game to reach 6. Faster than the center of both sides. The troop line has just entered the tower. The posture didn't even have time to smile. The next second, he saw the bullhead coming out of the grass where the stone man was. That is, from behind him.
Gone! These bunch of hangers on the other side were blown up like this when I was on the road. They didn't even give me a chance to survive. Right.
The bullhead won't be beat with him too much. It just rushes towards him with W. GNG was forced to turn W with her backhand to resist the control. But for Li Hansheng, it is enough for his teammates to force Sword Queen's W. A large part of the reason why he keeps controlling the line is that he cannot forcefully kill Sword Queen with full health under the tower. After all, as long as Sword Queen does not stupid, use W to block the enhanced cannon or Q in Warhammer form, and you won't be killed. Now, Sword Queen's W is gone. The moment Sword Princess W disappears, Li Hansheng is still in the form of a detailed first-hand cannon with the armor-breaking buff, since he has been upgraded to level 6 and has a level 2 ultimate move. The armor-breaking effect has also been increased from 10% to 15%. Then the familiar line sounded. Electric energy surges. The Q-enhanced cannon blasted out, and the blue electromagnetic cannon exploded directly in front of her face. Sword Princess health bar suddenly dropped. Then it takes W, and continues to move A. Jace was not in a hurry to switch forms, as Storm Knight Surge had been triggered anyway, and Sword Queen couldn't distance herself at all. Sword Girl backhand Q hit the gap on the side of the bull's head, and then AE slashed twice quickly. The goal of the gesture was very clear, to replace the bull's head, but what was embarrassing was, he, the top laner, is only at level 3, while Nyoto, who is the support, is at level 4. As soon as the stun time is over, the bullhead is lit, and Q is used to knock the Sword Princess away, and then she walks directly outside the tower. Only then did Jace switch to a set of AQWA. The moment the swordswoman landed, she used flat A, and then E to complete the kill. Sword Lady died in battle again.
Now the Sword Lady has completely collapsed, and even the gods can't save her.
Miller shook his head regretfully.
Nearly 3 waves of soldiers can't be eaten again. The most uncomfortable thing for IG is not that they are not on top, but that while they are not on top, a super monster will appear on the opponent's side when they are on top. Why did they start fighting again on the road?
Before the commentator could finish his remarks on the road, the director's camera cut to the stone man again. It is understandable that the male gun who arrived belatedly planned to make up the line. But it happened that the excavator was here. But the male gunman didn't know it at all. He thought that only Nyoto and Jace were there, thinking that they couldn't kill him by force after they had just exchanged skills. As a result, when the excavator went directly to the tower through the wall, Nyoto and Jess also left and returned. The male gun was dumbfounded. The excavator underground hit the male gun with Q first, mainly to attract the hatred of the defense tower. Nyoto had no worries and directly pushed the male gun to the wall with AW, and then walked close to the male gun, waiting for Q CD. The CD of Jace's Q skill has also improved. He directly QED to the male gun's face and leveled A all the way, and then switched forms to continue waiting for the skill CD. The 3 men easily killed the male gunman under the tower again, and the head was given to Li Hansheng again. Li Hansheng already has 4 heads in hand.
This monster on the road is completely unstoppable.
Miller shook his head.
The new top assistant Lemeo's roaming is also very impressive. Judging from the performance of these few minutes, it really doesn't look like a new team. I believe it when you say it's EDG's coordination.
Wawa also praised.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Changmao immediately retorted.
It is impossible for EDG to help the top lane like this. And it is impossible for EDG to take Jace in the top lane.
Miller and Wawa were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter.
Brother, You are a bit too much. Be careful of EDG fans blasting you. You bastard. Are you hinting at Nima? After all, there are only 3 heroes on EDG. The Great Tree, Makai, and the Twisted Dryad. Who said EDG can't play Jace? EDG can play in the bottom lane. And can also TP Lantern. Isn't the number 1 AD in the Chinese server just Jin Chuan Ding? On the EDG team? It's too late to watch the game. Tell me, if you're a big dick, what does Jin Chuaning mean?
After killing the male gunner, Li Hanxing immediately gave the command.
Xiang Renjie. Brother Hao. You two go to the Canyon Vanguard. I will come immediately after finishing this wave of soldiers. Okay.
The two of them took the lead to fight the Canyon Pioneer. Rift Pioneer is a new early map resource introduced by Riot in the S6 season. It is born in the Dragon Pit starting from 4 minutes. There is a pair of huge eyes behind it. Every time Rift Pioneer opens his eyes, attacking the eyes behind him will cause damage to it. 15% of maximum health damage. Refresh time is 5 minutes. After killing the Rift Pioneer, each person in the team will be provided with 50 gold coins. And the last person to kill the Rift Pioneer will receive a buff called Eve of Doom. The effect of this buff is divided into 2 strengthening parts. The damage to individual players will be increased by 10%. The movement speed will be increased by 40 points. And the return to the city will be strengthened. At the same time, it can also strengthen the minions, increasing their attack speed by 40% and 100 additional attack distances, only valid for artillery vehicles. Judging from the effects of buffs alone, a single laner or a jungler can gain the most benefits. Lane heroes are the best solution because they can strengthen the minions. So they will have lane rights. With lane rights, they can roam or cooperate with each other. The wild invades the wild area. Rift Pioneer can also be regarded as a major change for Riot to speed up the pace of the game. In the previous version, the game often reached the late stage of more than 30 minutes because there were too few map resources, no important map resources, and even no map resources. Team fights will break out, which makes the game very boring and greatly reduces the enjoyment. After all, not every player can understand the complex line-changing situation. For ordinary players, the more collisions in the early stages of the game, and the more frequent online blood changing, the more stimulated their adrenal glands. When Li Hanxing came to Dalong Pit, Canyon Pioneer was already at its lowest health, so he killed it directly. Then he followed Kindi to the upper half of his home area. Kindi was asked by him to go on the road and countercrouch. So now all 3 groups of wild monsters in the upper half of the area are alive. Li Hanxing took a look at his own economy and immediately said favorably,
Xiang Renjie. Give me the second blue buff. It's my first time to play in the game. Give me a chance to perform. I will win the MVP when the time comes. Let Alway invite me.
You eat. Heard this.
God's last-ditch hand in the middle trembled. With this tremor, the artillery soldiers were gone.
Why do you think MVP has anything to do with me? Why should I treat you?
God said angrily.
You also dirty my blue buff. Hey, we are good brothers. And we are fellow villagers. With double buffs superimposed. What's yours is mine. And what's mine is mine.
Li Hanxing acted like one of his brothers is following the other.
I get the MVP. Your face is also shining. Don't you think you'd like to treat us? Get out.
God took several deep breaths. Otherwise he thought he would slap this shameless thing to death. What is mine is yours. Yours or yours. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Li Hanxing accepted the blue buff with a smile. Then turned around and snatched away the half-baked demon marsh frog.
Good brother. It's almost money. It's almost money.
Kindi opened his mouth but said nothing. But when he saw Li Hanxing walking straight towards the 3 wolves, he really couldn't bear it. Finally, Lulu, who was playing God this time, couldn't kill wild monsters. As a result, she didn't suck blood in the middle lane, but sucked blood wildly in the top lane. Right. At this time, he needs a book.
How should the jungler deal with himself when the 2 lanes in his family are vampires? Old Li, don't go too far. It's really close to the money.
Li Hanxing explained.
Can I write you an IOU? I owe Xiang Renjie 2 sets of wild monsters. If you don't help him fight 2 sets of wild monsters within 5 minutes, I will pay you in the next game. 2 waves of soldiers.
The corner of Kindi's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end, which was regarded as acquiescence. After all, the position of the excavator is in the front row, and it does not need to eat too many resources. No matter how fat the excavator is, it is still positioned as a front row tank. It cannot carry the game. It will not die if it is meat. On the opposite side, You have to rely on damage to kill someone. Li Hansheng pocketed the 3 wolves with a smile, and then returned to the city with satisfaction. He really wasn't trying to be a teammate. The reason why he ate so many wild monsters was just to take out Yomu's spirit when he returned to the city. Mainly, this version of Yumeng is more expensive. 1100 serrated dagger plus 1100 Caulfield's warhammer plus 1000 synthesis cost. Total value 3200. But the properties in exchange are very cost effective. Because after this version of Yumeng's active effect is turned on, you will not only gain 20% movement speed, but also an additional 40% attack speed bonus. 65 points of attack power. 20 points of fixed armor penetration. And 10% cooldown reduction. Excellent value for money. It takes 7 minutes to create Yumeng. This kind of development that transcends the timeline will cause Li Hansheng's damage to explode. Chapter 49. 5 of them hit one and still got killed. Just when Li Hansheng was walking up the road, Imp, who was alone in the bottom lane, suffered a heavy blow. Shiba, why are the gods and demons here? Li Hansheng quickly cut the screen and saw that the enchantress was indeed coming from the direction of the river. IG's auxiliary Bobby was very decisive. He used the E skill to hit the minion and move closer to Lucian. Then he directly opened W, appraisal style, and used the acceleration effect to stick to Lucian, without giving Lucian a chance to use E to distance himself. He also performed a wave of dazzling operations, predicting and flashing. Seeing Poppy's W close to him, Imp decisively flashed and then turned E. But Kiki predicted that he was going to flash and followed suit. Duong. Lucian, who used displacement, was directly stopped by the golden cover next to Bobby. Beautiful! This prediction flash of shooting Coco is perfect! Wawa yelled excitedly. Rookie is on! W and our double step on the face. Nyoto. Nyoto came to support. Wow! Rookie's reaction is so fast! At the critical moment, Nyoto, who went to the wild area for vision, finally came to support. And WQ shot out from the blind area of vision for 2 consecutive times in an attempt to interrupt the output rhythm of Enchantress. Buzz! In the midst of lightning and flint, Rookie actually flashed and avoided the attack of the bullhead, and moved behind Lucian. QE connected twice and hit the chain accurately. At this time, Easy also belatedly came to AW with E, and then continued to move A to cooperate with the output. And Izo! Lumeo had no choice but to run away quickly. If he didn't leave, he would be forced to stay. It still has to be Rookie. Miller sighed. Rookie is still working hard. IG hasn't lost yet. Indeed. If Rookie can be killed and IG can save him, we can completely trust Rookie's personal abilities. Chamao also nodded. Hey, 999 Pi Yanping combination. It seems that the biggest problem is 443, not 556. I can only say that it's not terrible to start the show in the bottom lane. Whoever is missing will be embarrassed. The case has been solved. It turns out that 443 has been dragging down Kiki. Song Yijin is really risking his life. Let's give some to the other students. He really made me cry to death. God, who was facing Rookie, was arguing. It's really not me who is greedy for soldiers this time. How did I know that B would just give up a wave of soldiers and force himself to go to the bottom lane to start the rhythm? Li Hansheng also observed the situation of the troops in the middle, and God did not blame it. Can only say, these people still don't understand Rookie. After the team is at a disadvantage, they don't eat the economy and force themselves to help their teammates set the pace. This is Rookie's usual style of play. Eating grass and squeezing blood. Song Yijin. It's okay. Just pay attention next time. Li Hansheng comforted. I'll do it this time. Back online, he was facing level 4 Li Hansheng, who was already level 7. The levels of both sides had been stretched to level 3, and there was no way to replenish troops. Without any hesitation, Li Hansheng directly crossed the military line and stepped forward to suppress it. Electric energy surges. A prediction-enhanced cannon accurately hit the Sword Queen, who was using Q to dodge her skills. This shot killed more than 40% of the Sword Queen, nearly half of her health, and directly caused Jace to trigger Wind Rider and move toward her at a fast speed. The Sword Girl approaches. Fortunately, Sword Girl didn't get too close from the beginning, and Li Hansheng didn't catch up with her. Otherwise Juby would have left the flash behind. Seeing that he could not catch up with Li Hansheng, he did not continue the pursuit and turned around to deal with the military line. The audience at the scene was already so surprised by his exaggerated injury that they burst into uproar. What kind of damage is this? Miller was dumbfounded. If I hadn't been so far away,
I feel like I would have been killed immediately. At this time. Jace, who has Yuming? Is the damage so exaggerated?
The doll's tone was also very surprised. Very normal. Yuming provided 20 armor-piercing attributes, and Li Hansheng brought armor-piercing runes and talents, with nearly 40 fixed armor-piercing attributes. Sword Queen's current armor is in her early 50s, and there is basically nothing left after being worn. In addition, all the skill values of Jace in S6 are terrible. At level 3 and with leading equipment, there is also the Rift Herald buff. 10% damage bonus. It is absolutely normal to deal this kind of damage. This time Li Hansheng did not continue to control the line. First, with the Rift Herald buff strengthening the minions, he couldn't control the line. Secondly, now that Sword Girl has collapsed, Sword Girl has been disconnected in this game. Unless Sword Girl can get a wave of 5 kills, the gap between the two can be evened. Continuing to spend time with GNG Online will face a marginal benefit. Now he has to liberate himself and spread his advantages to other teammates, thus forming the overall advantage of the team.
Hey! Not going home.
Seeing the half-blood swordswoman under the tower, Li Hansheng became murderous again. When he was about to take action, he saw the figure of Enchantress again in the direction of the river. And the male gunman also came from the line behind Sword Concubine.
Hack. This be Song Yijin really won't replenish his troops?
God doesn't care about Sisterly at all. Why does Ricky prefer to lose troops and wander away? However, he still made certain changes and provided support immediately.
Oldly. Hold on. Wait for me to come. Jace is in danger. This wave is IG's upper and middle jungle attack on him. Isn't he going to leave? Enchantress W forward.
The volume of the doll suddenly surged.
Jace isn't going to leave yet? Not only did he not leave, he actually wanted to fight back.
Miller yelled. During the flight of Enchantress W, Jess not only did not retreat, but actively moved forward to meet her. Before the animation of Enchantress W ended, Warhammer just took the lead in leveling A and connecting QW, using the Q skill to cancel the back swing of the basic attack. After landing, the Enchantress directly AQ'd and prepared to connect with E, but Jace backhand EE Thunder Blow, briefly knocking the Enchantress back. After being knocked back, the Enchantress paused, and then the chain of the E skill was released. Wind Rider failed to provide Li Hansheng with a huge movement speed bonus in CD. But it was Jace's E that changed the relationship between the two from a close relationship to a certain distance, giving Li Hansheng an opportunity to operate. He turned around and missed the flying golden chain. But then the second golden chain came flying again. Ding! A burst of cherry blossoms flew around Jace's hands, and then he switched to cannon form, under double acceleration. As soon as the Go Sword is opened, move! Move!
Empty. Enchantress's 2 E's are empty. Just open W and immediately counterattacked. Enchantress' health dropped quickly.
Facing the Enchantress with all her skills, Jace didn't hesitate to switch forms and directly AW on the spot, and still smoothly executed A at the maximum attack speed. In particular, the cannon-shaped flat A is equipped with a 15% armor-piercing buff and then combined with fixed penetration. The Enchantress's mid-lane matchup with Lulu does not have armor in its own runes. The armor is only in its early 30s, and Jace's all damage dealt to the Enchantress is the same as real damage. 4 shots ended with a draw. The Witch's passive clone was directly shot out. At this time, Enchantress flew back to the shadow with the second stage of W at the last second, and was able to block Jace with her clone. But Jace's clone had the acceleration effect and could not block it at all. The male gunman behind him finally came to interfere with Jace's vision from a distance. But Kid could clearly see Jace raising his hand. In desperation, he shouted directly to Poyan, with an anxious look on his face, and shouted,
"Show your posture quickly.
Rookie is going to die."
Looking at this expression, I wanted to immediately switch roles with Rookie, so that I could help Rookie bear the risk of being killed. Sword Princess directly Q+ flashed twice, and turned on W to stand between the two of them, using her body as a human wall. Buzz. At the same time, Jace also turned into a golden light. His eyes widened as he once again recalled the scene of him being killed a few minutes ago. Q flashes E. Boom. After Yolan's electromagnetic gun crossed the acceleration gate, its size and speed surged, and it hit the Enchantress, who was hurriedly fleeing. Boom. The Enchantress' health bar suddenly cleared.
It's Q flashy again. Rookie is down. Even the flash gestures failed to save him.
Miller regretted with a bit of amazement.
The noob Jace really broke our understanding of the conventional top laner. Yes, The top laner can still play like this? The doll was also amazed. This damage is so strong that I can tilt my head.
Changmao subconsciously spoke in dialect.
Noob. Jesse is so brave. Song Sheng fell. Can you educate me on this big dick? Who is this noob? Why is he so fierce? Good guy. Is noob the one who wants to change the ecological environment of the LPL on the road? We are also going to usher in the SEM and someday of our own season? RNG. Do you regret it?
Once the most powerful enchantress died. The male spear and sword maiden who originally wanted to save people were now in a slightly awkward situation. Lulu has W. Her map running ability is quite strong. And support is already on the scene. After killing the Sword Queen, even though all his skills were on CD, Li Hanxing showed no signs of intimidation and started to fight against the Sword Queen with his backhand. See this? Kid turned around and ran away. The dead Taoist friend is not dead, but the poor Taoist. As a result, Sword Girl was killed again, and his head already only cost about 200 yuan.
Gone! I don't even have the soldiers to come over here. So why the hell can't you give me your head? Does it have to be a K head?
God complained cursingly.
How can you be called K if you get the head based on your own ability?
Li Hanxing comforted him with a smile.
We are fellow villagers. Brothers. If I get the head, it is the same as you getting the head. Go away!
God rolled his eyes. 6-0. The MVP of this game will definitely belong to him. Returning to the line again, he quickly pushed the line, seizing the last point of the duration of the Rift Herald buff to strengthen the minions, and frantically consuming the blood of the previous tower. After consuming most of the blood of the previous tower, he chose to return to the city and upgrade his shoes. He became the Mingming boots, and then bought 2 iron swords. He first ran back to the lane, quickly cleared the troops, and then took down the top tower. A sharp cry echoed through Summoner's Rift. The excavator in the spring directly drove R to the tunnel left in Xiaolong Pit, and then directly crossed the river to invade the lower half of IG's field of vision, and placed a jewelry eye at the demon swamp frog through the partition wall. Li Hanxing, who retreated on the road, directly handed over TP.
TP Jess. IG's bottom lane is going to suffer. If we don't leave, it will be too late. It's too late. We can't leave.
Bottom lane. Lucian directly forced his R to clear the troops, and Easy and Poppy were unable to stop the troops from entering the tower. The Enchantress and the Swordswoman don't have TP to support them, and the male spear is useless even though it's with the 3 wolves. Coming here is nothing more than giving Top a 2+1 package. Nyoto directly Q flashes his hand and knocks Easy away. After attracting the hatred of the defense tower, he immediately activates his ultimate move. The 70% damage reduction effect makes the damage from the defense tower no longer an effective threat to Nyoto. Poppy was also charging up his ultimate move and tried to knock Lucian away, but Lucian used E to slide to dodge. A set of skilled E, W, Q, etc. poured all the damage on Easy. The excavator used E to drill the tunnel, and Poppy immediately opened W to stop the excavator, and used E to knock the excavator unconscious against the wall. Electric energy surges in the triangular grass behind the first tower on the red side's lower road. Jace's reinforced cannon blasted directly at the Easy. Easy was so frightened that he quickly flashed +E and pulled back after 2 steps of displacement. But Jace has already triggered Wind Rider, and at the same time, the Ghost Sword switches forms and crosses the acceleration gate. Under the 4-fold acceleration effect, Jace quickly approaches Easy and kills it. Later, Poppy couldn't escape and was killed by Imp. The head count of both sides instantly became 8-1, and the economic gap was widened to more than 4,000 yuan. The main economic gap was that Jace was nearly 3,000 yuan ahead of Sword Girl. All members of IG were severely affected, and all members turned into pressure boys, turning off the microphone and spreading negative energy like crazy. In the close-up shot of the broadcast, all members of IG had a straight face and could not laugh. The entire team's voice was as quiet as a Busan library. A perfect interpretation of what it means to be good brothers in the early stage, sulking in the middle stage, and keeping the high ground behind closed doors in the later stage. Effective communication is one of the keys to winning in team MOBAs like League of Legends. The biggest difference between professional teams and passers-by lies in efficient communication and delivery of various effective information. Isn't a professional team without communication just like a team of 5 passerby kings? Next is Li Hanxing's personal show. Jace, who developed beyond the timeline, couldn't understand the damage ability at all. A reinforced cannon. All 5 people on the opposite side lost half of their health. After taking down the tower, he ran to the middle and accurately hit the reinforced cannon. forcing Ricky to abandon the defense tower. IG's lineup. If it is an advantage, the damage will be very explosive. But it can only be an advantage. The ability to find opportunities in uncontrolled lineup balance and disadvantageous situations is too poor. So you can only passively wait for the opponent to give you an opportunity. Once the opponent does not give you a chance, you can only wait to die. In particular, none of the heroes on IG's 3 lanes have the ability to clear the line, and they are completely powerless against the push of top with Tianfei Jace. If you dare to step forward to replenish your troops, you will have to get strengthened cannons. If you take one shot, you will lose all status and lose combat effectiveness. In team battles in the middle and late stages, various means can be used to lower the opponent's health line, causing the opponent to fall into a low health level and lose combat effectiveness, which is the same as directly killing the opponent. This is also the reason why poke heroes or poke lineups are almost unsolvable when they have an advantage. Soon, IG's outer towers were demolished by top one by one, and the economic disadvantage of both sides became larger and larger. The lack of the outer tower directly led to the loss of IG's jungle area, which caused a surge in vision pressure. Top used their vision to unlimitedly capture singles. On the contrary, IG tried several times to capture Li Hansheng from the side, but had no chance. In the 25th minute, Top took advantage of the field of view to directly rush the Baron, and then adopted a 41-point push. Let Li Hansheng go up the road and push separately, and the other 4 people go forward. Facing these circumstances, all members of IG made a crazy decision. After shutting up the microphone for a long time, they started with gestures.
Hey, even if I lose, I'm going to kill this Jace once. This guy is so hacking jumpy. Old song. We and I are going behind the scenes. You, the child god, go to the front. Let's kill him directly.
The 5 IG people looked at each other and immediately reached an agreement. They ignored the top people who were advancing in the middle lane and rushed directly towards the top lane. And it just so happened that they still had an ornament eye that hadn't disappeared above the dragon pit. Sword Queen and Enchantress TP at the same time.
Oh my god! IG is going to send out all the members to catch this Jace? Noob didn't seem to notice at all.
The commentators were all shocked by IG's crazy behavior. In an environment where all LPL teams are learning LCK's operational tactics, IG appears to be extremely different. This is also the characteristic of the IG team. Starting from veteran players such as PDD and Sun Yayu, this style has put more emphasis on bloody battles. The famous scene in the S2 group stage was a first-level fight with 5 flashes from Xiaolonking entering the jungle just to get first blood. IG is a club. From its establishment to the present, and even in the future, one word stands out. Reckless. It is precisely such an entertaining game style that allowed them to still have a group of die-hard fans supporting them even during the lowest period of S6. When Li Hansheng realized that he was being bypassed, it was too late. Easy and others were already surrounding him.
Keep someone. Keep someone. He wants to run away.
Gigi shouted quickly. Easy directly handed over E and hit Jace with a Q from a long distance. Bingquan's deceleration made Jace stunned. Poppy immediately used E to hit the minion plus flash double displacement to come to Jace's side, trying to release the R skill instantly to create a short knockback. Almost at the same time, Jace opened his ghost knife. Then another beautiful Q flashed E directly past Poppy, and a strengthened cannon blasted towards Easy. The Easy with Bingquan has already exceeded 100 panel armor, and its body is very solid. In front of Jace, who has a luxurious 4-piece set of Oni sword, Mu Blade, Black Curie, and the Great Drinking Demon sword, it is simply not enough to look at. Easy quickly flashed back to distance himself, and the male gun smoke bomb closed. But Jace, who had already triggered Wind Rider, walked out of the smoke bomb in the blink of an eye. After switching forms, he directly QWA'd to kill Easy instantly. At this time, Enchantress and Swordswoman arrived belatedly. Enchantress first closed the distance with W, and then stepped on Jace's face with R. This time Ricky didn't rush to use E, but followed Jess. But under multiple accelerations, Jace moved very fast, straight from the narrow mouth next to the second tower on the upper road to the place where the Stone Man spawned. The Sword Girl opened R to speed up, then QW directly over to slow down Jace. The Enchantress then used E to make a move, and the Golden Chain hit accurately.
It's over. Jess can't leave.
Miller shook his head regretfully.
IG has decided to kill 5 people killed unreasonably and dirty, just to vent their anger. There is no way to change the situation of the game. This behavior is very IG.
Wawa smiled. Everyone felt that Jace was bound to die.
Haha. All members of IG are not human beings. Right. Targeting a newcomer like this. Why do I feel like Jay still has room to maneuver? IG wouldn't fight 5 against 1 and only one of them would be killed and then run away. Right. Hey. IG is desperate to lose? Jiangzi is playing a game. 5 against 1 is not fair. It's a one-on-one challenge.
However, Li Hansheng did not give up the operation and forced himself to the stone man. He directly used E to knock the stone man behind the wall. Then he used Q to move the stone man directly past the wall. And because of this displacement, he broke free. The shackles of the witch's chain. Jace's Q has a small displacement effect. The wall here, like the stone man, can easily use Q to complete the displacement through the wall.
Noob is still showing off. He is still showing off.
The doll, who was still laughing just a second ago, changed the topic and started the passionate explanation mode again.
Sword lady kills with red eyes. Flash to follow? The male gun also flashed over the wall. Can he kill? Lulu. Lulu saved Jace. Ultimate move plus shield. The WQ flash of the bullhead is so beautiful. Finished. IG now no one can leave.
0 for 5. There was a burst of cheers at the scene. Although they were not top fans, they were already impressed by Li Hansheng's superb performance and wonderful operations. 27 minutes. IG. Send it. Li Hansheng posted a luxurious record of 11-0-4 in the first game of his career. Chapter 50. Are you afraid of the 3 consecutive blazing swords?
Let's congratulate Top for taking the first round.
Wawa shouted loudly and in passionate tone, with a little excitement in his words.
And the biggest contributor to their victory is undoubtedly the newcomer Noob on the top lane. Play directly against each other on the top lane where... That's right.
Miller nodded and smiled.
I guess there is no doubt about the MVP of this one. He won the MVP on his first appearance. The new player's career is off to a good start. The most important thing is the game style he shows.
Changmao added.
How long has it been since there was such an operational carry top laner in the LPL? If he can stick to this style, it will be a good adjustment for our LPL top lane ecological environment. If nothing else, at least other LPL teams can gain more experience against carry-type top laners, so that they will not be like S5. That's how you feel at a loss when facing the opponent's super top laner. Haha. It's too early to say this now.
Miller did not follow the praise, but gave a relatively objective evaluation.
The new player still has many tests to go through. After he has gone through the training of the league, he can still remain so outstanding. We'll have to make a final decision at that time. But having a new top laner with this style appear is definitely a good thing for our LPL division.
The screen suddenly switched, and as the exciting BGM sounded, Li Hansheng's handsome makeup photo appeared on the large electronic screen used to broadcast the game content. It immediately caused screams from the female fans at the scene when they saw the terrifying data Li Hansheng played in this game. The male audience members at the scene were also uneasy and couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. And even the temperature of the scene rose by 1 degree. 11-0-4. The opponent's economy is 8,792 ahead, and the damage ratio is 51%. For LPL viewers in the S6 era, it was absolutely shocking for a top laner to produce such terrifying statistics. You must know that before this, heroes such as Dashu, Gnar, Titan, and Poppy were all in the top lane of the LPL. Their basic positioning was to take damage and start a team. It would be good to have a team damage ratio of 20%. The top laner dealt more than half of the team's total damage, which I never dared to think about before. But it's normal. In the early stage, both sides basically played around the upper half. And during the landing period, long hands and short hands were convenient for output. In the top lineup, the middle and jungle assistants have little damage ability. Only Lucian in the bottom lane has the output ability. However, Lucian's hands are too short and cannot be used during the advancement process. And there are not even a few team battles in the game. There are even fewer opportunities for Imp to brush output. As soon as this data came out, it immediately aroused heated discussions in major live broadcast rooms, post bars, and forums. Especially the esports lube museum is already going crazy.
How to evaluate the top laner Noob's damage ratio of 51%. My assessment is that it's enough to have hands. Gui. For such a fierce person, how could he have the nerve to say that he is an actor? Is it possible to brag about the explosive posture? I wonder if the posture person can still play the main role in IG. So he can really take a bullet for Principal Wong? At least 443 is not a student. And the posture is really pure. Okay. I hope Noob can continue to work hard and let those bastard top laners in the LPL show their true colors. For those who don't know, I thought I won the S game. How about you playing Go Ball in a regular season game?
Some people like it. Some criticize it. But most of them are amazed. In last year's S5 World Championship, watching the top laners from other regions chasing the top laners of the LPL, who didn't feel aggrieved after watching that scene? Now there is finally such a person, who at least gives the audience hope. On-site backstage lounge. As soon as Li Hansheng entered, Guihao and Bai Yueya surrounded him. And Ming also came over immediately.
Damn it! Brother Hansheng. You're so strong! You're so hacking stupid! Ha. Hansheng is playing well. Just maintain this performance.
Everyone praised Li Hansheng one after another. And no one knew who took the lead in rubbing Li Hansheng's head. The helmet that had been carefully taken care of by the makeup artist immediately fell into pieces.
Roll.
Li Hansheng finally broke free, adjusted his helmet, and complained angrily.
Do you understand? Your head can be cut off. Your blood can bleed. And your hair can't be messed up. Do you know that my brother has the baggage of being an idol? Hey.
Everyone smiled, and Guihao waved his hands.
Are we all happy that you won the MVP for your first appearance? Can you blame us? Huh?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
Do you think I'm such a bad guy? I'm so happy that I'm going to be so happy if I beat Smeb. Then if I beat Smeb in the S game, you're not allowed to count out to me on the spot and shout that I'm yours. God?
The teammates obviously didn't buy this kind of pretentious behavior of Chi Guogua, and they all expressed their feelings with contemptuous eyes and a middle finger. Bai Yueya clapped her hands and said,
Okay, we have to try to win the second game. If we can win 2-0, we won't let the opponent steal a set. This way we will have an advantage in the small points at the end of the season.
Although the league's BO3 can score 1 point regardless of whether it is 2-0 or 2-1. Once the two sides have the same score at the end of the season, the official will calculate the points to determine the ranking. Bai Yueya then announced,
In the second game, Zhuan Mingho, take a rest and let Shu Siming play. Really?
Happiness came so suddenly. Ming couldn't believe it. Lumeo played very well in the last game, both in landing and roaming, and Ming was prepared to not have a chance to play in a short period of time. Result?
Work hard.
Bai Yueya smiled without explaining too much. In fact, he discovered that Top seemed to be able to control this IG at will, so it was understandable to train the newcomers.
Hey, Shu Siming, do your best.
Li Hansheng also patted Ming on the shoulder to encourage him. After a short rest room, everyone returned to the player seats.
We have been notified that the top team has made personnel adjustments. Their other new assistant, Ming, will replace Lumeo in the second game.
Wawa informed the news to all viewers.
Huh?
Miller discovered the blind spot.
Is it another assistant with the surname M? Is there a possibility that Ming can become the second Mako?
Chang Mao immediately understood and continued to speak.
Ha. Don't put too much pressure on the newcomers. But the assistant named M can be trusted. I am very optimistic about him.
The doll also laughed. The two sides swapped sides in the second round, with Top coming to the red side and IG coming to the blue side. IG gave in and took the initiative to ban Jess, Digger and Ice Girl, while Top remained basically unchanged and banned Skateboards, Leopard Girl and Poppy. IG directly grabbed the bull's head, and Top blocked Lucian plus Brown with a backhand. Then IG took down Enchantress plus Male Gun, while Top blocked on Fox plus Kaiju, choosing to leave the counter position on the top lane. Fox is also one of God's more confident signature heroes. Although this version is not a popular choice, it can also be regarded as a counter to the Enchantress. After all, the Fox's wave clearing ability is stronger than that of the Enchantress. And as long as the Fox operates well, he can directly interrupt the Enchantress's W with E.
Wow!
Wawa was startled again.
Are the two sides going to start a show in the middle? I just said that playing with Lulu is not Wei Shen's character. Last year's World Championship was a big blow to Wei Shen. I hope he can come out and find his Wutian state last year.
Miller also expressed regret. Finally, IG locked easy again, and then locked the big tree. And the last floor of Top directly targets the captain. In this way, the lineups of both sides are officially locked. IG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Dashu versus Captain. Jungler, Male Spear versus Kindred. Middle lane, Enchantress versus Fox. Bottom lane, Easy plus Nyoto versus Brown plus Lucian.
Why do I feel that the top lineup is better?
Miller frowned.
The three lines are more comfortable against each other. Be more confident. Don't feel it. Top's lineup is just better,
Wawa said. Needless to say more about the middle and lower lanes. Just looking at the lane. The middle lane is slightly better. And the bottom lane Brown counters Nyoto. So the lane is also an advantage. As for hitting the road, the captain is not afraid of big trees at all in the landing. On the contrary, as the level and equipment increase, it becomes easier to fight. The difference between the two lies in team battles. After all, Dashu also has a stable point control plus 20% group damage reduction aura. And the lower limit is here. Captain? Since the storage limit of barrels was cut from 5 to 3, the captain's upper limit of team battle performance has been greatly reduced. And it also takes a toll on personal proficiency. The upper limit is high, but the lower limit is also low.
After taking out Jace, we took out the captain. Let's see what kind of surprise Noob will bring us this round. The posture situation is not easy. Noob is fighting so fiercely. Our blood exchange is so frequent. Huh? The male gun seems to be coming. Can there be a perfect cooperation between the IG twin stars?
Hit the road. From the beginning, Li Hansheng changed his attitude frequently. The effect is not bad. And the health of the big tree has been suppressed to about half health. This is mainly because the big tree relies on its passive ability to recover. If it were another hero, its health would probably be lower. But similarly, Li Hansheng's own blood volume was not very healthy either. So, Kid immediately set his sights on the top road and wanted to support him.
Prepare to freeze your hands. Prepare to freeze your hands,
Kid reminded loudly, in order to prevent the other party's support. The posture is very decisive. Buzz! The big tree flashed directly to close the distance. And then with a strong move, Lockman used W to position the captain next to the grass on the line. He went around behind the captain and directly used the shockwave of Q to knock the captain back a little distance, further reducing the captain's blood volume. The situation is very critical. Li Hansheng didn't panic at all. Looking for death.
Right.
He sneered and struck the tree with a flat A backhand. This flat A comes with passive and immortal grip damage, and then puts a barrel directly under his feet, followed by Q. All he saw was that the captain raised the short gun in his hand, and a bullet sprayed out from the dark barrel and flew towards the grass. Any more experienced captain will have the habit of placing buckets in advance in the grass on the line. Both offense and defense are more proactive. Obviously, Li Hansheng is an old captain, and watching the various teaching videos of captain's unique skills before time travel is not for nothing. Bang bang. The bucket that the captain had placed in advance in the grass fell to only one level of health, and was immediately detonated by Q. The two consecutive barrels also lowered the health of the big tree. Fortunately, because the captain used skills, the big tree's passive stack reached the full stack, and a backhand draw with A triggered the passive blood recovery effect again. And the captain also made a flat A again. 1 cut. 2 cuts. At this time, the male gunman finally came over and slid forward, using smoke bombs to block his vision.
Move quickly. Don't be changed. I know.
Dashu immediately ran to the foot of his tower, while the male gunman was responsible for sticking to the captain. Buzz! The captain just flashed and ran back to get some distance. And there was also an acceleration effect on the captain. This acceleration effect is derived from the passive, fire interrogation. After cutting the level A of the fiery knife technique, you will get a 30% movement speed bonus. Buzz! The male gun also quickly drew a level with A, using the red buff to slow down and save people. But here comes the problem. The acceleration effect on the captain is always there, and the acceleration and deceleration effects cancel each other out, which means that the male gun does not stick to the captain at all, and can only watch the captain escape with residual health, leaving him with a handsome back. Then Kid heard the voice of the game saying that the figure was screaming.
What the HL? Is the B on the other side really open? Why does it do so much damage? Damn it. I'm going to die.
The next second, First Blood was generated. The captain killed the big tree and immediately triggered the effect of Dangerous Game to get a mouthful of blood. He also dazzled himself with oranges and his blood volume increased again. Kid was completely dumbfounded. He turned his head and saw that the screen in front of the posture had turned into black and white. He looked confused and asked,
Brother, what are you doing? I hacking want to know what I'm doing,
he said with a confused look on his face.
Is this captain's passive cheating? When did the captain's passive damage get so high?
Don't talk about them both. The audience and commentators at the scene were also confused.
What happened?
Miller asked with his eyes widened.
The captain's passive real damage in the early stage is indeed considerable. But it won't kill a big tree with nearly 300 health. Right. Yes. Is it a bug?
The doll also looked confused. Even the friends who knew the barrage were speechless at this time. And no one stood up to answer the question.
Gui Gui Laoli. What are you doing?
Kendi happened to cut the screen and saw this scene. He was also confused and couldn't help asking curiously.
Hey. 3 consecutive fire swords. This is the captain's basic combo. Don't you all know it?
Li Hanxing joked with a smile. Everyone was silent for a while. None of them understood what Li Hanxing meant. Li Hanxing explained simply.
I just refreshed the passive twice using continuous barrels.
It is estimated that no one has discovered the captain's 3-company fiery knife at this time in S6. Or that someone has discovered it. But it has not spread on a large scale. The principle is simple. The captain's passive, fire interrogation, has an effect. That is, it can directly refresh the passive CD when detonating the gunpowder keg. The operation of the 3 consecutive fire knives is that you first save a passive yourself. And the opponent takes the initiative to face. Then the first passive. And then backhands a 2 consecutive barrels. The captain's barrels did not explode at the same time. But there was a delayed judgment. When the first barrel explodes and refreshes the passive CD, you immediately draw A, and the opponent cuts out the passive. At this time, the second barrel explodes, and you refresh the passive again. This creates the effect of 3 consecutive flaming knives. Moreover, if the captain plays 2 passives at the same time, the effect will not be offset, but superimposed. Although the time is still 2.5 seconds, the damage will be superimposed. That is to say, your original passive will cause 60 points of real damage in 2.5 seconds. After 3 consecutive fiery knife spells, it will become 180 points of real damage. The damage of 3 consecutive fire knives plus 2 consecutive barrels means that the half-health tree still owes Li Hanxing 100 to 200 health. Chapter 51. A good start.
The technical staff on site did not give us any feedback, which means that the new player's operation just now did not trigger any bugs. Is this supposed to be a special skill of the captain?
Miller boldly guessed.
I found that the new player understands these things easily. The skills of a hero. This is the charm of being number 1 on both servers.
Wawa laughed.
How can you be number 1 on both servers if you don't have this ability? I took out a big tree and was killed alone in the lane. My posture needs to be more stable.
Changmao pointed out the problem of posture without mercy. The voices within the IG team seemed a little silent again. The main reason is that ZZ and Kid completely turned off the microphone and turned into pressure boys. And it was hard for others to say anything. Rookie in the middle is still working hard, but facing the pressure from his old rival God, it is really difficult for him to operate. The line in the middle is inherently short. And the short line means that the distance left for you to chase is very short. If you can't kill, you can't snowball and accumulate advantages. Rookie, who was anxious to exchange blood, originally wanted to play a set of QWE, but the fox used E-Charm to interrupt the W with a backhand. Instead, he took damage from the fox's full Q and full W. Hit the road this way. Li Hanxing's drug use plus dazzling orange plus dangerous game, various recovery effects allowed him to temporarily recover to about half of his health. After confirming that the male gunman had left, he was not in a hurry to return to the city, but continued to stay on the line. After Dashu was resurrected, he immediately came down with TP. With a physical advantage, Dashu decisively forced his way forward.
MD! This stupid guy still wants to kill 2 people with 1 life? Don't you think of me as a human being?
He cursed in the posture, which made him angry.
Can I allow you to advance safely through this line of soldiers? Either hand over TP or I control the line.
At this time, a white circle suddenly appeared on the top of the posture's head. This was the animation of being passively marked by Qianju. Kindred is coming to gank? Gigi immediately denied this idea. If Qianju was really on the road, when he and Kid cooperated to catch him just now, Qianju would have come over immediately and counter-crouched. How could he come at this time? And, on the map, I saw that Kindred's first passive brush was the crab in the lower river. There was no reason to hit the road at this time. Many Kindred players will deliberately use markings to deceive. For example, when they want to gank the bottom lane, they will deliberately mark the mid-top lane to give people a wrong message, making people mistakenly think that Kindred will gank the mid-top lane.
You guys, please be careful. Qianju is probably going to control the river crab. He marked me and probably wants to mislead us.
She also fed back his speculation to his teammates. Logically speaking, there is nothing wrong with his guess. It is forward logic. But there is not only forward logic in League of Legends. Sometimes reverse logic can also lead to surprising victories. The captain made a mistake in positioning, giving Dashu W the opportunity to lock the man. His posture suddenly brightened up, and the opportunity for revenge was right in front of him. He still didn't believe that he could be killed by the captain with half health when he was full of health. Without hesitation, he hit the strongman's W forward to tie up the captain, and then directly a plus Q to briefly knock the captain back, using himself as a human wall to block the captain's back. The game engine of League of Legends has a physical volume collision setting. The operation of card movement is essentially to prevent the opponent from escaping in a straight line, allowing you to make more ace shots. But the captain didn't want to run away at all. He just backhanded the fiery knife skill on the spot, then placed E under his feet and Q towards the barrel in the grass on the line. Boom! Boom! It's still a two-barrel barrel. When the first barrel explodes, the passive is refreshed, and the A-level chop is immediately executed the moment the A-level action is completed. The second barrel explodes, the passive is refreshed again, and the captain cuts out the third fire sword. Knife skills. Dashu is still unfazed, and he still has the absolute advantage in health. But the next second, when Qianju's figure shot out from the direction of the river, his posture was completely dumbfounded. Kindred activates W, and the wolf spirit immediately bites at the big tree, scratches E, and then AQA quickly hits 3 rings. The captain with remaining health immediately turned in W, and a mouthful of orange restored a large mouthful of blood. The captain's W, scurvy treatment, not only fixed the blood recovery value, but also had a blood volume recovery effect of 15% of the lost health. Therefore, Li Hansheng did not hand over W immediately, but waited until he had remaining health before handing over, trying to get the most blood back. The big tree died again, and the head was taken by Li Hansheng again.
I've already given a mark, and my posture is so strong?
Kendi wanted to laugh.
He doesn't think I gave him a mark to scare him. Right.
Controlling the river crab is a layer of marks. Killing him will also get a layer of marks. It can only be said that the gesture was a gamble. But unfortunately, he lost the bet.
Now the top lane is blasted through.
Miller shook his head and said,
if the captain can shine brightly for the first time when he returns home, even Dashu, who is the phantom god of the top lane, will not be able to continue to face the captain. The posture is too over the top.
The doll followed.
When playing with the big tree, just keep growing. Don't think about exchanging blood with others or competing with others. If you want to kill, don't you just choose Sword Princess this time? The precious thing of posture is purple. It's really outrageous. You can die twice in 4 minutes even if you play with a big tree. Go back and raise pigs like this. You said that such a precious thing can still be the main force. How can the LPL hope to defeat the LCK? At Principal Wang, the posture team blocked you from the atomic bomb. Right.
After the troops advanced, Li Hansheng went home immediately and took out Yao Guang. Every time the hero's combat effectiveness improves, there are obvious signs. The first time the combat power is improved is to make a flare. The second time is to reach level 7. The third time is to make 3 items. And the fourth time is to reach level 13. The captain's combat effectiveness improvement at these points cannot be ignored. The damage capabilities of captains with and without glare are not at the same level. When Li Hansheng returns to the line again, a single EQE double barrel can directly blow up 1/3 of the posture's health. This is a big tree. The reason why Dashu can become a fantasy god is because the basic attributes of this hero are very exaggerated. It can blow up 1/3 of the health of a big tree. If it were replaced by other heroes who are not as solid, it would be conservatively estimated to be close to 40% of the health. The top lane was blasted through the lane, and the other lanes weren't much better. On the bottom lane, Ming found the right opportunity to use W Xiaobing AQ to give Nyoto 2 layers of passive. Lucian immediately handed over E and slid forward to make up 2 shots. I used his passive to stun the bullhead in place. The talent chosen for this bullhead that shoots Coco is Thunder, which is more offensive, and the tankiness in the early stage will be slightly reduced. The 2 top-bottom laners directly killed each other. Nyoto was killed in one fell swoop, and a large number of soldiers were pushed into the defense tower. As soon as Lucian and Braun moved forward, Easy had to hang up in the self-closing bushes in the bottom lane. Although he was not dead, he lost at least 2 waves of soldiers under the tower. Only Rookie in the middle is still struggling. But the characteristics of the hero Enchantress are destined to require someone to accelerate her development. If you rely purely on replenishing troops, Enchantress will not be able to set up a rhythm. How can you roam when all your skills are used to clear troops? What's more, Fox himself is a mid-lane assassin with strong line running ability. so it is difficult for IG to open up the situation. Fortunately, their lineup is not so lacking in control this time. After learning the lesson from the previous one, Rookie found that he couldn't go to the top lane. In the previous game, Sword Queen had to help because of her posture. Sword Queen without equipment was basically a super soldier. But this one is a big tree. Even if the big tree collapses, it still has control and 20% group damage reduction. It can be of some use in team battles. Then we can only help by force. It's still Rookie's classic eating grass and blood-squeezing playstyle. Just ignore the middle lane and force the kid to roam the bottom lane. When God reported the news that she was missing in the middle lane, Enchantress had already appeared in the bottom lane with a mail gun. The bullhead WQ flashed the minions. And the beautiful first move was to Lucian. During the previous line kill, Lucian had already handed over Flash. And this time, there was no way to escape. Enchantress W moved forward. QE cooperated with her teammates to kill Lucian forcibly, and then immediately handed over R to copy the E skill. And the golden chain hit Braum again. A wave of beautiful operations killed two people perfectly.
You can always trust Rookie,
Miller shouted excitedly.
The suspense of this game is still going on.
In the backstage lounge, Top's Korean coach had a chattering chatter, and the translator on the side explained what the two wanted to convey.
The support habits in the middle are too poor, and our vision layout is also problematic. If we encounter a strong team, our team will have too many loopholes.
White Crescent nodded and recorded these points in his notebook. The league is a long process. We are not afraid of finding problems. We just need to be able to find problems so that we can easily solve them.
Away is still too greedy for soldiers and not alert enough to control the opponent's movements.
Bayaya closed the notebook and frowned slightly.
I suffered such a loss in the last one, and I don't have a long memory this time. Take my word seriously.
Out of earshot. Take your time. This is just the first game. No one can change their long-term gaming habits immediately.
Guahao was open-minded. The strength shown by the main top has greatly exceeded his expectations. Although there are two core C positions, God and him, this is a brand new team after all, and the tacit understanding and running in are not enough. What he originally thought was that the team he formed for the first time could stay in the middle of the league and avoid relegation. At present, Top may have a chance to compete in the spring playoffs.
Han Sheng, on the other hand, performed well. He doesn't look like a newcomer at all,
Guahao said with a smile.
We really found a treasure, buying him at such a low price. He did perform well.
Bai Yuan nodded.
But he still hasn't experienced the test. I hope other teams can target him early. If he can withstand the opponent's deliberate targeting, that will be the real test of passing the professional arena.
In game, the midfielder on Top's side quickly responded. The right to move forward was in Li Hanqing's hands, and he could easily push the line forward, because Dashu did not dare to physically resist the line in front of him. As long as the troops can enter the tower, it is easy to get over the tower. The three of them easily kill the big tree under the tower. The only drawback is that the tree that was killed twice in a row is worthless now. Over there, IG controlled the first little dragon. Top took down the Canyon Pioneer with a backhand, and the buff of the Canyon Pioneer was once again given to Li Hanqing, making it easier for Li Hanqing to continue rolling the snowball. Soon, Li Hanqing pushed down the top tower, allowing both sides to end the landing period and enter the operating rhythm. As for IG, the disadvantages are getting bigger step by step, and every time Rookie has to sacrifice his own development to force the rhythm. Enchantress didn't go to the line to replenish her troops, so she went to the wild area to capture people by force. Thanks to him playing like this, IG can barely maintain the situation on the court.
15 minutes. The two sides reached a stalemate in Xiaolong district. The big tree's TP circled the back ward, and had a perfect opportunity to circle back. He directly controlled the fox with W, and the bullhead followed up with the second WQ company. IG everyone killed the fox in an instant, gaining a numerical advantage. Choose to open Xiaolong directly, and this time, no one noticed. The captain also TP'd to the red buff of IG's house. Standing above the dragon pit, Li Hanqing directly placed E under his feet, and with one draw of A, the bucket A was reduced to 1 level of health, and 3 items of passive damage were stored.
Look at my position. Look at my position. I can play,
he reminded his teammates loudly. Then the partition wall dropped the second barrel at the extreme distance in the small dragon pit. After Q moved towards the first barrel, it turned into a golden light and went down to the dragon pit to receive the third barrel from E. Bang bang bang. A beautiful Q flash triple barrel. The IG people were perfectly blasted at the mouth of the dragon pit. and then a flaming knife slashed Easy's body and then R. The AoE damage was directly maxed out. Ming also flashed and opened R very decisively to save people. The two sides immediately struggled into a ball. But the captain's development was too good, and a wave of AoE damage was directly maxed out. Even if there is one missing mid laner, top will not give up at all. Finally 1 for 3. Xianzhu used his ultimate move to save the captain, who was still alive, which is equivalent to saying that the dragon group exchanged 3 lives of IG at the cost of 1 life of the fox. The most important thing is that Xiaolong was defeated by top IG Avalanche. Next, I completely entered the rhythm of top. IG can only defend passively. In the 24th minute, top, who had won the Baron buff, directly grouped together in the middle and advanced. The captain walked around the jungle area to the back of the second tower in the middle of IG, blocked a limit vision, and dropped a barrel in advance. The fox directly are forwards, and the EQ target is directly at Easy, forcing Easy's skill. Li Hansheng saw this. Again, Q flashes 3 consecutive barrels and then R rushes forward and cooperates with the fiery sword technique, killing Easy instantly. IG immediately turned around to focus on the captain. At this time, Li Hansheng had already made a yuppie with bloody hands and orange flesh. And with the protection of Qianzhu's ultimate move, he was still alive. In the end, Li Hansheng scored luxurious data of 809, helping the team win again. Led the team to successfully defeat IG with a score of 2-0 and get a good start to the new season. Let us congratulate the top team for successfully winning the league for the first time and also getting off to a good start in the S6 spring split. What is shouted in a big victory. This brand new team will definitely bring challenges to other teams. Can they finally become the spring split? The biggest dark horse in the competition. Let's wait and see. Yes, especially the new player in the top lane. I am very curious about how he will perform in the next games. Skipping chapter 52 does not affect viewing. Chapter 53. What do you call a young man who is not arrogant? For the newcomer Li Hansheng, the 3 commentators were extremely complimentary. Newcomers should be encouraged. The main reason is Li Hansheng's dazzling performance on the court. If you don't praise such a dazzling performance, why should you complain about it? The problem is that you can't find a point to complain about, so you can't be embarrassed about it. As the winners, everyone in top took off their headphones and went to the other side of the stage to shake hands with the IG people. When I walked through the center of the stage, I happened to see the MVP of this game displayed on the oversized electronic screen. No doubt, Li Hansheng, who posted luxurious statistics of 809, won the MVP again. His damage ratio was not as exaggerated as the previous one, but it was still 41%, which was enough to arouse heated discussion among the audience. Looking from a distance, G and kids seemed to be arguing about something. The environment was too noisy and could not be heard clearly. Only a few words could be vaguely heard. You helped me blow it up casually. Labor and management team handle C. Most likely the attitude is complaining that Kid didn't come to the top lane to help too much in the game. Kid just looked aggrieved and didn't say anything to refute. Li Hansheng smiled. He had also watched the live broadcasts of GZ and Gang Z. The words of these two people were not exaggerated. Thanos snapped his fingers and struck down. But both of them were still talking. Seeing the top people walking in, ZZ and Kid stopped arguing. Li Hansheng shook hands with the IG people politely. In fact, he was not familiar with these people. But when he walked in front of Rookie, he stayed for a while. At this time, Rookie's eyes were full of unwillingness after losing the game and the exhaustion of having his waist broken. And there was no light in his eyes. This is the typical result of losing too much. But what can be done? Last year, it was Principal Wang who rescued him and Kakao from the black coal mine. IG was kind to him and treated him very well. Even with 4 freshman teammates, he had to bite the bullet and lead the team forward. Brother, let's have a meal together if we have a chance. Li Hansheng smiled proactively. I have only been here for a year, but now Rookie's Chinese level is enough to put IG's Korean translator out of the job. And there is no problem with normal communication. Okay. Rookie forced a smile and encouraged. You're doing great. Come on. After shaking hands, Li Hansheng and others returned to the contestants' bench, removed their peripherals, and prepared to step off the stage. When he walked to the door of the backstage, a staff member reached out to stop him. Player noob, we will arrange for you to go on stage for an interview. Your teammates can help bring the peripherals back to the lounge. Away. Help me get the peripherals. Li Hansheng handed the keyboard and mouse in his hand to God, turned around and followed the staff back to the stage. He had already made preparations in his heart. He was 2 MVPs and a newcomer to the game. He was very topical. Who else could he interview, if not? In front of the stage, a familiar figure stood there, wearing a decent blue and white porcelain printed cheongsam. She looks tall and dignified from the back. When he reached the host, Li Hansheng saw her face clearly. Isn't this Yu Shuang? S6 is a year of renewal for LPL staff. A large number of new commentators and new hosts have been hired. Originally, the official female host of LPL was Wawa's wife. But now that the baby is pregnant and has a baby, this position is naturally vacant. Now Yu Shuang can't call her Aunt Yushin. She has the youthfulness of just entering the workplace. And she also has a bookish temperament. She has not become the person who was wildly praised as one of the best. And 1 week. Too direct. As soon as she appeared, the traffic password is a sidestepping horse bug.
Hello everyone. I am the host Yu Shuang. I am very happy to invite the top laner noob to accept our interview. Please say hello to everyone.
Li Hansheng waved to the audience with a smile.
Hello everyone. I am Noob, the top laner of top.
It immediately caused a burst of screams from the female audience.
Ah, so handsome. I love you. I love you. From today on, I am a fan of top. Jaimise, draw your swords. This is my husband. Don't grab it.
He is handsome and has good skills. It is only natural that he has many female fans.
You got a good start. How do you feel? I'm very happy, but of course I'm still a little nervous.
Li Hansheng smiled shyly, scratching his head with a shy expression.
After all, everyone knows that this is my first time in a professional arena, and I will be nervous the first time. I'll be very excited too.
When Yu Shuang saw Li Hansheng showing such a shy big boy look, she felt a little nervous in her heart. After all, most girls really have no resistance to such boys. But when she got to the back, she was stunned. Hey. Is this an interview that viewers can listen to without paying? The veteran drivers at the scene had already shouted along. Although the female audience members also looked shy, they were obviously more courageous. This has to give Li Hansheng reason to believe that it is said that women watch action educational films much more frequently than men. Men watch them secretly, but women study them together in groups.
Stop the car! This is not a car going to kindergarten. Good guy. GHS. Right. I like it. DD. Student card. No matter how fast the 86 is, it can't keep up with the speed of the noob.
Yu Shuang coughed twice and interrupted Li Hansheng's driving.
So, how did you resolve your nervousness?
Li Hansheng thought for a moment, then smiled and said,
I have to thank my fellow countrymen Wei and Candy for this.
God and Candy are both from Star City like Li Hansheng, which is one of the reasons why Li Hansheng was able to quickly establish a good relationship with them. When a fellow villager meets a fellow villager, his eyes well up with tears.
You know, it's my first time on the court, so I need their experienced leadership so that I won't be nervous.
Question mark. Yu Shuang was dumbfounded again. Please stop your dangerous behavior. The booing at the scene became louder and louder. Most of the LPL players behave like good babies when being interviewed. They answered very politely and officially, and said some scene words, which was just a strong conversation. Talk a little bit dirty during the trash talk session. Li Hansheng is so unconventional, and the audience has never seen a player with this style of painting, at least before this.
I never thought that this guy knew, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, could be so arrogant. Hey, that's interesting. You haven't seen my brother Hansheng's live broadcast. He is still a little restrained. In the live broadcast room, Brother Hansheng is so unrestrained. The speed of the car is much faster than this. Brother, should we go through the process or take off our pants now? I have already opened the tutorial video.
Backstage here, everyone in top had just returned to the lounge when Candy laughed and scolded.
Is this guy loudly so boring? Is this your first day meeting the shameless thing?
God rolled his eyes.
But this is very handsome.
Ming looked like a little fangirl.
If it were me being interviewed, I might be so nervous that I don't know what to say. Right.
Guihao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He can now confirm that what Li Hansheng said before to help the parent company attract traffic through live broadcasts is probably true. This personality is naturally suitable for live broadcasting. Even if he doesn't work professionally, Li Hansheng can become a leading anchor just by relying on live broadcasting. Fortunately, Yu Shuang had already accumulated a lot of hosting experience before entering the LPL, and his business ability was good, so he would not be completely at a loss to deal with this situation. She quickly brought the topic back to the game.
We saw you took out Jess and Captain one after another. These are carry-type top laners. This style is not common in LPL. You will continue to stick to your game. Style? Of course.
Li Hansheng suppressed his smile and put on a serious look.
I think the atmosphere in the top lane of the LPL needs to be rectified. On the top lane, there should be 1v1 real men fighting for control, instead of choosing two bastards to damage each other. This is irresponsible to the audience. If I were an audience and asked to watch such a game, then I might as well just go take a shower. Good.
The audience immediately responded to what Li Hansheng said. The audience doesn't care about your version, winning rate, or other messy data. Their requirements are very simple. The game scene must be exciting and beautiful.
You have performed brilliantly in 2 consecutive games and 1 consecutive MVP awards. Can you give us a rough idea of how communication is conducted within the team? It's very simple. I just said something to Candy.
What?
I told him that at my age, career and love can come later, but playing in the wild cannot.
Puff. Yu Shuang was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't hold back her laughter. The audience was also amused by Li Hansheng's words, and bursts of laughter even made it impossible to continue the interview. Inside the broadcast room, several senior executives of Tingjing, wearing suits and leather shoes, stood in front of the glass windows and looked down at the stage. One of them said,
"This noob has quite a personality. If he has enough strength or good grades, maybe he can be praised and his image will be better. Don't worry. It's just the beginning. Let's wait until he achieves certain results."
Another person said,
"But he can indeed be included in the observation target. Such a good image is simply a golden sign to attract female fans."
All right. In the eyes of all managers, only female fans are considered human beings, and male fans are inferior to dogs. Waited for a while. Yu Shuang calmed down her emotions and then asked,
"You have a good start in your career. Have you set any small goals for yourself in the spring split?" "Of course."
Li Hansheng smiled slightly.
"Strive to win in the game against QG and RNG." "Huh?"
Yu Shuang didn't have a deep understanding of the hatred between Li Hansheng and these two teams. She asked,
"Do these two teams have any special meaning to you?" "It has to be."
Li Hansheng chuckled.
"At the beginning of January, the manager of my old club RNG, San Xiao, asked me 2 questions. First, how popular is Uzi and how popular am I? I am worthy of following him. Uzi is arguing about who is the actor. Second, what kind of champion is Looper? And what kind of champion am I worthy of competing with Looper for the main top lane position?" These 2 problems directly led to me being kicked out of the team by RNG, and also led to me being treated as an extreme player for a long time. Online violence by fans. I returned to the professional arena just to prove my popularity. I can also win and win the championship. I can also compete. But these 2 goals are still far away. The temporary small goal is just to defeat QG and QG. RNG.
As soon as these words came out, the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were in an uproar and looked shocked. Do you really dare to say that? But Li Hansheng didn't care. If he wasn't full of energy, what would he call a young man? He just wanted to slap him in the face and take revenge. He really hates those so-called smooth theories about how to be smooth in life. The so-called smoothness is just that the edges have been worn away. I also hate the idea of being generous. Why should he forgive others generously after being wronged? He's going to slap those people in the face. Yu Shuang obviously didn't expect Li Hansheng to say these words. She laughed awkwardly and asked the last question.
"So at the end, what do you want to say? Other teams are welcome to target me."
Li Hansheng chuckled.
"If you don't want your family to be defeated on the road, it's best to target me." Mad. Ghost. How can Noob be so crazy? I'm not thinking about winning a regular season game or playing something like IG. What is he so crazy about? Is this kind of person worthy of touching a porcelain puppy? Don't be disgusted with me. Hee hee. You can still go on stage to show off your performance. But your dog can't even go on stage when bathing? Everyone. Run. GSL is here to bite again. Is it confidence or arrogance? Be cautious. But Noob does have quite a personality.
Regarding Li Hansheng's arrogant speech and behavior, there are mixed opinions on the internet. But Li Hansheng didn't think anything of it. And he even did it on purpose. After all, Top is a brand new team. And everyone is still getting used to it. There are newcomers Meo and Ming, as well as people like God and Imp who have experienced career failures. They need a relaxed public opinion environment to slowly return to their peak state, rather than a slight operational error that needs to be viewed with a magnifying glass. At this time, they need someone to help them attract the firepower of public opinion. Li Hansheng just wanted to help them attract firepower. Anyway, his mentality will not be affected in any way. His attributes will be fully digitized, and there will be no ups and downs in his status. And external public opinion will not affect his performance on the field at all. Madness is not a shortcoming of a player, as long as you can keep winning. And Li Hansheng also urgently needs to accumulate more experience on the court. The regular season itself is a process of trial and error, correcting mistakes, learning experience, and growing and upgrading. At this time, he has accumulated enough experience in resisting pressure and being targeted, so that he will become more invulnerable, become a true carry top laner, one who has no weaknesses and can carry the team.
Thank you, new player, for accepting the interview. I hope you can perform well as always in the next games.
The interview is over. The three commentators in the commentary box spoke.
Isn't Noob a little too confident?
The doll shook his head and said,
His test is far from coming. We can't evaluate a player's personality.
Miller spoke more skillfully.
But I think there's nothing wrong with that. As a young man, what's the point of being young if you don't have a lot of energy? Indeed, this is the energy and vitality of youth.
Chamao also sighed. But the three of them looked at each other, and some words remained unsaid. Since you are so crazy, you must bear the corresponding price. Can Li Hansheng really resist the pressure of public opinion and the targeting of his opponents? Chapter 54. Add an egg to the child. Li Hansheng walked back to the backstage passage. He originally wanted to go backstage to join his teammates, but he was stopped.
Wait a minute. Noob, I'm calling you.
Please forgive Li Hansheng's misunderstanding. The main reason is that this line is too similar to the content of a video that was once circulated on the internet and claimed to be a popular star. Looking back, Yu Shuang was walking quickly this way.
Is something wrong?
Li Hansheng stopped and looked at Yu Shuang curiously.
It always feels weird to be called Noob. Why don't I call you Hansheng or Shaoli?
Yu Shuang showed a hearty smile and took the initiative to extend his hand.
My name is Yu Shuang. I don't think we will interact with each other very often in the future.
There will be too few. So I came here to get to know you. Could you please leave me a WeChat message?
After saying that,
she added, the main reason is that you don't follow the routine when you are being interviewed. I almost couldn't catch you on the stage just now.
It was obviously referring to Li Hansheng's blatant driving behavior, which was somewhat beyond her expectation. If her professional skills were not sufficient, an ordinary female host would probably be stuck there not knowing how to answer the call.
I don't do this every time I'm interviewed. I only make jokes occasionally.
Li Hansheng defended himself in a small way. However, he didn't refuse. After exchanging contact information with Yu Shuang, he turned around and left. As soon as he entered the lounge, Guihao came towards him and said,
Hansheng, you don't have to look like that when you are being interviewed. This will put you under a lot of pressure from public opinion. There is no need for you to put so much pressure on yourself. What Li Hansheng said in the interview is tantamount to directly declaring war on the fans of RNG and Uzi. Fans will not tolerate others making fun of their idols. The bullying behavior in the fandom is much scarier than fighting against people in the game.
I can't help it. I'm just fulfilling my responsibilities as a father.
Li Hansheng sighed silently and looked around.
Look at our team. They are either rookies in the competition, or they have to bear the infamy and need to prove themselves again. If my father doesn't help them carry the pressure of public opinion, won't they be overwhelmed by the pressure of public opinion? After all, I can resist it all by myself. So let's ask you, should you give me a blow?
Question mark.
Go away.
You GDX.
You shameless thing. That's right. Who the H? I'll want you to help resist the pressure of public opinion.
Dov and others immediately began to curse and spit out fragrance.
Look. You see? I just provoked them in such a small way. But I'm not calm. How do you think people can believe that they won't be broken by black fans?
Li Hansheng spread his hands with a helpless expression. Guihao and Baiyue looked at each other and rolled their eyes in unison. The two of them were absolutely assured of Li Hansheng's psychological quality and ability to withstand pressure. Don't forget how Li Hansheng became famous in the first place. Isn't it just to eat the traffic of black fans and follow the black and red route? The live broadcast room is full of TM's wheelbarrow barrages. Ordinary people would not be able to handle it. Li Hansheng is just like a normal person, laughing and joking about the live broadcast every day.
Anyway, try not to do such things in the future. Even if you want to help your teammates, you can avoid falling into such great public pressure.
Guihao patted him on the shoulder and persuaded him earnestly. Guihao is another unspoken meaning. With Li Hansheng's image and demonstrated strength, he has the potential to become a brand for the team and even the league. Rather than having a prickly personality, the official would obviously prefer to favor a good gentleman who is
well-behaved and obedient.
After all, the latter is easier to control.
Don't worry. I know it well.
Li Hansheng waved his hand. He went to pack his things, and after making sure nothing was left behind, he took the bus back with his teammates. When leaving, there were actually a few female fans waiting in the parking lot just to wait for Li Hansheng to come over to take photos and sign autographs. He has attracted female fans in such a short period of time, which makes other people envious. Kendi had a sour expression on his face.
MD, it's really annoying to compare people to each other. I've been playing professionally for almost a year. Not to mention female fans. I don't have many serious fans. This guy Lao Li is better. What the HL? Isn't he taller than me? Handsome than me? Humorous than me? Can he talk better than me?
Ming on the side went straight for the killing blow.
Hey, do you think that if you were a female fan, you would choose Fan Han Shungu without hesitation? Sure, Ming. There is no taste in your mouth when you don't speak. Hee hee. Did you break the defense?
On the way home, Guihao clapped his hands and announced,
everyone performed well today, especially Han Sheng, who won 2 MVPs in a row. Let me announce here that every time you win an MVP in the future, the club will reward you with 2,000. Also, the Korean server is not opening a new game now.
Is it the season? There will be bonuses for reaching the top 10 in Korean server, and 200,000 rewards for reaching the first club in Korean server.
20W is definitely a very impressive number for the people in the top team. In order to encourage the players to work hard to rank, Guihao also spent a lot of money. Previously, Li Hansheng was ranked number 1 in the Korean server by stealing a chicken at the end of the season. At that time, many professional players were on vacation, and the competition in the Korean server was not that fierce. In the new season, the rankings in the Korean server will definitely be extremely fierce. A large number of professional players have returned. Even Li Hansheng, whose attributes have been greatly enhanced, cannot easily reach the top of the Korean server.
Wow! Then I didn't make a small profit of 4K today?
Li Hansheng immediately smiled. His salary is only 1W4, and the MVP he gets in one game is nearly 1/3 of his salary. It's so satisfying. Who would think that he makes too much money?
Brother Hao, today is a good start. Isn't it worth celebrating?
Ming shouted.
I think we should celebrate. Sure, Ming. Do you hate eating the food cooked by your aunt so much? It's a shame that I want to introduce my daughter to you. No matter how delicious Andy's food is, I can't bear to eat it every day.
Guihao rolled his eyes, smiled and cursed.
Don't worry. You will have to eat. But you can't expect to eat anything good. I still say the same thing. The club has no money.
The treatment in all aspects is actually top-notch, which proves that Guihao uses every penny wisely. But, correspondingly, unnecessary expenses like dinner parties can be saved. It happened that they had returned to the vicinity of the team base at this time, and everyone got out of the car one after another. Guihao waved his hand, originally wanting to take the team members to a nearby ordinary affordable restaurant. But Li Hansheng suddenly had an idea and immediately suggested,
Brother Hao, since our club is poor, let's create a poor persona, and we can still attract fans.
Let's go. Let's go to a restaurant. I saw a Shaxian snack over there. Let's go eat there.
Guihao didn't understand what Li Hansheng meant, but he still followed Li Hansheng's advice. A group of people rushed into the Shaxian snack bar. Li Hansheng specially called the team's operation lady.
Sister Zhang, hurry up and take a photo and post it on Weibo. Then take a close-up of me. And then take a photo of other people looking at me with Indy. The picture, accompanied by a copy, probably means I won the MVP today. So I can eat one more egg. Others can only drool with Indy.
Zhang Man, the young lady from the operations department, immediately understood. She made an okay gesture to him, took out her phone to take a photo, and did not forget to praise.
Hansheng, you know how to do it better than most people in the entertainment industry.
Manage fans.
Hey, what are traveler benefits? Lean back with your arms akimbo. Although Li Hansheng is not a practitioner in related industries, he has read too much news. And in 2022, the inside stories of many industries have actually been exposed to almost the same extent. The game has just ended, but the buzz about the game has not dissipated at all. On the contrary, as what Li Hansheng said in the post-match interview fermented and spread on the internet, more and more people paid attention to this matter. A video from the esports Louvre titled,
How to evaluate top laner noob's comments about provoking bathing dogs and RNG after the game. I respect him as a man who has revenge and grievances. He didn't commit murder or break the law, but just wanted to regain his place on the field. It's only natural. Hey, after torturing AC***, you start to pretend. I guess it's God too until you die. They all look like a dick. And they pull like something. Isn't it? Don't be disgusted with me. Puppy is the world runner-up at 17 years old. Li Hansheng only became the main player in LPL at 18 years old. How worthy is he? If he can crush RNG and QG, I'll blow him up. If he can't crush him, then I'll blast him too. Only those who have the strength can pretend. If he doesn't have the strength to pretend, is he worthy? This guy is quite interesting. Compared to those internet-addicted teenagers who have trouble speaking in interviews, Li Hansheng seems too normal. What are QG and RNG? I don't understand. But Noob is so handsome.
Not just Yaba. LPL officials will release some relevant content about the day's event after the game. Li Hansheng, who has won 2 MVPs in a row, enjoys VIP level treatment, and his handsome makeup photos are on LPL's official Weibo account. Immediately attracted many fans.
Why are all the people in our school so handsome when they are all gamers? Jimei, doesn't this mean that you and Lu Yifei are both women? And they are called Lu Tianxian. And you only deserve to be called that woman? No. 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 I must Amway give such a treasured esports boy to my Jimais. Can't the official post more handsome photos of my husband?
Girls in the fan circle quickly found Top's official Weibo. I just happened to see the Operation Ladies Weibo post about eating Shasian snacks. Half an hour after it was posted, the number of comments already exceeded 1,000. Take a look at the message. The vast majority are girls.
You won the competition, but you eat so poorly. Could it be that you are malnourished? Winning the MVP is just an extra egg? At Top Esports Club, please give me the QR code and add a few more eggs to my husband. Wow. You are not a human being. If brother Hansheng cannot nourish himself, I will definitely bully you online. So handsome. So handsome. It seems like I was beaten hard by Han. As if I asked him to give me a supermarket set meal. Jimei, let's collect it. Don't let it go online.
Return to the team base. Guihao specially ran to the operations office to listen to them reporting relevant data to him. I heard that the club has gained so many female fans. His eyes widened in confusion. After reading the comments for a long time, I couldn't help but sigh.
There are indeed benefits to being handsome these days. Right? We have as many female fans as we. Right? During the S6 era, there were not many female fans in the esports circle. However, with the intervention of capital and the increase in publicity expenses, more and more female audiences understand and are exposed to LPL. At this stage, the Wii Club has the largest number of female fans. Because WE's ADC player Mystic has the looks to debut as a male idol. He has single-handedly raised the appearance level of the entire Wii. And WE's team members have always had a good image. And there have always been a lot of female fans. In ancient times, there was the most handsome strawberry in the LPL. At that time, people like Ruofeng, Xiaomi, and curly hair were not very handsome. But they also had straight looks. Whether you are handsome or not depends on a reference. Take a look at the group of people on IG at the same time, such as PDD, Kid, and Posture, or Grandpa Lu and Lucky from the royal family. At that time, Grandpa Lu looked like an African baboon. Among the group of professional players from ancient times, those 5 guys from We really stand out from the crowd.
Yes, we can also run it and push Hansheng out. Cute ones like Ming and Imp are also very popular among female fans.
Zhongman explained with a smile.
Okay.
Guihao nodded with satisfaction. As long as it attracts enough female fans, the head office can see the potential of the esports industry and increase investment. Guihao has been really poor and crazy recently. The other side, after Li Hansheng and others returned to the base, they were immediately called by White Crescent to review today's 2 games, mainly to point out some details. For example, the gank support speed is too slow. The rhythm of Kindi is not compact enough. Lumeo roams too much ineffectively. Ming is a bit timid. And the roaming frequency is not enough. Etc. Only Li Hansheng was not criticized. In the 2 main games he won, his statistics were extremely impressive. He made no mistakes throughout the game, and did not leave any spots for White Crescent Moon. After the review is completed, only then did everyone return to their seats in the training room. Prepare for daily Korean server ranking practice. Lee Han-shung was not in a hurry to log in. As soon as he logged in to QQ, the notification tone kept ringing. The Seven Wolves of Ionia have had a falling out. Lee Han-shung briefly browsed the chat history. These people had been discussing it since the game. Brother is just a legend, your daddy is back. How about it? Dad? Did I not embarrass you today? It's a pity that there is no if, strong. Brother Han-shung. You will beat the shit out of your posture. Zhanchi TV. Xiang, it's really strong. MD. If the top laner in our team is half as good as Brother Han-shung, I feel like we won't be at the bottom of the LSPL. It's a pity that there is no if. Is there a possibility? Isn't it the top laner who is weak? But is there something wrong with your team's bottom lane? Zhanchi TV. Xiang, go away. You win ball. People who have never even played professionally are not worthy to speak at this time. We are chatting with a group of professional players. Why are you, the anchor, interrupting? It's a pity that there is no if, MD. Professional players are amazing? Do you know how many LPL teams have invited me? Just wait for me. Bro. Go find a team and contact us. Chapter 55. Playing with a male gun in front of Brother Holy Spear. Ashue wants to contact the profession in advance? Calculating the time is indeed about the same. Originally, Ashue officially joined IG in June 2016. At the end of 2016, he represented IG in the NES National Esports competition and won the championship. It's normal for someone to contact him now. Who wouldn't want to own such a talented domestic AD? If IG's management wasn't too arrogant and didn't know how to hide their clumsiness, they would have just pretended to be dead after defeating EDG and other clubs. They had to act arrogant and show off everywhere, which made people unhappy and went to the league to complain. Otherwise, Ashue is very hopeful to participate in the league and global finals of S7 that year, and the world line may be directly changed as a result. After all, the fault tolerance and survival rate of the seat position of the incense burner monster version are greatly improved. This is a version that is very suitable for Ashue. What is Ashue's biggest shortcoming? Isn't it just a radical move? Preferring to die suddenly but also to produce the highest output in the most dangerous position? The Sensor Monster version can completely make up for his shortcomings. The same is true from some rumors. During the S7 sparring period, IG almost beat RNG and other teams. Although there is a world-class ADC like Imp in the top team now, there seems to be no shortage of people. But you have to plan ahead. Right? Imp is a person who has already won the world championship, and his desire for honor is not as strong as that of a newcomer. Now he is working hard just to prove to everyone that he did not cheat in S5. And he also wants to prove that he still has the strength to compete for the championship. If we really win a championship again, who can guarantee that Imp won't want to take a high-priced contract to retire? This is just like the giants in football. Even if you have talents like Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland, it will not affect your continued search for young talents from all over the world. And no one can predict the impact of alcoholism. Imp is just restrained now. Not completely quit. He will still drink. Personally speaking, Lee Han-shung likes the player Ashue very much. At the same time, he is also curious about how Ashue will perform after getting rid of his assistant bad luck. Zhanchi TV. Katanda, if you can't find a team, come to Greedy Saw, and Dad will help you introduce a job. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. To put it bluntly, can't you find a job? Do you understand that as long as I am willing, the people recruiting me to join the team can line up from my door to the Huangpu River? Brother is just a legend, Wenbo. If you are interested, you can also consider coming to our team to have a look. Topming, what? You Wenbo wants to become a professional? Why don't you come to our team and hug Brother Han-shung's lap with me? It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Hey, a team with Brother Han-shung and Shursaming seems to be good. Let's wait and see after the year. Lee Han-shung smiled without persuading too much. Ashue is a very independent person, with maturity and stability beyond his age. Such important matters related to his career must be decided by him himself. Judging from Top's current financial resources, it is estimated that he cannot be given good personal treatment. Toba has money, but Top has no money. This is a very cruel reality. After closing the group chat, Lee Han-shung directly opened the Korean server client. He needed to continue working hard to earn points. At present, his attributes still have obvious shortcomings, and he needs to earn enough points to make up for these shortcomings. And live broadcast? The live broadcast of the entire top team is tentatively scheduled for February 1st. So he does not need to consider this matter for the time being. This is also Li Hanqing's proposal after careful consideration. The overall strength of Group A is not as strong as Group B, and the opponents in the first few rounds of top are not that impressive either. Having a winning streak and creating a certain gimmick in the competition circle before starting the broadcast can obviously maximize the popularity benefits. When the time comes, I will think of ways to do more. And won't traffic and attention be at my fingertips? Li Hanqing still turned on the liver emperor mode and fought alone until more than 3 o'clock in the morning. At this time, everyone else in the training room has either gone to rest, or is sitting in their seats watching videos or eating late-night snacks to relax. Guihao walked up behind him and patted his shoulder.
Hanqing, it's a good thing to train hard, but you have to have a certain limit. Just like a spring. If you exceed its elastic limit, you will never be able to recover. It's okay.
Li Hanqing smiled and waved his hand.
Brother Hao, I've been like this for a month. Do you think I have any adverse reactions? I know it well. Don't worry. You kid.
Guihao shook his head dumbfounded.
Others have to persuade you to train. So it's better for you. On the other hand, others have to beg you not to train.
He did not continue to persuade. It is a good thing that young people are willing to train hard. And it has a positive impact on the atmosphere of the entire team. He looked back at Imp and the others. Imp was eating a late-night snack. And there was a bottle of low-alcohol sake on the table. He opened his mouth to speak, and then held it back. As one of the conditions for attracting Imp to join the team at that time, Guihao promised Imp that he could be more relaxed in terms of training time, and would not be so strict.
Fortunately, at least he has restrained himself.
Guihao could only comfort himself in this way. It's not like he hasn't heard of it. When Imp was in Korea, he trained very crazily. He could be called a rat in the training room. He practiced intensely for more than 14 hours a day. This happened in just 1 year. And the biggest reason was last year's World Championship. TSM Tetsuo's hammer directly knocked this arrogant genius to the bottom of his life.
Changes have to come little by little. So let's do this for now.
Guihao feels that he is very satisfied with the current situation. From the original focus on relegation, to now, he can even reach the playoffs in the middle of the league. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Just 1 day later, Top once again faced its second opponent, Snake Team. They are still neighbors, and they all live on Lingsha Road. It is less than 500 meters from the Top Team's base to Snake's side, and you can walk there in a few minutes. Guihao was still in mother-in-law mode, knocking on the team members' doors one by one. Everyone rubbed their sleepy eyes, and got up to wash up, and simply ate 2 steamed buns. Li Hanqing took out his phone and looked at it. And there was something wrong with the time. Why is it only 1:30 now? The game times are arranged at 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock. If it is the first game, the top will usually start around 2 o'clock. For the second game, it is estimated that it will not start until 3 to 4 o'clock. Isn't it too early today?
Brother Hao, what are you doing?
Ming also noticed something was wrong and immediately asked.
Isn't it too early for us to get up today? Knock.
Guihao coughed lightly.
There is a reason why I asked you to get up early. Our opponent today is Snake. I contacted Zhuowu yesterday and took their car to the scene today.
Everyone was speechless, except Li Hanqing, who gave him a thumbs up. Regardless of whether it is true or not, Guihao intends to completely solidify the club's poor character. The young man has a future. After a while, Guihao received a call and urged the team members to go downstairs to pick up the car. The number of people from one team going to the scene was indeed not enough to fit in a bus. But with the 2 teams crowded into one bus, the scene looked rather crowded. Ming, Meo and others were somewhat reserved and embarrassed, while Li Hanqing acted like a normal person. He was sitting next to Gongzi. Oops. It looks more like evil views from a close distance. However, Gongzi is now only traveling with the team as a substitute due to his physical condition. Now Snake's main ADC is Martin Ding Huang. The entire bus could hear Li Hanqing, a socially awkward person, frantically getting close to the Snake team members. Even the Korean players in Snake's team would go up and have a chat with him. Do not ask. Going on the road is not about fighting and killing, but going on the road is about worldliness. After arriving at the Hongqiao Performing Arts Center, the 2 parties separated and went to their respective backstage lounges.
Good afternoon, viewers. This is the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Spring Split.
The ones in the commentary box today are not the Higher brothers. It is Hao Kai, who is known as the
Oxygen Bottle Commentator.
Hao Kai is actually the same group of ancient players as White Crescent. In S3, he was the captain of WA Wings of Dawn. The other 2 partners are Huan Huan, Sister Zhou, and Zhou Shuilong.
The two teams that are about to compete are Snake and Top. The biggest highlight of this game is the top laners of both sides. Brother Xinjiang is the best among domestic top laners.
And Top's top laner new player is in the opening game. His performance is very impressive. And many people have high hopes for him. Now facing off against Brother Holy Spear can be regarded as a test for him.
The tone of the hallucinogenic explanation is like listening to an AI reading, without any emotional fluctuations. And listening to it makes people feel sleepy. But Li Hansheng knew that they were just two gambling dogs. They all lost their jobs because of the spinach incident. But Hao Kai's commentary was quite unique. If he didn't prepare an oxygen bottle for him on the spot, he would be afraid that he would not be able to catch up and die in the commentary box.
Yes, the top lane is very interesting. And the bottom lane is also very interesting. Brother Crystal is also a leader among domestic ADs. Facing an S-game championship level ADC like Imp. The confrontation between the two will be very interesting.
Sister Zhou also added a sentence to show her presence and show that she is not a complete vase. But as soon as she spoke, the barrage became weird.
It's okay for this female commentator not to speak. But she immediately collapses when she does. Young Lady Liang is pretty good looking. But why does she have such a male duck voice? Please shut up. Isn't it better to just be a quiet vase?
Nowadays, Sister Zhou has not taken the route of the female version of Brother Yao Shui. Nor does she have the character of a counterattack fighter in marketing. Naturally, there was no barrage like
my mute bride, or a good-looking girl. But she has a mouth.
But after all, she debuted in the C position of the Luna Girl group. And her looks are pretty good. Although there are many black spots, it still does not affect her appearance and attracts the attention of many viewers. Li Hansheng, who is debugging peripherals, seemed to have heard Sister Zhou's voice. He was stunned for a moment and then joked.
Indeed? How come Sister Zhou, who is so good, has a mouth?
After debugging is completed, the referee behind him directly prompted.
Players, please confirm again that the headset and peripherals are correct. The game will start when ready.
The auditorium under the stage was already full at this time, and everyone was whispering to each other to discuss the upcoming game. When the BP pictures of the two sides were displayed on the broadcast screen, the fans waved their cheering sticks. You can see that top fans have slowly begun to appear at the scene.
Snake has priority in choosing sides, and they actively choose the blue side.
In the current version of the Spring Split, the blue side has a greater advantage, because there are OP heroes like Leopard Girl, and the red side naturally has fewer bans. Moreover, the blue side can also grab powerful heroes in the version, which brings much greater benefits than a counter position. Snake comes right up and bans Poppy first.
Huh? Did Snake ban Poppy himself?
Hao Kai didn't understand. Bai Yueyao also didn't understand that Li Hansheng had never played this hero on the field. The only guess is that Snake may want to grab the bull's head, fearing that Top will use Poppy's support to counter. Top sent Rise to the ban position with a backhand. As long as this hero is not further weakened, there is no possibility of being released. Snake chose to block Lulu. This move was to prevent the combination of Lulu plus Big Mouth from appearing. Top sent the Tsar to the ban position with a backhand. Snake's Korean mid laner Tank is a typical traditional mid laner and is good at brush-type mid lane heroes. Snake's last move was to ban the skateboarder, while Top had no choice but to release Leopard Girl and ban her directly. Just as White Crescent guessed, Snake directly grabbed the bull head of the first brother in the support position.
If you get the bull head, does Snake want to focus on the lower half?
Sister Zhou had done some homework before the game. At least she knew that the hero bullhead was very offensive.
Not necessarily. It depends on what the ADC chooses. Nyoto's roaming is also very strong.
As a professional player, Hao Kai obviously has a better understanding of the game. Which direction the team wants to attack cannot be determined just from the choice of a hero.
It also has to be viewed in light of the overall lineup. Top has nothing to say here. Just lock the male gun plus Lucian to form a double gunner bond. Subsequently, Snake simply chose the combination of Victor plus Easy.
With this Easy, it seems that the bullhead will wander around a lot. Let's see how Top responds.
Nyoto plus Easy is obviously not a combination that focuses on landing. Easy does not do enough damage in the early stage. The greater possibility is to let Easy play alone in the bottom lane, while Nyoto roams other lanes. Easy can be regarded as the hero with the strongest ability to withstand pressure among the shooters. Top, on the other hand, locked the double hook combination of Titan plus Thresh with its backhand.
Wow! Player Noob wants to play Titan?
Chi Huan said with a hint of regret.
I was looking forward to a first-hand showdown. Looking at it now, the audience may be disappointed. That's all? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Right. Hey, why are you trying to hook a domestic carry top laner? But he still turns out to be a bastard. You like playing Fantasy God so much. Why don't you go to EDG and play top lane? It's just a student with a bully attitude who shrinks when he encounters a tough situation.
And in the final choice, Snake directly locked in the choice of Pig Girl plus Rambo. Looking at it this way, their lineup is very three-dimensional. Nyoto plus Pig Girl provide team control. Victor plus Rambo double blast AoE. And Easy is responsible for harvesting the battlefield. See the scene. Li Hanxing smiled.
Do you think if I take out this hero and play it, the other side will be dumbfounded?
Top choice on the last floor. It immediately shocked everyone. Because the last choice in top, that is, the counter choice, is Qianju. Chapter 56. Are you a scoundrel? I'm more scoundrel than you.
Aw?
Hao Kai was surprised, with a look of disbelief on his face.
Qianju? Didn't Top already choose a male gun as the jungler? Could it be that I made the wrong choice?
Sister Joe guessed.
Could it be that the top player made the wrong choice when choosing? Isn't it possible?
Hallucination was not sure. It is not uncommon for players to choose the wrong hero due to trembling hands. It is difficult for them to make any evaluation without receiving feedback from the on-site referee. Team Snake's player bench. Zhu Kai and the other players were also confused. But he didn't believe in making the wrong choice due to trembling hands. He quickly asked his team members.
Is the opponent Qianju or the male gun playing a solo lane? Have you ever encountered such a routine when playing in the Korean server?
Snake's team members shook their heads at each other. Especially top laner Flandra. Although he is known as an acrobatic top laner and often pulls out some weird heroes. He was also confused when faced with the black technology routines that Top suddenly pulled out. Lockup. This is the advantage of Li Hanxing as a time traveler. And it is also the reason why the version understands this attribute is 100 points. It may not be long before high-level passerby players develop a single-line male gun gameplay. But Li Hanxing can always be the first to try it out. Until the players on both sides changed heroes. There was no feedback from the referee. So there was no possibility of choosing the wrong hero.
Looking at it this way, this is the lineup selected by Top.
Sister Joe smiled.
Brother Holy Spear, who is known as the acrobatic top laner, did not do acrobatics. But the high-profile newcomer Noob took the initiative to do acrobatics. Interesting. Interesting.
Hao Kai also laughed a few times.
Oh, it's the male gun top laner. Everyone is still figuring out how to play the male gun after the redesign. Maybe new players have developed a unique we can look forward to the gameplay a little bit.
After a while of changing positions, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Snake is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Rambo versus Male Gun. Jungler, Pig Girl versus Kindred. Mid lane, Victor versus Titan. Bottom lane, Easy plus Tao Tao versus Lucian plus Thresh. Li Hanxing remembers very clearly that God would also play weird heroes like Titan in the middle lane. God's understanding of the game is actually very unique. And facts have proved that he can always be ahead of the version. The most classic one is to play ADC in S6 Instance Burner. The positioning of the hero Titan is to be strong in small-scale team battles in the early stage, and have strong ability to push the lane. This version of Titan in S6 has stronger numerical values than the year FPX won the championship in S9. Double doling can quickly clear troops by using the AoE of level A, and then the E skill after opening W. Playing such a hero can also avoid God's problem of relying on the lane and not supporting him. Because as a hero, Titan is useless if you farm troops and wear a divine outfit. It is essentially a front-row tank that starts a team and provides control. League of Legends is a tough opponent. As for the male gun going on the road, this was a very classic gameplay when the S6 male gun was just reworked. The current version of the male gun has two terrifying values. It is very easy to bring a set of thunder to burst the skin instantly. However, the male gunner who took to the road did not take the thunderous instant kill route, but the bloody demon flow. He was obviously wearing an output outfit, but had a solid body comparable to a tank hero. In the final analysis, League of Legends is a game that depends on numerical values and mechanics. In the landing phase, numerical values are more important than anything else. Don't do all those fancy things. I can do 300 damage with a single skill value at level 1. How about you take the lead in landing with me? Even if you are the peak shy. You can't even fight me if I hit you with half of your HP with one skill. Who the H? L is trying to push you. Operation. You can lose 10 points with one force. Most of the heroes in League of Legends will go through such a process. If their values explode, They will be taken to the landing. If their values are weakened and their landing strength will decrease, then they will look at the mechanics. If the mechanics are still good, they will enter the jungle. If the mechanics are cut again, then completely sitting on the bench. Camille is the most typical representative. And the heroes on the top lane who started to become popular in S8 go to the middle lane collectively, which is essentially crushing on the numerical level. Many heroes are not so good in the top lane where monsters are crowded. But if you switch these heroes to the middle lane to deal with traditional mages or assassin heroes, it is a dimensionality reduction strike. The top lane is the road in the canyon, where the most details are worked out, and the lane is most important. The heroes who can appear on the top lane are definitely heroes who have no problems in all aspects. The male gun that was just redone is a numerical monster among numerical monsters.
Snake's lineup is very three-dimensional and perfect. There are no shortcomings. It is a lineup that cannot lose after 30 minutes of normal development.
How can I analyze the lineup?
Indeed. Top's lineup is a pure chopper team. It will be difficult to beat in the later stage.
Right, Sister Joe added. This is wrong. The chopper team also needs to consider the situation. Top belongs to the 3-shooter chopper team. There is no AD assassin in the lineup, so there will be no lack of stamina. Snake's lineup only has Yume in the front row. But the jungle economy of S6 is not that much. And it is impossible for Yume to actually produce too many tank equipment. Say it again. Kindred has 3 rings, so it won't be too slow to kill tanks. However, Top's lineup does have short hands, and it will be difficult to deal with Victor's true magic outfit in the late stage. The Chopper's team is all about early stage suppression, who will delay you in the late stage. As for the top 3 lines, which all have mechanical line rights, if Kindred doesn't counterattack Yume's wild zone, it will be considered a waste of playing League of Legends for so many years.
For Xiang Renjie, it's better to stay as close to Han Sheng as possible.
Bai Yueyao warned.
Same for you, Zhuan Mingho. And I'll wait. If you play Titan, don't stick to the middle lane for me to brush the lane. And roam or get up and use your strengths as a hero. Understand?
The 3 people named were also the most important rhythm initiators in the team. Nakano and Suk all nodded. As the coaches of both sides left the field, the screen also switched to the make-up photos of the 10 players. The fans at the scene immediately followed the order. You came first, and I came last to cheer for their favorite teammates. Even with the professional sound isolating headphones provided by the official, Li Hansheng could still vaguely hear the fans cheering.
The fighting power of female fans is really terrifying,
he sighed subconsciously. Before going on stage, he took a special look at the audience. The top fans there could be described as very few, and most of them were girls. But when it comes to star chasing and support, the combat effectiveness of 10 men is not as good as that of 1 girl. When people cheer, they really shout at the top of their lungs.
The game has begun. Lao Li, please be serious,
Kendi reminded at the side. Li Hansheng also quickly concentrated his attention. With the double hook combination, Top's lineup is full of control and very powerful in combat. Therefore, at level 1, they directly form a group and invade Snake's jungle area. They don't counterattack the jungle, but they also need to detect Pig Girl's jungle route. Coming to the opponent's lower half, Thresh inserts the eye into the red buff area through the wall, while Titan also leaves the eye at the narrow mouth of the river next to F4. As long as the eye position in this area is not as stubborn as Brother Shua, put your eyes into the grass on the wall behind the red buff. You can get a lot of vision information, and you can detect the opponent's jungle position and protect your own midfield and lower lanes at the same time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Pig Girl to come to the red buff. It was obvious that the opponent's jungler was brushing from bottom to top, and Kendi immediately decided to brush from bottom to top. Since he has lane rights in the upper, middle and lower lanes, he went for the double river crab at the beginning. Naturally, you can't go wild with Pig Girl in the opposite direction. The 2 sides started off normally, with the director focusing on the top lane.
Huh? Player Noob actually came out through extraction? Doesn't this look down on Brother Holy Spear a bit?
Hawkeye discovered it immediately. Extraction. It is a new equipment added in version 5.22, which is the S6 preseason. It is positioned as a starting equipment. At a price of 450, you can get a fixed attack power and fixed life recovery, and you will be paid directly after replenishing 100 knives. It seems very nice, and can maximize the economy. But the appearance rate is not high at all, because compared to Dolan Sword, the king of cost effectiveness, the extraction lost 80 health points. 80 health points in the early stage means that you can resist 2 more shots of flat 8 during the battle. If the economy of greedy extraction gives up these 80 health points, it may be that these 80 health points are missing, which will cause you to be killed in the lane. Therefore, extract more after returning home for the first time. Only when you have extra money will you consider using it to supplement your growth. Riot saw this situation, and after entering version 6.1, it directly strengthened the extraction. The fixed health value restored for each draw was increased from 3 points to 5 points. And the salary was also increased from 300 yuan to 350 yuan. Even so, there is still no market, because landing is so important. Everything in League of Legends is based on landing. If the landing is destroyed, what is the point of talking about the later stage? It's no wonder that Hao Kai would question this after seeing Li Hanqing's outfit. Is it so swollen to blow up a gesture? After all, he is a teammate of the world's #1 tank sec mid laner. When it comes to expansion alone, he is simply superior to his predecessor. MD, I'm annoyed when I see people like this who are so arrogant even if they don't get good grades in Go Ba. Brother Xingqiang will give him a hard education. A bloated stinky dog doesn't deserve to win the game. The audience was very angry, mainly because last year's World Championship was so sad. But in fact, it is true to say that the players are inflated. In fact, the audience in the LPL region is also inflated. As a result, after being smashed to pieces in the World Championship, LGD became the target for the audience to vent their emotions. Hit the road. Li Hanqing went online with the army line. And the same was true for the opposite Holy Spear brother. Rambo comes online as soon as he drives Q. Rambo in the S6 era has not been weakened. And Huangwen can come online at level 1. Li Hanqing seemed to ignore Rambo in front of him. And when he stepped forward, there was a Q, end of the road. This Q is very particular, as it is thrown directly at Rambo. Since there is no wall, the second stage of damage will be delayed, but it will also force Rambo back. What is the reason why Rambo dominates the top lane? Very simple. Fast line pushing plus lossless consumption. Rambo's Q skill, Arson Feast, is a fan-shaped AoE skill with a full range of 600 yards. This allows Rambo to stand behind the minions and fire Q to consume you. But you have no countermeasures at all, because he can't attract the hatred of minions. And because Q is AoE damage, Rambo can push the line faster than you. Even if you can get close, Rambo still has the advantage of the line of soldiers. Even if he fights with you, he is not afraid of you, as long as the temperature is blocked and a set of skills is thrown directly from red temperature. Rambo's damage is actually quite terrifying. Therefore, Rambo actually has no natural enemies in the top lane. The only natural enemy is dogs, which are wild dogs. Facing such an almost rogue hero, we can only use more rogue heroes to suppress it. You push the line quickly, right? My mail gun pushes the line faster than you. And Li Hanqing's Q is to force Rambo back. In order not to take the secondary damage from the mail gun Q, Rambo must change his position, so that when he fires Q, he cannot always cause damage to the minions, and cannot reduce the HP of the minions. Instead, the mail gun's Q and 2 stages of AoE damage were directly poured into the minions. When this Q and 2 stages of damage were triggered, all the long-range soldiers in the back row lost half of their health. And Li Hanqing is also very detailed. This time he brings Warlord's Bloodlust, which is similar to Swift Step after S8. Leveling A and walking will accumulate stacks. When the stack is full, leveling A will suck blood, and critical hits will strengthen the blood-sucking effect and gain a movement speed bonus. He deliberately did not draw A at the beginning because he would have wasted the recovery effect of Warlord's Bloodthirst when he was full of health at the beginning. Instead, he waited until the damage from Rambo Q was affected and he lost blood before drawing A. It seems that he only earned a dozen drops of blood. But that's the nuts and bolts of landing. Alignment itself is a process that slowly accumulates through countless small details, and finally evolves from quantitative change to qualitative change. When countless alignment details come together, it may be that you have an advantage in the line or a solo kill in the opponent's position. When the skill enters the CD, Rambo, who is at level 1, loses his combat effectiveness and can only retreat, watching helplessly as the male gunman presses forward and drives him out of the experience zone.
This hero seems a bit disgusting to play in the lane.
Brother Holy Spear frowned. Even if it was only level 1, he had already noticed the discomfort of the lane. Main. In this wave, the red side's line of troops has essentially formed a wave of slow push lines. This is the line of troops that Rambo fears most, because Rambo has no control. His ability to fight back under the tower is almost zero. If he has jumped over the tower, he is waiting to die. The only good news is, The male gun's flat A cannot penetrate soldiers. So if the male gun wants to replenish troops, it must stand in front of the minion. Moreover, the male gun's flat A is a fan-shaped damage that will affect the minions next to it. Therefore, there will not be a situation where the male gunner at level 3 accumulates 3 to 4 waves of minions to enter the tower. The troop line will enter the tower earlier. Maybe the junglers of both sides have not reached the top of the road at that time. Really, the situation on the road is exactly as expected by Brother Holy Gun. The troop line quickly changed from a slow push line to a fast push line. Seeing the soldiers with different health levels enter the tower one after another, Brother Holy Spear immediately became desperate. The hero tower repair of Rambo is the most painful moment, especially when there is no electronic harpoon to help finish the battle at level 1. 2 waves of soldiers entered the tower, and Holy Spear Brother made up 5 of them. This can be considered as his basic skills are solid. It can be said that in order to last up the damage, he also received a cue from the male gun that hit the wall, and directly lost a third of his health. This hurt made him unbearable.
Hack! This B-hero is such a scumbag. He has a blood-sucking talent and is a no-brainer. And he's not short of mana.
Brother Holy Spear was already starting to feel uncomfortable. But this torture is just the beginning. Chapter 57. Is this Poppy in gun form?
Brother Holy Spear is having a hard time playing,
Hawkeye said in surprise.
If Rambo can't get the lane rights, this hero's line suppression will be greatly reduced. The male gun seems to have a lot of power when facing Rambo. Nice effect. The ability to push the line is too strong, but the male gun itself will be dangerous. Right. Continuous pressure will give the opponent a chance to gank,
Juan added.
In this case, the top jungler can also reverse crouch,
Sister Joe asked cutely. The 2 male commentators on the side suddenly didn't know how to answer the question. Kindred, like the male gunner and leopard girl, is a jungler who focuses on his own development. The priority of clearing jungle monsters is higher than ganking online. Moreover, Kindred also needs to control passive marks. So how can he have so much time to go online? Gank or counter crouch? There was a brief silence at the commentary table. Sister Joe showed that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. She shouted again.
Hey, Qianju is going to invade?
On the map, although both junglers farm from bottom to top, the specific routes are different. Pig Girl has the red buff, F4, 3 wolves, and blue buffs, and you can brush them all the way up. Although Pig Girl has the ability to gank in the early stage, the strongest wave is speed 6. After having the ultimate move, the success rate will be greatly improved. Qianju took the route of blue buff, 3 wolves, and red buff at speed 3. After killing the red buff, he immediately used Q displacement to jump down from the dragon pit, crossed the river and rushed into Snake's wild area. At this time, Pig Girl had just finished fighting the 3 wolves and was fighting the blue buff. Seeing Qianju suddenly barging in, Zizar hurriedly pulled back.
Qianju is rebelling against us. Can you help me?
But the Holy Spear Brother on the top and the tank in the middle all had surprisingly consistent answers.
My troops are weak, and I can't support them. The male spear titan has passed.
Zizar quickly cuts the screen to take a look. On the road, the troops had just entered the tower, and the male gunner arrogantly ignored Rambo under the tower and forced his way onto the road. The triangular grass behind the tower took a shortcut to come here for support. In the middle, the Titan's figure had just disappeared into the river grass next to the middle, and Victor was still handling the troop line under the tower. The support of teammates is Qianju's greatest confidence. Kindi is not afraid at all. Pig Girl retreats back, and Qianju takes advantage of the blue buff's hatred.
Loudly, I don't have CJ. Help me stop him, and don't let him come over to hand over CJ.
Kindi quickly commanded. Li Hansheng directly threw a W smoke bomb at Zhu Mei to block the opponent's vision, protecting Kindi and its counter blue buff. Kindi was not satisfied with this, so he immediately opened the demon swamp frog. And at this time, the river crab was refreshed, and the first mark was painted on the upper river crab. Directly stage a wave of Summoner's Rift jungle version of Husband's Eye Offender.avi on ZZR. Kindi even wanted to shout when he got the demon swamp frog. Never had such a wonderful start. This is already the most dreamy start for Kindred, killing 2 sets of wild monsters from the opponent, and then taking advantage of the situation to control the first layer of marks. After protecting Qianju from the wild monsters, Li Hansheng immediately chose to return to the line.
Top played in a very organized manner. It didn't look like a new team at all,
Huan praised. In fact, it is a very simple line and jungle linkage. cooperating with the jungler to invade the jungle. This style of play was basically determined as soon as the lineup was selected. Kandi happily took down the river crab on the top lane, and then used Q to jump back to his jungle area from the dragon pit and brush back from top to bottom again. Even if Zhongxia continues to maintain lane control, it can help him guard the lower river crab. Perfect. Really don't start too perfectly.
I'll definitely beat this one,
Kandi assured his teammates with a smile, which showed how happy he was with this perfect start. This wave of invasion was actually coordinated by the top team from the beginning. The male gunner on the road who crazily presses the line will definitely run the risk of being ganked. How to ensure an environment where male guns can develop safely without being disturbed while farming. Invasion. Through this wave of invasion, counterattack the opponent's wild monsters in the upper half of the area. Pig Girl can only be forced to go to the bottom lane to eat stones, and river crabs to maintain her own development, instead of moving in the empty upper half of the jungle. As long as the Pig Girl is driven to the lower half, Li Hansheng can do whatever he wants on the top road to suppress the Holy Gun Brother. After all, although the middle and lower lanes of top are also pushing the line, the risk of being ganked is not that great. When the Titan in the middle has a flash, it is almost impossible to be killed by Pig Girl plus Victor in the early stage. The top support in the bottom lane is Thresh. Thresh can very well restrain the Bullhead's WQ starter. Even if Pig Girl goes, Thresh can also flash back to the Lantern to help Lucian distance himself. Only male guns on the top lane can easily be ganked, because the top lane is too long and the line is too deep. Originally, ZZR was indeed following the script designed by Top. But Brother Holy Gun, who was on the road, stopped him from returning to the city.
Come on! Grab a bunch of male guns. He must have had his eyes done. Right.
ZZR was a little hesitant. It was too risky to catch the male gun now. Moreover, the male gun knew that he was in the upper half of the area and must have had a field of view in the direction of the river.
Even if he sees you, he can't leave.
Brother Holy Spear also has his own judgment. Li Hansheng was stuck not far in front of the defense tower. Indeed, even if he saw the jungler in his field of vision, he had no time to escape.
Okay. Control the temperature. I'll be right back.
After all, Brother Holy Gun is the core big player in the team, and ZZR has no say. During the period when Brother Crystal was out due to injury, there was only one core player in the Snake team, and that was Brother Holy Gun on the road. Big Brother has asked you to go. How dare you? The little brother? To refute? ZZR immediately cancelled his return to the city. He first walked to the triangular grass behind the first tower on his top road, and then used the Q skill against the wall to pass through the wall and enter the grass on the river on the top road. Li Hansheng did have a field of vision here, but it was too late to escape at this time.
It's broken. Noob pressed the line too deep, giving Piggy a chance to go around and gank. Brother Holy Spear is here.
Rambo directly uses Huangwen's W to gain a shield, and also gain an acceleration effect to rush forward and close the distance between them. Electronic Harpoon takes action. When the male gun moves, he twists and dodges. Although the movement can hide the skill, it also gives the opponent a chance to close the distance between them. Buzz. Rambo directly flashed E and threw the second electronic harpoon to slow down. Then opened Q and directly entered the red temperature state. Warn! Warn! Rambo, who is overheated, is red all over, and every shot will add super high additional magic damage. The Pig Girl originally wanted to stop behind and intercept the male gun's escape route, but little did he know that the male gunman had no intention of escaping. The backhand shot was a draw, because Rambo was already close to his face. All the bullets hit Rambo. Then E, quickly draw gun, adjusts the position, cancels the basic attack and shakes, and then draws A again to connect with Q, end of the road. The explosive bomb ejected from the barrel hit the wall behind Rambo at the extreme distance and immediately bounced back, dealing 2 bursts of damage quickly. 2 shots tied to A, plus a Q skill. Rambo lost 4 levels of health. Such an exaggerated outburst immediately made Brother Holy Spear unable to bear it. What the H.L. does this bring? Warlord's Bloodthirst. If this guy brings Thunderlord's Decree, this one cannot take away more than half of his blood? And Rambo had been fighting first for so long, and the male gun only lost 1/3 of its health.
MD! Numerical monster! Numerical monster! Unfair!
Fortunately, Pig Girl has come to support at this time, because Pig Girl's Q is still in the CD. She chooses to walk directly to the male gun's face, drawing A and then W. Li Hansheng saw in detail the moment when Rambo and Zhu Mei raised their hands. W throws smoke bombs. The male gun smoke bomb is definitely one of the most disgusting little skills in League of Legends. The two people shrouded in smoke bombs lost their field of vision, and their A-level movements were abruptly interrupted. And they themselves were also slowing down. The male gun took advantage of the situation and hit Rambo with another A-level shot. Rambo's blood volume is not very healthy, and now his blood volume is as low as 1/3. Fortunately, the man's gun has run out of bullets, and now he must be forced to reload. Rambo was able to step out of the smoke bomb and distance himself, but he was still in a state of self-silence. However, Zhu Mei's flat A did not take action, and the second phase of W also failed and was twisted out by movement. For the time being, it only gave the male gun one layer of permanent freeze field. No way. Zhu Mei's level 1 Q, Arctic Assault, has a CD of 18 seconds. It is used to cross terrain. It is impossible to improve the CD at present.
No. Why is this guy so meaty?
ZZR was puzzled, seeing that the male gun still maintains more than half of his health. You can fight with him and Rambo for a long time until you feel lonely? Even if the male gunner had the passive ability of a pure man, he wouldn't be so resistant to beatings. Brother Xingqiang also felt strange. After hearing this, he immediately clicked on the male gun's panel to take a look. Magic resistance and armor are both above 50. The current version of the male gun's level 1E can provide 10 points of double resistance bonus. At this time, the male gun's passive number is 2 levels, which means it has gained 20 points of armor and magic resistance bonuses. But it is not just about physical strength. A yuppie?
How the heck is this a male gun? It's just like Poppy wearing a male gun skin.
Brother Holy Gun complained immediately. In the top lane, the only person who could use such a durable body at level 3, in his impression, was the little Lolita with twin tails and carrying a hammer that was seriously out of proportion to her body. Poppy benefits from the extra double resistance bonus provided by W, Steadfast Style, and the male gun benefits from Pure Man. At this time, Brother Holy Spear also realized that the male spearman had a better advantage in the lane than in the jungle. That is passive maintenance. Pure Man, if you want to maintain your passivity, you must attack enemy hero units or wild monsters to maintain it. The jungler gun can maintain it in the jungle, but when you go to the lane to gank, the passive effect is long gone. The male guns online can always look for opportunities to consume from a distance to maintain the passiveness of Pure Man. If Li Hanqing hadn't gone to the jungle to support a wave of support, he would probably have at least a 3-layer Pure Man passive now, with a 30-point double resistance bonus, which would make him even more powerful.
Come on! I have to go home.
With such a low blood volume, it is impossible for Rambo to step forward and deliver the male gun, and the damage done by Pig Girl is negligible. The two of them are destined to be unable to pose a threat to the male gun. Even if they want to kill the male gun by force, they may be directly killed by the male gun.
Blame me! Blame me!
Brother Holy Spear sighed.
I underestimated his tankiness and damage. This hero's values are a bit exaggerated.
In fact, we can't blame Brother Holy Spear. In the current ranking, it is impossible to encounter male spearmen on the top lane. He has no experience in landing with male spearmen, so it is normal for him to make mistakes in judgment. This is the same as how Marin's Poppy was educated by Li Hanqing's Sword Girl in the training match at that time. Even the top professional players need to put in a lot of sweat and practice in ranked to accumulate enough landing experience. No one is born with this landing experience and must accumulate it in actual combat. Li Hanqing actually has 2 tricks. The obvious hook is the system, and the other invisible hook is the vast amount of knowledge accumulated in the mind of a time traveler. In the S12 period, various heroes, even the most unpopular heroes, have unique skills in the national server who will make videos to teach you various unpopular skills. These are the essences summarized by others through thousands of ranking exercises. Therefore, Li Hanqing does not need training at all to know the unpopular skills of various heroes in the top lane and other lanes, as well as how to deal with them during the landing phase. This valuable experience is no less important than the system. And this beating with a male pistol is the best proof. As someone who has been watching Brothers live broadcasts all year round, Li Hanqing's male gun smells like body odor, and he knows all the skills of the male gun very well.
Shall I go? Isn't the male gun too fleshy?
Hao Kai widened his eyes and said in disbelief.
You haven't beaten 2 against 1? Isn't the most outrageous thing about the male gun losing half of its HP?
Shi Huan was also dumbfounded. To put it bluntly, even the audience and commentators only know male guns in the jungle position. When have you ever seen a male gunner with such high strength in a solo lane? After all, the value is still too exaggerated. The damage of a Q panel is over 200. And a pure man passive can provide such high double resistance in the early stage. It is definitely a numerical monster among supermodels.
10% off water bottle? Brother Holy Spear seems to be playing Gooba too. Gui. Is the top laner's gun so powerful? Okay. Steal one and go to Oita at night. This noob seems to have Xiaoming? Even Brother Holy Spear can't beat him. Unfair. Who is a good man if he fights in close combat from a distance? Brother Holy Gun. Why are you playing with snakes? You can't beat the male gunner like Rambo. The Line Tyrant?
The gank behavior with Snake's window jungle linkage failed. ZZR was hit hard immediately. Kindi immediately rushed to the bottom lane and captured the lower river crab, taking advantage of the situation and taking down a group of stone men. This way down the road, Snake's duo had no lane rights. And because their own jungler showed up on the top lane, they were forced to release the lane. As a result, Thresh hit the bull's head with a precise divine hook, and used E to sweep it out of the defense tower. Lucian immediately used a set of W, E, and Q to hit all the explosions. And Qianju also comfortably hit a set of 3 rings. The 3 of them smashed the bull's head in front of the tower instantly. First blood. The first blood was taken by Kindred. Unfortunately, Kindred didn't mark it before coming, so he couldn't get extra layers. As soon as Myoto died, Top immediately drove Easy out of the defense tower, causing Easy to lose a wave of minions. Top once again had a huge advantage in the early stage. Chapter 58 please. You are really weak.
Snake's jungle area is a bit explosive.
How Kai expressed his views on the game as a former professional player.
It's too risky for ZZR to gank on the top lane, and there is no gain. As a result, he loses another group of stone men in the jungle area,
which is equivalent to said he only had half of the jungle at the start.
Even after gaining a lot of experience on the top lane, Pig Girl is still less than level 4, while Qianju is already level 5. The level gap between the junglers of the two sides has been widened. This will only form a vicious cycle. After leaving home, Kindi will directly send wild signals to the other party's big bird.
Away, Zwamingho. Please hurry up and cooperate to help me control the mark.
After entering S6, Kindred's passive has been strengthened to a certain extent, because in the previous version, the Wolf Spirit mark was randomly refreshed on the wild monsters in the wild area, with no rules at all. But now it has changed from chaotic to traceable. At level 0 to 2, the Wolf Spirit will only mark the river crab and the opponent's sharp bill camp, which is the big bird in F4. At level 3 to 4, 4 groups of wild monsters will be randomly refreshed among the opponent's stone beetles, razorbills, marsh frogs, and shadow wolves. At 5 to 7 levels, mark the wild monsters as the enemy's double buff monsters, dragons, and vanguards. Above level 8, only the ancient dragon that will be refreshed after 35 minutes and Baron Nashor that will be refreshed after 20 minutes will be marked. Kindi now only gets 1 mark by playing River Crab at the beginning. At this time, the Wolf Spirit mark was already displayed on the map, right at the opponent's sharp bill camp. Team Snake is also communicating frantically. Jungler GZR is also giving feedback to his teammates.
You have to help me guard F4. Otherwise if Chinjuek gets another mark, we will not be able to deal with it after it develops so well.
But whether it's the middle or the bottom, Snake can't even get lane rights. The titans in the middle are actually no different from the big trees. They can quickly clear the troops after double Dolan, and move forward with the shield. You can use Victor as you want, and Hex has not evolved. Before the technology core, Victor simply did not have the ability to clear lanes quickly. And the bottom lane? Do you expect an Easy who goes home and spends 800 yuan to buy a development equipment like Tears of the Goddess to compete with Lucian to push the line speed? Although Easy is positioned as a mage in the shooter position, it does not have the ability of a mage to push the line. It is the one with the lowest ability to push the line in the shooter position. So it is a little better than VN. Maybe it's even worse. If the VN is really bad, you can use the electric knife to increase the line clearing ability. But your Easy can't use it, with both the middle and lower lanes having lane rights. Kindred swaggered into Snake's jungle again. He was about to give ZZR another wave of wild monsters that he was currently trying to steal away from him. Punishment? Qianju has a 3-ring damage plus CJ, and the burst is much higher than that of Pig Girl. Pig Girl has no way at all. He could only rush to the upper half of the area to defend his 3 wolves and the demon marsh frog.
Wow. It's so hard to beat ZZR.
Ji-Huan saw Kindi running rampant and unscrupulous in the jungle. almost chasing after ZZR and trying to beat him. This pig girl will reach 6 very late. The main reason is that Snake can't beat him in lane. Right? Sister Joe found the opportunity and said, "Don't Victor in the middle have long hands? Why can't he beat Titan? Rambo in the top lane should also be the dominant laner. Why is he always pushed by the male gun?" This wave of great silencing spells directly affected Hao Kai and Chi Huan, and they didn't know how to answer the question. All 3 lines were suppressed, making it very difficult for Snake to play. The jungle area was the most uncomfortable, but the line was not much better, because the army lines have been pushed into the tower, and without kind Jew's whereabouts being exposed, people on Snake's 3 lines are at risk of being raped and killed by jumping over the tower. Not to mention that once the Titan, Gunslinger, and Thresh disappear from the map, the risk of Snake and others being jumped over the tower will increase. After ZZR came to the upper half of the jungle, he didn't even know what to say. The 3 wolves are still there, but the demon swamp frog is gone. According to the feedback from Brother Holy Spear, the male spear pushed the line and went directly into the jungle to counter the jungle. The male gun is not only domineering in pushing the lane, but also has an extremely powerful ability to kill monsters in the jungle, because the level A of the male gun can temporarily repel the wild monsters. But any more skilled male gun can clear the jungle with almost no damage. ZZR is completely desperate now. Brush? My own jungle area is empty. What should I farm? Gank? The damage online is not enough. So the male gunner on the road goes home to supplement the Iron Sword plus Magic Resistance Cloak. Obviously, he wants to use the Magic Drinking Knife first. It almost did damage before, but now the damage is even more insufficient. Middle? Titan has rough skin and thick flesh, and Victor doesn't do enough damage in the early stage. Not to mention the bottom lane. We are now in the most embarrassing period of easy. As long as the equipment of Tears of the Goddess is made, the damage will be seriously insufficient until the Demon Sect Blade is finally evolved into the Demon Cut. No harm done in all 3 ways. Snake's lineup seemed to have a perfect and 3-dimensional structure, but in the end, in the face of Top's unreasonable 3-line optimal lineup, there was no way to fight back. Loudly, "I'm here. I'll come too." Kandi and God spoke almost at the same time. Titan and Kindred merged and went directly into the upper half of Snake's jungle area, aiming directly at Rambo on the road. Tank immediately reported back to his teammates the information that the Titan had disappeared online. But Snake lacked sufficient vision. The river grass on both sides of the middle road was lit up by Top's true eyes, and he was not sure whether the Titan was going up or down. At this time, the main Top has already pushed their troops into the tower. This kind of troops is the most perfect situation for teammates to advance. Both the upper and lower lanes had perfect tower crossing lines, and they could only guess. After hesitating for a moment, Brother Shunqian decided to take a gamble. But after a few seconds, when Titan and Qianju burst out from the triangular grass behind the tower, he was stunned. "Gone! Why are you arresting me? You go and arrest the bottom lane." Brother Holy Spear complained softly. Ella and Ding Huang, who were on the bottom lane, both turned their heads and looked towards their top lane. "Are you polite? Brother Holy Spear has no chance of escaping. He directly recruits clear troops. The line of soldiers under the tower is cleared quickly. Brother Holy Spear reacts very quickly. The Titan is here like this?" Do you understand the value of the 2 words, Wanshin? If a Titan wants to overrun your tower, will it care if there are minions under it? Titan drove forward directly with W, locking Rambo with R at the extreme distance. Rambo, whose head was locked, had no room to operate at all. I saw Qianju open W first, get close and use E, then draw A to start 3 rings. The male gunman was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, after Rambo was knocked away, he quickly drew the gun and adjusted his position forward, leveling A and then hitting the wall with Q, then leveling A and then R, in conjunction with Qianju's 3 rings. Burst damage. In an instant, Rambo, who had no physical resistance, was defeated in an instant. The head was taken by Li Hansheng. "Hey! Capture the pig girl too!" The bull-headed WQ dodges first. So beautiful! It knocks Lucian away. The pig girl follows up with the Q dodge, and Easy also uses E to jump in the face. Can it kill Lucian instantly? The bottom lane looks dangerous, but when the opponent's 3-man set exploded, Lucian still had about half health, and it was clear how much Snake was lacking in damage. "Fight back! Fight back!" Imp shouted loudly. Lemay was also very decisive. Flash forward instead of backward, and dropped the lantern at Lucian's feet.
flash directly onto Easy's face. Use E to swipe Easy on his face. And use his own body to block Easy's face, preventing Easy from using Q to continue outputting Lucian. And then ignited and hung up. And Lucian instantly lit a lantern on his face. W. Q. Ding Huang is quite handsome. The moment Lucian Q raised his hand, he flashed back, using Flash to avoid Lucian's most damaging skill. But his flash was forced out. And Thresh's Q hadn't been handed yet, when the green hook in Thresh's hand accurately penetrated Easy's body and pulled him this way. Lucian immediately hit E on the face again and forced the output. Instead, Easy was chased to death. Lucian immediately ran back and ran into the opponent's jungle area. Ju Mei and Nyoto chased for a while, and then simply stopped chasing, because they knew Lucian still had Flash in his hand and couldn't catch him at all. Emperor Ding is Zenema's favorite. Can you please bring this B-company man with a chair for me to carry down? Where is Brother Crystal? Don't recuperate. Come back quickly to save the team. If you catch 2 of 3, you can still be counterkilled. But you still let someone run away? Gui. Top seems to be really strong. The top fan of 10 years showed up uninvited. Can I finally reveal my identity as a top fan of 10 years?
Snake, the B-Korean mid laner, is also a bound spirit. Did he really die in the middle? Even if a teammate is killed, there will be no support. After killing Rambo, Li Hansheng once again led his teammates to the Canyon Pioneer. The 3 of them worked together to kill the Canyon Pioneer. It was still Li Hansheng who won the Canyon Pioneer. When I got home, I took out the small demon drinking knife, and immediately bought the yellow cross, and prepared to synthesize the green cross later. The green cross is Phantom Dance. This thing was previously called Red Cross. During the S6 preseason, the AD equipment was greatly revised. The Red Cross, which had insufficient appearance rate, was naturally redone. First of all, it was dyed from red to green, which seems to symbolize that the status of the S6 shooter has gradually become green. But the male gunman is no longer the shooter. After the redesign, the male gun has essentially become a warrior. The core of the Blood Demon's male spear is the Green Cross, and this season's new equipment, Dance of Death. Green Cross has a passive called Elegy. Performing a basic attack on an enemy hero will reduce the subsequent damage caused by the hero to you by 12% for 10 seconds. And Dance of Death also has a passive. 12% of the damage you receive will be deducted in the form of bleeding within 5 seconds. These 2 pieces of equipment combine. This is equivalent to you having 24% damage reduction, coupled with the super high double resistance provided by the male gun, Pure Man. Just let the male gun transform into an immortal blood demon flow on the road. Come out of the spring. Li Hansheng was not in a hurry to go online, but went straight to his F4. After finishing F4, he ran to kill the Stone Man. Turn on the skill that every male gun player must master. Bloodsucking. Kendi looked at the empty jungle area, and his heart seemed to be filled with tens of thousands of drafts. Li Hansheng, you GDX. If you don't mess with me, the wild monsters will die. Right? MD. Either I'm a dirty monster in the middle, or I'm a dirty monster in the top lane. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw him taking down the demon Swamp Frog when he came online. Bu Xiang 1 is spicy. You go and attack the jungle area on the opposite side. Li Hansheng comforted him with a smile. It's okay. We will push the lane to help you invade the jungle area. And you go and attack the opposite side. Anyone who has eaten wild monsters should write a letter of guarantee to me, promising to help the heroes fight against the wild monsters. Yeah. Imp nodded quickly. Away. Are you pretending to be dead now? Don't try to get away with it. I'm playing Titan. Tell me why Titan is so dirty to wild monsters? That's right. Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Titan doesn't need to replenish so many troops. Xiang Renjie. If you don't have monsters to replenish, just go to the middle and use dirty troops. This is very reasonable. Go away! You shameless thing! Why don't you let him be your dirty soldier on the road? God was so angry that his hands were shaking, for fear that he wouldn't be able to hold back the ancient power in his body, and slapped his shameless thing to death on the road. That is to say, he can't clean up the soldiers by playing Titan. If he were asked to play Bright Moon or Clockwork, he would definitely try to mess with Li Hansheng's mentality. Kendi did go to counter the jungle, but Snake fell directly into a vicious cycle. They already lacked damage, and they lacked damage even more after being disadvantaged. In the original design, the tactic of allowing the bullhead to roam more was not possible. In this situation, even if Nyoto wanders, there may not be any gains. Moreover,
As long as Nyoto dares to leave the bottom lane, Easy will either be killed by jumping over the tower, or it will be stuck in the grass and hang up. There will be no room for development at all. The wild area is even more uncomfortable. After Kendra's equipment, level, and passive mark have accumulated, she can already walk sideways in the wild area. When Pig Girl sees Qianju, she has to run away. Otherwise Ju Bai will be caught by Qianju and die. Only Victor in the middle is okay. After going home and spending 1350 to upgrade the Hex Technology Core for the first time, he evolved his E-skill, which allows him to start the rhythm of farming troops and stand under the tower in a double row with the defense tower. Are defense towers really safe? The Titan flashes directly to R, and then stands on the edge of the defense tower to resist damage. The next second, the male spearman Qianju came out of the narrow opening in the direction of the three wolves behind the middle tower. After Victor was knocked away, Kindred and the male gun's double burst instantly killed Victor. There was nothing wrong with the top lane, but Snake's first tower in the middle was forced first. Without the first tower in the middle, Victor's development space was further compressed, and Snake's defensive pressure in the jungle further surged, and the pressure on the two wings also surged. It's still a linkage between the middle and jungle. This time, Brother Holy Spear was alert in advance, but the headlock of Titan's ultimate move was so brainless. Qianju quickly followed up and hit all the output. The long-distance male gun made up for the damage of a big move. Rambo died, and the tower on the road died again, and Snake finally found an opportunity to start from the bottom lane. Victor TP went down and cooperated with Pig Girl to cross the tower, using the bullheaded ultimate move to be invincible against towers, and killed the top-bottom duo to stop the loss. But it still couldn't change the situation on the field. Top won the Canyon Pioneer again, and Li Hanxing switched to the bottom lane to continue his development. Thresh began to follow Kindred in setting up offensive vision in the opponent's jungle, constantly putting pressure on Snake. In 15 minutes, the economic gap between the two sides had widened to nearly 5,000, and at 20 minutes, the economic gap between the two sides has widened to 8,000 yuan. The economic gap is most concentrated on Li Hanxing, who allowed him to eat his own jungle area and the opponent's jungle area, and he also extracted it. The economic development is perfect. 23 minutes. When Top starts to control the vision around the Baron, Snake launched an attack on Li Hanxing, who was leading the lane, except for Victor, who was guarding the line in the middle. The other four people all came to the bottom lane.
Snake doesn't plan to take Baron? If all four of them show up in the bottom lane, Baron will be gone.
Hawkeye looked very surprised.
I guess he was anxious and wanted to kill a bunch of male guns to vent his anger. Right.
Chi-Huan guessed.
It's on! Snake is on! Pig Girl's ultimate move hits the male spear first. Nyo2 follows up with WQ's second company. Easy's ultimate move also hits perfectly. Rambo's ultimate move rains down. Holy Spear Brother perfectly controls the temperature and rushes to the man's face. Will the gun kill you? Not dead. The male gun has mercury shoes and is very tough. Oh my god! The male gun actually moved forward and pressed his face.
Hawkeye explained so fast that he almost suffocated due to lack of oxygen. Snake and others used a set of controls to hit the male gunman with a series of bursts. But the male gunman's health was still very healthy, especially after triggering the passive of the Great Drinking Demon Knife. A thick layer of magic shield will appear on the body. Li Hanxing, who has reached level E, can get 30 points of double resistance on the first layer of Pure Man. He was originally facing Rambo in the bottom lane, so he already had one layer added. Directly R cancels the recoil of the ultimate move, and adds another layer. The second layer, Pure Man, provides him with 60 points of double resistance. Let his double resistance directly exceed 150. You must know that Pig Girl, who is a tank jungler, now has a panel resistance that is not as exaggerated as him. The Dance of Death will provide blood sucking, and the passive Savior Blade of Great Drinking Demon Knife will also provide a huge amount of blood sucking when triggered. With the shot, he directly hit the critical effect and combined with Warlord's Bloodthirst, he regained a lot of blood. Then the W smoke bomb blocked Easy's vision, preventing him from outputting immediately. Just chase Rambo like crazy, even without super high armor penetration. His skill damage and high attack power alone are enough for him to cause fatal damage to Rambo. Rambo flashed and wanted to run away, but was caught up by the male gunman, who flashed and hit him with another critical shot in the face and took him away. Then the male gun turned around and started outputting Easy. Once again, he resisted the damage of 3 people and forced his face to output Easy. and the male gun's blood volume increased instead of falling.
Oh my god!
Sister Joe shouted in disbelief.
Is this male gun still a human? 1 hit 4. And the blood is not taken away. Designers, let's take a look at this game. What kind of monster hero have you recreated?
Xiao Huan, who had always spoken calmly, also became excited.
Easy was forced to run away in a flash. And Yo 2 and Pig Girl didn't dare to continue chasing. Noob gave us a perfect show of male guns.
Hao Kai shouted in an exciting tone.
The male guns seem to be using practical actions prove it. Who can give me death?
Snake and everyone dispersed, leaving only Rambo's body lying on the ground, and the arrogant male gunman standing not far away, dancing crazily and provoking. Please, you are really weak. Chapter 59. Going out on the road is not about fighting and killing. It's about being humane.
That's it? That's it? You can't even break through my defense. Brother Holy Spear fell down before I even exerted any force.
Li Hanxing even had time to release his hands from the keyboard and mouse, and make a gesture of spreading his hands.
MD, is this badass hero such a supermodel?
God cut the screen to watch the situation in the bottom lane. But the result surprised him. A total of 4 people gathered together. It wouldn't matter if he just escaped smoothly. But the male gunman didn't show any fear at all. It's not like he's surrounded by 4 people, but like he's surrounded by 4 people on his own. Kill Rambo forcefully, and then leave in style.
Interesting. What do you think of me playing as a mid-lane male gun?
God looked eager to try. The damage is high. The fault tolerance rate is high. And the most important thing is that it recruits troops quickly. It can easily handle both the troop line and the wild monsters. Doesn't this hero fit his playstyle perfectly?
Stop your unrealistic fantasies.
Li Hanxing interrupted God's fantasy sternly, pointing to Kendi aside.
Look at Xiang Renjia's face. Can't you give people a way to survive?
Kendi was completely autistic and was still muttering.
Bu Xiang Wan La. This jungler of you will play with whoever you like. You are simply bullying an honest person.
What would happen if someone like God was allowed to play the mid-lane male gun? Not to mention the 3 wolves and F4. The demon swamp frog and the stone man are both dangerous.
Ha ha. I feel sorry for Candy.
Lemao laughed happily.
Fortunately, I'm just an assistant and don't have financial worries.
Imp also didn't forget to hit the target with a killing blow.
Huh? The nest is better than the wild monster.
In the short time it took for Snake to catch him in revenge, Top had easily killed Baron Nash, even if the male gun is not in the front. There are still Lucian and Kindred's double shooters to provide firepower. Not to mention that Kindred's passive layer has been brushed to 6 at this time. And the terrifying percentage damage is a good way to kill Baron Nash. Subsequently, Top used operations to remove all 6 of Snake's outer towers. And Li Hanxing returned to the city again to take out his 4th ready-made outfit, Stark's Challenge Gauntlets, also known as the Blooded Hands among players. Players who have not experienced this version do not understand. In fact, before version 6.9, the Bloody Hand and the Demon Drinking Knife could be released at the same time, because the shields of the 2 could be triggered at the same time, and the CDs were calculated independently of each other. It is precisely because of this bug that the 2 shields superimposed together provide thousands of health points in the later stage. Riot is directly weakened. In version 6.9, the only passive of the 2 pieces of equipment becomes Save Master Spirit Blade, and as long as one piece of equipment triggers the shield, the other piece of equipment will also be forced to enter the CD together. This does not affect the current version at all. Li Hanxing feels relieved for the first time. This time, Top's 5-man team up in the middle prepares to ascend to the high ground. At this time, Victor's equipment has already taken shape. He has the 3rd level core, Ice Staff, and Spell Penetration Rod in hand. Even if Top has a line of soldiers strengthened by the Baron buff, it will be difficult to get to the high ground. Although he has 3 shooters, Kindred, Male Spear, and Lucian all have short hands, it's a bit difficult to get to the high ground.
Snake seems to be gradually stabilizing the situation.
Hao Kai looked at Top, who had been unable to attack for a long time.
If Snake can continue to rely on Victor's powerful wave clearing ability, their lineup will be able to fight in the later stage. Top is a kitchen knife after all. The team doesn't have enough stamina. Top obviously has the advantage in equipment. Why can't they be stronger?
Sister Joe was very puzzled. Silver and gold players, like her, basically just do it if they don't accept it. I won't think about the consequences of rushing the tower. Who is this female commentator? Can this kind of game understanding be used as a commentary? Laughing to death. Isn't it just for Victor to enjoy the tower without thinking?
Do you understand Victor's combat effectiveness in such a narrow terrain? Isn't it good to just be a vase? Can this be forced? If you say you can reach the high ground, I will ban you, Sword Master. Everyone can see the dilemma Top is facing at this moment. But the scene that happened next made everyone completely dumbfounded. Everyone had their mouths opened, as if they could stuff a happy ball into them. Li Hansheng seems to be shopping in the high ground. But in fact, he has been silently stacking up the layers of pure men. He even communicated and asked his teammates to give up the line of troops to him to refresh ECD. After a while of pulling, his pure man has been superimposed to 3 levels. Each level of E at full level, pure man, will provide 30 points of double resistance. And the third level is 90 points of double resistance. The male gun's panel resistance at this moment is both close to 200. Come on! I'll fight the tower! The male gun directly threw W smoke bombs at Snake's crowd to create chaos, and immediately rushed to the high ground without saying a word. He moved forward, superimposing his pure man to the highest level 4, gaining 120 points of double resistance. Bonus. Let your panel's double resistance directly exceed 200 points. Li Hansheng shouted in the voice at the same time as the operation. So much so that the teammates didn't have time to react. And there was an obvious disconnect between the male gunner and his teammates on the field. Snake and everyone also discovered this. Second man's gun! Second man's gun! MD! Kill this B-man gun! Without saying a word, Nyoto directly rushed towards the male gun with WQ and the second company. Rambo directly unleashed his ultimate move. And Victor also directly a card. All the damage was directed at the male gun. In conjunction with the damage from the high mountain tower, the male gun's health bar instantly melted down to half of its health. But it's accompanied by a ding sound. The shields of the 2 pieces of equipment, Bloody Hand and Drinking Demonic Knife, were triggered at the same time. Only the white and purple shield effects suddenly appeared on the health bar above the male gun's head. Due to the mercury shoes, the male gun has high toughness. A subsequent flat A shot hits Victor, triggering the green cross, Elegy, as 12% damage reduction passive, which reduces Victor's subsequent damage. At this time, the teammates behind him also rushed forward together. Titan's ultimate move hit Victor, and then he flashed and adjusted his position, successfully knocking 3 people away with a wave of our flash. Lucian even used E+ to flash 2 stages of movement and rushed in front of Victor. Imp's violent style wanted to put the barrel of the gun into Victor's mouth to output. The male gun even hit the crowd with a big move, being forced into the formation by Top so unreasonably. Snake's originally perfect formation was instantly shattered, leaving him defenseless. The male gun repeatedly performed medical miracles. The concentrated fire of the 5 people and the defense tower did not kill the male gun. The remaining blood male gun sucked up the blood. This was also due to Qianju's huge strength. Got a guarantee. A wave of 0 for 3. Only Easy and Yodo escaped successfully. But they were unable to stop Top, who was all alive, from continuing to demolish the tower. What a thief! How can a male gun be so powerful? Hawkeye shouted in disbelief. Is this really not weakening? It is obviously an output weapon, but it is more powerful than a tank. And the damage is so exaggerated. It's so outrageous. Indeed. Chi-Huan nodded and expressed his opinion. The male gun is very strong in the jungle position. Now the new player shows us how to play the male gun in the top lane. I think the male gun hero will probably be banned in the future. Bought a house. More than just buying a house. This cliff is a sea view room. I estimate that the 2 heroes Leopard Girl and Gun Gun will have an absolute 100% ban rate in the future. I don't believe that any team would dare to release such a monster again. I swear this time, I am really good at operating this male gun. The most difficult operation is nothing more than our canceling the recoil. Sparrow food. Bird food. It's okay for me to go up to you. Why don't I just get beaten? Brothers. Kai Bai is still shocked. But the king has already secretly learned the routine and gone to Oita. This time, Li Hanqing's statistics are not so gorgeous. Still maintaining a record of 0 deaths. Winning 508. The output ratio is not too high. Only 24%. But the injury ratio is 32%. This is data that many tank top laners may not be able to produce. After seeing this data, the commentator sighed again. This data is outrageous. He took 1/3 of the team's damage, but he never died once. Hawkeye kept shaking his head. The new player may have unique skills to protect KDA. In fact, the fault tolerance rate of Li Hanqing's gameplay is too high. The male gun itself has pure man, and then the green cross plus death dance can reduce damage by 24%.
The bloody hand and the big drinking demon knife can also provide high shields. Such a high fall tolerance rate of gameplay. You really want to die once. It's too difficult. Snake's 5 people couldn't kill him instantly even if they focused their fire. How could he die? Back in the lounge, Lee Han-sheng naturally received a burst of praise. The 2 Korean coaches specifically asked the translator to express their meaning and praise the team's performance in the previous game.
The early line and jungle linkage in the last game was perfect and successfully suppressed the opponent's jungle area.
Guihao smiled so hard that wrinkles almost appeared on his face. Continuous victory. And a big victory at that. If I win against IG, I can say that IG's lineup is not good and is too rubbish. But what about Snake? This is a serious playoff team. And Top's performance is not inferior to that of their opponents. Especially Lee Han-sheng. The strength and performance of this player whom he had poached back through
picking up leaks
has completely exceeded his worth.
Han-sheng did a good job.
Guihao gave him a thumbs up and showed Kai-sensei's signature youthful toothy smile.
Such a powerful routine should be reserved for later use. It's too early to expose it now. Otherwise others will learn it.
Have you gone? Brother Hao. The current value of the male gun is too exaggerated. Sooner or later, it will be developed by others. Why don't I enjoy it first?
Lee Han-sheng waved his hand.
Besides, this routine is not invincible. You don't think that anyone can play it. Is that the effect I have? I found that Lao Li is a monkey. So he climbed up the pole.
God rolled his eyes and expressed his disdain for Lee Han-sheng's behavior of forcing the cup. As for the Snake team, Coach Yukai didn't explain too much about tactics, but gave a speech in a mellow tone.
Don't focus on the games that have passed. We have to look back. The opponent just took advantage of the hero male gun. As long as they are banned, our chances will be greater. And the opponent is a rookie team, so their performance will not be that stable. Everyone just needs to perform to the same level as in the training games.
The effect of the chicken blood and chicken soup was also obvious. Snake's players were obviously not affected by the one-sided situation in the previous game, and then returned to the stage to prepare to compete with Top.
Snake's coach is not stubborn and just bans the male gunner. The main thing is that Top is on the blue side. If Snake doesn't ban, Top can grab it directly.
One round of BP comes down. The lineups of both sides were finally determined. Top is on the blue side, and Snake is on the red side. On the road, Poppy versus Sword Girl. Jungle, Excavator versus Barrel. Middle lane, Ice Girl versus Czar. Bottom lane, Skateboard Shoes plus Thresh vs Lucian plus Tautau. When Top finally took out Poppy as the top laner, the barrage began to scroll crazily. Even everyone in Snake looked stunned. Especially Zhu Kai. In the data he collected, Lee Han-sheng had never used the hero Poppy, but it is not even included in the ranking records. I took off my pants, but you chose Bobby as the asshole? Coward B. Coward B. Coward B. He actually didn't dare to show off to Brother Holy Spear. Have you agreed to punish the gangsters and go on the road? In the end, you just used the Phantom God in your backhand. Right. Spoiler. The ultimate spoiler. This is the first time in Lee Han-sheng's career that he has used a tank hero as a top laner. And he even requested it himself. Very simple. He is not playing the kind of games where you can win by simply stacking attributes. For example, when playing 2K or FIFA, putting a group of stars with the strongest attributes into one team can crush everyone. Because the characters in the game are all a bunch of boring data, with no joy, anger, sorrow, or personal emotions. This is in the real world. Teammates have their own minds, their own thoughts, and their own emotions. He is a newcomer, and it is understandable that his teammates take care of him. But if you get carried away because of this, it can easily damage the team atmosphere. Although top people are not the kind of people who strive for fame and wealth, Lee Han-sheng still has to be careful. It would not be good if there is a gap between them. Try to give everyone a chance to show off and show their strength, instead of using the entire carry top laner to take advantage of the team's resources. He kidnaps his own jungler and plays around the top lane. He has enough time to make his teammates aware of his strength, so that they can slowly, subtly, and willingly play around the top lane. As for now, let them enjoy it first.
Brothers, I've already laid down this time. Come and see. Lee Han-sheng teased with a playful smile. You won't be able to move me, right? You won't expect me to carry the team just by myself. Go, go, go.
God seemed to have returned to the high-spirited Wutian state of S5.
Do you really think that my brother is a bastard? Let you see how I carry in the game.
Lee Han-sheng just smiled and did not answer. The road to winning the championship is long and difficult, and every member of the current top team must reach their maximum potential. After all, what S6 faced was SKT, the strongest team that was said to be invincible, and Rockstager, who was just one step away from knocking SKT off the throne. There is also EDG, who won the league undefeated in China. These powerful opponents require top as a whole to become stronger, and Li Hanxing himself also needs to become stronger to defeat them one by one. Finally ascend to the throne that symbolizes the championship. The most important thing is to allow them to accumulate enough confidence again during the league so that they can enter the best state of their careers. Hey, I just like always unruly little look. Come on, brothers. Chapter 60, Who is this fat man? Weibo Explosion. Top is actually a lineup that grabs the rhythm in the early and midterm. Naturally, the Ice Lady cannot compete with the Tsar in terms of carryability in the late stage. But the Ice Lady is better in the early stage in her ability to push lanes and roam to support the side lanes and jungle. The Shadow Island combination of Skateboard Shoes plus Thresh in the bottom lane is also a standard early stage small scale team battle with no solution. Especially when the Skateboard Shoes reaches level 6 and has a big move. This combination can even drive the whole game. Rhythm effect. This is an extremely rare ability in the bottom lane combination. So, if top wants to win, it is the most correct way to use the lineup advantage in the early stage to open up the situation, and then slowly roll the snowball to speed up the game process. As for Li Hanxing, who is on the road, just stay stable in the lane and act as a spoiler in team battles. Before this version of the 3-piece set, the combat effectiveness of tanks was stronger than that of warriors. It mainly depends on the properties of the equipment. S6 is no better than the mythical version after S11. Why did the mythical version of tank heroes after S11 decline? The main thing is the equipment. In the S6 version, it is also a 2-piece set. For example, Sword Princess is basically Black Cut plus Greedy Hydra, while the corresponding tank is Ice Fist plus Sun Flame. Tank heroes have health, armor, and a certain degree of damage improvement. In addition, tank heroes basically have percentage damage skills, and the basic damage panel of the skills is very high. So there is no shortage of damage at all. As for warriors like Sword Princess, when they have a 2-piece set, they either only have attack power and life stealing, but no tankiness. If you use Black Cut and Blood Hand, then you only have attack power and a certain level of tankiness. But you don't have a certain level of tankiness. Have the ability to recover for continued operations. When equipped with a 2-piece set, a tank can reach the peak of its combat effectiveness. But a warrior will always have a certain lack of attributes in a 2-piece set, which affects his actual combat effectiveness. If you have a piece of equipment like Bloodthirst Tomahawk in S6 that can provide recovery, line clearing, health, attack power, and cooldown reduction at the same time, tanks will have no room to survive. The strength of equipment can directly affect the selection and use of heroes in each lane. Before the Great Holy Grail was weakened, the middle lane was almost entirely filled with brushes, because the attributes of the Great Holy Grail were too overbearing. In the same way, why did the traditional critical strike shooters of S6 gradually lose their dominance? Isn't it because of the weakening of Endless, armor-piercing Vow and other equipment, which affects the carryability in the later stage? Li Hanxing chose Corrosive Potion to go out. In the official game, he could not use such a radical talent as Thunderlord's Decree, like he faced Marin in the training match. Instead, choose Poppy's most conventional talent choice, Grasp of Immortality. This is your C. I'll lie down. Xiang Renjie. You don't have to come on the road to help me. Li Hanxing made it clear at the beginning that he wanted to mess around. By showing a mixed attitude, teammates will have the pressure to carry the game. He was talking about being messy, but Li Hanxing didn't relax in the lane at all. He still used his powerful lane ability to put huge pressure on Brother Holy Spear. Gone! Is this guy a fender? This is really outrageous. When his head hit the golden air cover around the Yodel twin-tailed Lolita in front of him again, the Holy Gun brother couldn't help but complain. Just outrageous. All he can think about now is Duong. 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 Li Hanxing didn't react instinctively, but after seeing Sword Queen's move, during the displacement process of Sword Queen's Q, Breaking Slash, he made sure that Sword Queen did not use QW for the second time, and then use W, Steadfast Style, intercept Sword Princess. After all, before the damage determination of Sword Princess's Q skill is completed, Poppy can intercept her by firing W. The price of being blocked by Poppy with W is that Q falls into a long CD, and he has to take 2 full bursts of damage from Poppy's Q plus a flat A. Can't stand it. In the early stage,
The Sword Lady did not have the ability to recover. After being consumed by Poppy for a few waves, her health was a bit unstoppable. Good thing he had teammates, and the barrel followed the normal route straight up the road.
ZR, are you going to catch him? No matter how you look at Wine Barrel and Sword Girl, there is nothing you can do against Poppy, who is almost full of health.
Right. Sister Joe is not very sisterly. Even with Shiragane's strength, she could see that it was impossible for these two people to catch Poppy to death. And they couldn't even force him out with a flash. Instead, the barrel will reveal its position. Why? How Kai on the side gave the most professional explanation.
The jungle gank does not necessarily have to produce kills. Helping teammates on the line to lower the opponent's health, draining the opponent's status, forcing the opponent's flash and some key skills, or helping teammates deal with some difficult lines can all be regarded as the jungler's help to the lane. Mainly, Holy Spear Brother is in a bit of a disabled state. If Wine Barrel doesn't come to help, he may be sent home early and be forced to pay TP in advance. In that case, the top will have a TP difference, and the pressure on other roads will be too great.
Hallucination also explained. He said,
You know you can't catch him, but you still forcefully suppress Poppy's blood volume, just to force Poppy to go home with Sword Lady and pay TP together.
Out of this consideration, ZZR would rather expose his whereabouts than come up. In fact, he is changing his direction to relieve the pressure on other roads. Otherwise, if your own top laner does not have TP, but if the opponent's top laner has TP, the pressure on other lanes will be too great, and the pressure on his jungle area will also be great. Although TP was severely weakened in the preseason, the channeling time was increased from 3.5 seconds to 4 seconds, but it will not have a substantial impact on this skill. The 0.5 second difference will not affect the team's use of TP to form a local headcount difference. And at the same time, the excavator comes to the middle. Ice Girl directly used E to come forward to the Tsar. West held him in place, and connected with AQ to hit the explosion of thunder. The excavator directly uses E to drill the tunnel, and then flashes W to fly over the Tsar, without giving the Tsar WEQ plus a chance to flash super long distance displacement. After opening Q, quickly hit A 3 times to accumulate full anger, and then hit E to hit super high real damage. First blood. The Ice Girl successfully obtained the first blood, being caught in the middle lane. ZZR simply helped Holy Spear Brother handle the military line on the top lane, pushing the military line completely under Li Hanqing's tower. This gives top another chance. After the excavator saw this, and controlled the river crabs on the bottom lane, he went directly to the lower half of Snake's wild area, and went all the way to the triangular grass behind the first tower on the next lane to crouch in the grass, and put down a jewelry eye. Ice Girl, who had finished dealing with the troops in the middle, had just returned home to replenish her health, so she chose to TP directly. Snake's bottom lane combination can't be beat. It is impossible for Lucian plus Nyoto to seize the line rights in front of the Shadow Island combination of skateboards plus Thresh, and they can only wait under the tower to replenish the tower. This gives the top midfielder the opportunity to outflank the bottom lane. The excavator and the Ice Girl both crossed E and moved to the bottom of the tower. The Ice Girl did not use her skills, and flashed directly to their faces with W to freeze them in place. Thresh hit Lucian with a precise Q hook. A set of 4 broke out, and knocked down Lucian instantly. Although Nyoto gave control to Ice Girl, he was unable to completely retain Ice Girl. On the contrary, on top side, the Ice Girl walked out of the defense tower, and reset the hatred of the defense tower. This time, the excavator resisted the tower and killed the bull head. Ice Girl chose to go home again to replenish her health. At this time, the Tsar in the middle had just pushed his troops into the tower. In other words, Ice Girl uses a wave of soldiers as a cost to directly kill the opponent's 2 bottom laners. In this version without TP, no matter how many times this kind of trade is done, God will choose TP without hesitation. Just like giving the Trailblazers 100 opportunities, they will choose Odin without hesitation.
The rhythm of top's opening is quite perfect. I think it's because ZZR wastes too much time on the road. Doesn't this clearly tell the other party that no one cares about me at home?
Allowing a lineup like top to gain an early advantage would be fatal to Snake, especially the Ice Girl, who got 2 kills and 1 assist in the middle, achieving a development level that transcends the timeline, pushing lanes faster, and being able to complete the line of troops faster, giving you more opportunities and time to support the side. When the level 6 Ice Girl comes to the top road with an excavator, Sword Girl didn't even have the ability to stop Poppy from clearing the line and entering the tower. She could only watch helplessly as the 3 of them forced themselves under the tower to kill her. without any room for maneuver. Even if the wine barrel came to support, it could not prevent the sword girl from dying in battle. Such a smooth situation. Snake couldn't resist it at all. If Jianji wants to split push alone, her teammates must create an environment for him to push 41 points. Your teammate's front is directly smashed to pieces. And you still need to split push with a hammer? Home is gone. Seeing Snake helpless to fight back, Snake fans felt very sorry for Brother Holy Spear. Zwowu in cell. Can't they find some reliable Korean aid? I feel sorry for Mr. Xian. You can't stand alone. None of your teammates look human. At Brother Crystal. Come back quickly. Otherwise Brother Holy Spear will lose and his mentality will explode. MD. What kind of foreign aid are the Snakes looking for? Other people's foreign players are here to help the poor, while the Snake's foreign players are here to earn wages. The current situation of Snake is exactly the same as that of IG. IG does not have a second carry point except Rookie. And the same goes for Snake. While Brother Crystal is recuperating, only Brother Holy Spear has a reliable carry point. However, Brother Holy Gun still plays on the top lane, and Rookie is in the middle lane. As long as he has an advantage in the lane, he can roam and lead the rhythm. Even if Brother Holy Gun has an advantage in the orphan lane, he cannot radiate the overall situation. But Li Hansheng knew better. When Snake welcomes the official return of Vietnam's richest man Sop and Brother Crystal in the summer game, their overall strength will improve by leaps and bounds. As for the spring split, let's study relegation first.
Let us congratulate Top for winning the game with a score of 2-0 again. We also want to congratulate Wei Shen for winning the first MVP of the spring split. The strength shown by this top team can definitely become a disruptor in the league. We can also look forward to where they can go in the end.
The commentator was summarizing. But Li Hansheng and others at the players' table had already taken off their headphones and came to Snake's players' table to shake hands with each other. Li Hansheng held Brother Xingqiang's hand and stared at him twice. This is, in a real sense, the first domestic champion top laner in the future. Even though the LPL won 3 S championships in the 4 years after S8, there is an embarrassing situation. Among the 3 teams that won the championship, there is only one domestic player in the solo line, Brother Xingqiang. This is also the point where some Koreans are so stubborn. Your LPL has never produced a top solo player, and you still have to rely on people recruited from the LCK. How can you laugh at the LCK? Before time travel, Li Hansheng also had a confrontation with Han Chui online. But when people said this, he couldn't refute it. What they said was the truth. He wouldn't be so angry that he would break his defense and then attack him brainlessly. Right? Now he has a chance. He is bound to rewrite this history. In this time and space, he wants to make Han Chui unable to speak. After shaking hands, he ran back to the players' bench to pack up his peripherals. The person left to be interviewed this time was God, who won the MVP with Ice Girl. When Li Hansheng and others returned to the lounge, we are halfway through the interview. The host conducting the interview was Rendong, the master of Dafei, the
grasp of immortality.
At this time, he was continuing to ask questions.
As the senior members of the team, and with rich experience in the competition, how do you lead new players like Nu, Lumeo, and Ming to quickly adapt to the competition? It's okay. Several newcomers in our team are very capable. They got used to it after playing games. We don't need to do anything.
God shrugged.
Then can you give a little evaluation of the newcomers in the team? What do you think of their strength? Ming and Lumeo are both very lively in private. They are also very strong on the court. They usually train very hard. Being able to satisfy him shows everything.
The more powerful the AD, the higher the requirements for support. After all, the bottom lane is a 2-man lane, and the support often determines the quality of the bottom lane in the early stage. Powerful assistance can greatly improve the landing ability of a colored pen ADC. However, a strong ADC's landing ability will be hindered by the color pen support.
It seems that the 2 rookie assistants are really performing well. But what about Noob? Noob can be said to be the most dazzling newcomer in the LPL league at the moment.
Don't know why. When he saw the faint smile on God's lips, Li Hansheng had a bad premonition in his heart.
How should I put it?
God smacked his lips.
Strong. Very strong. In terms of landing, I think it is easy to defeat the entire LPL top lane.
Rendong's eyes widened. Li Hansheng was surprised. Did God actually give him such a high evaluation? Is this young man suddenly full of emotional intelligence? The road is getting wider. But then he changed the topic, making Li Hansheng angry and itching his teeth.
But don't look at this guy who seems to be very serious when playing on the court. But that is just his idle baggage. In private, this thing is really shameless. When he starts live broadcasting, you will know clearly when you go to his live broadcast room.
Question mark. Ha ha ha. Beat up my teammates.
Right? I prove it.
Fortunately, I have watched noobs live broadcast before. Good guy. I can only say that the speed is too fast, and it is not suitable for children. It is not recommended for those under 18 years old to watch. Hey, to be able to live broadcast for so long while holding a wheelbarrow barrage. Brother Han Sheng's live broadcast must be something special. Away is so bad. Are you trying to get the mentality of Brother Han Sheng? Who is this fat man? How dare you scold my husband? Is he sick? At must go to bed early. Gmate people gather on Weibo.